I can't go on living. A wretched cry jolted Li Tianming wide awake. Looking around in confusion, he saw faces deeply familiar, yet long forgotten. That was Uncle C, a man dead for decades. How could he be so young again? And the woman in front of him, wailing and sobbing uncontrollably? That was clearly the child's grandmother. Li Tianming could barely recall the year she had passed. Wait, wasn't he dead too? What was going on? Tianming. Another familiar face appeared before him, making Li Tianming instinctively step back, stumbling and nearly falling. A man long dead for decades, suddenly standing before him. Anyone would be terrified. Du Lide's eyes flickered nervously, his face full of awkwardness. He opened his mouth, but only managed to stammer out half a sentence. That's just Wanner being foolish. You. Countless fragments of memory began violently crashing into Li Tianming's mind. It felt like an eternity, yet also like an instant. Was this the day of his wedding? Brother, they're pushing us too far. We can't just let this go. I know where that bastard surname Peng lives. We should go there right now and break his legs. A young man beside Li Tianming, seeing him sway unsteadily, quickly stepped forward to support him. He shouted furiously, his face flushed red with anger. Tianliang. Recognizing the face, Li Tianming suddenly grabbed the young man's arm, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with emotion. He clearly remembered Li Tianliang had died at the age of 43 from cancer. After suffering for over half a year, he had withered down to nothing but skin and bones. He wanted to eat a canned peach, but by the time one was bought and a piece placed in his mouth, he didn't even have the strength to chew. 10 minutes later, he breathed his last breath right before Li Tianming's eyes. Brother, you. Li Tianliang stared at Li Tianming, stunned. Let's go home. In just a moment, Li Tianming had roughly pieced together what had happened to him. Go. Home. Li Tianliang stood frozen for a moment, then abruptly shook off Li Tianming's hand. The Du family is literally shitting on our heads, brother. And you want to go home? He stormed forward, grabbing Du Lide by the collar. You do. You took our betrothal gifts. Now we're holding you responsible for the woman. The Du family relatives, though knowing they were in the wrong, couldn't just stand by and watch their own be humiliated at their doorstep. They rushed forward to separate the two. What are you doing? Trying to start a fight? Let go. You're just a junior. What's your business here? Talk it out. No violence. As soon as the Du family moved, the Li family members who had come for the wedding naturally refused to back down. They'd been seething with anger this whole time. After such a scandal, the Li family's face had been trampled into the dirt. This was Li Jiataizi. How could they let outsiders bully them? A shoving match broke out. It looked like a full-blown fight was about to erupt. Stop it, Li Tianming shouted, stepping forward to pull his own brothers away. Among his generation, Li Tianming was the eldest brother, and he carried real authority. He turned to look at Du Lide. Du Lide, who had been shouting a moment ago, now met Li Tianming's gaze and felt a pang of guilt. No matter how you argued it, this time, the fault was clearly on their side. Even the woman sitting on the ground, wailing dramatically, stopped her fake sobbing. On the day of the wedding, their daughter had run off with someone else. Such a shameful act. From now on, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads up in the village. Tianming, look at this mess. Du Lide said. Li Tianming took a deep breath. The hazy memories were gradually sharpening. This was his wedding day, October 7th, 1970. The very day his lifelong misery had begun. In his previous life, the woman who had lived with him for nearly 70 years had caused exactly this scene on their wedding day. He had arrived full of excitement to fetch the bride, only to be told at the Du household that the new bride was gone. Later, it was Du-Wan's younger sister who revealed that she had secretly run off early that morning with a man surnamed Peng from Xingjiadian. In his past life, Li Tianming, young and hot-headed, couldn't bear such humiliation. He immediately led his clansmen to Xingjiadian, found a man named Peng Bingxin, and gave him a severe beating. Later, the Du family came with people and forcibly brought back the crying and struggling Du-Wan. The marriage was essentially ruined. Li Tianming had no intention of keeping a woman whose heart wasn't with him. But later, he didn't know what Du Lide and his father had discussed. One night, Du-Wan was sent directly into Li Tianming's room. Li Tianming remembered that night. He and several uncles, brothers had drunk themselves into a stupor. When he woke up the next morning, Du-Wan was already in his bed. In that era, once such a thing happened, Li Tianming had no choice but to swallow the bitter pill. Otherwise, the Du family could accuse him of hooliganism, and he'd either end up in jail or worse. But every time he recalled that wedding day, Li Tianming felt a burning resentment. He never gave Du-Wan a kind look for the rest of his life. This time, although he didn't know exactly what had happened, now that he was back on this day, there was no way Li Tianming would choose to live another lifetime of humiliation. Uncle, this isn't over. With that, he called to his brothers, pushed the bicycles they'd borrowed from the village, and prepared to leave. Brother, have you lost your backbone? Are you just going to let the Du family bully our Li family like this? Li Tianliang had always had a fiery temper. Seeing his eldest brother's bride stolen right before his eyes, how could he possibly hold back? I said let's go home. Now that he had a second chance, Li Tianming wanted nothing more than to get as far away from his family as possible. There was no way he'd let them drag him back into their mess. As for today's incident, of course it couldn't just be left alone. But fighting a brawl right now wouldn't solve anything. Besides, the people who came with him to fetch the bride except for Uncle C, who was older, were all strong young men. If they started fighting, someone could get seriously hurt. Seeing Li Tianming and his group preparing to leave, Du Lide quickly rushed forward and grabbed the frame of the bicycle. Tianming, you can't leave. Wanner was just momentarily confused. Listen to me, come with you. That bastard surnamed Peng deceived my daughter. We can't let him get away with it. Du Lide couldn't afford to let Li Tianming walk away. Otherwise, he'd truly have no face left in the village. Li Tianming let out a cold laugh. Uncle, how you raise your daughter is your own business. If your daughter doesn't want to be with me, I'm not so shameless as to force myself on her. But the scene you caused today without a proper explanation, how am I supposed to hold my head up among the villagers from now on? Du Lide was now completely panicked. The Du family were outsiders in Lijia Taizi, with only a few households. If they truly offended the Li family, they might not be able to stay in the village at all. All right, Tianming. I'll give you a proper explanation, Du Lide said helplessly, finally releasing his grip on the bicycle. Brother, are we just letting this go? Li Tianliang still wasn't satisfied. Let go? Impossible. But right now, there were more important things to deal with. Li Tianming didn't reply. He pushed the bicycle and walked off. The other brothers who had come with him had no choice but to follow. Du Lide stood frozen in place, dazed, until he finally snapped back to reality. The villagers' gossip rang in his ears, and his face turned deep red with shame. Go, bring that shameful brat back to me. Following the direction of his memories toward the old family home, everything Li Tianming saw along the way felt like a dream from another lifetime. The village's grand opera stage was demolished in 2001 or 2002. That patch of earth mound was leveled around 1998 when the county government paid for it. To fight over residential plots, villagers had brawled countless times. And this river, how many times had he caught fish and shrimp here as a kid? Later, it was filled in. The eldest son of the Sun family had drowned right here. Turning down that dirt slope, the large courtyard ahead was the old family home. The gate stood wide open. The wedding banquet, which should have been lively and bustling, was now eerily silent. Li Xueqing sat at the doorway, his face dark with anger. Beside him stood a woman with a sharp, unkind face. Seeing Li Tianming and the others enter the courtyard, the woman sneered, spat on the ground, and turned back into the house. What happened? Everyone in the village knew each other. With such a big incident, someone had already run to report it. By now, the whole village probably knew. The eldest son of the Li family's bride had been stolen, and Li Tianming hadn't even said a word. He'd just come back with his men. Duan ran off with someone else. Li Tianming said flatly, parking the bicycle as if he were talking about someone else's problem. You good for nothing, spineless wretch. Li Xueqing was so furious, his eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames. He jumped up and hurled a stool at Li Tianming. His son's bride had been stolen, and he hadn't even protested it just come back. Li Tianming sidestepped, then stared coldly at Li Xueqing. Stop with the useless talk. Make that woman come out. Since all the relatives are here, let's settle this face-to-face today. Li Xueqing was furious and about to speak when the woman rushed out from the house and grabbed his arm. Fine, let's settle it. We agreed from the start after the wedding. We split the household. Whether you actually got married or not, I don't care. The money's been spent. You're still responsible. Her voice was shrill and cold-hearted. What could you do? After all, she wasn't really related to them. Brother. A teenage girl hurried over, holding the hand of a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She grabbed Li Tianming's sleeve, her eyes filled with anxious fear. These were Li Tianming's 2 younger sisters, Li Rong and the youngest, who hadn't even been named yet. Seeing these 2 little girls, Li Tianming felt a sharp pain in his chest. It's okay. I'm here, he said, struggling to calm himself. He looked around. A domineering father, a biased stepmother, young siblings, and himself, still not fully grown. This was probably what people called a worst-case starting point. But now, with a second chance, Li Tianming swore. This time, he would live a good life. Lijia Taizi was nestled by mountains and water. In his previous life, bound by rules and limited by his own narrow vision, he had always been too afraid to act. Now, reborn with decades of future knowledge, Li Tianming refused to believe he'd live any worse than anyone else. Do one want to be with him? She'd been lured away by someone else? All Li Tianming could think now was, good riddance. Chapter 2. The branches of great trees and the separation of grown children. Li Tianming lived a life of profound hardship in his previous existence. At the tender age of 14, he lost his mother, and merely 2 months later, a stepmother entered the household, unable to accommodate the 5 siblings. His biological father remained indifferent, allowing the children to be relegated to a cramped side room. Although they did not formally separate due to the intervention of a few uncles, they were still forbidden from sharing meals with the family, forcing the young ones to fend for themselves in the kitchen. After enduring years of adversity, he finally reached adulthood, only to be confronted with yet another series of unfortunate events. Ultimately, he was coerced into marrying Du Wan, yet for more than 60 years. The couple existed as strangers under the same roof. It was not until a decade after their marriage that a daughter was born to them. To Li Tianming's astonishment, just after the postpartum period, Du Wan secretly underwent a sterilization procedure. In that era, lacking a son in rural society was a source of scorn and ridicule. Li Tianming contemplated divorce, but each time, he was thwarted by a chorus of voices insisting, for the sake of the child. Fine, for the sake of the child. Furthermore, despite Du Wan's many shortcomings, she had assisted in raising his younger sister. Out of respect for this, Li Tianming felt he could not act with a lack of conscience. With the advent of reform and opening up, life gradually improved, yet Li Tianming remained discontent. The deceitful antics of his exploitative father and stepmother, the dissatisfaction among his siblings, and the estrangement from his spouse rendered his life unbearable. Living into his 80s, he had never truly experienced a day of joy. Now, with the opportunity to start anew, Li Tianming was determined not to compromise his own happiness any longer. He yearned for a fulfilling life, one where he could truly relish his existence. Separation? Second brother. Is this your idea? Li Tianming's elder uncle, Li Xuejuan, rose in anger and strode towards Li Xueqing, glaring at this inadequate brother. Li Xueqing instinctively took a step back, lowering his head, entirely devoid of the earlier bravado he displayed when he intended to reprimand Li Tianming. He still held a measure of fear for his elder brother who worked in the city. This is a matter for our household, even as the elder brother. You have no authority here. Yet, Xiao Fengyun was unperturbed by her elder brother-in-law's presence. When she had first joined the family, had it not been for Li Xuejuan's intervention, she would have long since expelled those unruly children. Moreover, it wasn't that she could not tolerate the children. Rather, it was Tianming himself who insisted that once married, they should separate and live independently. Isn't that so, Tianming? Li Xuejuan turned his gaze toward him. Uncle, it was I who said it. How foolish you are. Your own brother's true nature is well known to me. Ever since Xiao Fengyun entered our home, you have obeyed her every whim, neglecting your own flesh and blood. If a separation were to occur, there is no way she would permit even a single thread belonging to the children to leave this house. I would stake my life on it. Not to mention the current predicament we find ourselves in. Your nephew's marriage has turned into a farce, and without a woman in the house, what will become of the younger ones? Uncle, I appreciate the kindness you have shown to my brothers and me. But if we do not separate, we will never coexist harmoniously in the future. It would be better to part ways sooner rather than later. Not separating? Why must one continue to serve that domineering father and that biased stepmother, while also supporting 2 stepsisters with no blood ties? The brothers, Li Tianming and Li Tianliang, toiled tirelessly for an entire year, only to find their earnings seized by Xiao Fengyun at the year's end. Aside from receiving a meager share of grain, not a single penny remained for them. The youngest sister, Li Rong, suffered a lifelong disability due to a lack of funds for medical treatment, ultimately enduring until nearly 30 before Li Tianming provided a generous dowry to marry a widower. Yet, even after marriage, life was fraught with disarray. As for the third brother, Li Tianliang, he too faced delays in marriage due to financial constraints, and tragically, he succumbed to cancer without ever having wed. This burden of guilt weighed heavily on Li Tianming, the eldest brother, for a lifetime. In a previous life, after the incident of the cuckoo fleeing from marriage, Li Tianming felt stifled and was constantly mocked by Xiao Fengyun. The following year, he took his younger siblings and split from the family, leaving without a single request. With no food to sustain them, they had to borrow from the production team, a debt that lingered until the advent of household contracts and individual farming. yet remained unpaid. Moreover, lacking a home, they spent several years sheltering in a makeshift hut on the village stage. Though Li Xuejuan did not reside in the village, he was aware of the dire circumstances of Li Xueqing's family. Upon hearing Li Tianming's lament, he sighed. "All right, I understand you are a determined child. Since you have spoken, let us divide." He promptly summoned the third brother, Li Xuegong, the fourth brother, Li Xuenong, along with the village director and the production team leader. Originally, Li Tianming's uncle was to witness the proceedings, but since the passing of his mother, Li Xueqing had severed ties with Li Tianming's maternal family, even neglecting to send a notification for the wedding. Even if a division is necessary, you truly intend to forsake your own flesh and blood. The second son, Tianming, Tianliang, along with Xiao Rong and Xiao Wu, faced with Li Xuejuan's inquiry, Li Xueqing merely lowered his head, remaining silent. Family matters had never been his domain. Eldest brother, how can you utter such words? How can you simply abandon them? Did you not spend the family's money for the eldest's marriage? As Qiao Fengyan concluded her remark, the third uncle, Li Xuegong, could no longer contain his frustration. He slammed his hand on the table. How dare you make such claims? Did you contribute a single penny to Tianming's wedding? The betrothal gifts were earned through his relentless labor, and the banquet expenses were covered by us brothers. In your household, aside from 45 gene of grain, what have you contributed? In front of so many witnesses, to be berated by her brother-in-law incited Qiao Fengyan's fury. She plopped down onto the ground, wailing, "Oh, what an injustice! A younger brother scolding his sister-in-law. This is the conduct of the Li family? Come, everyone, let us judge this. How can I endure this? Everyone is out to bully me. Enough." Li Xuejuan's face darkened. Today, the Li family has already suffered enough humiliation. What should have been a joyous occasion for my nephew to marry and establish a family has turned into a debacle, with the new bride running off. And now this uproar. It is truly disgraceful. Second brother, I shall not engage in futile discussions with you, even if we are to part ways. It is unreasonable to leave empty-handed. Tianming has been toiling for you since he was 15, and now he is due his rightful share. The profits from the production team over the years shall not require excessive demands from you. Merely 200 yuan shall suffice to provide for the establishment of their household. As Qiao Fengyan seemed poised to speak, Li Xuejuan shot her a glare, prompting Li Xueqing to quickly pull his wife back. Furthermore, the two eastern rooms were originally assigned to me. They now rightfully belong to Tianming and his siblings. Xueqing, when the division occurs, please ensure those two rooms are transferred to Tianming's name. Additionally, Tianming and Tianliang are of age. You must keep a watchful eye on the homestead land the village owes them. Li Xueqing, named in this matter, is the village head and also a distant uncle of Li Tianming. Very well, Xuejuan, I will take care of it. The grain at home shall be divided among us. No one shall reap undue benefits. Is this endless? Qiao Fengyan could no longer contain her frustration. The house belongs to Li Xuejuan, and while he may choose to give it away, she could not voice her discontent, as so many were watching. Yet, the thought of dividing grain further irked her. Moreover, from Li Xuejuan's words, it seemed other belongings were also to be apportioned. If that were the case, why had she painstakingly orchestrated the separation of Li Tianming and his siblings? Not only had she unwittingly sacrificed two capable workers, but also allowed their family assets to be seized. If he desired to distribute the house, he could do so as he pleased. If he sought monetary compensation in grain, it would only be possible over her dead body. Li Xuejuan remained indifferent to Qiao Fengyan's outburst, focusing solely on Li Xueqing. Second brother, what is your stance? Li Xuejuan opened his mouth, but then lowered his head again. Very well, if reason fails, then we shall proceed through formal channels. Having experienced much and seen wider horizons, Li Xuejuan understood the village dynamics better than anyone. According to their ages, Tianliang, Li Rong, and the youngest all fall under minors. Regardless of whether it is their biological father or stepmother, there exists an obligation to nurture them. Failure to do so would constitute abandonment, punishable by imprisonment. Upon hearing Li Xuejuan's insistence on legal proceedings, Qiao Fengyan immediately wilted. Even the most formidable shrew fears the law. Seeing her temper extinguished, Li Xuejuan resumed the division of household items, which primarily consisted of some poultry, a few pigs assigned by the village, and various farming tools and kitchenware. Throughout the entire exchange, Li Tianming remained silent, having previously endured humiliation and eagerly sought to return home for this very moment. In a prior life, his marriage was disrupted, igniting a fury in his uncle Li Xuejuan, who, after confronting the Du family, returned to the city. Xiao Fengyun had seized the opportunity. When no one could advocate for Li Tianming, to instigate the separation, leaving him empty-handed, along with 3 younger siblings, expelled from their home. By the time Li Xuejuan learned of this and returned, the damage was irreversible. He had slapped Li Xueqing twice and thereafter never set foot in the ancestral home again. Tianming, do you have anything to say? Li Xuejuan looked compassionately at the group of cousins standing together. Yet this was a matter among brothers, and as their uncle, he found himself limited in what he could do. Uncle, we shall heed your counsel. However, now that we are separated, should we not clarify matters regarding my father's future support? In the rural expanse, it is customary for grown children to establish their households, thereby ensuring that the complexities of elder care are preemptively addressed, preventing future disputes. In a previous life, Li Tianming suffered the consequences of this tradition, having left his family home with nothing during the division of assets. However, as his biological parents aged, the burden of their care fell squarely upon him and his brother. Their demands were incessant, and when their needs went unmet, they would proclaim the brother's lack of filial piety to the world. Li Xuejuan nodded in agreement, affirming Li Tianming's assessment of the situation. Traditionally, it is the responsibility of the sons to care for their aging parents once they are no longer able to manage on their own. Therefore, he proposed that they establish a clear agreement. After much deliberation, it was decided that once Li Xueqing reached the age of 60, Li Tianming and Li Tianliang would provide 30 jin of grain each month and an annual sum of 25 yuan for their parents' support, with medical expenses to be negotiated separately. 2 copies of the division and care agreement were created, with Li Xueqing and Li Tianming each affixing their fingerprints. While most matters were settled amicably, when it came time for Xiao Fengyun to contribute financially, she dramatically feigned fainting, collapsing backward in a theatrical display. The division of the family resulted in considerable chaos, and ultimately, the sum of 200 yuan was never received by Li Tianming and his siblings. As the eldest brother, Li Xuejuan felt reluctant to bear the stigma of pressuring his sister-in-law, and thus he acquiesced to the situation. Naturally, the celebratory feast was abandoned. Li Xuejuan took it upon himself to distribute the remaining provisions among Li Xuegong, Li Xuenong, and the families who had assisted them, returning borrowed tables and chairs. The once vibrant courtyard fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the intermittent wails of Xiao Fengyun from within the main house. Having divided the family, Li Xuejuan urged his nephews and nieces to carry on with their lives, reminding them to contact him through the village committee should any issues arise. He gazed at the young ones, his heart heavy with unspoken concerns. "Uncle, I must trouble you with a matter," one of his nephews began. "I have heard that you work at the steel mill in the city." Before Li Tianming could elaborate, Li Xuejuan waved his hand dismissively. "Do not entertain such notions. Positions at the steel mill are scarce, and each role is typically inherited from one generation to the next. They haven't recruited externally in years." Realizing his uncle had misunderstood, Li Tianming quickly clarified, "I do not wish to apply for a position at the steel mill. If I were to leave, what would happen to Tianliang? I merely wanted to inquire if you handle procurement there." Li Xuejuan had been sent to Haiqing as an apprentice before the liberation, but when the factory owner absconded with the funds, he initially planned to return to the village. However, upon the factory's reopening and the urgent need for workers, he took a chance and applied, surprisingly securing a position. Due to his literacy, he was assigned to the logistics department, and after more than 2 decades, he now serves as a section chief there. It was only later that Li Tianming learned that his uncle was responsible for the procurement of supplies for the dining hall. While others may perceive this as a coveted role, amid the nationwide coordination of resources, it is not without its challenges. If the workers were dissatisfied with their meals, the first to be blamed would not be the cooks, but rather Li Xuejuan, the chief responsible for procurement. The expectation was that he would ensure the provision of adequate supplies, a reflection of his competence. However, Li Tianming discerned an opportunity to alter his destiny within the circumstances. Now that he had separated from his family, he harbored no desire to continue laboring in the earth, subsisting on a meager share of work points to support his younger siblings. To tread the same path as his predecessors would surely be a disservice to the blessings bestowed upon him by fate. With such promising prospects at hand, how could he not seize the moment? "What are you planning to do, young man?" Li Tianming smiled. "Uncle, our village is nestled between mountains and rivers. There is an abundance of resources. I merely wish to." Before he could articulate his intentions, Li Shuejuan had already grasped his nephew's thoughts and was taken aback. You mustn't act recklessly. The resources from the mountains might be manageable, but you dare to covet those from the waters? The long-standing tradition dictates that mountain resources are earned through one's own efforts, while aquatic resources belong to the collective of the production brigade. Not to mention, even contemplating such an idea could lead to dire consequences. Even catching a fish for personal consumption could result in being sent to a re-education camp if caught. I may not covet them, but others will. Uncle, you have seen it yourself. Tianliang is already 15 and will soon need to marry. Even with Uncle Xueqing helping to demarcate land, how can we, relying solely on our scant work points, ever hope to build a home? Xiaorong is 12 now. We cannot expect her to continue sharing a bed with us. Li Shuejuan recognized the truth in his nephew's words. Yet the enormity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. A misstep could lead to serious repercussions, especially in these unpredictable times. Let me think it over. You must not act in secrecy. He realized that his nephew was not one to shy away from taking initiative. Of course not. Even if I were unafraid of a re-education camp, I would not wish to implicate you. At this, Li Shuejuan felt a sense of relief. It is good you understand. In this chaotic world, caution is wise. What do you intend to do about the Du family? Having separated from his family and secured a means of livelihood for his siblings, the most significant relief for Li Tianming was that he no longer had to marry the woman, Du Wan, who had troubled him for a lifetime. Moreover, he now saw a pathway to prosperity. Yet, the matter of the Du family could not simply be dismissed. In my opinion, I should have dealt with Du Lied back then, as well as that fellow with the surname Pang. I should have broken his leg. Li Tianming's anger surged forth. His words a battle cry. You are just a child. Temper your words. Li Shuejuan admonished, turning his gaze to Li Tianming. He knew his nephew had always been resolute. Otherwise, he would not have managed to raise his siblings under the watchful eyes of his stepmother. A forceful union is not sweet. If she does not wish to come to me, I cannot compel her to become my wife. Yet, since the marriage did not materialize, the accounts must be settled. It was Du Lied who insisted upon this union, and I only acquiesced because I saw my younger sisters growing up and recognized the necessity of a woman in the household. Who could have foreseen that Du Wan would so shamelessly disregard my dignity? Indeed, it must be settled. Li Shuejuan nodded, recalling that for this betrothal, Li Tianming had toiled throughout an entire summer on river work and borrowed money from the production team to gather the 400 yuan required for the bride price. Isn't 400 yuan excessive for a wedding in the 1970s? Nonsense. In Haicheng, that amount is merely modest. In typical households, a dowry for a bride would generally require at least 600 yuan, 200 yuan as a security deposit, another 200 yuan for clothing, and the remaining 200 yuan for a gold ornament. However, the Du family only demanded 400 yuan, primarily because Du Lied held a favorable view of Li Tianming's character as a prospective son-in-law. Indeed, Li Tianming proved worthy of their trust. Despite the turmoil instigated by Du Wan, it was he who supported the elderly couple in their twilight years, both financially and physically. In a moment, I shall accompany you to seek out Du Lied. As he spoke, he glanced at the two shabby rooms, which had long since fallen into disrepair. The roof leaked in several places, and a crack marred the gable wall. He then looked at his two nephews and his young niece, feeling an overwhelming urge to kick open the door to the main house and drag Li Shueqing out for a good thrashing. In the days to come, dear uncle, I will take care of everything. You need not worry. In his previous life, Li Tianming managed to raise his siblings from nothing, and now, having been granted a second chance, he would certainly ensure they live well. He held a sense of trust in his eldest nephew. Yet after today's ordeal, how could he contemplate marrying? Alas, it is all fate. In the future, they would reside in the same courtyard but lead separate lives. As for your father, he will never rise to prominence in this life, nor will he ever understand his responsibilities. Even if he were to remarry, could he truly neglect his own flesh and blood? Brother, I'm hungry. At that moment, Xiao Wu staggered over, leaning against Li Tianming, his voice weak and feeble. He had anticipated a grand feast for his brother's wedding, having only consumed a bowl of thin porridge that morning, eagerly awaiting the midday banquet. Fear not, I shall prepare something for you. Li Tianming responded, rummaging through his pockets for a few coins, his meager possessions. Xiaorong, please go to the supply and marketing cooperative and purchase a bottle of soy sauce, and some other seasonings as well. During the division of their household, securing the grain was a small victory, but the remaining oil and condiments were hoarded by Qiao Fengyuan's daughters, and Li Tianming chose not to dwell on it. Li Rong agreed and took the money, preparing to leave. Although the household had been divided, their provisions had yet to be separated. Fortunately, the village cooperative was lenient. They could keep a tab and deduct from the new ration book later. Li Xuejuan quickly called her back, retrieving a large bill from his pocket. Xiaorong, take this money and buy some snacks that do not require a receipt to keep at home. Brother? Li Rong hesitated to accept the money and instead looked at Li Tianming, aware from a young age who truly held authority in their small household. Take it from your uncle. Upon hearing Li Tianming's words, Li Rong accepted the money and set off with Xiao Wu. Li Tianming had learned to cook and prepare meals since he was 10. Earlier, when the relatives departed, 2 uncles had left behind 2 gene of pork, which he promptly sliced with precision. Li Xuejuan, witnessing this, opened his mouth to speak but thought better of it. The weather was still warm, and the meat would spoil if not managed properly. Moreover, given the gravity of recent events, it was only fitting to provide a good meal to soothe the children. As Li Tianming busied himself, he engaged in light conversation with Li Xuejuan. Brother, suddenly hearing the cries of Xiao Wu, Li Tianming hastily rose and hurried into the courtyard, where he immediately spotted Xiao Fingyun's 2 daughters tugging at Li Rong. What are you doing? Li Shuzhen and Li Shufan turned to look at Li Tianming, but did not cease their actions. Just moments ago, Li Rong had taken Xiao Wu outside, and the 2 sisters had sensed it. Upon their return, with a bag of snacks in hand, they promptly blocked their way at the courtyard entrance and attempted to snatch it away. Li Tianming stepped forward, shielding his younger sisters behind him, while Xiao Wu, scratched on her arm, sobbed uncontrollably. Xiao Fengyun, if you neglect your own children, I shall take it upon myself to intervene. Li Tianming held a special affection for his sister Xiao Wu, who lost her mother at the tender age of 2. Their father, Li Xueqing, had never valued his daughters, and the fact that Xiao Wu had survived to grow up was a testament to her resilience. However, her childhood had been fraught with hardship, and as she grew older, she often fell ill, ultimately passing away in her 50s. Witnessing Xiao Wu being bullied was something Li Tianming could no longer tolerate. Xiao Fingyun's daughters had always been troublesome, greedy, lazy, cunning, and deceitful. They had bullied Li Rong and Xiao Wu in their youth and, after marrying, had left all responsibilities to Li Tianming and his brother. Try laying a finger on my daughter, Xiao Fengyun shrieked, charging out of the house, only to witness Li Tianming slap Li Shuzhen, who was merely a year younger than him, causing her head to jerk sideways. Let us see if you dare. In his previous life, he had longed to strike her but refrained due to the shame associated with a man engaging a woman in conflict. This time around, he felt no need for restraint. No one would prevent him from finding satisfaction. Stunned by Li Tianming's audacity, Xiao Fengyun hesitated momentarily before emitting a piercing scream and rushing towards him. I'll fight you. Li Tianming contemplated giving her a thorough lesson, but he knew that striking Xiao Fengyun would undoubtedly provoke Li Xueqing. Despite their strained relationship, he did not wish to be labeled as unfilial. In rural life, one's reputation was paramount. Grasping his 2 younger sisters, he sidestepped. Watching as Xiao Fengyun collided with the doorframe, half her body hanging out, a sight so pitiful that even Xiao Wu ceased her tears. Li Xueqing, will you just stand by and watch your son bully me? Li Xueqing stood at the door, yet Li Xuejuan lingered nearby, instilling a sense of fear in him regarding his elder brother. Come inside, I'll prepare some meat for you. Although he could not confront Xiao Fengyun directly, he felt a sense of relief from having vented his frustrations. Ignoring Xiao Fengyun's curses in the courtyard, he placed 2 gene of meat into the pot, and soon the rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. The local pork of that era was far superior to what would come later. Mom, I want to eat meat too. Li Shufan, being the youngest, was tempted by the scent, stirring her hunger. However, Xiao Fengyun was not like Jia Zhangshi. Having just separated, she still had her pride. Get inside, you useless things. With that, she raised her hand to slap and turned back into the house. Completely oblivious, Li Shufan's eyes were filled with resentment. Setting aside the rift between Xiao Fengyun and Li Xueqing, today, Li Tianming and his siblings finally relished a hearty meal. In this era, merely having enough to eat is a luxury, and indulging in meat is a privilege reserved for festive occasions. Just a few years prior, subsisting on meager rations was not merely a trivial matter as depicted in literary works. Observing Xiao Wu with grease smeared on his lips, Li Tianming felt a surge of joy. Brother, this meat is truly delectable. How could it not be? We wouldn't dare to indulge like this even during the new year. As he pondered, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. In their childhood, during the times of communal dining, they had been fortunate enough to enjoy meat a few times. For Xiao Wu, this was a first. Typically, when Xiao Fengyun prepared meat, Xiao Wu could only drool in envy. Once I start earning, you shall feast to your heart's content. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. Li Tianming then placed a piece of meat into Li Rong's bowl. Sister. Li Rong appeared burdened with thoughts. Li Tianming understood her worries. She had always been the most conscientious among them. Do not dwell on what should not concern you. With me around, our family's future will surely brighten. Upon hearing this, Li Shuejuan's hand trembled slightly as he held his chopsticks. He had merely mentioned considering it casually, yet now he realized he needed to think about his nephews and nieces. Scraping by would suffice for sustenance, but his two nephews needed homes and brides. And there were two nieces as well. After the meal, Li Shuejuan intended to accompany Li Tianming to confront Du Lide, but before they could leave, they encountered one of Du Lide's relatives. Hey, Tianming, my second uncle asked me to invite you to their home. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming felt an unsettling clarity wash over him. In this life, Du Wan had ultimately been retrieved by her father. In his previous life, after being bound and brought back, the man named Pang Bingxin had broken his leg and ceased his pursuit. Subsequently, in a state of confusion, Li Tianming had married Du Wan. In this lifetime, he vowed never to make such a foolish union again. Chapter 4. To fulfill you. Regret not on a day meant for celebration. Du Wan had stealthily eloped with someone, blatantly tearing down the dignity of the Li family. In his previous life, Li Tianming, out of sheer necessity, had unwittingly married Du Wan, causing Li Shuejuan to be infuriated, leading him to refrain from returning home for many years. Now, with Li Tianming resolutely declining the marriage proposal, Li Shuejuan naturally offered his unwavering support. He sent away the messenger from the Du family and summoned Li Tianliang. Go notify your third uncle, fourth uncle, along with your uncles Xueqing and Jinli, and gather all the men from our family to head to Du Lide's home. This is not just about Li Tianming. This incident tarnishes the entire Li family's reputation, and we must seek an explanation. Otherwise, our men will never be able to hold their heads high in the future. Li Tianliang agreed and hurriedly left. Your father's main house is lit, and you can still hear Xiao Fengyun's scolding echoing. Regardless, Xiaorong, you stay at home and look after Xiaowu, your brother, and I will be back shortly. With that, he beckoned Li Tianming to accompany him as they stepped outside. By the time the two arrived at the Du family's residence, a considerable crowd had already gathered at the entrance. Among them were relatives from the family, brothers, and neighbors who had arrived early, as well as a number of onlookers drawn by the spectacle. Not only the villagers, but also individuals from surrounding areas had come to witness this remarkable incident. It is worth noting that in this era, it was exceedingly rare for a betrothed woman to flee from her marriage. Such occurrences were scarcely seen once in a century. Consequently, the Du and Li families had gained considerable notoriety in the nearby villages. Li Shuejuan wore a grim expression. Had this been during his youth, he would have insisted on confronting the Du family with dire consequences. Brother Shuejuan. Li Xueqing appeared equally troubled, as Li Tianming's paternal uncle. He understood that the Du family was indeed at fault. Yet, as the village head, he could not afford to escalate the matter. Rest assured, we shall reason this out without bloodshed. Upon hearing Li Shuejuan's words, Li Xueqing felt a wave of relief and turned to Li Tianming, saying, Tianming, do not worry. Your uncle will advocate for you today. Thank you, uncle. As they conversed, their third uncle, Li Shuegong, fourth uncle, Li Xuenong, and several of Li Tianming's cousins arrived. The second son of the third uncle, Tianhong, was wielding a stick as thick as a forearm. Brother, if you say the word, I shall raise the roof of the Du family. Li Tianming was closest to his two cousins, particularly Tianhong, who was known for his rebellious spirit. Yet he always heeded Li Tianming's counsel. Why did you bring the second one along? Li Shuejuan had no intention of engaging in a physical confrontation with the Du family. After all, Li Tianming and his brother had to continue living in the village. Although the Du family was from a different lineage, there were numerous relatives in the nearby villages. If the Du family were to be harmed, retaliation would surely follow. I must reign in this hothead. Li Shuegong felt utterly helpless regarding his own son. Put down that stick. The elder's command was absolute, and Tianhong had no choice but to comply. Placing the stick aside obediently. Is Jinli not here yet? He has arrived. A robust, middle-aged man hurried over. It was Jinli, the captain of the village production team. to resolve the matter between the Li and Du families. Both the village head and the production team leader needed to be present. Brother Xuejuan, this situation is quite troublesome, Jin Li admitted. Whatever needs to be discussed can wait until we are indoors. Du Lide was already aware that the Li family had arrived, but he found it utterly humiliating to face them, given his daughter's disgraceful actions. Come in, everyone. Du Lide's face flushed with embarrassment as he dared not meet the gaze of Li Xuejuan and the others. We will not enter the house. You expect us to discuss this behind closed doors? Li Xuejuan had no intention of sparing Du Lide's dignity. The mere act of confronting him publicly in the street was already a sign of generosity. Du Lide's expression stiffened. He knew that he could no longer preserve his dignity today. Bring out that disgraceful individual at once. Immediately, a member of the Du family entered the house. And before long, they emerged with a person whose arms were bound behind their back, their cheeks swollen and disheveled. Yet, Li Tianming recognized her instantly. It was the young Du Wan from years past. In a previous life, the two had spent decades together. Li Tianming had once urged himself to let go, yet Du Wan remained as unyielding as a block of ice, and over time, his heart had grown cold as well. Now, upon encountering Du Wan again, Li Tianming felt no hatred, nor did he harbor much resentment. He was devoid of any compassion for her present predicament and solely wished to sever ties with this woman swiftly. Xuejuan, I have apprehended the person. You may punish or kill him as you wish. It is my daughter who has committed a grave transgression. If it comes to it, I would not complain even if she were struck down today. This rhetoric, so harsh in words, only served to uphold a respectable family name. In his previous life, Du Lide had resorted to emotional manipulation, coercing Li Tianming into marrying Du Wan. This time around, Li Tianming was resolute in not allowing him to fulfill his desires. However, before he could speak, Li Xuejuan interjected. Lide, what are you doing? The new society does not condone such antiquated practices. Release her at once. Even if she is your own daughter, it is unacceptable to call for violence. Li Xuejuan, having risen to the position of logistics director at a state-owned steel mill, was not a man lacking in insight. He could see through Du Lide's petty schemes. This matter today is not for me to comment on. How to educate your child is the concern of the Du family alone. His words were a clear indictment of the lack of upbringing in the Du household, leaving the members present with flushed faces, unable to retort, especially since Du Wan's actions had already spoken volumes. They were now preoccupied with the tarnished reputation of their family and how their daughter would find a suitor in the future. Our purpose here today is to resolve this matter. We will continue to live in the same village. We cannot allow a failed engagement to turn us into enemies. What do you think, Lide? Du Lide grew agitated upon hearing this. Xuejuan, what are you suggesting? How can an engagement not succeed? I have apprehended her and reprimanded her. Look, as his smile faded, Li Xuejuan's expression turned increasingly frigid. Beside him, Li Xuegong exclaimed in anger, Du Lide, have you no shame? Your daughter has spent an entire day with another man. Who knows what transpired? And you wish to foist this embarrassment onto Tianming as a bride? How can you even utter such words? The villagers, who had been eavesdropping, erupted in laughter. How can you say such things? You tarnish my daughter's reputation. I shall not let this go. Du Wan's mother rushed out from the house, crouching low as she charged at Li Xuegong. Yet, before she could reach him, Du Lide restrained her. If a brawl were to ensue, the Li family was not merely represented by those present. A call from Li Xuejuan could summon 100 strong laborers from the village, ready to dismantle their home in an instant. Return to the house, he commanded, delivering a sharp slap to Du Wan's mother's back and signaling her to leave. She departed in disgrace, leaving Du Lide to confront the Li family alone. Xuegong, your words are unbecoming of an elder. I swear upon my ancestral lineage that Wan and that man have had no dealings whatsoever. Another wave of laughter erupted in response. On the day of the wedding, to abandon everything and run away is a tale fit only to deceive the gullible. Whether or not such a thing occurred is of no concern to our family. This union is beyond the reach of the Li family. While the two children have yet to exchange vows or obtain a marriage certificate, it is best that no one delays anyone else. Furthermore, the nation now advocates for the freedom of marriage. Since your daughter has already found someone in her heart, I suggest you refrain from obstructing her. After speaking, Li Xuejuan turned to Li Tianming. Tianming, do you have anything further to add? Li Tianming glanced at the dejected Du Wan sitting on the ground. After having lived together for decades, he wished he could have been reborn years earlier to prevent this situation from arising. Du Wan, having grown up together. You surely know my character. If you truly did not wish to be with me, you should have expressed it sooner. I, Li Tianming, would not have clung to the idea of marrying you against your will. At the time of our engagement, you said nothing. When your father accepted the bride price from my family, you remained silent. Even if you had sent a message last night, clearly stating your feelings, I would never have pursued you relentlessly. As he spoke, he took a deep breath. These words had been pent up in his heart from his previous life, and he finally had the chance to voice them. I cannot comprehend why you chose the day of our wedding to do this. What offense have I, Li Tianming, committed to deserve such public humiliation? His words resonated with those gathered, who nodded in agreement. Du Wan, knowing she was in the wrong, remained silent throughout. With the situation escalated, the engagement was no longer on the table. If you do not wish to be with me, I shall grant you your freedom, but do not come to regret it. No. Just as Li Tianming finished speaking, Du Lide interjected. Chapter 5. Spitting out what you've consumed. Returning what you've taken. Du Lide had only 2 daughters and no sons, which had long been a source of anxiety for him. Who would care for him in his old age? This concern became his foremost priority. He meticulously considered the young men in the village, ultimately settling on Li Tianming. This young man was diligent and reliable, undoubtedly one of the finest among his peers. If he could forge a connection with the Li family, not only would his daughter have support, but he and his wife would also benefit from the alliance. Though Li Xueqing struggled to stand on his own, the presence of Li Xuejuan as the elder uncle ensured that he would look after his nephew. Hence, Du Lide took the initiative to approach the Li family for a marriage alliance. What further enticed him was the fact that since Qiao Fengyun entered the household, she had drawn Li Xueqing closer, neglecting her own children. Over time, it was inevitable that Li Tianming and his father would grow distant, and with a little manipulation, Li Tianming would likely become his son-in-law, providing for his retirement. In his previous life, Du Lide had indeed made a wise choice. Although Li Tianming and Du Wan's marriage was fraught with difficulties, this son-in-law had proven himself commendable in their eyes. Now that Li Tianming expressed his desire to withdraw from the engagement, how could Du Lide accept such a decision? Tianming, Xiaowan truly realized her mistakes. Grant her this one reprieve. If you remain unsatisfied, Du Lide remarked, turning to enter the woodshed. Upon emerging, he brandished a wrought-tin stick, thick as a thumb, poised to thrust it into Li Tianming's hands. Strike her, if it brings you solace. Li Tianming swiftly sidestepped, acutely aware that in front of so many villagers, should he lay a finger on Du Wan, he would forever tarnish his reputation. Uncle, a forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. Do not burden your own daughter, nor torment me. As Du Lide saw Li Tianming's reluctance to engage, he became frantic, leaping up and hurling insults at Du Wan. What a disgraceful spectacle. You have sullied the dignity of the Du family. He raised his foot to kick her, but was halted by Li Xuejuan's intervention. Lida, teach your children behind closed doors. Do not humiliate us before the Li family and our neighbors. Should you persist, this union will not be recognized by our family, and your protests will be in vain. No sooner had he spoken than chaos erupted outside, with several individuals barging into the courtyard. A young man brushed past Li Tianming and bent down to assist Du Wan. Peng Bingxin. Even if reduced to ashes, Li Tianming would recognize him, for he was the very one who had brutally stomped on his face. Upon seeing Peng Bingxin's arrival, Du Wan's previously dim eyes sparkled with life. In a past life, Peng Bingxin had suffered broken legs at the hands of Li Tianming and his brother, vanishing thereafter, only to return after the reform and opening up. During that era, he was the epitome of success, dressed in suits, sporting ties, driving a car, and bringing back items that were unheard of to the people of that time. Now, with Li Tianming refraining from violence, it spared Peng Bingxin further suffering. You wretched scoundrel, how dare you set foot in my home? Du Lide, deeply engrossed in devising a way to cement this marriage, found that Peng Bingxin's presence threatened to sour relations, risking animosity with the Li family if not handled delicately. What are you waiting for? Throw him out. Du Lide's nephew, upon hearing this, seized a weapon and aimed it at Peng Bingxin. Do not resort to violence. Let us discuss this calmly. A middle-aged man accompanying Peng Bingxin rushed forward to intervene. Li Xuejuan, witnessing the scene, signaled the Li family to maintain distance between both parties. Du Lide, your family matters are of no concern to us. Once we depart, you may fight to the bitter end. But until we resolve our affairs and clarify our intentions, I expect your cooperation. Third, fourth, Li Xuegong and Li Xuanong stepped forward. Not long ago, during the betrothal, You accompanied us. You are aware of how much Tianming offered, are you not? Li Xuanong, literate and astute, had assisted in compiling the list of bride price for the Du family. Brother, I have the records right here. Li Xuejuan extended his hand to receive the document, unfurling it to present it to Du Lide. Du Lide, do you acknowledge this? A man values his face, just as a tree values its bark. Though Du Lide was typically shrewd, he knew better than to be shameless in front of so many witnesses. With numerous eyes upon him, he dared not deny the bride price his family had received. As Du Lide fell silent, Li Xuejuan put the document away. Without uttering a word, I shall take your silence as acquiescence. Now, if you wish to claim your belongings, I fear you may find it difficult to gather the necessary funds. A reduction of 400 yuan is warranted, lest we be accused of bullying you, as members of the Li family. Li Xuejuan's demeanor was forceful, leaving Du Lide with no room for refusal. Prior to the division of the family assets, there was an opportunity to secure 200 yuan for his niece and nephew to establish their home. However, Xiao Fengyun's obstinacy hindered any coercive measures that Li Xuejuan, as the elder brother, might have wished to impose. Since it was futile to extract money from Xiao Fengyun, the 400 yuan bride price owed to the Du family must be reclaimed. Otherwise, how would Li Tianming manage to support his 3 young ones in the future? There are also debts owed to the village, which may take a lifetime to repay. Although Li Xuejuan's life is relatively comfortable, he still has a large family to support in the city. Xuejuan, is there no room for negotiation in this matter? Li Xuejuan's cold laughter met this inquiry as he glanced towards Du Wan, who was being assisted by Pang Bingxin. The two appeared almost entwined in their current posture. Du Lide noticed this and wished he could vanish into the ground. He raised the rattan stick in his hand and struck at the two. Dad! Du Wan pushed Pang Bingxin away, taking the blow herself. Just moments ago, her heart felt desolate, but now, Pang Bingxin's presence revivified her spirit. Father, I understand I have brought shame upon our family, but must you truly force me to the brink of despair? Du Wan pleaded, turning her gaze towards Li Tianming. Li Tianming, I know you are a good man, yet I have never harbored any affection for you. I beg you spare me, will you? The onlookers in the village began to murmur among themselves, none perceiving Li Tianming as the villain who disrupts love, but rather condemning Du Wan. Shameless. How can she speak of love so freely, a young woman with such audacity? Du Lide lamented, feeling that his daughter was a wasted investment. Let her love whoever she wishes. It is of no concern to me. The villagers scoffed at her behavior, questioning her virtue and whether she was still a maiden. Especially after witnessing her embrace with another. They felt sympathy for Tianming, acknowledging that even if he did not bear the Li surname, he was still connected to the family. And thus they knew where to align their loyalties. Each word from the villagers pierced Du Wan like daggers. She sought to evade their scrutiny, but found no sanctuary. Li Tianming regarded Du Wan with a sardonic smile. Her words stripped away the scant affection he had felt for her, stemming from his regard for her father. Spare you? Does this woman hold such a high opinion of herself? Li Tianming mused. He conceded that Du Wan was indeed a beautiful girl, a rarity in the rural landscape where young ones were expected to toil for their sustenance. Under the relentless sun, most bore the marks of labor, weathered skin and calloused hands. Yet Du Wan was an exception. Despite engaging in work, her natural beauty shone through, her fair skin and statuesque figure setting her apart from the typical rural folk. Not only the local youth, but even the educated youths sent to work in the city desired her. Previously, when Du Lide had approached regarding a potential union, Li Tianming had not voiced his anticipation, yet inwardly, he could not deny his hope. Who would not wish to wed a beautiful bride? But must you truly remain so obstinate in your ignorance? In their previous lives, they had tormented each other endlessly. Du Wan had never offered Li Tianming a kind word until her passing, and there was no reason to indulge her now. Was it my lack of clarity? Or my uncle's? This engagement is null and void. Yet, whatever you have taken from me must be returned, be it food or money. What are you planning, the Du family? To keep the bride price? It's merely 400 yuan. I shall provide it. At this moment, Pang Bingxin finally spoke up. As soon as he finished his statement, he noticed Li Tianming extending his open hand before him. With his wife gone, he must reclaim what is rightfully his. In this day and age, 400 yuan is no insignificant sum. You assert that you will pay? Then produce the money. Pang Bingxin found himself momentarily speechless. I currently do not possess it. But once I do, I will certainly repay you. I can even write you an IOU. The onlookers erupted into laughter. What heroics can be performed without funds? Indeed, one should not fear the wind when showing off their tongue. Pang Bingxin's face changed color under their ridicule, and he glared at Li Tianming in fury. If you are a man, do not make things difficult for Du Wan. Slap. Before he could finish, a resounding blow landed on Pang Bingxin's face, throwing him off balance and causing him to fall to the ground. Li Tianming, filled with anger, had struck him with such force that Pang Bingxin stumbled and sat down heavily. Upon witnessing this, Du Wan instinctively reached out to help him. Though the ropes binding her were merely a ruse by Du Lide to feign suffering in front of the Li family, Pang Bingxin had untied her as soon as he arrived. How dare you strike me? You have ridden on my back to defecate. Am I to choose a day for punishing an adulterer? I will not engage in idle chatter, whether the bride price is returned or not, if it is not forthcoming. We shall find a place to discuss this matter. The state advocates for marital freedom and opposes feudal arrangements. Yet if the marriage is not to be, the bride price must be returned in full. With Du Wan marrying 2 husbands, Li Tianming could very well sue their family for fraudulent marriage. Du Lide realized that the engagement was utterly doomed. The scene had become so disgraceful that the 2 families could no longer even remain neighbors. He shot a fierce glare at Du Wan before retreating indoors, emerging later with a handful of money. This is the bride price, though there remains a deficit of 35 yuan. When the betrothal was arranged, Li Tianming had given 200 yuan as a bride price, with the remainder spent on new clothing for Du Wan. Ironically, the garment she wore at that moment was made from the fabric gifted by Li Tianming. There was no way to return the clothing, for doing so would be tantamount to slapping the Li family in the face. As for the food, it had long since been consumed by her family and could not be refunded. Seeing Li Xuejuan unwilling to accept the money, Du Lide had no choice but to seek assistance from relatives, as Pang Bingxin was of no help. Having lost his parents at a young age, he was raised by his uncle, the middle-aged man who had accompanied him. With his daughter embroiled in such a scandal, the nearby villages would soon know of it, and it would be near impossible to find her a suitable match again. Reluctantly, Du Lide had no choice but to concede to marrying Du Wan to Pang Bingxin. Xuejuan, does this clear our debts? Clear our debts? Li Xuejuan took the money, counted it to find exactly 400 yuan, and looked up at Du Lide as if he had heard the most absurd joke. What shall become of the dignity of the Li family? Moreover, in pursuit of marrying your daughter, I have already prepared the banquet. How shall we account for this? Indeed, the Du family does not possess the audacity to bully others in such a manner. A daughter married to 2 husbands. Such a disgraceful act could only be conceived by your family. The expenses for the banquet are not trivial. Xuejuan, let Du Lide compensate. The villagers chattered among themselves, and Du Lide's countenance grew increasingly grim, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Li Xuejuan spoke the truth. Money is a mere trifle, but one's dignity is of paramount importance. What do you propose we do? Li Xuejuan turned to Li Xuenong. The 4th son, Li Xuenong, understood that this was an attempt to secure benefits for his nephew, and after a brief contemplation, he felt assured. The cost of the banquet, including dishes, meat, grains, beverages, and the 2 packs of cigarettes, amounted to a total of 300 yuan. Du Lide was acutely aware that today would require a sacrifice. Otherwise, the Li family would not let him off the hook, and in the future, there would be no place for his family within the Li clan's territory. I will accept this debt, but why should it fall upon Xuejuan? Du Wan's mother emerged from the house, plopping down on the ground, wailing and beating her thighs. You are driving us to despair. The Li family is intent on pushing us to our demise. In the city, such a display might intimidate the timid and those concerned with appearances, but in the countryside, which woman does not know this act? Upon witnessing it, they would merely chuckle at the spectacle. You should return home. This is already enough humiliation. The disgrace your daughter has brought upon us is such that if the Li family does not cast us out, it would be considered merciful. Du Lide's words were clearly a jab at the Li family, and Li Xuejuan was not oblivious to this. There is no point in discussing unnecessary matters. We live in a new society that values reason and law. We, the Li family, are not tyrants. Let us settle this fairly. Let the villagers decide if this money should be reimbursed by you. Li Xuejuan, a leader at a large factory, had always been willing to assist villagers who sought his help in Haiqing, never shying away from those he could aid, and even offering hospitality to those he could not help. Thus, despite not residing in the village, he held immense respect among the villagers. Du Lide had recognized this connection, which prompted him to approach the Li family with the intent of forming a union. It is your daughter who refuses to wed Tianming. Therefore, you ought to compensate. Tianming incurred significant expenses for the banquet, and it is unreasonable for him to suffer losses now that his bride is gone. Duwan's mother attempted to create more commotion, but was silenced by a mere glance from Du Lide. He then turned to Li Xuejuan, his expression fraught with difficulty. Xuejuan, I acknowledge this debt, but to demand that I produce 300 yuan now is to place me in a dire situation. I do not seek to trouble you. If you lack the funds, then offer something in exchange. With that, he gestured towards several logs positioned at the side of the courtyard. Those logs are surely not worth 300. I shall take them as payment for the banquet. Upon hearing this, Du Lide instinctively wished to refuse. However, the prevailing circumstances left him no room to express dissent. Very well, they are yours. Li Tianming, upon hearing that Li Xuejuan intended to take the logs, was initially perplexed. But after a moment's reflection, he understood. Those logs were what Du Lide intended to use for the beams when demolishing the current dwelling to construct a new. In discussing value, it certainly does not amount to 300 yuan. However, in this day and age, acquiring such fine cedar is no simple task. Many households constructing homes resort to using sorghum stalks bound together as beams, which are prone to breakage over time. Li Xuejuan sought these few pieces of cedar for the natural purpose of aiding his nephews, Li Tianming and Li Tianxing, in their future home-building endeavors in the village. Though this engagement has faltered, Li Tianming has reached an age where he must marry, and in a few years, Li Tianxing will also require a bride. They cannot continue to squeeze into those two cramped rooms. With Li Xueqing, their biological father, no longer a reliable source of support, the responsibility falls upon Li Xuejuan, the elder uncle. Upon receiving Du Lide's acquiescence, Li Xuejuan promptly instructed his workers to lift the wood. The Li family possesses no shortage of robust laborers, and swiftly, for men, each grasping a piece, transported the cedar away in no time. Du Lide, gazing at the now empty yard, seethed with anger. Realizing not only had he suffered a considerable loss, but henceforth he would struggle to hold his head high in the village. It's all your shameful fault, he exclaimed, ready to strike, but was quickly restrained by his uncle, Pang Monsong, who had accompanied Pang Bingxin. Uncle, considering the situation is already dire. Even if you were to beat the child to death, what would it achieve? It would be better to support the two children, he argued. You speak nonsense. Du Lide retorted, his anger bubbling over. When he had gone to capture Dujuan earlier that day, he had witnessed the deplorable conditions at Pang Bingxin's home. 3 drafty, leaky earthen rooms devoid of even a single decent piece of furniture. Marrying Dujuan off to them would not only bring no benefits, but might lead to further financial burdens down the line. Yet, at this juncture, if Dujuan were to refuse Pang Bingxin, it seemed unlikely that any respectable family would come forward to claim her. A bride who could abandon her marriage on the wedding day would hardly be deemed desirable by any household. However, one could not concede too readily. You expect my daughter to marry your nephew? Pray tell, what does your nephew possess to marry her? Pang Monsong was a shrewd individual. Allowing them into his home indicated a willingness to negotiate. Moreover, given the public nature of this affair, what decent family would consider Dujuan? If she rejected his nephew, she might find herself wed to an old bachelor or a widowed man. Uncle, do not mock me. This child, Bingxin, has had a hard life, having lost his parents at a young age and being raised by me. As for the bride price, I can only offer 200. What? Before Du Lide could respond, Dujuan's mother interjected, vehemently opposing. Today, they had suffered greatly, having exhausted their savings and returned the bride price, not to mention the 35 yuan lost due to famine, as well as the compensation for the beams intended for their new home. If you wish to marry my daughter, you will need no less than 600 yuan. I would rather keep her at home. Mother. Dujuan attempted to speak, but was silenced by a sharp slap across her face. Be quiet. Your voice is not needed here. She then turned back to Pang Monsong. It is not that we are selling our daughter. In this day and age, what family does not demand a proper bride price? 200 for the dowry, 200 for clothing, and 200 for a gold piece. If your family cannot meet this, do not even think of marrying my daughter. Pang Monsong feigned difficulty. Aunt, you are placing me in a challenging position. However, once you spoke, I found myself at a loss for words. Let us proceed this way. We shall first settle the engagement, and then return home to devise a plan. Once we have gathered the bride price, I will bring people to formally present the betrothal. What do you think? Just as Duwan's mother was about to agree, Du Lide could not consent. With such a disgrace befalling the family, it would be unwise to delay Du-won's marriage, for leaving her at home would only invite gossip and scrutiny. He had his dignity, after all. 200. But this bride price cannot accompany Wan when she enters her new home. Very well. Peng Monsong immediately assented. Furthermore, my daughter cannot be married off without a proper ceremony. There must be a feast. Regardless of how many tables you prepare, our family shall send only 2 attendees. As long as there is a banquet, Du-won will be wed in a recognized manner, which will redeem some face for the Du family. That is acceptable. Du Lide then turned his attention to Pang Bingxin. You must provide me with a written guarantee that you will be responsible for our old age when my sister and I visit in the future. Peng Monsong fell silent, instead looking at his nephew. Bingxin, what say you? It is feasible. Chapter 7. Bound to a tree, yet not starved, not yet asleep. Upon entering the room, Li Xuejuan found Li Tianming seated by the stove, while several younger ones were already asleep in the inner chamber. Wait until you return to converse. Li Tianming rose, retrieved a stool, and poured a cup of water from the only tea jar in the house, handing it over. Observing his nephew, Li Xuejuan could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. This day was meant to be a joyous occasion for his nephew, yet it had ended in disarray. Tianming, my boy, a true man must broaden his horizons. The girl from the Du family is simply unfortunate. I know my nephew well. Even when bound to a tree, he would not perish from hunger. You are a capable man who can support a household. In the days to come, those younger ones will rely on you. So you mustn't. Uncle, rest assured, I understand. You need not worry about our family affairs. I am here. Li Xuejuan nodded. That is the spirit. I have just spoken with your 2 aunts. They will assist in arranging the marriage. Returning so late was to discuss this matter with your 2 younger brothers. There is no rush. To live a second life, Li Tianming did not wish to stumble through marriage blindly. In this lifetime, he was determined to wed a beloved wife. What do you mean there is no rush? You are already 18. He sighed again. The fates of these nephews and nieces were indeed cruel. Losing their mother at such a tender age, and with a father who was a complete fool, now even the eldest nephew's marriage was fraught with difficulty. I remember what you mentioned. I will reflect on it when I return home. The position Li Xuejuan occupied, while not a coveted one, attracted many eyes. A single misstep could lead to calamity for the entire family. The 2 relatives conversed for a considerable time, with Li Xuejuan doing most of the talking while Li Tianming listened. They did not retire until the early hours of the morning. At dawn, the village loudspeaker blared to life. A great voyage relies on the helmsman. All life flourishes under the sun. The melody echoed in Li Tianming's memory, evoking a sense of nostalgia. This is truly a return. Rising from the bed, he noticed Li Xuejuan and the 3 younger ones still asleep. After washing his face, Li Tianming busied himself with kindling a fire to prepare a meal, ignoring the veiled criticisms from Qiao Fengyan. The rations received yesterday were meager, but fortunately, the autumn harvest was upon them. Once the grains were collected, the village would settle accounts, and they would receive their share. Li Tianming was untroubled by this. However, having lived through life once already, he was unwilling to endure a similar fate as in his past life, scraping by on meager provisions to support his siblings. Particularly after the ordeal of Du-won's elopement, he felt an even stronger urgency to seek a better life. Concerning the matter discussed with his uncle, he was uncertain about its feasibility and needed to contemplate his next steps carefully. Tianming, I must return to the city shortly. Take this, said Li Xuejuan during mealtime, pulling out the betrothal gifts he had retrieved yesterday, along with all the cash and grain coupons from his pockets. When you head to work, remember to tell Uncle Xueqing to repay the borrowed money from the team first and save the rest, whether it's for building a house or marrying a wife. Do not spend extravagantly. Li Tianming hurriedly declined. Uncle, it suffices that we can reclaim the betrothal money. We cannot accept this. He understood that although his uncle had a job, the family was large, with 6 children, both male and female, and a paralyzed mother-in-law to care for. Thus their life was not particularly affluent. Just take it. Why are you hesitating? Li Xuejuan insisted, firmly placing the money and grain coupons into Li Tianming's pocket. I have no worries except for living in the same courtyard. There will inevitably be some discord. After all, he is your father. If he says something, just pretend you didn't hear it. And you all, did you hear me? Li Tianliang and Li Rong nodded in agreement, while little Wu, still too young to comprehend, was preoccupied with the delicious meat from yesterday's meal, oblivious to other thoughts. Tianming, If possible, let me go to school next autumn after the harvest, little Wu said, her curiosity piqued by her uncle's mention of her. In her previous life, she had been unable to attend school due to their poverty, remaining illiterate throughout her life. Rest assured, we shall send her to school next year, Li Tianming replied, noting that little Wu was 6 years old and would be of school age the following year. Hearing this, Li Xuejuan finally smiled. Having seen much in the city, he understood the value of education well. It was a pity for Tianliang and Xiaorong, though. Li Tianliang was 15 and Li Rong 12. Both had dropped out of school early, leaving only Li Tianming with a year of junior high education. Uncle, I want to be attending school. I will work in the fields with my brother, Li Tianliang declared, lacking the aptitude for studies. He had only attended primary school for half a year before stubbornly refusing to return. By the age of 10, he was already gathering pigweed for the production team, and last year had proven capable enough to earn a full wage. After finishing their meal, Li Xuejuan rode his bicycle back to Haiqing. Li Tianming accompanied him to the village entrance before returning home to call for Li Tianliang. The two brothers headed to the courtyard, leaving Li Rong to care for little Wu, planning to return in the afternoon to assist with some light chores in the women and children's group. At the courtyard, many villagers had already gathered, awaiting the start of work. Tianming, is everything all right? A woman approached him with concern. Aunt, what could possibly be wrong with me? He replied, this is no mere pretense. Having liberated himself from an unfortunate marriage and simultaneously severed ties, Li Tianming now finds himself unburdened and exhilarated. Alas, in my humble opinion, such a fine young man as yourself would bring joy to any family. Yet it seems the old Du family is blind to this truth. The aunt spoke deliberately loudly. Not far off were Du Lide and his wife with their 2 daughters. Each villager they encountered in the early morning cast unusual glances towards them. Du Lide, a man who valued his reputation, would have hidden away had he not been in debt, anticipating a reduction in his grain share at year's end. Now, publicly criticized. The villagers quickly rallied in agreement. Those aligned with the Li family, or even those with distant ties, certainly knew where to place their loyalties. If one is discontented, it is merely their own lack of fortune. In time, the aunt would find a suitable match for you. Your second aunt also ought to inquire. What kind of fine girl is unworthy of our Tianming? Need I say more? Our Tianming could match the 7 fairies, surrounded by a group of aunts jesting. Even though Li Tianming had experienced rebirth and maintained a demeanor as steady as an ancient monk, he could not help but blush. Li Tianming's reputation in the village had always been exemplary, grounded, capable, benevolent, and sharp-witted. Every elder who spoke of him did so with a thumbs up. Alas, Du Lide sighed deeply, lamenting that such a splendid son-in-law was not destined for his own daughter. He could not fathom the appeal of that Pang Bingxing. Aside from his silver tongue and persuasive manner, how could he compare to Li Tianming? He appeared respectable, yet upon closer inquiry, who did not know him to be a good-for-nothing and ne'er-do-well? Enough, enough, let us not bicker. Team leader Jean Li has arrived and is about to call the roll and assign today's tasks. Tianming, please harness the cart and head to the commune to fetch some diesel. The harvest season is upon us, and the region primarily cultivates rice. Machinery will be necessary for the threshing. Li Tianming acknowledged and followed Jean Li to the village committee. After harnessing the cart, he sought out Li Xueqing. Uncle Xueqing, Tianming is here. Had this incident involved another young man from the village, it would have surely ended in bloodshed. The fact that it did not lead Li Xueqing to regard his nephew with newfound respect. Uncle Xueqing, I have come to repay the village loan. For the bride price to the Du family, aside from what I earned working on the river, I also borrowed 150 yuan from the village. No need to rush. You have just separated, and it is indeed a time when funds are necessary. Use this money for now. Thank you, uncle. I feel uneasy with debts to the village, so it is best to repay it promptly. As he spoke, he reached into his clothing and produced a cloth pouch. Besides the 400 yuan bride price returned by the Du family, there was also 85 yuan left by Li Xuejuan. He counted out 150 yuan and handed it over. Upon seeing this, Li Xueqing instructed accountant Ma Chongguang to receive it. Tianming, I just conferred with several committee members about the land for your and Tianliang's new homestead. We have designated a plot near the grand stage. What do you think? The future site of your new home, located by the grand stage, will distance you from the old residence and help you avoid many troubles. Excellent. Uncle, I appreciate your assistance. Not a bother, not a bother. Your satisfaction is all that matters. If there is anything in the future, feel free to seek me out at the branch. Do not hesitate. Li Tianming expressed his gratitude and then departed with Captain Jean Li, heading towards the county seat in a horse-drawn cart. The distance from Li family platform to Yonghe County is over 40 li, requiring them to cross a mountain ridge. While there are many skilled drivers in the village, none possess the expertise of Li Tianming. Every time they venture to the county, it is Li Tianming who takes the reins. By the time they arrived at the county seat, it was nearly noon. At this moment, the county was not yet transformed into a landscape of towering skyscrapers and wide, smooth asphalt roads, as it would be decades later. The county commune was merely a somewhat spacious courtyard. Jean Li procured tickets, and the two then proceeded to the material bureau to load up barrels of diesel. Tianming, let us have a meal first. Later, we must bring a few educated youths back with us. More educated youths? There are currently 13 in Li family platform, 8 males and 5 females, all residing in the former mansion of the landlord, Li Laolu. There is no alternative to the arrangements imposed from above. Jean Li was clearly displeased. These educated youths arrived with no skills to perform farm work, yet demanded a share of the collective grain. In his words, they were akin to worthless chickens that could not perch. However, sending educated youths to the countryside for re-education by the poor and lower-middle peasants is a policy of the state, and Jean Li could only vent his frustrations. Upon returning to the county commune, they encountered several other horse-drawn carts from nearby villages, all there to retrieve the educated youths. Just as they secured the horse, 3 large trucks rolled in. Chapter 8. Song Xiaoyu. We walked along the main road, proudly waving red flags towards the sun as instructors led the revolutionary team. Forging ahead through thorns and brambles, advancing onward, unwavering in the unstoppable tide of revolution, moving forward, ever forward, towards victory. Jean Li leaned against the cart, crossing his arms, and scoffed. Quite the picturesque scene. Just wait until they handle the sickle, and their enthusiasm will quickly diminish. His remark elicited a hearty laugh from the villagers who had come to collect the educated youths. When the first batch of educated youths arrived, they were initially welcomed. As at the tender age of 17 or 18, they were perceived as strong laborers in the eyes of the rural populace. Yet, within 2 months, their true colors emerged. Aside from the political study sessions organized in the village, where they shouted slogans with fervor, they proved to be of little practical use. Moreover, some of these educated youths were suspected of being less than scrupulous, as chickens and dogs began to mysteriously disappear from the village, inevitably attributed to these city dwellers. Over time, the villagers naturally grew increasingly disenchanted with the educated youths. Uncle, it has been several years since the village last hosted educated youths. What is the reason for this year's influx? What else could it be? It's a forced assignment from above. A bunch of idle individuals, claiming to be educated. They act as if they are lords, expecting us to cater to them. At that moment, another villager from a different village chimed in, "You're lucky. Those dispatched to your Li family platform this year arrived just before the autumn harvest. Last year, the few assigned to our village came merely to hibernate through the winter." Jean Li and Li Tianming exchanged incredulous glances. When the higher authorities assigned educated youths, they seemed oblivious to the realities of rural life. Assigning them post-autumn harvest meant the village would have to sustain them through the winter with collective grain. Who wouldn't harbor resentment over that? This year, as the autumn harvest approaches, regardless of whether anything can be achieved, it is essential to enlist the help of these educated youth. Come, let us first partake in a meal. Jean Li beckoned to Li Tianming, and the two entered the state-run cafeteria opposite the commune. 4 steamed buns and a bowl of cabbage stew with vermicelli. Such are the perks of official duties, allowing one to enjoy finer grains from the communal accounts. Eat up. What are you staring at? Jean Li had already seized a bun, devouring a quarter of it in one bite. Li Tianming hesitated, tearing off half of a bun. He needed sustenance for the journey ahead. Jean Li, noticing his reluctance, immediately inferred the situation. Comrade, bring us 6 more buns. Uncle, we can't eat that many. Who says it's just for us? We shall take them back for Xiao Rong and Xiao Wu. As Jean Li spoke, he requested a sheet of grass paper from the server, wrapping the 6 buns and placing them before Li Tianming. Rest assured, no one in the village will gossip. Li Tianming hesitated but ultimately accepted this kindness. One cannot cultivate nobility before earning their first pot of gold. He stuffed the buns into his satchel, and in no time, both had devoured their meal completely. Let us go. We still need to fetch those elderly gentlemen and ladies. Jean Li lit a cigarette and offered one to Li Tianming. As the two departed the cafeteria, Several horse-drawn carts had already diminished at the entrance of the commune. Over 30 educated youth awaited roll call in the courtyard. Li Tianming glanced over, but paid little attention. These youth, who were determined to root themselves in the countryside for a lifetime, will soon find ways to escape back to the city in a few years. Jean Li exchanged pleasantries with personnel from the county's educated youth office. And soon it was time for Li Jiazi. Upon hearing the name Song Xiaoyu, Li Tianming was momentarily taken aback, if memory served him right. She too was assigned to Li Jiazi. He remembered her distinctly, for Song Xiaoyu was the only one among the numerous female educated youth who had married a villager. Her husband was quite renowned in the village, being Li Tianming's distant cousin and the most wayward among their peers. Later, as other educated youth gradually returned to the city, Song Xiaoyu, due to her marriage, did not qualify for repatriation and remained in the village until the late 1980s, when the couple finally managed to return to Haicheng through connections. In Li Tianming's recollection, Song Xiaoyu had always been somewhat taciturn, never speaking up even when wronged. Tianming, why are you standing there in a daze? Lend a hand. Oh, coming. Li Tianming responded, moving forward to lift the luggage from the ground. Hey, be gentle. Can you afford to pay if you break it? Li Tianming paused, turning to look at the male educated youth who was pointing at him. The name of this person had faded from his memory, yet the face held some familiarity. On a previous occasion, when the County Revolutionary Committee inspected the village, in a bid to meet obligations, Li Xueqing had customarily arranged for the landlord Li Lao Lu to be criticized publicly. It was this individual who had rushed forward to slap Li Lao Lu twice. In terms of lineage, Li Lao Lu belonged to Li Tianming's grandfather's generation. Although classified as a landlord, he had not committed any grave misdeeds before the liberation. Before the tide of history surged, every time they encountered each other in the village, the old man would jovially share candies with the children. Due to the incident, Li Tianming summoned a few brothers and, under the cover of night, stormed into the youth station, delivering a severe beating to the individual in question. What are you staring at? Before the words were fully uttered, Li Tianming's bag struck him squarely. Faced with Li Tianming's fierce gaze, Zhang Qingsun opted for silence. Comrade, temper your fury. Let us be more amicable. The personnel from the youth office, having witnessed the scene, were disinterested in intervening. After all, they were all from the same locality, perhaps even related. And who would stand up for an outsider? Li Tianming remained silent and continued to load others' belongings onto the cart. The cart was not particularly spacious. 2 diesel barrels occupied a third of the space, leaving room for only 3 more individuals. The youth assigned to Li Jiatai consisted of 3 men and 3 women. As the female youths boarded the cart, the male youths followed alongside it. After finishing his statement, Jean Li ambled ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. For rural dwellers, a distance of 40 li was hardly significant. However, for these urban youths, the situation was quite different. The journey to Yonghe County had already drained much of their enthusiasm, and now, feeling both fatigued and famished, the male youths erupted in discontent upon learning they still had to walk to the village. Walk? How far is it? Not far, just 40 li. We should arrive before dark. Jean Li casually responded, his pace unbroken and without looking back. 40 li? Are you joking? Knowing we were coming to fetch the youths, why not send another cart? Exactly. The onlookers regarded the 3 male youths with incredulity. Send another cart? Which village's livestock isn't a treasure? It's a privilege to have 1 cart, especially when the county youth office has made arrangements. Otherwise, everyone would have to walk back to the village. Li Tianming paid no mind to their thoughts, and once the 3 female youths were aboard, he took up the reins and flicked them through the air. With a crack, the sturdy horse commenced its journey, moving steadily forward. As for the 3 male youths, if they chose not to follow, that was their prerogative, provided the county youth office was willing to look after their sustenance and lodging. Zhang Qingsun and his companions contemplated seeking out the youth office to file a complaint. But the person who had brought them over had long since vanished, and they recognized none of the others. Seeing Li Tianming drive the cart further away, they had no choice but to reluctantly follow. Hey, get on the cart. As he passed by Jean Li, Li Tianming called out, prompting Jean Li to leap onto the cart's yoke. Comrade, how about we swap seats? After traveling approximately 10 li, Li Tianming heard someone speaking behind him. The voice barely audible, almost indistinguishable. Turning to look, he saw the 3 male youths trailing behind, their gait uneven, clearly exhausted. Comrade, Song Xiaoyu called out once more. Suit yourself. He was a kind-hearted soul. If others wished to be benevolent, Li Tianming saw no reason to intervene. He gently tapped the whip on the horse's back, and the sturdy steed promptly halted by the roadside. When Zhang Qingsun and the others caught up, Song Xiaoyu disembarked, and the other two female youths had no choice but to follow suit, albeit reluctantly. Sit tight, we're off. The journey of 40 miles, requiring the crossing of a ridge, led them back to the village as twilight descended. Upon arriving at the village committee with the horse-drawn cart, Li Tianming did not rush to depart, for he still needed to escort the newly arrived youths to their designated locations. Li Xueqing, in his capacity as the village secretary, formally welcomed the newcomers, albeit with reluctance, instructing the accountant and a committee member to fetch grain from the communal granary. Each was allotted 50 jin of grain. This would serve as their sustenance until the year's end, and they were advised to ration it wisely, for once it was consumed, they would have to find their own means of support. The female youths were manageable, their appetites modest, but the male youths would surely find this amount insufficient to last until the year's end. Previously, the county's youth office had addressed the issue of rations, but as the number of youths swelled, the county could no longer provide for them all, shifting the burden onto the village. As the grain was loaded onto the cart, Zhang Qingsun was about to climb aboard when Li Tianming sharply interjected, "Get down, walk." Even an elderly man like Li Laolu, in his 70s, could manage to dismount. He had always been stern with those who behaved like animals. Zhang Qingsun, upon hearing this, could only seethe in silence. Li Xueqing, observing the exchange, was about to interject when Jin Li pulled him aside for a brief whispered conversation, after which they ceased to intervene. The youth center was situated at the eastern edge of the village, near the foot of the mountain. As they passed by the home of Uncle San, they noticed 3 younger siblings present. Li Jiegong was aware that he had gone to the county town that day, and upon finishing work, he had invited Li Tianliang and the others to dine at his home. "Tianming, do come in later." Aunt San, Shuling, was a kind-hearted woman who always looked after Li Tianming and his siblings. "No trouble at all, Aunt San. Tianliang, remember to return home early after your meal." He tossed a satchel over. Every household was strapped for resources. Upon seeing the white steamed buns in the satchel, Shuling attempted to pursue him. Li Tianming cracked the whip, and the big gray horse quickly disappeared from sight. "That child." Shuling chuckled helplessly and returned to the house. Chapter 9. Shall I help you search? Li Tianming parked the cart at the entrance and called out, soon to be met by several youths. Recognizing Li Tianming's arrival, the youth leader, Xie Jianxi, promptly offered a cigarette. They had arrived early and were well aware that the Li family was prominent in the village, with Li Tianming being a distinguished figure among his peers. Although they had privately discussed the previous day's events, and some had even mocked Li Tianming's misfortune, none dared to bring it up in his presence. "Tianming, come inside. Dinner is ready." Li Tianming accepted the cigarette, and someone promptly lit it for him. "No trouble. 6 more youths have arrived. I will need assistance in settling them." Only then did Xie Jianxi notice the luggage and grain on the cart, his expression darkening. Not only did the villagers not welcome the new arrivals, but even the seasoned youths felt the same. The youth center at the Li family's premises, though spacious, was already home to 13 individuals. The arrival of newcomers would undoubtedly exacerbate the congestion. Most importantly, the question loomed, how would they manage the food supply? The grain on the cart was intended for the new youths, yet with over 3 months remaining until the year's end distribution, it was clear that such a meager quantity would not suffice. When the newly arrived educated youth consumed all the rations, could they simply stand by and watch in hunger? "Tianming, why are there so many this year? Is it excessive?" In the afternoon at the county commune, Li Tianming witnessed firsthand a village taking away over a dozen educated youth. The Li family only received 6, undoubtedly. Li Xueqing must have made a scene during a county meeting. The Li family, not only prominent in the village but also in Yonghe County, had their influence felt, as even the county revolutionary committee director would give them some respect when Li Xueqing spoke up. "One should not be ungrateful now that they have arrived. Can they be sent back? Perhaps a few more should come to help with the moving." While conversing, Zhang Qingsun and others also arrived. Having gone half a day without food, they were already famished, their stomachs pressed against their backs, and they staggered as they walked. To Li Tianming's surprise, the seemingly frail Song Xiaoyu proved to be the most resilient among the 6. "All right, the newcomers have arrived. You may organize yourselves." As night fell, Li Tianming had to return home, leaving 3 younger siblings behind, which made him uneasy. After speaking, he jumped onto the horse-drawn cart and cracked the whip to set off. After reaching the village committee, he added fodder for the horses before heading home. Just as he arrived at the courtyard entrance, before he could step inside, he heard a startled exclamation from Qiao Fengyun's second daughter, Li Shufan. "Mom, he is back." What was happening? Li Tianming hurried into the courtyard and noticed light emanating from the east wing, followed by sounds from within. As he approached the door, he collided with Qiao Fengyun, who was about to exit. Upon seeing Li Tianming, her gaze flickered, revealing a guilty expression. "What are you doing in my room?" If it were any other time, Li Tianming's tone would have provoked a scene from her. Yet now, her guilt weakened her stance. "I saw it was dark, and there's no one at home. So I came to check. Do you take me for a fool?" Li Tianming knew Qiao Fengyun well after years of interaction. She would not have such altruistic intentions. Perhaps she would prefer to see their siblings perish outside. After finishing her sentence, Qiao Fengyun attempted to sidestep Li Tianming, but was pushed back. In 2 rooms. Any changes were immediately apparent. Has a thief broken in here, or has someone come to wreak havoc? The interior was in disarray, with the wardrobe wide open, clothes strewn everywhere, and even the bedding tossed about. "I'm not responsible for your home. How would I know what is going on in your room?" Qiao Fengyun tried to leave again. "Stop." Li Tianming sneered at her. "Haven't found anything, have you? Should I help you look?" Qiao Fengyun's expression stiffened, her jaw clenched, glaring at Li Tianming with malice in her triangular eyes. "From now on, think twice before harboring such wicked thoughts. If you dare to come into my room again." Li Tianming glanced at Li Shufan standing outside. "Even if you don't care for those 2, you must at least be concerned about the one in your belly." At that moment, Qiao Fengyun's face paled. "How do you know?" Calculating the days. She was indeed already pregnant. The following year, she would give birth to a son for Li Xueqing. "Regardless of how I came to know this, refrain from provoking me in the future. Furthermore, advise your 2 daughters that if they dare to bully my sister again, they may as well forget about carrying that child." Startled, Qiao Fengyun took a couple of steps back, instinctively cradling her abdomen. "You dare? I have nothing to fear," he retorted. "Moreover, in this era, it is not uncommon for a woman to labor even while pregnant. Miscarriages are frequent occurrences, and even if the child is born, many do not survive." Li Tianming had once had a sister, but she succumbed to dysentery before her first birthday. In this second chance at life, he harbored no qualms about protecting only those he deemed family, unwilling to live a life of subjugation any longer. "Let me make this clear, the money is with me. Do not even think about it. Leave." At this point, Qiao Fengyun was genuinely frightened. She could not fathom how the usually docile Li Tianming had transformed so drastically. Could it be due to the failed engagement yesterday? Dismissing her thoughts, she hastily exited, slamming the door behind her, only to unleash her fury on her daughters. Li Tianming observed with a cold smirk, choosing not to engage further. He was not merely attempting to intimidate. Should Qiao Fengyun entertain any further ill intentions, the child she carried would have no hope of survival. After all, it would likely be an unwelcome burden. The room lay in disarray, and as Li Tianming lit the kerosene lamp, he began to tidy up just as Li Tianliang returned with his 2 sisters. "Brother, what happened?" he exclaimed upon witnessing the chaotic scene. "It must be her," he declared, ready to confront Qiao Fengyun. "Come back," Li Tianming called out. Allowing this naive boy to confront her would surely escalate the situation. "I have warned her. She will think twice in the future." Although Li Tianliang was reluctant to let the matter rest, he recognized the authority in Li Tianming's words and complied. "Brother, what did she come to our house for?" "What else but money?" Li Tianming replied. Qiao Fengyun had undoubtedly heard of the dowry being returned from the Du family, and seizing the opportunity with the absence of the Li siblings, she had sent her daughters to keep watch while she attempted to steal money. "Brother, the money is safe with me." Hearing this, both Li Tianliang and Li Rong breathed a sigh of relief, though little Wu remained oblivious to the tension. While they had thwarted Qiao Fengyun this time, her tenacity suggested she would not relent easily. It was likely she would incite Li Xueqing to create further disturbances in the coming days. Moreover, cohabiting with her and her daughters was proving to be exceedingly inconvenient. The constant reminder of their presence was disheartening, and thus, the construction of a new house needed to be prioritized. Having repaid 150 yuan to the village today, Li Tianming found himself with 335 yuan remaining. The beams for the house were already secured, and with this amount, he could indeed erect a few earthen rooms. However, having been accustomed to living in brick and tile houses in his previous life, Li Tianming was reluctant to settle for mere mud houses. With roofs prone to shedding dirt and susceptibility to rodent intrusions, he had even heard the sounds of mice the previous night. Fortunately, there was a brick factory in the countryside. Obtaining a permit from Li Shueqing would not pose much of a challenge. Every village has its quota, yet currently, few families can afford to build brick houses, rendering the allocations from the village utterly unused. To erect a brick house with 3 rooms, requiring at least 24 walls, one would need no less than 20 to 30,000 red bricks, with each brick costing 7 cents. Thus, 30,000 bricks would amount to over $2,000. Where is the money to come from? Li Tianming was deep in thought when he heard his younger sibling, Xiao Wu, calling for him. What's the matter? When will we have meat again? The innocent Xiao Wu, unconcerned with the burdens of life, found joy in the mere prospect of meat. Her happiness was not contingent upon their dwelling or living conditions. Less talking, go to sleep, Li Rong chided, giving Xiao Wu a gentle pat. I was just asking. Xiao Wu muttered, but did not dare to press further. In this era, what child does not yearn for meat? Yet, very few have their desires fulfilled. Li Tianming felt a pang in his heart. Just yesterday, he had vowed to ensure a better life for his siblings, and now he was unable to even satisfy Xiao Wu's wish for meat. Brother will make sure you have meat tomorrow. Chapter 10. This is not my fault. Brother, where are you going? As Li Tianming rose to leave the bed, his brother, Li Tianliang, stirred awake. Stay in bed. I'm stepping out for a bit. Having promised Xiao Wu meat for the next day, a big brother must keep his word. He rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items in the corner and unearthed 2 animal traps. These relics were remnants from their grandfather, preserved since the Great Leap Forward in 1958 when even cooking pots were taken away, yet these traps had been cleverly hidden from confiscation. Brother, are you going up the mountain? I want to go with you, Li Tianliang exclaimed, sitting up and preparing to get out of bed. You stay put at home. Look after Xiao Rong and Xiao Wu, will you? Li Tianming firmly pressed his brother back down. Li Tianliang glanced at his 2 sleeping sisters, hesitating for a moment. Then you must take me next time. All right, next time, Li Tianming replied with a smile, and he went to the outer room to fetch a hoe and a machete. Tianliang, come and secure the door. Before bed, he heard Li Shueqing returning home, only to have a quarrel with Xiao Fengyun, who remained adamant about the bride price she had retrieved from the Du family. Although it was the dead of night, Li Tianming worried that Li Shueqing might be swayed by that woman and cause a disturbance inside. Understood. Stepping outside, Li Tianming glanced towards the main house, which was now shrouded in darkness. He chose not to exit through the courtyard gate, but instead scaled the wall. The Li family platform, nestled amidst mountains and rivers, has always been considered a place of auspicious fortune. During the recent calamities, while other villages suffered from famine and many perished, the Li family platform managed to endure. Despite the hardships, they were able to forage for food in the mountains and rivers, ensuring that no one starved to death until the crisis passed. Heading eastward, the village had recently been electrified, with streetlights installed by visitors, but they only illuminated during the autumn harvest. Fortunately, it was a clear night, and the moonlight provided ample visibility along the path. As I passed by the sent-down youth station, I could faintly hear voices within, engaged in idle chatter. Even at this late hour, when one would expect them to be resting. Instead, they were organizing political studies. A curious expenditure of energy that could have been better reserved for the autumn harvest. Continuing along the path for another 2 miles, I arrived at the foot of the mountain. Surrounding this mountain were 4 villages, including Li family Taitsi. Logically, this mountain should belong collectively to all 4 villages. However, in a desperate bid for survival, the Li family rallied their entire clan, young and old, leading to several violent confrontations that even drew the intervention of law enforcement from High City. During that era, disputes between villages over resources were rampant, and authorities were overwhelmed, prioritizing appeasement as long as no lives were lost. Ultimately, the Li family subdued the other 3 villages, claiming exclusive rights to the mountain. Yet this led to a permanent severance of relations, including marriage ties, with those villages. I ascended the mountain via a narrow path. Despite the darkness, Li Tianming had played on this mountain since childhood. Later, as he had to care for 3 younger siblings, the meager rations procured from Xiao Fengyun were insufficient. He had to sporadically set traps and dig pits to catch wild animals, trading them for money at the county supply bureau. It is no exaggeration to say that even the village elders might not possess the same familiarity with the mountain's intricacies as Li Tianming did. The larger game had been nearly hunted to extinction during the years of disaster, and had yet to recover. Typically, he would catch a few wild rabbits. And on rare occasions, he might be fortunate enough to encounter a wild chicken. The two animal traps at home were truly overqualified for dealing with rabbits. It wasn't until around the 1980s that wild boar began to reappear on the mountain. There were even reports of a leopard sighting, prompting the village to send numerous young men into the woods to hunt. Yet after more than a month of commotion, nothing was found. With regard to large game, Li Tianming held out no hope. He merely wished to catch a foolish wild chicken. Guided by memory, Li Tianming located the usual spot for laying traps, and as expected, it was empty. He rearranged the traps, set the two animal snares in place, and marked the spot. Then he began to wander the mountain. Although decades had passed, his memories became increasingly vivid after his rebirth. After navigating around a preceding ravine, he descended further and indeed found the two apricot trees, their fruits long picked over by others, with only a few remaining at the topmost branches. Climbing swiftly, he opened his bag and soon gathered over 10 pounds of fruit. If luck did not favor him today and he caught nothing, these apricots could serve as a snack for his younger brother. Just as he was about to descend, a sudden rustling noise caught his attention. Following the sound, his rejuvenated vision, restored to clarity after his rebirth, allowed him to discern a shadowy figure swaying among the trees, accompanied by a scratching sound. A wild boar. Though he was only 8 or 9 during the years of calamity, he had accompanied his elders into the mountains and had witnessed his uncles capture wild boars. His hunting skills had been imparted to him directly by his third uncle, Li Shuigong. Upon hearing a sound, Li Tianming immediately recognized that the rustling noise was produced by wild boars scratching themselves against trees. Sensing the presence of these creatures nearby, he felt no excitement whatsoever. Those who have ventured into the mountains are well aware that the ferocity of wild boars rivals that of tigers and leopards, and they typically travel in herds, rarely acting alone. Should one encounter them, it is wise not to provoke. The most prudent course of action is to conceal oneself. Realizing this, Li Tianming, who had descended halfway, promptly climbed back up. In no time, 2 large wild boars emerged from the thicket. Estimating their weight, one must have been over 200 pounds. A single charge could easily eviscerate a person with its sharp tusks, leaving entrails strewn about. At that moment, Li Tianming dared not breathe, fearful of attracting the attention of the two beasts. He resolved to warn the villagers to keep their children under close watch. Should they encounter such a creature, there would be no escape. Fortunately, the boars had come merely to drink and soon retreated deeper into the woods. Sighing in relief, Li Tianming waited a while longer to ensure the boars would not return before finally descending from the tree. How he wished he had a rifle. He was certain he could take down those 2 wild boars. The village possessed firearms, including a light machine gun, but these were kept locked in the village committee's office, only brought out during militia training in the off-season. Li Tianming, cautious not to linger in the vicinity, retraced his steps, pondering whether the boars might return. One must not underestimate the intelligence of pigs. In the animal kingdom, they are among the most astute. Returning along the same path, he stubbornly checked the traps and snares. The traps remained undisturbed, but one of the snares had indeed caught a rabbit. With decisive action, Li Tianming snapped the rabbit's neck, prying open the snare and weighing the creature in his hands. It must have weighed at least 4 pounds. At least he had something to report to Xiao Wu. Regrettably, it was only one rabbit, offering little meat, and a single pelt was hardly worth the trouble of preservation. Stuffing the rabbit into his pocket, he contemplated that today as fortunes were likely exhausted. Just as he prepared to return to the village, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Without the time to look back, he instinctively dove forward, rolling on the ground. With a resounding thud, Li Tianming glanced up to see a wild boar collide with a large tree before him. A cold sweat broke out over him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been grievously injured, if not killed, by the beast's charge. The boar, having missed its target, shook its massive body and turned, charging once more at Li Tianming. With a loud splash, it stumbled into a pit that Li Tianming had unknowingly dug. "This isn't my fault," he exclaimed. Regaining his composure, he scrambled to his feet, seized a hefty stone from the ground, and hurled it at the struggling, squealing boar trapped in the pit. "Curse you," he muttered. With a sudden surge of determination, Li Tianming lifted a larger stone, exerting all his strength to strike the wild boar with ferocity. After enduring a series of heavy blows, the boar struggled for a while before gradually becoming still. Exhausted, Li Tianming collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the boar trapped in the pit. a wave of apprehension washing over him. Having just returned to life a day prior, he had nearly lost his life on the mountain. Chapter 11. Wealth is not derived from external sources. Just as a horse cannot flourish without night feed, this wild boar in the pit was evidently not the same as the two he had encountered earlier. It was significantly larger, with longer tusks, and weighed no less than 400 pounds. In these times, when people struggled to fill their stomachs, this beast appeared robust and well-fed. Yet, he wondered why only one had appeared. Perhaps it had become separated from its group and wandered here from elsewhere along the mountain range. After taking a moment to gather himself, Tianming gathered some branches to cover the pit. Although the mountain had been claimed by the Li family, it was not uncommon for villagers from neighboring areas to sneak up at night to forage for wild vegetables or hunt. If they discovered the pit, it would spell trouble for Tianming. Once he had secured the pit, he descended the mountain, initially intending to gather firewood, but that plan was now forgotten. Upon returning to the village, he headed straight to his uncle's house. It was already late at night when he knocked persistently, and after some time, the door finally opened. "Brother, what brings you here?" It was Li Tianhong who answered the door. Upon recognizing Li Tianming, he turned to call for others. "Don't shout," Li Tianming interrupted, pulling Li Tianhong inside. Li Shuigong and Shi Shuling were also roused from their slumber. "Tianming, why are you out at this hour? Did you go up the mountain?" Li Shuigong noticed the machete in Li Tianming's hand and the bag on his back, immediately surmising the situation. "You reckless fool. I heard someone mention wild boar droppings on the mountain today. What if? Uncle, gather Tiansheng and come with me quickly," Li Tianming urged, not allowing Li Shuigong to finish. "What is going on?" "A wild boar fell into the pit I dug," Li Tianming explained. Li Shuigong's eyes widened in astonishment. He was an adept hunter himself, frequently setting traps in the mountains, yet he had never encountered a wild boar so foolish as to fall into one. "Is it truly a wild boar?" As they spoke, several younger cousins also awakened. Li Shuigong and Shi Shuling had 3 sons and 4 daughters. The eldest, Tiansheng, was of the same age as Li Tianming. The second son had passed away before being named, followed by 4 daughters, Li Lian, Li Lan, Li Hong, and Li Ping, with Li Lan and Li Hong being twins, while Tianhong was the youngest. "Brother, did you really catch a wild boar?" Li Tiansheng inquired from within the house. "Indeed. Uncle," Tiansheng, "grab some rope and a shoulder pole. We must retrieve it swiftly." All right. Li Shuigong responded eagerly. "I want to go too," Li Tianhong chimed in, eager for excitement. "Absolutely not. Stay home and behave," Li Shuigong insisted. He understood well that wild boars rarely appeared alone, should they venture into the mountains again. Li Tianhong's youth and inexperience could place him in grave danger. Li Tianhong was about to speak again when he was silenced by a piercing glare from Li Shuigong. The trio tidied themselves up and, under the moonlight, ventured out. They ascended the mountain, locating the pit where they removed the branches, revealing a lifeless wild boar within. Li Shuigong could not help but inhale sharply. Goodness, it must weigh at least 400 pounds. He then turned to Li Tianming, asking, "Did you bring this down? Did you not encounter it?" "No, I managed to dodge it," Li Tianming responded nonchalantly, yet Li Shuigong inferred the peril of the moment from his tone. They could not afford to ascend the mountain again at such an hour. What would they do if dawn broke? The 3 younger ones relied on Li Tianming for sustenance, while he, as their uncle, could merely offer some assistance, considering he had a whole family to feed. It had been years since anyone had reported wild boars in the mountains. Who would have thought he would stumble upon one? Without further ado, they busily tied the boar securely with ropes and, with collective effort, began to hoist it up. The weight of 400 pounds was negligible for these 3 strong laborers, particularly for Li Tianming, whose youthful physique was a testament to immense strength. During the autumn harvest, he could carry a small mountain of bundled rice on his back. However, the question arose, "Tianming, what are your thoughts? Transporting such a massive boar back to the village will attract attention. According to tradition, whatever one can manage from the mountain is theirs, but this boar is nearly 400 pounds. If you wish to keep it all for yourself, it is not impossible. But the villagers will certainly have their say. We are all related. Who dares to feast alone, while the villagers subsist on meager rations? Your family indulges in meat. Can that be justified? If word gets out, your reputation will suffer. Let us take it back, share among ourselves, and the remainder shall go to the village, as Uncle Shuiching advises." Upon hearing Li Tianming's plan, Li Shuigong nodded in agreement. This arrangement was indeed the best. No one could raise objections, and the village would not neglect Li Tianming's contributions. Such a substantial boar could surely be exchanged for some grain. After resting for a moment, the three carried the wild boar back to the village. Is it really this large? Shi Zhuling's gaze flitted over Li Tianming several times. Aside from a scrape on his arm from evading the boar's initial charge, he appeared unscathed, which put her at ease. You, dear boy, have far too much courage. It's all fine, isn't it? Several younger cousins, having heard of Li Tianming's catch, could hardly sleep, gathered around eagerly, wishing to take a bite. It had been a while since they had tasted meat. The wedding banquet that Li Tianming had planned had fallen through, and Li Xuejuan had decided to distribute the prepared pork among several families. However, as soon as the pork was brought home, Shi Zhuling traded it for grain with the villagers. Yesterday, upon hearing from Xiao Wu about a meat stew, the girls were left yearning for a taste. They set about boiling water and singeing the coarse bristles of the wild boar, which were as tough as armor. The group toiled together until dawn was nearly upon them, finally managing to clean it thoroughly. The only regret lies in the fact that the blood was not drained in a timely manner upon death, which undoubtedly will impart an unpleasant odor to the meat. However, in these times, few can afford to be overly finicky. Merely being able to enjoy a morsel of meat is quite remarkable. Li Tianming wielded his knife, carefully selecting the finest cuts, ultimately harvesting over 30 pounds. Uncle, I suggest we don't divide it just yet. Let us wait until evening and share it amongst our families. Even if we do give some to fourth uncle Li Xuanong, I suspect much of it will inevitably be returned home by fourth aunt Fang Yanmei. Though Fang Yanmei possesses many admirable qualities, she is straightforward, warm-hearted, and has often cared for Li Tianming and his siblings. There exists a term that perfectly encapsulates her essence: brother-helping demon. With an unaccomplished brother at home, any morsel of goodness from the family is often sent back to support him, leaving her own children looking gaunt and undernourished. All right, as you wish. Yet, Li Xuegong appeared troubled. We can invite only my father. Xiao Fengyun and her two daughters should not even be considered, regardless of the circumstances. Li Shiqing is still Li Tianming's biological father, and we must maintain appearances. If we all dine together, it would be unfortunate for his father to be left out entirely, as it would tarnish the family name. However, Li Tianming felt no obligation to appease Xiao Fengyun. The villagers know well what sort of person she is and how she has treated his siblings over the years. Li Tianming, though not one to harbor grudges, retains a clear memory of who has shown him kindness and who has not. Very well, very well. Observing the substantial piece of meat, the eyes of everyone in the room were riveted upon it. In this era, securing a taste of meat is indeed a rare luxury. Uncle, aunt, I must return to work shortly, he declared. The pockets, Shi Zhuling reminded him. Leave it here. We shall stew it with the rabbit this evening. As she spoke, she pulled 2 handfuls of apricots from her pocket, stowing them away. The remainder was reserved for Xiao Lian and her companions. Li Xuegong and Shi Zhuling instinctively accompanied him to the door, watching as Li Tianming walked away. This child, Tianming, embodies righteousness. Li Xuegong could not help but exclaim. Among all the youth in the village, he stands out. The old Du family will surely come to regret this, he mused. As for Tianming's marriage, you must pay close attention to finding him a fine bride. No need for your nagging. I keep it in mind. Li Tianming did not head home. Rather, he suddenly recalled something and turned back toward the mountain. In his previous life, the most prosperous person in the village was Ma Lizzie from the Ma family. Initially, no one knew how he had acquired his wealth. It seemed he had simply become affluent overnight, being the first to construct a substantial brick house with 8 rooms. Later, rumors circulated that he had unearthed a jar of gold on the mountain, although this tale remained unverified. Yet, in 2000, an ancient tomb from the Liao dynasty was discovered halfway up the slope, revealing that it contained the remains of a royal relative. One might surmise that Ma Lizzie's fortune had not been mere coincidence. Li Tianming was determined to lead a prosperous life for his younger siblings. Yet he found himself devoid of funds, which posed a significant obstacle. Although he had begun to follow the path laid out by his uncle, Li Xuejuan, impatience gnawed at him. As the saying goes, a man cannot prosper without external wealth, and a horse cannot grow fat without night feed. Regardless of the veracity of the rumors, Li Tianming was resolute in his decision to take a chance. Chapter 12. A sister like a mother. Li Tianming had no intentions of robbing graves, for he lacked the audacity for such an act. Moreover, the deceased had been resting peacefully underground for hundreds or even thousands of years. To To disturb them would be immoral. In a previous life, when the ancient Liao dynasty tomb was first unearthed, experts had discovered signs of prior excavation nearby, leading them to initially believe it had been plundered. They subsequently conducted salvage excavations, and only after the tomb chamber was cleared did they realize that the excavated site bore no relation to the ancient tomb itself. Beneath the area that had been disturbed, the archaeological team uncovered several ancient copper coins from the Liao dynasty. This led to announcements broadcasted for several days by the village loudspeaker, and even Haicheng television reported on it, urging anyone who found ancient coins to come forward. However, no responses were ever received. Many young villagers had ventured up the mountain to dig, but aside from a few shattered pottery shards and broken porcelain pieces, nothing of significance was discovered. Whether Ma Lizzie had indeed struck it rich from items found on the mountain remained uncertain. At present, Li Tianming was merely seeking to test his luck. Even before dawn, many villagers were already awake, and none found it peculiar to see him carrying a hoe up the mountain. At the foot of the mountain lay the village's private plots, the meager harvest from which provided sustenance for each household. In 1968, a new policy had mandated the collectivization of the rural private lands. Yet the village committee of Li Jiatai resisted the pressure and tacitly permitted villagers to cultivate land beyond the collective fields. Guided by memory, Li Tianming soon located the approximate site of the ancient tomb, marked by a dilapidated kitchen god temple. While it was referred to as a temple, it was merely a makeshift shelter crafted from a few slabs of bluestone to protect the kitchen god from the elements. In his childhood, Li Tianming had accompanied his grandmother to offer incense there, but as the tide of the era swept in, no one dared to pay homage any longer. Even the kitchen god had been removed and shattered. Who could have imagined that such an inconspicuous location would serve as the entrance to the tomb? Had it not been for the heavy rain that caused a massive boulder to tumble down from the peak and crush the tomb passage, the noble couple from the Liao dynasty might have remained undisturbed for eternity. Approximately 10 meters away from the kitchen god temple lay a fallen stone pillar, its intricate designs indicating its age. It was here that archaeologists initially discovered evidence of excavation, mistakenly believing it to be a looter's hole. Li Tianming knelt down, grasping the edge of the stone pillar, and with a determined effort, he moved it aside. He raised his hoe and began to dig. The soil on the mountain, worn away by years of rain, was remarkably loose, and within a short time, he had excavated a depth of 1 meter. Yet, not a trace of gold or silver was found. Not even a single copper coin from the Liao dynasty appeared in sight. Had he misremembered? As dawn broke, the loudspeaker blared once more about the maritime navigation, and with work beckoning, Li Tianming, in a fit of pique, smashed another hoe. The sharp crack echoed in the stillness. Startled, he hurriedly knelt by the pit and began to clear the earth. What he uncovered made him gasp in astonishment. A gold ingot. To his disbelief, it was indeed a gold ingot. He picked one up, rubbing it vigorously. Despite being buried for countless years, it still gleamed with a bright metallic luster. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, resembling some form of script, yet he could not decipher it. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it to be at least 2 taels. Li Tianming ceased his excavation, carefully placed the ingot back, and filled the pit again, repositioning the stone pillar. It appeared the rumors were true. The Ma family had indeed amassed wealth from treasures buried beneath. Yet, he pondered how Ma Lizzie had come to know of such riches hidden in the mountain. However, these treasures now had an owner. Whether the Ma family would flourish as they had in his previous life was no longer Li Tianming's concern. With the hoe slung over his shoulder, he descended the mountain and headed to his family's designated plot, where he pulled up a couple of cabbages. During the division of property, this plot had been split into 2 parts, witnessed by Li Xueqing. Out of the total of 7 acres, Li Tianming and his 3 siblings had received 3. Upon returning home, he noticed smoke billowing from the chimney of the east wing before he even stepped through the door. The main door stood ajar, and as he made some noise, Li Xueqing, who was eating, glanced his way before quickly turning back, feigning ignorance. Such a strained father-son relationship was a rarity in the entire Yonghe County. Daylight, Li Tianming called out, and Li Tianliang promptly emerged from the east wing. Brother, why have you returned so late? Last night, after Li Tianming had left, Li Tianliang had not slept a wink, waiting until dawn for his brother's return. What about the meal? Big sister is here. Just as Li Tianliang finished speaking, their elder sister, Li Chui, stepped out of the house. Upon seeing her again, a wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Li Tianming, nearly bringing him to tears. In his previous life, when Xiao Fengyun had entered their home, she had immediately cast them 5 siblings out. At that time, Li Tianming was merely 14, had it not been for the care of his elder sister, Li Chui. Neither Li Rong nor little Wu might have survived. In rural areas of that era, it was not uncommon for families to lose children. Their existence had even delayed Li Chui's marriage, which only occurred at 24 through an introduction from their aunt, marrying a salt worker from Ninggu town. Though her married life proved to be quite difficult, her in-laws looked down upon her rural background, subjecting her to relentless hardships, while her husband, Lu Minghai, became a quintessential mama's boy, heeding every command from his mother. During her moments of torment, Li Chui could scarcely utter a word of complaint. "Sister, what brings you back?" Li Tianming inquired. Li Chui had not attended his wedding due to just having given birth, still confined and unable to move freely. Yet, even her husband, Lu Minghai, had not been present, reflecting the family's attitude towards Li Chui and the Li family. Tianbao from Uncle Shui's family had gone to Ninggu town for a visit yesterday and mentioned something about Tianming. What, indeed, was the situation? As dawn broke, clarity remained elusive. Furthermore, upon learning that Li Tianming's marriage had fallen through, Li Chui hastily made her way home before the sun had risen. The journey from Ninggu town to the Li family's residence spanned over 40 miles, and she traversed this distance by foot and by vehicle. Finally arriving home just as daylight emerged. "What is there to discuss upon entering?" Li Tianming remarked, stepping forward to assist Li Chui into the house. "But what about Dong Dong while you return to your family's home?" Li Chui inquired. She had given birth to a daughter in her first year of marriage, enduring a full month of scolding from her mother-in-law. Upon discovering this, Li Tianming had taken several brothers to Ninggu town, where they blocked the entrance of the salt factory. Ultimately, it was the factory secretary who intervened, compelling Lu Minghai to write a letter of guarantee. Eventually, she bore a son, and it was only after Lu Dong's birth that Li Chui's life at her in-laws improved slightly. "You have yet to complete your confinement. What could possibly be more pressing than your health?" Li Chui, having entrusted herself to the wrong individuals in her past life, lived a life akin to Li Tianming's, one filled with unfulfilled desires, passing away just beyond the age of 50. "I am fine. Dong Dong is with your sister-in-law, who has just given birth as well. Do not concern yourself with that. Instead, please tell me what caused the wedding to fall apart. Was that girl from the Du family truly so improper?" Li Tianming glanced at his 3 younger siblings. "She simply does not wish to be with me. There is no need for us to cling to her like beggars." "What kind of reasoning is that?" Li Chui exclaimed, her concern for her younger siblings evident. Originally, with Li Tianming set to marry, she had finally managed to ease a burden from her heart. How could it be that Du Lide had been the one eager to form an alliance with them, yet it ended up as if they were the ones shamelessly pursuing him? How could the Du family treat them so unfairly? What did uncle and the 3rd and 4th uncle say about this? Li Chui refrained from mentioning Li Xueqing. She had been 19 when Xiao Fengyun entered the family and was well aware of her biological father's unreliability. The bride price would be reclaimed, and the funds for the banquet were secured from Du Lide, who had given uncle the timber from his yard, which would eventually serve as beams when she and Tianming built their house. "Is that all? My own brother has suffered such great injustice, and you would so easily let the Du family off the hook?" Li Chui was dissatisfied. Wealth and possessions were debts owed by the Du family. But what of Li Tianming's dignity? How could a young man endure such mockery and still hold his head high in the village? "Sister, if we were to engage in a confrontation with the Du family, it might not be an issue, but should things escalate to violence, it would be difficult for Uncle Xueqing as well." At this, Li Chui fell silent, understanding the implications. Li Xueqing was the village head. If the Li and Du families clashed, he would undoubtedly be implicated. They had all received considerable attention from him in their upbringing. "Sister, there is no need for you to be angry. We shall focus on living well, and there will come a time when the Du family regrets their actions." Hearing Li Tianming's words, Li Chui's heart lightened considerably. "Indeed, let us live vibrantly and infuriate that vixen." Li Tianming couldn't help but chuckle at Li Chui's spirited response. "You still find this amusing? Tell me, why did you separate your household?" Before Li Tianming could respond, Li Tianliang interjected. "What is the point of staying together? If we remained under the same roof, I would have to serve that woman like a beast of burden. Who are you to speak?" Li Chui shot a glance at Li Tianliang, and the young man immediately fell silent. "Sister, Tianliang is not entirely wrong. We have never been together. So it would be better to clarify things early and divide the family assets. That way, Xiao Fengyun won't always suspect me of coveting that little bit of inheritance. I would rather not have it at all. Xiao Fengyun's insistence on splitting the family, even at the cost of losing 2 strong laborers, was solely due to her desire for those 3.5 main rooms. When she entered the Li family, she had brought only 2 daughters, leaving a son with her former husband. With that woman's cunning, she certainly intended to secure the Li family's property for the benefit of her own son in the future. Unfortunately, Xiao Fengyun's maternal instincts did not yield any returns, as neither her biological son nor daughters, nor the youngest son she had with Li Xueqing, showed any willingness to support her in her old age. Alas, Li Chui sighed. It is for the best to part ways, that way. The hardships and burdens are yours alone, and you gain no benefits. Just as she was speaking, someone called out loudly at the courtyard entrance, "Is Tianming home?" As the speaker approached the east wing door, Li Tianming froze momentarily upon seeing the visitor. Why is she here? Chapter 13. A family craft. Upon seeing the visitor, Li Tianming was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Li Chui rising and moving toward the door. "Wei Wei has arrived," she called out, appearing to welcome her while actually blocking the entrance. The reason for Li Chui's defensive demeanor was her desire to prevent Zhuang Weiwei from getting too close to her younger brother. "Sister, when did you return?" "I just got home. Do you have something to discuss?" Li Chui inquired while still obstructing the doorway, showing no intention of letting her in. "I came to have a few words with Tianming." Zhuang Weiwei, who was the same age as Li Tianming, had a distant familial connection as her grandmother was Li Tianming's great-aunt. However, the relationship was so remote that the two families had little interaction. Li Chui glanced back at Li Tianming, her eyes conveying a clear warning. "Just say what you need to say. We have work soon, and Tianming hasn't had breakfast yet." Hearing this, Zhuang Weiwei tilted her body, peering past Li Chui to look at Li Tianming. "I'm not in a rush. You can eat first, and we can talk later." With that, she smiled at Li Tianming. Zhuang Weiwei was quite attractive, standing on par with the village's other young women, such as Du Wan, though not as fair-skinned. "Sister, I'll take my leave now." Her arrival had been sudden, and her departure was even more abrupt. After watching Zhuang Weiwei exit the courtyard, Li Chui promptly closed the door, her expression turning notably serious. "Tianming, what is going on?" "How should I know?" Despite being from the same village, Li Tianming and Zhuang Weiwei were hardly familiar. In those times, rural customs dictated strict boundaries between the sexes, while they might have played together as children. They had to avoid each other as they grew older. Even when they encountered each other, it was merely a nod of acknowledgement. Zhuang Weiwei's unexpected visit left Li Tianming completely baffled. "I have no idea." Li Chui scrutinized Li Tianming for a long moment, even beginning to suspect whether he and Zhuang Weiwei were secretly involved, leading to her engagement being called off by Du Wan. However, one's own younger brother, Li Chui, understands better than anyone else. He has always been steady and principled since childhood. You should keep your distance from her. I have never been close to her. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming chuckled. He was well aware of Li Chui's anxiety. Zhuang Weiwei's mother had a notorious reputation in the neighborhood, and her lifestyle issues were common knowledge. She was derisively nicknamed the village's disgrace. Almost every bachelor in the Li family had entangled with her. During the height of the recent movements, whenever officials came to inspect the work, they would drag Zhuang Weiwei's mother out for public denunciation, akin to what they did to Li Laolu. Li Laolu was condemned as a landlord, while Zhuang Weiwei's mother was labeled as a promiscuous woman. In this era, such issues were tantamount to a grave transgression, leading to the disdain directed at her children as well. As for me and her, Li Tianming did not look down upon Zhuang Weiwei. Since ancient times, society has mocked the impoverished but not the promiscuous. If she herself is indifferent, why should it concern others? Moreover, it was her mother's reputation, not her own. "Sister, where are your thoughts wandering?" Li Tianming had little interaction with Zhuang Weiwei. It would be best if there were none. After all, if Zhuang Laogan's wife is of questionable character, how virtuous could her daughter be? If word got out about your association with Zhuang Weiwei, how would you ever marry? Li Chui hesitated to speak so bluntly in front of the younger ones. Yet her words, though harsh, rang true. In a past life, Zhuang Weiwei had initially married a distant cousin of Li Tianming, and at first, she seemed respectable. However, it wasn't long before rumors began to circulate in the village, and she was caught in compromising situations. The couple had their quarrels, eventually parting ways. After the divorce, Zhuang Weiwei fully embraced her freedom, surpassing her mother in every aspect, and took the family craft to new heights. Li Tianming felt uneasy even broaching the subject further. Sister, you can rest assured, such a scenario is implausible. In his previous life, he had led a constrained existence, and after marrying Du Juan, he remained quite principled. Given the chance to start anew, having already severed ties with Du Juan, it would be unfathomable to burden himself with a stack of green hats again. Brother, where's the meat? Little Five, rubbing her eyes, emerged from the inner room, still recalling Li Tianming's promise of meat from the night before. You will have some to eat. Later, we will visit third uncle's house, and you'll have your fill. Upon hearing this, Little Five's bright eyes sparkled with excitement. Tianming, third uncle's family isn't affluent either. Li Chui began as she prepared to rummage through her pockets. After marrying Lu Minghai, she had managed to secure a temporary job at the salt field, earning over 20 yuan a month. Sister, it's not as you think. Li Tianming then recounted how yesterday he had encountered a wild boar that fell into a pit he had dug on the mountain. Sharon, wash up. We'll share the food. Li Tianming pulled out a handful of apricots from his pocket and handed them to Li Rong. What were you doing up the mountain in the dead of night? Don't you realize the danger? Sensing that Li Chui was about to start lecturing again, Li Tianming quickly changed the subject. Let us eat first. We have to head to work later. He glanced at Li Tianliang, signaling him. Indeed. Sister, I am on the verge of starvation. Let us dine first. The mere thought of savoring wild boar tonight only exacerbated Li Tianliang's hunger. For breakfast, he had consumed flatbreads accompanied by steamed, pickled vegetables. As dawn approached, he resolved not to repeat his past mistakes. It is not that I wish to nag you. Dear sister, consider the implications if Tianliang and the others were to face such a predicament. I assure you, it shall not happen again. Li Tianliang brushed off her concerns nonchalantly. Observing his demeanor, Li Chui was uncertain whether her brother had absorbed her words. Very well, I shall return shortly, at home. The day breaks, and Xiaorong, you two must assist a bit more. Oh no. Upon hearing Li Chui's intention to leave, Li Tianliang interjected eagerly. We are having stewed meat for dinner. You simply cannot depart. Li Chui's complexion appeared rather pallid, evidently due to her confinement. Although her mother-in-law had ceased to be a source of distress, the hope that the old woman would tend to her needs was nothing short of wishful thinking. You have yet to complete your confinement. Tonight, let us enjoy a hearty meal to replenish your strength. Tomorrow, I will arrange transportation to take you back, coincidentally delivering a load of salt to the village. Following the autumn harvest, preparations for winter must commence, and every household needs to pickle vegetables, relying on the salt supplied by the Ninggu Salt Works. For the past 2 years, Li Tianliang had been the one to transport it. This year, he simply needed to inform Li Xueqing a few days in advance. Li Chui intended to voice further thoughts, yet Li Tianliang offered her no opportunity. Seizing a flatbread and departing with Li Tianliang. Tianming, wait a moment. Li Chui called out from behind, but the two brothers had already vanished from sight. Brother, are we truly having meat for dinner? Is there any doubt? Brother, how large was the wild boar you caught yesterday? I wish to see it at Uncle San's house. Li Tianliang had seen wild boars in his youth, yet those memories had long since faded. No need. Uncle San will deliver it to the village committee. And then you shall see. Li Tianliang queried in confusion. Why send it to the village committee? For what other reason could there be? A wild boar weighing nearly 400 pounds is far too much for one person to consume. I may not finish it in one sitting, but I could enjoy it over several meals. Besides, there are Uncle San, Uncle Si, and Brother Tiansheng. Collectively, we can certainly finish it. Li Tianliang halted, turning to face his brother. Do you believe it appropriate for only our family to indulge while the villagers look on? That does not seem right at all. Li Tianliang conceded, unable to further argue, as he was not entirely ignorant. He offered an awkward smile, scratching the back of his head. It seems there is some merit to your assertion. It is good that you understand. Remember, one should not seize all the benefits for oneself. Let us proceed. As the brothers made their way toward the courtyard, an individual unexpectedly emerged from behind a large tree. Tianming. Upon seeing Zhuang Weiwei reappear, Li Tianliang recalled Li Chui's words and nodded, attempting to sidestep her. I have something to discuss with you. Zhuang Weiwei once again obstructed Li Tianliang. After a moment's hesitation, he realized that if he did not acquiesce, she would likely continue to pester him. Speak your mind. Tianliang, you go ahead to the courtyard. I will join you after speaking with your brother. Li Tianliang remained steadfast, defiantly arching his neck and avoiding eye contact with Zhuang Weiwei. By what right do you command me? Simply because I am older than you. There are many who are older than me, and you are not of any significance to me. "Brother, let us leave." Li Tianliang recalled Li Chui's recent words. Zhuang Weiwei's mother was notorious, and it was a well-known truth that a woman of such dubious character could hardly raise a respectable daughter. Though the intricacies of this sentiment eluded her, Li Chui had imparted a crucial piece of wisdom that Li Tianliang firmly resolved to remember. He must prevent this woman from entangling herself with his elder brother, lest their reputation be sullied. "Tianliang, you go to the courtyard first. I shall join you shortly." With this command from his elder brother, Li Tianliang dared not disobey, casting backward glances as he departed. "Now can we speak?" Zhuang Weiwei regarded Li Tianming with intent. "I simply wish to inquire if your engagement with Du Wan has truly been called off." Li Tianming frowned but conceded with a nod. "Yes, it has been terminated." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Weiwei pressed her lips together, yet a smile could not help but emerge at the corners of her mouth. "What do you think of me?" Li Tianming was taken aback, unprepared for such a question from Zhuang Weiwei. Had it not been for his reincarnation, he might have overlooked the favorable reputation she had enjoyed in her youth, despite the shadow cast by her mother. Even in these contemporary times, where lineage is often the measure of worth, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and the offspring of rats will burrow, one should not hastily condemn an individual based solely on their parentage. Zhuang Weiwei's mother's indiscretions did not necessarily dictate that she would follow the same path. However, given that Li Tianming had returned from another life, he perceived matters differently. "I mean to say, if it were me, would you be willing?" Zhuang Weiwei quickly lowered her gaze, for that single utterance had drained her of all courage. Chapter 14. Do you disdain me? Do you disdain me? Zhuang Weiwei's inquiry was met with silence, and her eyes reflected a mixture of disappointment and anger as she regarded Li Tianming. She was acutely aware of her mother's tarnished reputation within the village, a source of deep embarrassment for her. Since maturing, she had scarcely exchanged words with her mother, and when she did, it was often laced with bitterness. She had little desire to engage with her ineffectual father either. Yet, parents are not a choice one can make, leaving her with few options. The peculiar glances from the villagers were suffocating her, driving her to yearn for escape from her home, with marriage being her singular avenue of liberation. As she observed her peers, all of whom were being courted, she found herself overlooked. Zhuang Weiwei recognized the burden she bore and resolved to seek her own suitor. Among the young men in the village, Li Tianming captured her attention. He was handsome, tall, robust, diligent, and honorable. When villagers spoke of him, they did so with admiration. Should she marry Li Tianming, who would then dare to look down upon her? Zhuang Weiwei voiced her aspirations to Zhuang Laogan. Yet the response was disheartening. "Do not entertain such thoughts. Would he ever consider us as potential kin?" The underlying message was unmistakable. Their family name, so disparaged, could never attract the likes of the Li family. That night, in a fit of rage, Zhuang Weiwei overturned the table, vehemently berating her mother, and a fierce battle ensued between them, drawing the amused attention of their neighbors. Not long after, Zhuang Weiwei learned that the Du family and the Li family had arranged an engagement, and Li Tianming was to marry Du Wan. Among peers, comparisons are often made in various aspects. As the two most beautiful girls in the village, Zhuang Weiwei has always regarded Du Wan as her rival. Upon learning that the man she desired was to marry Du Wan, Zhuang Weiwei was consumed by dark thoughts, contemplating a fiery end for them all. Over the past 6 months, she contemplated seeking out Li Tianming multiple times, but could never muster the courage. Just as she resigned herself to her fate, a quarrel erupted between the Li and Du families. On the day of her wedding, Du Wan eloped with another man. Initially, Zhuang Weiwei found it hard to believe, but soon she nearly burst into laughter. What a splendid turn of events. The day before, while the Li and Du families were resolving their issues, Zhuang Weiwei watched from outside. When Li Tianming uttered the words "I will fulfill you," she was almost moved to applause. She had intended to seek out Li Tianming the previous day, but he and Captain Jean Li had gone to the county town, and she circled the entrance of the Li family home several times without seeing him. This morning, she returned to wait, only to be thwarted again by the arrival of Li Chui. Yet Zhuang Weiwei remained undeterred, waiting along the road. She finally summoned the courage to confess her feelings, but received no response. Was it because of her mother? At that moment, Zhuang Weiwei felt an intense loathing for Niu Jinhua. Had it not been for her words, suitors would have been lining up at her door, given her beauty. Yet now, even when she expressed her desire to marry, she was met with silence. Not due to anyone in particular. Even if Li Tianming was aware of certain scandalous tales from Zhuang Weiwei's past life, they had yet to unfold. And he had no intention of being cruel. In truth, Zhuang Weiwei had been quite unfortunate, burdened with such a mother. I just feel it's not suitable. Why is it not suitable? After voicing her thoughts, Zhuang Weiwei noticed curious glances directed their way, and the courage she had built up began to wane. At that moment, many were hurrying to the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhuang Weiwei and Li Tianming together, they cast their eyes upon them. Your mother is your mother, and you are you. I have not looked down on you. I simply feel it is not suitable. Li Tianming believed he had made his rejection clear. Yet Zhuang Weiwei was becoming somewhat deluded. She desperately wished to escape her home, yearning for freedom, and after such a prolonged struggle, it was no exaggeration to say she viewed Li Tianming as a lifeline. Of course, to claim that Zhuang Weiwei held deep affection for Li Tianming would be misleading, though she felt inferior due to her upbringing. Her striking beauty had always fostered a sense of superiority. She often pondered that had she not had such a mother, even a worker with a steady job in the city would be worthy of her. Her fixation on Li Tianming stemmed from the fact that he was currently the most suitable choice available to her. More and more people stopped to gaze from a distance. Zhuang Weiwei decided to press on. Not suitable. You've made that clear. Just then, the youth brigade approached, with Zhang Qingsun leading the way, holding a faded red flag. Upon seeing Li Tianming standing with a beautiful girl, he instinctively halted. Brother Jin, look. The call was particularly intimate. It became evident that Zhang Qingsun held a disdain for peasants, yet he knew how to maintain cordial relationships with his fellow educated youth comrades from the big city. What are you staring at? Hurry up and leave. Xie Jianxi had already spotted Li Tianming, as well as another familiar face, the renowned Zhuang Weiwei from Gamen Village. However, such matters were beyond their purview. Xie Jianxi's sole concern was whether the village chief, Li Xueqing, would show leniency during the grain distribution at the year's end. If he failed to secure enough rations again, he would have to write home, and though the last reply did not explicitly state it, his brother and sister-in-law were clearly displeased. Zhang Qingsun seemed oblivious to Xie Jianxi's implications, continuing his monologue. What is the matter? Brother Jianxi, we ought to report on the issues of lifestyle to the village chief. Shouldn't we address such matters in the countryside? Are you out of your mind? Xie Jianxi retorted. Do you even remember why you are here? We are here to receive re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants, not to educate them. Song Xiaoyu, part of the group, was also observing Li Tianming, recalling the young man who had helped her with her luggage yesterday. However, she merely glanced at him before averting her gaze. Her current circumstances left her little room for contemplation. As the crowd around them grew, Li Tianming decided to disengage. Your grandmother is my great-aunt. We are relatives. What? Relatives? Zhuang Weiwei was aware of their familial connection, but what sort of relation was that? She had heard of the prohibitions against intermarriage among those sharing the same surname and the taboos against marrying close relatives, yet were they truly considered close kin? I have said my piece. I must get to work now, Li Tianming stated, sidestepping Zhuang Weiwei and heading towards the courtyard. Thank goodness for my cleverness. In truth, he felt no aversion towards Zhuang Weiwei. Although her lifestyle had been questionable in his previous life, she had been quite proper at the beginning of their marriage. The reasons for her subsequent transformation remained a mystery to all, and Li Tianming had no desire to uncover them. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Li Tianliang approached him immediately. Brother, what did Zhuang Weiwei say to you? Mind your own business, you child. Hey. The loudspeaker crackled to life once more. Attention, everyone. I have an announcement. Yesterday, as you all know, Tianming went up the mountain and hunted a wild boar. Li Xueqing's voice carried excitement, seemingly aiming to uplift the spirits of the villagers for the impending autumn harvest. The crowd erupted into a flurry of discussion. In the past, during times of disaster, the village often organized hunts, and wild boars had indeed been caught. However, in recent years, encounters with wild boars had become rare, and each household's annual grain allocation was sufficient to sustain a family. Who would be willing to take such risks when one is driven by hunger? Not even a tiger would deter them. Once one's belly is filled, they would avoid even a rabid dog. Given this context, it was no wonder that the villagers were astonished to hear that Li Tianming had hunted a wild boar. In the early dawn, Tianming, displaying his integrity, voluntarily brought a wild boar to the village. It was weighed at 382 pounds and 6 ounces. According to Tianming's suggestion, at noon, each household was to send a representative to the village committee to divide the meat and offal. There are 324 households in Lijiado. and each family would receive just over a pound, with the less fortunate only getting offal. Nevertheless, regardless of what it was still a source of meat. In these times, apart from a few families in the village with robust laborers who received substantial dividends annually, or those with relatives in the city who could provide assistance, few could enjoy a morsel of meat before the new year. Those who received a share of the wild boar that Tianming hunted would surely remember his kindness. Tianming is remarkable. I have long asserted that among the younger generation in our village, none are as capable as him. Alas, some people are simply blind. How could they fail to cherish such a fine young man like Tianming? Du-Lide found himself once again dragged out for punishment, his aged face flushed with embarrassment. He resolved not to partake in the meat distribution at noon. If he did, he might as well toss his face into a latrine. Meanwhile, beside him, Du Juan remained utterly unresponsive, her mind filled with thoughts of marrying into Xingjiadu in just a few days. When Li Xueqing made the announcement, the youth brigade had also arrived. Zhang Qingxin learned that Li Tianming had hunted a wild boar and recalled their encounter in the county committee courtyard yesterday. Did I perhaps act a bit impolitely? Should I extend an apology? Chapter 15. Bride price, dowry. House construction cost. Your son captured a wild boar without even informing you? Does he not regard you as his father? Li Xueqing's voice echoed through the crowd. Li Xueqing was also among them, having just received praise from several villagers for having such a good son. At that moment, upon hearing Qiao Fengyun's words, Li Xueqing's expression darkened considerably. Although the father-son relationship had grown distant, he could not fathom why such a significant matter had not warranted a discussion with him. How much meat could a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds yield? To simply hand it over without a word was indeed dismissive of him as a father. As the announcement concluded, the team leader, Jean Li, began assigning the day's tasks. With the autumn harvest approaching in just 2 days, the primary duty today was to level the furrows. Once the rice was harvested, it would be spread out in the fields for a few days before being bundled and transported to the ridge. The brothers, Li Tianming and Li Tianliang, accepted their assignments, shovels in hand, ready to join their group. Wait. Li Xueqing rushed over, his face grim. Li Tianliang felt a tinge of fear, but Li Tianming remained unfazed. Having witnessed Li Xueqing's aging in a previous life, the so-called paternal authority had long since dissipated. Dad, is something the matter? You still acknowledge me as your father. Li Xueqing seethed, glaring at Li Tianming through gritted teeth. I'm not foolish enough to forget who my true father is. Upon hearing this, several members of the group could not suppress their laughter, as they recognized the underlying tension in his words. He was aware of who his biological father was. Yet some individuals could not even discern their own kin. Stop wasting my time. Come with me. As he spoke, Li Tianming pulled Li Xueqing aside. In front of others, Li Xueqing found it difficult to express his grievances. The father and son retreated to a secluded spot. Speak your mind. If today's task remains unfulfilled, you will compensate for the lost credits. With no one eavesdropping, Li Tianming dropped his facade. He held Li Xueqing in utter contempt. What did it matter that he was his biological father? A lack of paternal affection breeds filial disloyalty, a truth as old as time. Li Tianming's disdainful demeanor unsettled Li Xueqing, who instinctively raised his hand to strike, but was deterred by the icy glare of his son. Do you dare lay a hand on me? You may refrain from doing so openly, but behind closed doors, who knows what you might resort to? The mere thought of Li Rong's unfortunate fall while foraging for fruit, which left her with a lifelong disability due to Li Xueqing's refusal to spend a single coin on her treatment, ignited a fierce desire in Li Tianming to deliver a couple of solid punches to that cold, unfeeling face. And you dare turn this around on me? Do you even have a matter worth discussing? I have to earn a living and lack the time for your idle chatter. Fine, fine. You'd best not call me dad again. Huh? Is that your attempt at intimidation? Did the porridge you had this morning go to your head? Very well. Tear up the retirement agreement and let us draft a severance document instead. Li Xueqing was momentarily taken aback by Li Tianming's boldness. Severing ties? He would have to be insane to consider such a thing. Everyone ages, when his time comes. Would he rely on the 2 girls brought by Qiao Fengyun to care for him? Ultimately, it would fall upon the shoulders of the 2 brothers, Li Tianming and his sibling. I'm not here to discuss anything else. Tell me, why did you turn in the wild boar without consulting me? Who did you discuss this with before proceeding to report it? It seemed the porridge had indeed muddled his thoughts. Have you forgotten that we have split our households? Why should I consult you about my affairs? I am your father. Li Xueqing was truly incensed. Oh, you are my father. So, Are you preparing to pay for my future bride price? And what about the dowries for Xiaorong and Xiaowu? When I marry Tianliang, we can't possibly share a single room. Can we? When will you build us a new house? Li Tianming's relentless questioning left Li Xueqing utterly bewildered. Bride price? Dowries? Funds for a new house? What did any of this have to do with the other? Elder brother, what are you doing? Li Xuegong and Li Xuanong approached. Third, fourth, you judge this for yourselves. This brat turned in a wild boar without even consulting me. Does he have any regard for me? Li Xuegong felt an overwhelming urge to dunk his brother's head into a water trough to jolt him back to reality. Were it not for their familial bond and the fear of village gossip, he would have severed ties with Li Xueqing long ago. Having such an oblivious second brother was already a source of embarrassment. When their second sister-in-law was alive, she helped maintain the bonds between the brothers, but since her passing, no one would bother with this confused second brother if not for the sake of their numerous nieces and nephews. Do you think I forget you? If I invite you over for dinner tonight, it is only because Tianming insisted. And by the way, do not bring your family into my home. If you dare cross my threshold, do not expect me to show you any courtesy. Dinner? Li Xuanong explained, a large portion remains at home. And if you choose not to come, so be it. Li Xueqing retorted, why would I not come? That land belongs to my son. He then turned his gaze towards Li Tianming. But we need not give everything to the village. Li Xuegong and Li Xuanong were genuinely too weary to engage further with such individuals. They grasped Li Tianming and prepared to depart. By the way, third brother, your second sister-in-law lies at the ancestral grave. I reiterate, if you dare bring that woman to my home, do not expect to enter. Tianming, let us go. It is often said that even the most inferior bamboo can produce good shoots. The only contribution Li Xueqing has made to his ancestors' glory in this lifetime is the birth of several fine children. The group arrived at the edge of the field. Standing upon the ridge, their eyes met with a sea of golden rice paddies. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the rich fragrance of rice in the air. In his previous life, Li Tianming had ventured into the city for work in his 30s and eventually became a contractor, forsaking the family land which was then leased to relatives. Now, witnessing this expanse of rippling rice, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Though decades had passed since he last farmed, the moment he resumed, his body's memory was instantly rekindled. Look at Tianming's work. It's swift and skillful. While I find utterly embarrassing. Before long, villagers were scolding their own clumsy sons. Farming requires experience. Among Li Tianming's peers, who else was like him? Pressed into labor at the tender age of 14, there was no task in the fields that could daunt him. Soon enough, Li Tianming had left others far behind. The intellectual youth group was also busy, yet many were more of a hindrance than a help. Even seasoned youth like Xie Jianxi, who had been there for several years, had yet to acclimatize to the rigors of the fields. Zhang Qing's son, after only a brief stint, found himself aching all over, his hands blistered. Is this truly how one lives? Just yesterday, they had arrived brimming with enthusiasm, eager to carve a place for themselves in the vast rural expanse. The street officials who had urged him to go to the countryside had spoken of how some of the youth had become primary producers, and others had even ascended to village leadership, with some selected by the county reform committee to join the county leadership. Zhang Qing's son believed it all. He thought that soon his proactive performance would earn him the favor of village officials, and eventually, he might catch the eye of county leaders, perhaps one day returning home in glory and elevated status. Yet, scarcely an hour had passed before Zhang Qing's son regretted his decision. Rather than toiling under the punishing sun in the fields, he would prefer to laze about in the city. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know to take a break? As a woman, you've left me so far behind. Where shall I put my face? Song Xiaoyu had been quietly laboring, not lifting her head, though she was equally exhausted, yet she persevered with grit. That girl is commendable. While the youth worked, Jean Li and the scorekeepers from Team 1 were observing. They could easily discern who was diligent, who was slacking, who was exerting effort, and who was merely going through the motions. Not bad. The others nearly faltered, but that Zhang Qing's son, he is slacking. Ensure you keep a clear record of this. Rest assured, I have it all noted. Indifference to labor is inconsequential. However, should one choose to be idle and neglect their duties, they will soon find themselves at a loss when it comes time for the allocation of rations, with no leniency to be found. The days of communal feasting are long past. Now, effort is met with appropriate reward, and indolence yields nothing. As long as the dining hall remains operational, Sustenance may be procured, but the contributions of each individual are laid bare for all to see. Come forth, it is time to draw lots. As noon approached, Li Xueqing and the accountant arrived, cradling a basket filled with neatly folded slips of paper. Each person was to draw one. Those favored by fortune would receive meat, while the less fortunate would return home with entrails. Jean Li read the roster, allowing each household to draw their lot in turn. Meat, it's meat. Wow, intestines. Intestines are splendid. Perfect for stewing with cabbage. The aroma is delightful. If you find it fragrant, let us exchange. Get lost. Laughter erupted across the fields. Jinshi, who shall go to draw next? Zhang Qingsun inquired eagerly, sidling up to Xie Jianxi, having never tasted wild boar meat before. However, he was met with a look of incredulity. What nonsense are you dreaming about? As the lot drawing concluded, Zhang Qingsun found himself waiting in vain for the village head to call their names. Director, we, the educated youth, have yet to draw. The previously animated conversation among the villagers fell abruptly silent. It was not even hot, yet this city lad seemed to have lost his senses under the sun. Chapter 16. The indifference of everyday life will surely infuriate you today on his first day of labor. Zhang Qingsun felt the weight of the surrounding gazes, nearly scorching him. Yet he remained oblivious to his own misstep. It was the village head who had instructed everyone to draw lots for meat. Why were the educated youth excluded? Jianxi, could you refrain from speaking? At that moment, Xie Jianxi yearned to silence Zhang Qingsun. The village head's directive pertained solely to the villagers. Although the educated youth were residing at Lijiazi, they were not technically members of the community, but rather under the jurisdiction of the county's educated youth office. Moreover, the wild boar had been hunted by Li Tianming, not produced collectively. Each household would only receive a little over a pound, leaving no share for the educated youth. Director, he is new here and knows nothing. Li Xueqing glanced at Zhang Qingsun. Aware from Jean Li of the incident at the county committee courtyard the previous day, and recognizing this young man was not to be underestimated. Despite wishing to dismiss the matter, some truths needed to be articulated in front of the gathering. Zhang, during the morning broadcast, I may not have been clear. The wild boar was hunted by Tianming and does not belong to the collective property. If Tianming chooses to keep it for his family, no one would have grounds to object. However, being considerate, Tianming decided to share the wild boar with the villagers, particularly the children, who seldom have the opportunity to enjoy meat. Do you comprehend? Wishing to avoid further discourse, he concluded his explanation and signaled the accountant to depart. As three more teams awaited their turn to draw lots, Zhang Qingsun still wanted to protest, but was pulled back by Xie Jianxi. They are bullying us, taking advantage of the educated youth. Have you lost your senses? Are you intent on creating division? Do you truly believe that the educated youth's movement to the countryside was intended to aid in rural development? Those with discernment have long seen through this facade. Even the most enthusiastic individuals, who initially aspired to forge a fervent spirit from mere handfuls of black soil, would surely awaken to reality within a year of rural life. If ample employment opportunities existed in the cities to accommodate them, why would they ever venture into the countryside? Having arrived here, they ought to temper their urban arrogance and humbly accept the re-education from the impoverished peasants. Yesterday's events at the county committee courtyard were relayed to Xie Jianxi by two male youth from the city. On their first day, they had already incurred the ire of the younger generation from Li Jiataizi. As for Zhang Qingsun, his future here would be fraught with challenges. Should Li Tianming take a disliking to him, he would find no respite. This is Li Jiataizi, not your home. With that, Xie Jianxi turned and departed. After a morning's labor, he was already famished and had little inclination to remind Zhang Qingsun of what he ought to heed. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Zhang Qingsun remained oblivious to the life he had led in his previous existence at Li Jiataizi. Due to his 2 slaps against Li Laolu, he had become the most unpopular person in the village. Li Laolu was a landlord, yet he toiled diligently in the fields, sweating profusely to build his modest estate. During the tumultuous times, he even ransomed back villagers who had been seized to construct watchtowers. This act of kindness was etched in the memories of the entire village. After liberation, when the authorities called for reform, Li Laolu dutifully relinquished his more than 200 acres of land to the collective. As the tide of history surged forth, though he often faced criticism, it was merely a faade to appease the inspection teams. This could be seen as a form of protection from the village. Yet, Zhang Qingsun took it to heart. And now he had further offended Li Tianming, which boded ill for him. After lunch, the team leader Jean Li called upon everyone to resume their work. Li Tianming handed in his tools and sauntered away. How could he leave early? This is an evasion of labor. Zhang Qingxin's keen eyes noticed. But this time he wisely refrained from making a fuss. Meanwhile, Xie Jianqi pretended not to hear anything. Li Jia Taizi operated differently from other villages. Elsewhere, labor was communal. And regardless of one's output, enduring the day would earn one's share of work points. Here, tasks were assigned in groups, delineating duties, and upon completion, one could leave early after the team leader's inspection. Although Li Tianming had not farmed for decades, the moment he grasped a hoe, his muscle memory sprang back to life. Renowned as a diligent worker in Li Jia Taizi, he completed his assigned tasks swiftly and efficiently, benefiting his fellow group members in the process. "Brother, where are you going?" Li Tianliang called out, chasing after him. "Up the mountain. Sister said not to let you go." A glance from Li Tianming silenced Li Tianliang wisely. Compared to their elder sister, Li Chui, he feared his older brother more. Upon reaching the mountain, Li Tianming first inspected the traps and snares, and, as expected, found nothing. Opportunities as favorable as last night's were not commonplace. "Brother, there's nothing." Li Tianliang expressed his disappointment. "You might think one can easily capture a wild boar every day." Today, Li Tianming ascended the mountain not for the purpose of hunting, nor for that pot of treasure. During daylight hours, wandering through the village with a canister of gold, would he not fear that others would learn of his newfound wealth? Such matters are best kept to a select few. Once they spread, Li Tianming would be unable to safeguard it. Not even his brother Li Tianliang was to be informed. At just 14, a lad could unwittingly let slip a secret with a careless word. "Do you recognize this?" Li Tianming plucked a serrated-leaved herb from the ground and presented it to Li Tianliang. How could one not recognize it? It is merely the tiger thorn. Its scientific name is Eleutherococcus senicosus, and its roots and stems possess medicinal properties, known to invigorate the body, strengthen bones, and enhance willpower. Prolonged consumption can lead to longevity and vitality, and when combined with other herbs, it can bolster one's strength and memory. In the Pao Ji Luan by the author Lai Xiao of the Lu Song dynasty, its capability to harmonize yin and yang is documented. Li Tianming's grandfather was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and during their childhood, he and his siblings were compelled to memorize Benqiao Chongyuan and Benqiao Beiyao, hoping that a descendant would inherit the family legacy. Regrettably, among the many brothers, none displayed the aptitude, leaving only his fourth uncle, Li Xuanong, to grasp a modicum of knowledge, becoming a registered barefoot doctor. Although Li Tianming did not succeed in studying medicine, he has perused numerous medical texts and spent his youth alongside his grandfather, often engaged with herbs and roots, thus acquiring a considerable understanding of traditional Chinese medicine and its pharmacology. "Brother, what are we digging this for?" Li Tianliang inquired curiously as he unearthed the roots of the tiger thorn. "I have my reasons," Li Tianming replied, uncertain of how matters stood with their uncle Li Xuejuan. He felt an urgency to improve the lives of his siblings. While working that morning, he pondered what resources, aside from the wild game on the mountain and the fish in the river, could help him realize his aspirations. This mountain harbored not only Eleutherococcus senicosus, but also astragalus and various other herbs. In times past, no one had paid heed to these plants until individuals from Haiqing began foraging for medicinal herbs, prompting the villagers to realize that what they once regarded as mere weeds could indeed be sold for a profit. In the span of a single summer, the mountain's medicinal herbs were rendered extinct. Do not speak of this to anyone, understand? Until a better solution is found, these herbs are a treasure for the Li family. Once the news spreads, before next year arrives, this mountain could be stripped bare. I understand. Though uncertain of Li Tianming's true intentions, Li Tianliang decided to comply with his elder brother's wishes. The two brothers toiled until dusk, finally descending the mountain with a large sack. Upon reaching the courtyard, they were met with the sound of Qiao Fingyun's scolding. "What a stroke of misfortune it is to be tied to a useless man like you. You cannot even manage your own son. What good are you? The entire village mocks you." The brothers exchanged glances, fully aware of the reason for the commotion. "Brother." Despite being only 14, Li Tianliang still held a degree of apprehension towards their father, Li Xueqing. "Never mind her." As she spoke, she entered the courtyard, heading straight for the east wing. The Li family's 3 sisters were absent, and the women's and children's group only had labor in the afternoon, mainly tending to the pigs. It was still too early to finish work. "Come and see." Xiao Fengyun suddenly dashed out of the house, plopping down in the middle of the courtyard, slapping her thighs and cursing. I can't live like this anymore. Everyone is bullying me. Why is my life so wretched? Her cries were emotionally charged. And if this were a later time, families without daughters would surely be eager to invite her to wail at a funeral. Li Xueqing also emerged from the house, and, upon seeing the Li Tianming brothers, his expression shifted. In the past, he would have resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. But now he felt an inexplicable change in his eldest son. Meanwhile, some villagers passing by the Li family's gate paused to witness the spectacle. What is going on at the Xueqing household? Is there ever a day without drama? Who's bullying you? As long as you aren't the one bullying others, you should consider yourself fortunate. Everyone knew who Xiao Fengyun was. The whole village was aware of her reputation. Even if they weren't benefiting from Li Tianming today, they instinctively knew where their loyalties lay. For children without a mother, and a father who couldn't see clearly, how many times had the neighbors witnessed the torment inflicted by Xiao Fengyun during their childhood? As all eyes turned toward her, Xiao Fengyun became even more incensed, rolling on the ground, kicking her legs in a frenzy, her shoes flying off. Tianming, if you still recognize me as your father. Li Xueqing felt embarrassed under the scrutiny of the villagers, unable to control Xiao Fengyun's outburst, and could only think of a way to handle the situation through Li Tianming. Li Tianming let out a scoff. Should I let her take those two girls to feast on meat? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fengyun immediately ceased her tantrum, sitting down on the ground. For someone as gluttonous and cunning as her, a delicious meal of wild boar meat was worth any loss of dignity. However, her hopes were soon dashed. Get to bed early tonight. You can dream of anything. With that, he called for Li Tianliang and returned to the east wing. A piercing scream escaped Xiao Fengyun's lips, and then she collapsed onto the ground. Li Tianming cast a glance back, thinking to himself, I usually disregard you. Do you really think I fear you? Just wait for the right moment, and I will ensure your demise. Chapter 17. Feast that evening, after a day of toil. The homes of the Li family were filled with the fragrant aroma of meat. People savored this rare indulgence while praising Li Tianming for bringing them such a delightful feast. In Li Xuegong's household, 20 people eagerly gazed at the large pot in the main room. Adults were patient, but the children were already growing restless. Mom, is it ready yet? Li Tianhong wished he could dive right into the pot and devour a piece of meat. What's the rush? Let it simmer a bit longer. That's when the meat will be truly flavorful. Shi Shuling said, lifting the pot lid, and a wave of savory scent wafted through the room. Aunt C stepped forward to assist, while the two sisters-in-law placed the meat into a large basin. As soon as it was brought to the table, the children immediately gathered around, but none dared to pick up their chopsticks until the adults spoke. Mother, exclaimed Li Tianqing, the youngest from Uncle C's family, as drool soaked his shirt. Let us share some with the children. Li Xuegong finally spoke, and succulent pieces of glistening meat were distributed into everyone's bowls. Li Tianhong wasted no time, grabbing a piece and tossing it into his mouth, even though the scalding heat made his eyes water. He jumped about, but refused to spit it out. Come on, Tianming, let us share a drink. Li Xuenong had brought a bottle of white liquor with him, a gift from a patient's family during his rounds. Originally intended to be saved for the new year, it was brought out today due to the delightful feast. Only Li Xuegong, Li Xuenong, and the boys, Li Tianming, Li Tiansheng, and Uncle C's eldest, Li Tianhui, were at the table. The others found places for themselves with their bowls. As the liquor slid down his throat, it ignited a fiery sensation in his stomach. Quite strong, he remarked, taking a bite of the wild boar meat, which, regrettably, lacked the flavor of domestic pork, carrying a rather gamey essence. Tianming, your father. Li Xueqing had ultimately not joined them. If he dared to abandon Xiao Fengyun to feast alone, he would likely find himself sleeping on the floor tonight. Let us not mention him, sighed Li Xuegong, his disdain for his second brother evident. Third brother, Tianming's grown up. He understands everything. Some matters, even if we don't mention them. He knows them like the back of his hand. Li Xuenong interjected. Tianming, your uncle must speak to you as well, going up the mountain at night. Don't you realize the danger? You were lucky this time, otherwise. He glanced at the youngest, who had buried his face in his bowl, grease smeared all over. Picking up a piece of meat, he placed it in the little one's bowl. Eat, enjoy. Uncle, I'm still shaken. I definitely want to do it again. Li Tianming replied casually, but the adults could tell he didn't take it seriously. They understood that he was resolute in his ways, so they chose not to press further. The meal was more satisfying than a New Year's feast. With 30 pounds of meat and a rabbit that, although it appeared plentiful, was scarcely enough for the number of diners. Each person received little, and the two women only managed to taste before putting down their chopsticks. Nevertheless, such a grand banquet was rare, occurring perhaps once in several years. As the women cleaned up, the children were taken outside to play by Li Tianliang, while the older men lingered at the door, smoking. "We have 3 pounds of meat left, Tianming. Later you must take it to Xueqing," Li Xuegong instructed. In his youth, delivering gifts to the village head, even if he were a distant uncle, would have been an embarrassing task for Li Tianming. However, he was different now. Li Xueqing was the village head, and no matter the size of the matters concerning the Li family, they all circled back to him. This time, whether it was regarding the land allocation or issues with the Du family, Li Xueqing had offered significant assistance, making it only proper to show appreciation. "Very well. I shall go later. I have some matters to discuss with Uncle Xueqing. Li Chui is returning to Ninggu town tomorrow. She certainly cannot go on foot." During the day, there was no opportunity to mention it. After a while, Li Chui returned home with her 3 younger siblings. While Li Tianming tucked the wrapped wild boar meat into his coat and headed to Li Xueqing's house at the southern end of the village. Tianming has arrived. Li Xueqing's family had just finished their meal, consisting of potatoes stewed with wild boar meat. During dinner, they discovered that a leg of their stool was loose and were currently repairing it. Upon seeing Li Tianming enter the courtyard, they greeted him with a smile. Li Xueqing was quite pleased that Tianming was able to deliver the hunted wild boar to the village before the autumn harvest begins. Having such a hearty meal would certainly bolster the energy of the villagers. "Uncle, you're busy. Auntie, have you eaten yet?" Li Xueqing's wife, Shen Yanxiu, also emerged from the house. I have eaten. Tianming, you truly are a blessing. The little ones at home haven't had meat for quite some time." "Auntie, please take this inside," Li Tianming said, handing over the wrapped wild boar meat. As soon as Shen Yanxiu touched the paper wrapping, she guessed what was inside. Although tempted, she pushed it back. "No, Tianming, this is not appropriate. The children can have a taste to satisfy their cravings, but you have 3 little ones at home. This is not right. Please take it back." Li Tianming firmly placed the meat into Shen Yanxiu's arms. "Auntie, please don't unwrap it. It would be inappropriate for others to see." Holding the meat, Shen Yanxiu was at a loss, glancing at Li Xueqing for guidance. "All right, just take it. It's Tianming's kind gesture. When there's an opportunity, you can return the favor with something else. The essence of human relationships lies in reciprocity, and as your uncle, I certainly won't let my nephew suffer." Hearing Li Xueqing's words, Shen Yanxiu hesitated before returning to the house. "Tianming, have a smoke." Li Xueqing set aside his work and offered a cigarette, which also lacked a filter. "Uncle, I have one more favor to ask of you." "Nonsense, what favor? Just speak your mind." Li Tianming smiled, and then expressed his wish to head to Ninggu town early to fetch salt and accompany Li Chui home. "Is that all? What's the problem with that? You need to go sooner or later. It's just before the harvest, so it's a good time for you to make the trip." With the matter settled, it was now dark, and Li Tianming took his leave. There was indeed one more thing on his mind, but without certainty. He refrained from mentioning it. However, a resolution was expected tomorrow. Upon returning home, Qiao Fengyun was still making a commotion in the main room, while Li Xueqing squatted at the door, smoking. Seeing Li Tianming enter, he wore a sullen expression and said nothing. "Useless creature, I don't need you to provide for me. If you think you can control me, you're dreaming of grandeur for the Li family," she scolded. Li Tianming picked up a shard of tile from the courtyard wall and hurled it towards the main room, shattering against the window, startling Qiao Fengyun into silence. Even Li Xueqing was taken aback, unable to comprehend why his eldest son had suddenly lost his temper. "Qiao Fengyun, I warn you. If you dare to invoke my ancestors from the Li family again, I'll make you regret it." In the past, Qiao Fengyun would have rushed out to create a scene. But in recent days, Li Tianming's dramatic change in temperament left her feeling uncertain and unable to gauge his mood. Li Tianming did not spare a glance at Li Xueqing as he entered the eastern wing. "Tianming, let her say what she wishes." Li Chui attempted to counsel him to temper his temper. "Sister, that woman has been spoiled by us." By the time Qiao Fengyun entered, Li Chui had grown up, and Li Tianming was already 15. Had they made a fuss from the very beginning, their siblings would not have endured such hardships in previous years. "I spoke with Uncle Xueqing. We shall head to Ninggu town to procure salt tomorrow, and I will return you home as well." Not wishing to endure Li Chui's nagging, Li Tianming quickly diverted the conversation. Who would prefer to walk over 40 miles when one can ride? Tianming, what on earth are you doing with all these roots? Earlier, when she returned with a few younger ones, Li Chui had spotted the 2 bags tucked in the corner, initially thinking they contained vegetables from their private plots. But upon opening them, she discovered they were filled with roots. After inquiring with Li Tianliang, she learned that Li Tianming had dug them up and claimed they were useful. This is tiger lily. Its rhizomes can be used in medicine. I intend to see if anyone in the city is willing to buy them. Li Chui was taken aback and cautiously remarked, "Is that feasible? You are treading a risky path." "What risk?" Li Tianming chuckled. In a previous life, he would have harbored such concerns as well. It is precisely due to ignorance that people feel constrained in their actions. I am not selling to individuals. These are not acquired from others, but harvested by myself. I will sell directly to the state-run pharmacy. Where is the risk in that? It is sanctioned by the government. Li Chui remained skeptical. How do you know this? This was something Li Tianming would only comprehend many years later. The village loudspeaker incessantly broadcasts news, and I heard it on the radio. He offered a vague excuse, brushing her off. Li Chui wished to offer further advice, but Li Tianming would not grant her the opportunity to nag. "It is dark. Let us sleep." Through 2 doors, the sound of Qiao Fengyun cursing Li Xueqing could still be heard. After being warned, he had indeed reined himself in. As for the one being scolded, Li Xueqing, that was no concern of his. Chapter 18. The alarm bell rings. Uncle Xueqing. At the entrance of the village party branch, Li Tianming had harnessed the cart, and Li Chui arrived with her 2 younger sisters. "When did you arrive, Dakui?" "Yesterday morning." "Uncle Xueqing, I apologize for the trouble caused to the village." Li Xueqing waved his hand dismissively. "What is this in comparison?" Saying this, he pulled 2 coins from his jacket pocket. "I heard from your third aunt that you have welcomed a son. The farm work is overwhelming, and I have not had the chance to visit. Now that you are back, take this as my token of goodwill." Seeing this, Li Chui hurriedly declined. "Uncle, there is no need, truly. No need. What do you mean? Do you no longer intend to maintain ties with your uncle? Quickly take it." The monetary gift had been prepared long ago, but Li Xueqing was genuinely reluctant to visit Li Chui's in-laws. When Li Chui married, as her paternal uncle and the village head, both he and his wife had gone to Ninggu town for the wedding. However, the Liu family was excessively pretentious, particularly Li Chui's mother-in-law, who treated them, her maternal kin, with disdain, as though they were impoverished relatives seeking handouts. Were it not for the sake of Li Xueqing, Li Xueqing would not have even wanted to partake in a meal. "Then I shall thank you, Uncle Xueqing." "Thank you. When you have time, bring the child back." "Tianming, be careful on the road, don't rush." "Understood," replied Li Tianming, assisting Li Chui into the carriage, and with a flick of the whip, they set off. As they passed the courtyard, someone suddenly dashed in front of the carriage. Fortunately, Li Tianming's quick reflexes and adept skills allowed him to halt the vehicle just in time. Upon recognizing the person, he was taken aback. "What brings you here?" Song Xiaoyu was startled and quickly realized her earlier actions were somewhat reckless, causing her cheeks to flush. "Comrade Li, I just heard someone say you were going to Ninggu town." "Yes. What's the matter? Could you possibly send a letter for me? I wish to inform my family that I am safe." As she spoke, she rummaged through her pocket, hesitating whether to hand the envelope to Li Tianming, since he had not yet agreed. "What is the problem with that? There's no mailbox in the village, and the county's mail carrier only comes at the end of every month. It's only mid-October now, so if you want to send a letter, you either have to go to Yonghe County or Ninggu town. Just take it." Thank you so much." Song Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude repeatedly, handing the letter to Li Tianming and bowing slightly before rejoining her group of educated youth. After securing the letter, Li Tianming flicked the whip and continued on their journey. The route from Lijiatang to Ninggu town was considerably easier than the one to the county, as it was a dirt road without mountainous terrain. They departed at 7:30 in the morning and arrived at Ninggu town before 10. Although it was merely a town, it was more prosperous than Yonghe County due to the state-owned salt field. The streets were lined with barber shops, photo studios, state-owned restaurants, department stores, and even bathhouses, offering a complete array of facilities. However, relying on resources alone, Ninggu town failed to develop sustainably. Those who once held high opinions of themselves found it ironic that they were now outdone by the rural folk they once looked down upon in the new century. Upon reaching Li Chui's mother-in-law's home with the horse-drawn carriage, an elderly woman cradled a child at the door, chatting with others. Her appearance suggested she was not a kind-hearted person. Her triangular eyes, arched brows, and a face marked by excess flesh combined with a remarkably shrill voice. This was indeed Li Chui's mother-in-law. If our second child weren't a bit short, how could he marry someone from the countryside? After all, he is a formal worker in a state enterprise. This statement was clearly intended for Li Chui to hear. Leaving the child at home, she had returned to her parents' house. And since yesterday, the old woman had scolded her countless times. The carriage was already in front of her, and she should have seen it if she weren't blind. With a sharp crack of the whip, Li Tianming silenced the woman's tirade. "Oh, your uncle has arrived. Look, I didn't even go to the street corner to greet you." Watching her insincere smile made Li Tianming feel nauseous. While she spoke sweetly, she did not even budge an inch. "No need for that. Don't strain your back." Given her demeanor, Li Tianming saw no reason to be polite. He pulled the brake and helped Li Chui down from the carriage. "Sister, where should we put the vegetables? There's not much to bring home. This morning, I picked 2 bags of cabbage from the private plot." "Uncle." A little girl dashed out from the yard and instantly embraced Li Tianming's leg. This was Wenwen, Li Chui's eldest daughter, who had always shared a close bond with her uncle. Li Tianming reached down, affectionately ruffling Wenwen's hair. In her previous life, this child had been born into a family that favored sons over daughters, leaving her largely overlooked. Only Li Chui had cared for her, while in the eyes of Lu Minghai and his mother, she seemed to be non-existent. Fortunately, Wenwen was a diligent child, persevering in her studies and eventually gaining admission to Haiqing Medical University. After graduation, she furthered her education at a university in the capital. The elderly Lu Minghai would often boast about his daughter's accomplishments, yet he conveniently forgot that it was Li Tianming who had provided her living expenses during her university years. "Wenwen, look what I have," Li Tianming exclaimed, pulling out a parcel wrapped in paper from his pocket, from which the savory aroma of meat wafted. "Meat." Wenwen looked up. Her big, sparkling eyes filled with excitement. As she unwrapped the parcel, she discovered it contained freshly sliced wild boar meat, nearly half a pound. This was something Li Tianming had specially asked Aunt San to set aside for her. While the family had enjoyed a hearty meal, he believed that his beloved niece should not be deprived. "What on earth is your uncle doing, bringing gifts when he comes over?" Li Chui's mother-in-law chuckled, her face lighting up with delight, her wrinkles stretching as she reached out eagerly. "There's grease everywhere. You needn't get your hands dirty." Li Tianming deftly evaded the old woman's grasp and bent down to feed a piece of meat to Wenwen. "Is it delicious?" Wenwen chewed enthusiastically. Her smile, so wide her eyes nearly disappeared, mumbling with glee, "Delicious." Meanwhile, Li Chui's mother-in-law was growing increasingly anxious. Passing the child back to Li Chui and attempting to reach for the meat again. "Just let the child have a taste. Too much will upset her stomach," she urged. Though both of her sons worked as official employees at the salt plant and received a monthly salary, meat was a rare luxury. The mere scent had her salivating. And witnessing Li Tianming feed, Wenwen made her wish to snatch the morsels from her granddaughter's mouth. "If she does get a stomachache, I will pay for the treatment." Li Tianming once again blocked the old woman's hand, offering another piece of meat to Wenwen. "Oh, what a waste," Li Chui's mother-in-law lamented. "Feeding a girl meat is simply a squandering. This meat is meant for my niece. She enjoys it, so she gets to eat it all," Li Tianming retorted. The old woman, witnessing this, turned her gaze toward Li Chui, who was cradling her child. "Don't you have anything to say?" Since marrying into the family, although she endured her mother-in-law's temper, Li Chui was no pushover. Having stood her ground against Xiao Fengyun before her marriage, even Li Xueqing couldn't restrain her. The reason for her restraint was Lu Minghai's status as a formal worker at the salt plant, which made her feel inferior. "The meat belongs to my brother. It's none of your business," she declared, before retreating into the yard with her child. The old woman, exasperated and hopping mad, found herself powerless, all while the neighbors watched the commotion with great interest. In a fit of fury and frustration, she stormed into the yard, pointing at Li Chui and raising her voice. "You have brought your relatives here to protest at my doorstep. Let me remind you, do not think that because you have given birth to a grandson for the Lu family, I am powerless against you. Do not forget, it was my eldest son who arranged your temporary job. Should you dare to cause trouble, I will ruin your work and send you and your daughter back to your hometown." Wenwen was terrified. She neglected her meal and clung to Li Tianming's leg, her innocent face filled with fear. "Do not be afraid," Li Tianming said darkly, as he stepped into the courtyard. "Sister, do not fear her. At worst, we will sever ties with her son. If she dares to disrupt my sister's job, old woman, believe me, if my sister loses her job today, Tomorrow I shall gather a crowd of over 100 people to block the entrance of the salt factory, forcing your sons to clean the salt ponds. Cleaning the salt ponds was the most arduous and grueling task at the salt factory. Li Tianming, in a previous life, had worked as a temporary laborer at the salt factory to earn money, and within just 2 months, he had lost half of his hair. The old woman was intimidated by Li Tianming's threat, yet she refused to yield. Who are you trying to scare? I do not believe you possess such capability. Li Tianming sneered. Believe it or not, just try me. In this era, the people truly held the power. Do not think that the eldest of the Liu family, merely a publicity officer at the salt factory, is untouchable. Even the factory director, if one could grasp a weakness, could be beaten in the street. And the victim would not dare cry injustice. Although the old woman looked down on the villagers, she understood that the Li family was a prominent household in Yonghe County. If a confrontation ensued, her family would not fare well. Old woman, remember this. If you dare bully my sister again, for every time you do, I will give your son a beating. I will strike the big ones when they are present, and the small ones when they appear. Li Tianming understood that to deal with such a stubborn adversary, one must be even more unyielding. You dare, she retorted. Li Tianming chuckled. Me? Really? As he spoke, he handed the remaining meat to Li Chui and beckoned Wenwen forward. Sister, this meat is for Wenwen. No one else, including you, is allowed to eat it. Do you understand? With her brother's support, Li Chui felt emboldened. Fine, let Wenwen eat it all. After giving his instructions, Li Tianming went outside to carry 2 bags of cabbage into the courtyard, stacking them in the sunny corner as per Li Chui's directions, ignoring the old woman entirely. Sister, I shall take my leave now. Be careful on your way. Li Chui saw him off at the street corner. Do not always argue with Dad at home. If you hear something, just pretend you did not. Li Tianming did not wish for Li Chui to worry, so he readily agreed. Sister, you should not always endure. If that old woman bullies you again, come home, and I will deal with her. Li Chui was amused. What? You think you can fight with the old lady? If I cannot reach her, I can certainly reach her son. Li Tianming was not merely speaking empty threats, having issued a warning. It was necessary to remind the old woman to keep her wits about her, to understand the meaning of a persistent alarm. Chapter 19. Pork is merely 0.85 yuan per gene these days. At the entrance of the state-owned salt factory in Ninggu town, Li Tianming sat on a horse-drawn cart smoking, his eyes fixed on the comings and goings of the people. The salt from the village had already been loaded onto the cart, and Li Tianming circled around outside before returning to the entrance once more. What lies ahead must not be entangled with the Li family. Shortly thereafter, a young man of modest stature emerged, engaging in conversation with the gatekeeper while scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing Li Tianming, his expression shifted subtly, hesitating as to whether he should approach. This man was Lu Minghai, Li Tianming's brother-in-law. Had it not been for Li Chui's advanced age, which made her an unsuitable match, Lu Minghai, despite being a formal employee at the salt factory, would not have been deemed worthy of her, given his height. Before her marriage, Li Chui was renowned as the most beautiful girl in the surrounding villages, adept in agricultural endeavors. Suitors nearly broke down her doorstep in their fervor. However, under the influence of Qiao Fengyun, Li Shueching resolutely rejected all proposals. Qiao Fengyun's reluctance to see Li Chui married stemmed from ulterior motives, fearing that if Li Chui wed, she would be burdened with the care of the younger siblings. Li Chui, concerned for her sister-in-law, thus delayed the marriage. Casting aside his cigarette butt, Li Tianming dismounted from his carriage and approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Minghai, visibly anxious, instinctively took a step back. Brother-in-law, why do you shy away upon seeing me? Li Tianming advanced and encircled Lu Minghai's neck with his arm. Lu Minghai attempted to break free, but he was no match for Li Tianming. His short stature resembled that of a chick, easily lifted by Li Tianming with a single hand. Lu Minghai, had it not been for the intervention of the secretary when I was cornered at the salt factory's gate by Li Tianming and his companions, I would surely have endured a beating. In the end, I had to pen a letter of guarantee to escape unscathed. Since that day, although Lu Minghai continued to look down upon the rural relatives of Li Chui, he was profoundly intimidated by Li Tianming. I've traveled a long way. Come, let us converse. As he spoke, Li Tianming pulled Lu Minghai along to the roadside. Master, this area does not fall under the jurisdiction of your salt factory, correct? The gatekeeper, somewhat puzzled, nodded in compliance. Splendid, thank you. With that, he released Lu Minghai, and before he could utter a word, delivered a punch. Bang! Lu Minghai was caught off guard. stumbling back several steps before landing on the ground. Ouch, ouch, he cried out, his voice surprisingly melodious. Li Tianming, recalling the scoldings from the elderly matriarch at his sister's home, found his anger uncontrollable and delivered another kick. Please, no more. It's too soon to beg for mercy. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Lu Minghai, not striking with great force, yet ensuring that all who witnessed would know that this young man had been soundly thrashed. Particularly, he aimed for the old matriarch to learn that her son would suffer the consequences of bullying his daughter-in-law. Li Tianming, please, stop. Lu Minghai rolled on the ground, incessantly pleading for mercy. At that moment, the gatekeeper approached. Although this roadside was outside their authority, Lu Minghai was an employee of the salt factory. They could not simply stand by and watch him face ruin. Comrade, if you have something to say, please do so calmly. Do not resort to violence. Further escalation could lead to dire consequences. Li Tianming, having vented his frustration, ceased his assault upon the gatekeeper's arrival. Rest assured, no lives will be lost. This is my dear brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? A close relation indeed? One might believe him to be your father's murderer instead. How could a relative act with such cruelty? Goodness. His eyes are both sealed shut. What a deep-seated grudge, what bitter resentment. Lu Minghai, do you comprehend why I have struck you? How could I possibly know? Lu Minghai felt utterly aggrieved. Upon meeting, without uttering a single word, he was met with a beating, leaving him in agony from head to toe. Surely, it cannot be because he failed to present a gift at Li Tianming's wedding. That marriage ultimately did not materialize. This punishment was originally meant for your mother. But considering her age, I refrained from the humiliation of bullying an elderly woman. Thus, I apologize. As her son, you must bear this injustice. What? Lu Minghai is no fool. Hearing Li Tianming's words, he quickly grasped the situation. It must be that his mother had been tormenting Li Chui, only to be caught in the act by Li Tianming. This beating was indeed unjust. You don't feel wronged for taking a beating on behalf of your mother, do you? Not at all. Even if Lu Minghai harbored immense resentment, he dared not voice it in front of Li Tianming. Today he was alone, but there remained a great crowd at home. The last encounter at the salt field gate lingered vividly in Lu Minghai's memory. So remember this well. Keep your mother in check. If she dares to bully my sister again and I find out, you shall bear the consequences. Bear what consequences? After Li Tianming concluded, he departed, leaving Lu Minghai seated on the ground, taking some time to process. Whenever Li Chui faced hardship at home, he must prepare himself for a beating. The gatekeeper understood the situation. Indeed, this fellow was Lu Minghai's brother-in-law, standing up for his sister who had been wronged. Lu Minghai's beating was certainly justified. He leaped onto the cart, cracking the whip in his hand. This lesson should keep that old woman in check for a while. As for the future, as long as the maternal family remains steadfast, the Lu family will not rise to power. If it becomes unbearable, they could simply divorce. A temporary job at the salt field is hardly worth fretting over. It was still early, and Li Tianming was not in a hurry to return to the village. He had several matters to attend to. He traveled westward, passing through Ninggu town and several villages, until he finally spotted the railway tracks, beyond which lay Haiqing. Upon entering the city, it was already afternoon. On the way, Li Tianming had quenched his thirst with cool water and nibbled on a few corn cakes. Yet his stomach still felt empty. In those times, even horse-drawn carts could freely enter Haiqing, unlike later when motor vehicles faced restrictions. After inquiring along the way, he eventually halted the cart in front of a state-run pharmacy. Reaching into his pocket, Li Tianming stepped inside. The shop was desolate, filled with the aroma of herbal medicine. As a child, he often visited his grandfather's apothecary to pilfer goji berries and hawthorn pills, making him quite familiar with the scent. At that moment, an elderly man was dozing at the counter. Upon hearing the commotion, he slowly lifted his head and glanced at Li Tianming. Here to buy medicine? Li Tianming approached the counter, spreading his hand open to present the roots of the Siberian ginseng before the elderly man. Could you assist me in identifying this? The old man furrowed his brow, donned his glasses, and scrutinized the specimen for a while. This is tiger's ginseng. You are quite knowledgeable. Merely examining the root and savoring its scent, the old man demonstrated his expertise. He was certainly no novice. Since he was well-versed, matters would be simpler. Young man, what do you mean? I gathered this from the mountains and wanted to inquire if you might be interested in purchasing it. The old man chuckled, sizing up Li Tianming, recognizing him as a country lad. Ah, so you possess some knowledge of medicinal herbs. Li Tianming understood that the elderly gentleman was probing for more information. It's from my family's lineage. Have you heard of Master Tanlu? Li Tianming's grandfather was renowned as an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in his time, and anyone involved in the trade in Haiqing would surely have heard of Master Tanlu's name. Oh, you are acquainted with Master Tanlu. He is indeed my ancestor. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately set aside his cautiousness, glanced once more at the Siberian ginseng on the counter, and took a piece of the root to sniff it. This is a fine specimen. Why didn't you prepare it before bringing it here? I wasn't sure if anyone would buy it, so I didn't bother with the effort. How much do you have? Approximately 60 jin. This herb grows abundantly in the mountains, and hardly anyone is aware that it can be sold. Moreover, due to the serrated edges of its leaves, even pigs refuse to eat it. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the manager. With that, the old man rose and retreated to the back, leaving Li Tianming alone in the shop. Before long, the old man returned with a middle-aged man. This is our manager Yi. Greetings, Manager Yi. The manager nodded, approached the counter, and examined a piece of the root meticulously for a while. This is good material. We can purchase it. It was not uncommon for individuals to bring fine goods to the state-run pharmacy for sale. Li Tianming was not the first to do so. During the initial years of the movement, there were strict regulations, and anyone attempting to sell medicinal herbs would immediately be met with ideological scrutiny. However, recently, a directive had been issued. Although personal trading remained prohibited, state-run pharmacies were permitted to procure from the public, albeit at a lower price. The herbs collected could be utilized for export to earn foreign currency. In the future, if you have more, feel free to bring it at any time. However, if you can prepare it in advance, the price will be slightly higher. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming felt a wave of relief. Siberian ginseng was not a particularly rare herb. It was abundant in various localities, yet the common folk were oblivious to its market value. Our purchase price here is 550 fun per jin. If you agree, we can weigh it in the backyard now. 550 fun per jin translates to 33 yuan for 60 jin. Currently, pork is priced at 850 fun per jin, meaning that 2 jin of Siberian ginseng could be exchanged for over 1 jin of pork. All right, thank you. By the way, if it were properly prepared, how much could it sell for per jin? An additional 5 fun. I appreciate your assistance. Although 5 fun is indeed money, once the preparation is done at home, the villagers will quickly learn of it, and soon enough, the mountain herbs will become scarce, no matter how plentiful they once were. After weighing the goods in the backyard, the total came to 63 pounds. An invoice was issued, signed by Manager Yi, and soon the finance department delivered the payment, 64.65 yuan. This marked the first earnings of Li Tianming after his rebirth, a sum acquired through his extraordinary insight and perception. Upon exiting the pharmacy, he made his way directly to the department store across the street. However, by the time he emerged, his freshly earned money had diminished by half. Next, he headed to the employee housing of the Haiqing steel plant. Chapter 20. Song Xiaoyu's origin family. Excuse me, Annie, may I inquire about someone? Is there a girl named Song Xiaoyu who recently went to the countryside? Initially, he intended to visit the dormitory area of the Haiqing steel plant. But after walking for a short while, he suddenly remembered a task he had forgotten. He had promised Song Xiaoyu to send a letter for her. After circling around without finding a mailbox, he learned that he was merely 2 streets away from Qingshui Dongli, as indicated on the envelope. Since he was so close, he decided to deliver the letter directly to her home. After asking several people, he finally located the address on the envelope. However, the house numbers in that area were incomplete and difficult to discern. As he walked forward, he spotted a door painted red. That must be the home of the Song family, whose daughter is named Xiaoyu. Li Tianming confirmed this and thanked the kind-hearted aunt. He couldn't drive in, but fortunately, there was a utility pole nearby where he could tie up his horse and cover the salt on the cart with a tarp. Knock, knock, knock. The yard door was open, yet after waiting for a while without seeing anyone, he knocked again, prompting a response from inside. Who is it? Excuse me. Is this the home of Song Xiaoyu? A middle-aged woman emerged from the house, cradling a child in her arms. Xiaoyu is my daughter. Who are you? Hello, auntie. I am from Lijiao, and Song Xiaoyu is currently in our village for work. Upon hearing this, Song's mother appeared somewhat flustered. Is there something wrong with Xiaoyu in the village? She just went to the countryside, and now someone has come. Li Tianming quickly reassured her. No. Please don't worry. I came to the city for some business, and Xiaoyu asked me to deliver a letter to inform you that she is safe. Song's mother approached the yard entrance, taking the letter while still looking anxiously at Li Tianming. Young man, Xiaoyu is truly all right. Absolutely, you can rest assured. She is doing quite well over there. Only then did Song's mother relax, quickly stepping aside. Come in for a moment to rest. No, thank you, Auntie. It's enough that I've delivered the letter. I must continue with my business. It was merely a small favor, and since he wasn't familiar with them, he felt it best not to intrude further. Li Tianming was eager to visit his uncle, setting aside the matter of whether the discussion would yield results. He was genuinely hungry. Although he had brought items for his uncle and younger siblings, he hadn't touched any of it. Despite having money, he lacked food coupons, rendering him unable to purchase anything to eat. How is it that you made a special trip here and Haven Tea even had a sip of water? As he spoke, a young man approached, dressed in the steel plant's work uniform, glancing at Li Tianming as he took the child from Song's mother. Mom, who is this? The gaze directed at Li Tianming was rife with suspicion. Xiaoyu had traveled to their village and had ventured into the city, delivering a letter back home for her. The man continued to scrutinize Li Tianming, inquiring about his relationship with his sister and why she entrusted him with such a task. Taken aback by the question, Li Tianming wondered if he was truly being spoken to. Was his act of kindness being turned into an issue? Aunt, if there's nothing else, I must take my leave as I have matters to attend to, he stated, wishing to disengage from the man, and after exchanging pleasantries with Song's mother, he attempted to walk away. Hey, did I permit you to leave? The man retorted, reaching out to grab Li Tianming. Xiaojun, what are you doing? Mom, this person is of dubious origin. We need to clarify matters. I've inquired, and I found out that the Li family in the village where Xiaoyu is working is over 100 miles from Haiqing. How did he arrive here? Song Xiaojuan's loud voice attracted the attention of neighbors, and as the narrow alley filled with people, Li Tianming found himself trapped, unable to escape. What's going on, Aunt Song? Please speak. Xiaojun, what is this all about? The crowd buzzed with chatter, surrounding Li Tianming, resembling a captive. I arrived by horse-drawn carriage, Li Tianming explained, pushing past the obstruction posed by Song Xiaojun. Had it not been for the child he was holding, he would have surely toppled him. Is this fellow out of his mind? Just because the Li family is far from Haiqing, does that mean I cannot come? And what do you mean by dubious origin? As Song Xiaojun rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront him, Song's mother quickly stepped in front of Li Tianming. Enough of this. Mom, why are you defending a stranger? With a stern expression, Song's mother replied, your sister has gone to the countryside. What more do you need to worry about? Li Tianming, bewildered, pondered the underlying implications of her words. There was evidently more to this situation than met the eye. After returning the child to Song Xiaojun, Song's mother apologized to their neighbors and led Li Tianming out of the alley. My apologies, young man, for involving you in this mess, she said. And Li Tianming remained perplexed by the unfolding events, particularly the unfounded hostility from Song Xiaojun and the cryptic remarks from Song's mother. Sighing, Song's mother lamented. It's all due to the house. Excuse me, Aunt, but I have no interest in family affairs, he replied, though curiosity gnawed at him. Having bottled up her frustrations for so long, Song's mother finally confided in him, fearing the loss of face in front of the neighbors. Encountering someone from the same village as Xiaoyu, she likely hoped to convey her troubles through him. According to her, years ago, Xiaoyu's father had tragically passed away in an accident, leaving only Song's mother and her 3 children. Xiaoyu was the youngest, with an elder brother, Song Xiaojun, and an older sister, Song Xiaoying, who was married and worked in a cotton mill. Initially, the household, consisting of just 3 members, had ample space. But with Song Xiaojuan's recent marriage, their living situation had become less accommodating. This year, with the birth of Song Xiaojuan's child, the underlying tensions gradually came to the forefront. Song Xiaojuan's wife incessantly stirred up discord at home, her words subtly insinuating that now that Song Xiaoyu had reached adulthood, she ought not to reside with her brother. It is indeed my fault. When Xiaoyu's father passed away, in an attempt to simplify matters, I transferred ownership of the house to her brother's name. Simplify? What could possibly be simplified? To be blunt, it stemmed from a deep-seated preference for sons over daughters, where thoughts of the son overshadowed any concern for the daughter, which, while not entirely absent, remained distinctly limited. The subsequent implications were evident. Li Tianming could surmise much of it. Unable to endure her brother's cold demeanor, her sister-in-law's disdainful glances, and their mother's sighs of lament, Song Xiaoyu ultimately decided to join the countryside work brigade, distancing herself from the turmoil. According to Song's mother, Both she and Song Xiaoyu's father were employees of the steel mill, and after Song's father passed away, Song Xiaojun took over his position while Song's mother retired normally. According to regulations, her job could be inherited by her children. This system of succession persisted until 1986, implying that Song Xiaoyu could have remained in Haiqing. Yet, due to unavoidable circumstances, she chose a different path. This indeed underscores how one's family of origin invariably influences the trajectory of their life. Perhaps Song Xiaojun and his wife were not merely seeking a more spacious living environment, but were also eyeing the job position that rightfully belonged to Song Xiaoyu. Of course, this was of no concern to Li Tianming, who felt no need to verify such matters. Song Xiaojun's intense reaction earlier might have stemmed from a worry that Song Xiaoyu could not cope with rural life and would seek assistance to return to the city. Aunt, do you have anything else to discuss? Li Tianming had lost interest in the conversation. Song Xiaoyu's current predicament was not without fault on Song's mother's part. She could have allowed her younger daughter to stay in the city, but chose to feign ignorance instead. Young man, Xiaoyu is in your village. I implore you, if convenient, could you look after her a bit more? This perhaps revealed another of Song's mother's intentions, to have Li Tianming convey her grievances while subtly hoping to evoke his compassion towards her younger daughter. Am I indebted to your family? How astutely she played her cards. Unfortunately, Li Tianming was not one to be easily swayed by emotions. I am merely delivering a letter. Nothing more, he stated, loosening the ropes and leaping onto the horse-drawn cart. You should speak to Song Xiaoyu directly. With a gentle flick of the whip upon the horse's back, the sturdy steed obediently moved forward. Upon witnessing this, Song's mother was momentarily rendered speechless, standing frozen in place. At a loss for words, Li Tianming's words had left her feeling utterly humiliated. She had given the house to her son, the job position to her daughter-in-law, and ultimately acquiesced to her younger daughter being compelled to work in the countryside. How could she possibly face her younger daughter again? Gripping the letter tightly, a wave of bitterness surged within her. As she tore open the envelope and extracted the letter inside, the first line she read felt like a resounding slap across her face. Mom, I do not blame you. This single sentence revealed to Song's mother that her youngest daughter was fully aware of everything she had done. She simply chose not to mention it, wanting to spare her any distress. Chapter 21. The uncle's family in her previous life. Song Xiaoyu eventually married a distant cousin of Li Tianming. Though the specific year eludes his memory, the man she wed was regarded as the least reliable among Li Tianming's contemporaries, idly passing his days with little regard for responsibility. He would often work sporadically, disappearing for months on end, and upon his return, he always appeared disheveled and in disarray. After their marriage, rather than settling down, he became increasingly irresponsible, leaving Song Xiaoyu to shoulder the burden of maintaining the household both inside and out. As the tide of time shifted, while other educated youth gradually returned to the city, Song Xiaoyu remained in Li's family home due to her marriage, which rendered her ineligible for repatriation until the late 1980s, when she finally brought her family back to Haiqing. Since then, Li Tianming had not heard any news of Song Xiaoyu, nor had her cousin returned to the village. Even during the Qingming festival, he had not paid respects to his parents' graves. It now seemed that even if Song Xiaoyu had returned to the city, her life was likely far from easy. With a cold-hearted sister-in-law, an indifferent mother, and an irresponsible husband, Li Tianming could not help but feel a pang of distress for her predicament. Oh well, the affairs of others are not for Li Tianming to ponder. He should focus on his own matters first. The workers' dormitory area of the steel mill was not far from Qingshui East Lane. As dusk fell, Li Tianming finally spotted his aunt, Yin Xiaozhen, exiting the dormitory after work. Aunt. Yin Xiaozhen scrutinized Li Tianming for a moment before recognizing him. Is that you, Tianming? My, how you've grown in just a few years. A native of Haiqing, Yin Xiaozhen had returned to Li's family home in her youth after marrying Li Xuejuan. But as her family expanded, she became too occupied. Previously, when Li Tianming got married, she could not return due to her responsibility for her paralyzed mother. Are you in need of your uncle's assistance? In these times, most city dwellers dreaded visits from their rural relatives. Each time someone came, they had to provide food and lodging, often parting with money and receiving little more than a polite farewell in return. However, Yin Xiaozhen was amiable, and visits from her husband's family were never burdensome. They were always treated with the utmost hospitality. If this was true for others, it was even more so for her own nephew. Come, let us head home, Yin Xiaozhen said, taking Li Tianming's hand. As it happens, I bought some meat today. I'll make you red braised pork. Aunt, you take the cart. All right, saves us a few steps. She climbed onto the cart without hesitation. Tianming, what have you brought on this cart? I've brought some salt for the village and a few cabbages, all grown in our home garden. Why bring that? We have everything here. If you truly care, just come by to visit when you have time. The steel mill dormitories were 3-story buildings, reminiscent of Soviet architectural styles, with Li Xuejuan's home located at the very back. As the cart stopped below, several women were washing and tidying up, and, upon seeing Yin Xiaozhen arriving in a cart, curiously inquired about her return. This is my husband's nephew, Tianming, who came to the city to visit me and his uncle. As she spoke, she attempted to usher Li Tianming upstairs. Auntie, please wait for a moment. I shall fetch the keys, Yin Xiaozhen said, dashing up the stairs, revealing her spirited nature. The area in front of the dormitory building, once vacant, had now been occupied by every household, each having constructed a storage shed. Upon unloading over 30 large cabbages from the vehicle, the neighboring residents looked on with envy. Although these cabbages were inexpensive, it was indeed a challenge for city dwellers to procure vegetables these days, given the insufficient supply of goods. There were times when, despite having a quota, they simply could not make a purchase. During the winter storage season, it was considered fortunate if a family could acquire even 2/3 of their allotted amount. Many people had relatives in the countryside, yet none had ever sent them supplies. After unloading the cabbages, Li Tianming carried down a small bag of salt from the vehicle. Auntie, this is for you to use in pickling vegetables. Please do not use it for cooking, as it is coarse salt. Each time he visited the salt factory, they would generously provide a little extra. For city dwellers, salt held equal importance to vegetables, especially coarse salt, as the cold approached. With every household needing to prepare pickled vegetables for the winter, using fine salt was deemed extravagant, while coarse salt was primarily allocated to rural areas and state-run pickled vegetable factories, leaving them with no means to purchase it. You dear child, very well. I shall not be polite. The two women conversed as they ascended the stairs, prompting the neighbors to feel a tinge of jealousy. Why was it that their relatives arrived solely to take advantage, while the Li family's relatives brought vegetables and salt? Li Xuejuan's family resided on the second floor, originally designed with 2 bedrooms and a living room, but the living room had been partitioned into 2 additional rooms, leaving only a small space for dining. Mother, this is Xuejuan's nephew, Tianming. Yin Xiaozhen's mother, over 70 years old, had been bedridden for nearly 20 years, relying solely on the care of her 2 children. Additionally, Li Xuejuan had 6 children, 5 boys and 1 girl. The villagers envied Li Xuejuan for his position as a cadre in a state-owned enterprise, living in an apartment. Yet in reality, 9 family members were squeezed into a space of less than 70 square meters. They not only had to raise their children and care for the elderly, but also support relatives in the countryside. With a combined income of just over 100 yuan, life was far from prosperous for Li Xuejuan and Yin Xiaozhen. All right. The elderly woman, whose mind had slowed with age, took a considerable time to grasp Li Tianming's identity. Grandmother, Li Tianming addressed her respectfully, following the familial conventions. I did not bring anything for you on this visit. Please keep this box of pastries for yourself. Earlier, while ascending the stairs, Yin Xiaozhen had noticed the box of pastries and had intended to ask Li Tianming to take it back when he departed, but unexpectedly, he had already opened it. Tianming, although this box of pastries from afar requires no ticket, it is worth several yuan. Auntie, it is my first time meeting grandmother. I couldn't possibly arrive empty-handed. Yin Xiaozhen felt a pang of difficulty, aware that her nephew's life was not easy. His sister-in-law had passed away early, and his younger brother was somewhat oblivious, relying on Li Tianming to support 3 younger siblings. At times, the thought of it made her heart ache. Had it not been for the numerous children of her own, she would have eagerly urged Li Xuejuan to bring Xiao Wu to the city. This time, however, it would be the last. As you wish, Li Tianming declared, though inwardly he mused that by the next visit, he would surely no longer be in such a state of embarrassment. While they were conversing, the door swung open, and 5 children, 3 older and 2 younger, entered, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Tianming. What are you staring at? Don't you recognize me? Yin Xiaozhen inquired with a smile. The eldest boy tentatively called out, Brother Tianming? Li Tianming returned the smile. Well, at least Tianhe still remembers me. These children were the offspring of Li Xuejuan and Yin Xiaozhen. Li Tianhe was the second eldest, followed by Li Tianjing, Li Tianyuan, the youngest girl named Li Xiang, and the youngest boy, Li Tianxin. Auntie, where is Tianman? He asked at school. He LL graduate in a year. Li Tianman was Yin Xiaozhen's eldest son. The same age as Li Tianming, just a few months younger. The last time the brothers met was 2 years ago when the city had calmed down a bit, and schools resumed. At that time, Li Tianman was in high school, but later heard he had enrolled in a vocational school. Li Xuejuan's children were all distinguished in their own right, though scattered far and wide, rarely having the opportunity to meet. The only one in regular contact with Li Tianming was the eldest, Tianman, and the fourth, Tianyuan. Look what I brought for you, Li Tianming exclaimed, pulling a bag of candies from his cloth pocket. Although merely fruit candies, they were a rare treat for the children. Absolutely not, Yin Xiaozhen firmly insisted, pushing the bag back. Take it home for Xiao Wu. Li Tianming feigned distress. Annie, had you mentioned it earlier, I would have taken it back. Now that my younger siblings have seen it, how can I face them if I take it away? This left Yin Xiaozhen momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Li Tianming swiftly handed the bag of candies to Tianyuan, who, being quick-witted, turned and dashed away with the sweets. The others eagerly pursued him. Fruit candies were seldom enjoyed, typically only distributed during the new year when each child might receive a few pieces. This hefty bag felt like a windfall. You child, even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it recklessly. Li Xuejuan had spoken to Yin Xiaozhen about the need to break off the engagement after returning home a few days prior, aware that Li Tianming was currently in a more comfortable financial situation. However, with plans to build a house and take a wife, each endeavor would require significant expenditure. He could not afford to be so extravagant. What recklessness! As he spoke, Li Xuejuan entered the room, having recognized the horse cart belonging to the Li family when he ascended the stairs. He hurried upstairs and, upon entering, immediately spotted Li Tianming. Hey, this rascal came to ambush me. Chapter 22. Public to public. With a sizzling sound emanating from the kitchen, the aroma of meat wafted through the house, so pervasive that even the air seemed to glisten with grease. Had this been 65 years ago, before liquefied petroleum gas became commonplace in urban homes, families would have relied on coal stoves for cooking. In those days, residents of small buildings could only prepare meals downstairs, if anyone was cooking meat. The scent would permeate the entire street. Yin Xiaozhen skillfully maneuvered the spatula, transforming the pristine white fat into a delectable golden hue, sizzling with a glistening sheen. Nearby, Li Xiang stood on tiptoe, craning his neck to peer into the pot. Mom, when will it be ready? Yin Xiaozhen chuckled. You can't wait even a moment after it's just been put in? Go play with your brother. You'll be able to eat soon enough. Li Xiang swallowed hard, reluctant to move an inch. He fished a piece of fruit candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and stretched his arm towards Yin Xiaozhen. Mom, you should have some. Yin Xiaozhen dodged slightly. Mom doesn't like sweets. Yet, Li Xiang persisted, stubbornly holding it up, and with no other choice, Yin Xiaozhen smiled and accepted it into her mouth. Turning to glance outside, she noticed Li Xuejuan and his nephew Li Tianming squatting by the entrance, smoking. The space inside was cramped, and the smoke lingered for ages. I've thought about what you told me. The wild game on our village's mountain has been nearly depleted in recent years. Even if you catch a few rabbits or wild chickens, how much can you sell them for? And you'd have to transport them all the way to the city. It's hardly worth it. Just as Li Tianming began to respond, he was interrupted by Li Xuejuan. Don't even think about the fish in the reed marsh and reservoir. That would be a serious mistake. We cannot tamper with collective property. If you secretly take a couple for our own consumption, that might be overlooked, and Uncle Xueching wouldn't hold it against you. But if you try to sell them and get caught, do you understand the consequences? Li Xuejuan was solely concerned for his family's well-being and did not wish for his nephew to engage in questionable activities for the sake of profit. Although the chaos had subsided somewhat over the past year, with schools reopening and factories resuming production, he still felt a sense of instability, uncertain when the winds of change might blow anew. Uncle, what if we sold it on behalf of the village? Li Xuejuan paused, taken aback, not grasping Li Tianming's intention. I mean, if we sold it to the steel factory in the name of the village, officially, that should be acceptable, right? The geographical position of Li family Taizi was indeed advantageous, situated next to a mountain, with a lake to the north, surrounded by a vast expanse of reeds, which locals referred to as the reed marsh. After liberation, when the ownership of the reed marsh was being determined, several villages contended for it. Ultimately, it was Li Tianming's grandfather and a few of his relatives who presented the land deed before the working group, thus securing the claim. What did it matter if the old government seal adorned the deed? Did the money farmers spent to purchase the land from the former government not count? Moreover, the entire Lee family had clearly stated that the rights to the Reed Marsh had been conferred to the village, making it collective property of Lee family Tizi. Who could dispute that? Thus, the Reed Marsh was ultimately designated to Lee family Tizi, yielding annual profits from the sale of reeds, while the fish and shrimp within could also generate revenue for the villagers. However, previously, the fish and shrimp were sold to the county's supply bureau under a system of centralized procurement, resulting in prices that were significantly lower than those in the market. But how could the village dictate the terms for such centrally procured goods? Li Tianming felt a wave of exasperation. His uncle was a decent man in every respect, yet his courage was undeniably lacking. Uncle, who knows how many fish can be caught in the reed marshes each year? The people at the County Supply Bureau have no clue. In recent years, there has even been a quota. Any excess catch is simply disregarded by the Supply Bureau and ultimately distributed among the villagers. This is precisely the portion I am referring to. Li Xuejuan was momentarily taken aback, staring at Li Tianming, utterly perplexed by the dramatic transformation of his nephew. In the past, Li Tianming had been nothing more than a diligent farmer. Now, however, he posed a question. Uncle, what do you think? Li Xuejuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he began to deliberate in his mind. If what Li Tianming suggested was feasible, this matter could indeed be manipulated to their advantage. As long as they could meet the procurement targets set by the County Supply Bureau, any additional fish caught could be sold to the steel factory, thus providing an influx of income for the village while simultaneously addressing the material supply issues faced by the factory. This would be a veritable win-win situation. His current position as the head of the logistics department's supply section was perceived by others as a cushy job, yet he understood the underlying difficulties all too well. The state had instituted strict control over the procurement and distribution of various materials, and the allocated quotas were non-negotiable. Any shortfall had to be remedied through alternative means. For instance, the city meat processing plant provided the steel factory with a set quantity of pork and offal each quarter, and despite Li Xuejuan's persistent negotiations, he could not extract even an extra pound of meat. The steel industry's laborers engaged in demanding physical work, and without adequate nutrition, they could not sustain their performance. If the workers faltered, how could production be ensured? It was crucial to remember that the Haiqing steel plant was a key enterprise in the city, under constant scrutiny. Should production targets fail to be met, there would be layers of accountability from above. One should not assume that Li Xuejuan's logistics role exempted him from responsibility. During the last quarterly production summary meeting, someone had pointed out the inadequacies in the supply of materials to the factory canteen, highlighting the workers' nutritional deficiencies. At that moment, Li Xuejuan had faced considerable criticism. It was only due to his good rapport with colleagues over the years that he had avoided severe repercussions. If someone chose to pursue the matter relentlessly, he could easily find himself branded as a detrimental element to socialist construction. Do you have confidence in this? He expressed concern not for himself, but for the village's welfare. Absolutely, Li Tianming assured him. Uncle Xueqing will undoubtedly support this initiative. He refrained from mentioning that Li Xueqing had already consented, knowing that a phone call from Li Xuejuan to the village would expose the plan prematurely. So, this is solely your idea, and Uncle Xueqing is still unaware? Li Tianming offered a cigarette to Li Xuejuan and lit it for him. You must give me a definite answer first, so I can discuss it with Uncle Xueqing. As you know, he respects no one but you. If you say it's feasible, he will certainly agree without hesitation. Li Xuejuan, upon hearing this, felt a mixture of amusement and frustration, even if the plan were viable. The logistics of transporting the fish from Li's family village to the city, over 100 miles away, would likely result in the catch spoiling. Yet, he was already swayed. The supply shortages in logistics were pressing, and relying on the Supply Bureau for assistance would surely provoke unrest among the workers. Unable to find a solution, Li Xuejuan had no choice but to assign all personnel from the logistics department's materials section to procure supplies in the countryside. A few eggs were deemed insufficient. While 3 or 5 chickens were considered ample, they managed with what they had. If what Li Tianming suggested was true, that the county's materials bureau would remain indifferent, this endeavor could indeed be attempted. You need not concern yourself with this. I am certain I will find a way. On his way, Li Tianming had already formulated a plan. Every household possessed a large wooden tub for bathing, filled with water, into which the fish would be placed. Departing at dusk, If they could reach the city before dawn, the fish would remain fresh. However, this meant limited transport capacity, as the large tubs occupied considerable space. Uncle, if we successfully transport the fish on our first attempt, could you grant me 2 requests? 2 requests? Speak, and I shall listen. First, could the factory use some scrap steel to cover part of the fish expenses? Li Xuejuan blurted out, what scrap steel? Realizing halfway through his sentence what the young man was insinuating, he understood that whether the steel was scrap depended solely on the factory leadership's discretion. And the second, moreover, when the fish are delivered, may I include some personal items? Ah, I see your true intentions have been revealed. Please, do not misjudge me. I genuinely wish to find a source of income for the village. You know well that although life in our Li family's village is somewhat better than in others, it is still quite modest. Each year, when dividends are distributed, a hard-working laborer earns only 100 or so yuan after a year of toil, which hardly suffices. By year's end, children lack even new clothing, and we dare not put much meat in our dumplings. Enough. Are you here to lament your poverty? What personal items are you planning to include? To the east of the reed marsh lay a meadow. Listening to his nephew, Li Xuejuan was thoroughly impressed. The meadow Li Tianming spoke of was not a swamp, but a small waterlogged area overgrown with reeds, rich in resources and frequented by wild ducks for nesting each year. By all accounts, it was a prime location, yet tales of spectral soldiers passing through had rendered it a forbidden zone. Only the ignorant children dared to venture in to collect wild duck eggs, often returning home to face a sound thrashing. Are you not afraid? What is there to fear? Having experienced rebirth, Li Tianming now felt invincible. Enough of your chatter, come and eat. The uncle and nephew turned around to find 5 little ones eagerly waiting at the dining table, where a bowl of braised pork awaited them. Chapter 23. A bountiful return. Perhaps it would be wiser to stay the night before leaving. It is already dark, and your uncle and I are concerned. The horse cart was already prepared, but Yin Xiaozhen continued to insist. Dear aunt, next time I will bring Tianming and the others along. I assure you they will stay overnight then. Today, however, I cannot leave them behind. I simply cannot rest easy. By 7 in the evening, after dinner, Li Tianming prepared to return to the village overnight. Why must you be so obstinate, my child? Traveling at night, what if something were to happen? Well, come dawn. Xiaorong will take Xiao Wu. I cannot rest easy about it. Li Xuejuan remarked as he placed the old clothes that Yin Xiaozhen had sorted out onto the cart. Although they were termed old clothes, nowadays, with families having numerous children, the eldest would wear them first, followed by the second, and so forth. Li Xueqing had 6 children. Aside from the eldest, who was a bit older, the rest were of similar ages, eagerly awaiting the hand-me-downs from their older brother. Li Tianming was reluctant to take them. Yet Yin Xiaozhen insisted he must. The aunt's heartfelt gesture left her nephew with no choice but to comply. Be cautious on the rough road. Understood, Li Tianming replied. Leaping onto the cart, flicking the whip, and soon the cart rolled out of the workers' compound. Is there anything amiss with what I mentioned to you earlier? The conversation between the 2 men was overheard by Yin Xiaozhen. In these times, one must tread carefully in all matters. A moment's negligence could lead to trouble, and she feared for any misfortune. Rest assured, Tianming is capable. He possesses foresight. I believe he will be the most promising among his generation. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhen shot Li Xuejuan a disapproving glance. Is Tianman lacking in anything? Li Xueqing chuckled. Tianman is honest. He should consult Tianming more in future matters. Yin Xiaozhen chose not to respond further. All right, you take care tonight, mother. I must be off. She worked as a nurse in the steel plant's medical room and happened to be on night duty that evening. Meanwhile, Li Tianming, having left the workers' compound, retraced his steps along the road. Unlike the early years post-liberation, nighttime travel was now relatively safe, with few reckless individuals seeking trouble. Streetlights illuminated the path, and under the bright moon, the road was clearly visible. By the time he returned to the village, it was already well past midnight. As he entered the courtyard of the village committee, the guardroom flickered to life. Is that you, Tianming? Li Xueqing emerged holding an oil lamp. Uncle, it's me. Oh, you rascal. If you don't return by dawn, I will have to search for you in Ninggu town, Li Xueqing remarked as he approached, inspecting him closely with the lamp. What took you the whole day? In previous years, you would drive the cart to Ninggu town for salt and be back by afternoon. And now? It's already past 1. Unable to shake off his worries, Li Xueqing had not even returned home, choosing instead to wait at the village committee, contemplating a trip to Ninggu town if Li Tianming did not appear. Uncle, It's fortunate you're here. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Li Xueqing was taken aback, and before he could react, Li Tianming pulled him into a nearby room. What is it that requires such urgency tonight? It's late, and we have work tomorrow. A splendid matter. What good news could it possibly be? The salt factory didn't give you coarse salt for pickling. Is your pocket filled with gold? Do share. Li Xueqing lit a cigarette and offered the pack and matches to Li Tianming. Guess where I went after delivering the salt today? How am I to guess? Li Xueqing was puffing away on his cigarette, already feeling utterly exhausted. In this era, people's lives were remarkably regular, unlike in later years when everyone became a night owl, regardless of age, fiddling with their phones in bed. Today, I visited Haiqing to see my uncle. Xuejuan, are you seeking him out again for matters regarding the old Du family? The Du family has already completed the customary formalities with the Pang family, and they are merely awaiting the autumn harvest to come for the wedding. What are you talking about? My dealings with the old Du family have been settled, as I mentioned in your presence. There can be no further claims. If not that, then what could it be? Li Tianming also lit a cigarette. Uncle, may I ask you something? Last year, how many fish and shrimp did the county's material bureau collect from our Li family? 5,000 jin. Why do you ask? Li Tianming continued. How much did we catch? With the conclusion of the autumn harvest, the villagers would soon begin harvesting reeds from the marshes, and after delivering the reeds, they would organize fishing expeditions. Upon hearing Li Tianming's inquiry, Li Xueqing became quite incensed. Last year, the entire village toiled for over half a month, catching more than 6,000 jin of fish and shrimp, yet when the county's material bureau came, they claimed there was a set quota for purchases and selectively took away 5,000 jin. As for the remainder, part was distributed among the villagers, and the rest was returned to the marsh. We endured so much hardship for nothing. They don't want excess, but a shortfall is unacceptable. These bureaucrats, with their stubbornness, are truly infuriating. After venting his frustrations, Li Xueqing looked at Li Tianming. Why are you asking about this? Li Tianming replied with a smile, Uncle. The great opportunity one mentioned pertains to this very matter. He then recounted his conversation with Li Xuejuan in detail. Selling the fish and shrimp to the steel factory. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Selling the fish and shrimp from the marshes to the steel factory? Li Xueqing's mind struggled to comprehend. But can we sell collective property so casually? If this gets exposed, it won't matter if I remain village chief. I might end up in jail. Li Tianming had anticipated Li Xueqing's reaction. What are you talking about? The fish and shrimp in the marshes are collective property. But we are selling them to the steel factory in the name of the Li family, as a public transaction. The money will go into our village's accounts. So the collective property is not harmed. What wrongdoing could there be? Li Xueqing nodded in agreement. That does make sense, but I still feel uneasy. What does your uncle think? Does he believe this can be done? After all, his understanding is limited, and many policies are beyond his grasp. However, it was precisely because of this that, in this peculiar era, Li Jiatai had avoided many absurdities. Unlike some villages where the village officials were overly enthusiastic, immediately jumping on bandwagons during movements, neglecting production. We can. The affirmation brought back by Li Tianming provided Li Xueqing with reassurance. Since your uncle believes it can be done, then let us proceed. The last word was clenched between his teeth as he spoke. He may not grasp grand principles, yet he harbored the simplest of desires, to live a good life. Li Xueqing hopes that by the time the year-end dividends are distributed, every household will receive a little extra money to purchase new clothes for their children, allowing families to enjoy an additional dish on the table during the New Year festivities. Tianming, what do you propose we do? Perhaps Li Xueqing was unaware that he was seeking advice from Li Tianming. This endeavor must be initiated before the harvest begins. However, it is prudent that only a select few are privy to this plan. Once we navigate this route successfully, it would be ideal to obtain a receipt stamped with the steel factory's official seal. Even if the county's material bureau becomes aware, they can pursue legal action against the steel factory. Yes, they are all government offices. Let them engage in litigation. Every household possesses a large wooden basin for bathing. We shall collect them tomorrow and enlist a few trustworthy individuals. After work, when darkness falls, we will head to the reed marshes. Departing after sunset will ensure our arrival in Haiqing before dawn, and we can guarantee the fish will be fresh. Yes. The fish must indeed be fresh. We cannot deceive the workers with dead fish. Li Xueqing was filled with elation, envisioning bundles of cash flowing into the village's small treasury. I have long said that you are capable. Among the brothers of your generation, You are destined to become a significant figure. As he spoke, he recalled the former engagement with the Du family. Once this matter is revealed, Du Lide will surely regret his decision. Uncle, please do not flatter me. This is no flattery, Tianming. If this endeavor succeeds, the old and young of the village will forever remember your kindness. For ordinary people, tangible benefits are the only true rewards. All right then, hurry back to sleep. Tomorrow we have significant matters to attend to. Li Tianming responded affirmatively, took the old clothes given by Yen Xiaozhen, along with the package he had bought in Haiqing, and returned home under the moonlight, laden with treasures. The courtyard door was already secured, but this posed no challenge for him. With a hand resting on the wall, he exerted a bit of force and vaulted over. Gently, he pushed open the door to the eastern wing. Who is it? Still awake? It's me, big brother. The door swung open, revealing Li Tianliang, who was holding a stick. Witnessing this scene, Li Tianming couldn't help but chuckle wryly. With the courtyard door locked, who was Li Tianliang preparing to defend against? At that moment, Li Rong emerged from the inner room, carrying an oil lamp. Xiaorong, why are you still awake? I can't sleep, brother. Why did you return so late? Although they had previously lived together as siblings and Li Tianming often participated in militia patrols during farming off-seasons, now that they had separated their households, Li Rong felt a marked difference. The child has always been quite responsible. I visited Uncle's house. Look what I brought back for you. As Li Tianming spoke, he produced the clothes that Aunt had prepared, claiming they were old, yet each garment was free of even a single patch. There's more. He then rummaged through his pockets, revealing peach crisps, fruit candies, and a hairpin. Upon seeing the hairpin, Li Rong's face brightened with a rare smile. This time, half of the money earned from selling Siberian ginseng was spent, and the grain tickets given by Li Xuejuan had also been entirely consumed. Brother, in our household. Before Li Rong could finish her words, Li Tianming placed his hand gently upon her head. Do not dwell on what should not be contemplated. Li Rong paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, as if grasping the essence of his words, nodded in understanding, a smile curling upon her lips as she held the hairpin. Chapter 24. The talents of the Li family. With resolute determination and an unwavering spirit, one must overcome all obstacles in pursuit of victory. By the edge of the furrow, Zhang Qingsun was vigorously gesturing, directing the youth as they formed orderly lines, their voices harmonizing in spirited renditions of the committee's quotations. Nearby, the villagers observed, caught between laughter and restraint. The committee's quotations were a serious matter. Any hint of levity could imply a questionable revolutionary stance, potentially leading to scrutiny from the county's revolutionary committee during their inspections, where one might find themselves subject to public criticism. Yet, there was work to be done, and frivolities were unnecessary. All right, let us commence our labor. Once the youth concluded their singing, Jean Li signaled for everyone to begin their tasks. Today, they were once again tending to the furrows, with Li Tianming, Li Tianliang, and several elder relatives taking charge of a section. With Li Tianming present, the elder relatives were spared from excessive toil. Amidst their industriousness, Li Xueqing approached, accompanied by his third uncle, Li Xuegong. Tianming, I discussed the matter we spoke of yesterday with your third uncle. Li Xuegong, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired, Tianming, do you truly believe this will succeed? Clambering up from the depths of the furrow and brushing off the dirt from his clothes, Li Tianming assured him, it will succeed, uncle. My elder uncle has set this in motion. Do you not trust it? Of course I trust it. Li Xuegong rubbed his hands together, eager for a financial boost, especially given the burdens of a large family. As the year drew to a close, he hoped for a little extra income to provide new clothes for his children and a more sumptuous New Year feast. After a year of hard work, it was all for the sake of celebrating a prosperous year. Tianming, the arrangements are already in place. I had your aunt gather the large wooden basins from every household. As for the details, Li Xueqing, inexperienced in such matters, was uncertain about the organization. Uncle, worry not. I will handle everything. You simply need to inform everyone to gather by the large willow tree in the village north this evening. The basins will be delivered to the village committee, and I will transport them accordingly. Excellent. It is settled then. Also, Tianming, do you think we should arrange for the militia squad to keep an eye on things? This matter, Li Xueqing lowered his voice. The fewer who know, the better. Deep down, he sensed that this undertaking was less than above board. Li Tianming replied with a smile. No need for that, uncle. The more we conceal, the more we invite scrutiny. It is better to conduct our affairs openly. Once we complete this initial endeavor, everything will fall into place. Holding a receipt stamped with the factory's seal, he reasoned that even if officials from the county's material bureau came looking, it would be of no consequence. The fish delivered to the steel plant were for the noble cause of supporting the nation's steel industry. Who could possibly find fault in that? Furthermore, as they belonged to different systems, even if a lawsuit were to arise, it would be unclear whom to hold accountable. Very well, it is decided then. With that, Li Xueqing and his companions departed. As Li Tianming turned to return to his work, he nearly collided with someone. Looking at the person before him, he recalled the events of the previous day and felt a twinge of sympathy for her. I have sent the letter. Before him stood Song Xiaoyu. Li Tianming refrained from mentioning that he had delivered the letter to her home, as it was likely that Song Xiaoyu preferred to keep her family's circumstances private from an outsider. Thank you. Upon hearing that the letter had been sent, Song Xiaoyu managed a faint smile, as though she wished to say more, yet ultimately remained silent, feeling the weight of a gaze fixed upon her. I shall go to work now. With that, she departed. She is a city dweller. It is futile for you to dwell on her. Li Tianming cast a glance at Zhuang Weiwei but chose not to respond, stepping down into the furrow below to continue his task. Zhuang Weiwei, witnessing Li Tianming's unwillingness to engage in conversation, felt a surge of frustration, clenching her teeth as she flicked her long ponytail and strode away. With that simple toss of her head, she unwittingly captivated the attention of many young men. In the entire Li family compound, the two most beautiful young women were one, Du Juan, and the other, Zhuang Weiwei. Du Juan had become undesirable to any member of the Li family due to her broken engagement with Li Tianming. Moreover, in recent days, Du Lide had been proclaiming that after the autumn harvest, Du Juan would marry into Xingjiachuo. As for Zhuang Weiwei, her family's notorious reputation rendered her unappealing to respectable suitors. In his previous life, the only reason Li Tianming's brother married Zhuang Weiwei was due to the pressing hardships they faced, yet their married life had devolved into chaos. After laboring for most of the day, Li Tianming's group concluded their work early, sending Li Tianliang to assist their uncle, while he leisurely made his way up the mountain. He first visited the spot where he had buried gold, confirming that no one had disturbed it, and then proceeded to check the traps and snares. Fortune favored him today, as one trap was ensnared with a rabbit. When Li Tianming approached, the rabbit was still alive but devoid of strength to struggle. As he freed the rabbit, a rustle from the nearby underbrush caught his attention, prompting an instinctive reaction to throw a stone in that direction. Rising and stepping forward, he found a reddish-brown wild chicken sprawled on the ground, its wings weakly flapping. This was indeed a prized find. Just as he reached for it, a cluster of vividly colored red berries caught his eye, rendering him momentarily speechless. Li Tianming, neglecting the struggling wild chicken, began to clear the surrounding weeds, crouching down to observe closely, soon confirming that these were indeed ginseng seeds. He had heard tales from his grandfather about ginseng being unearthed in the mountains, but during his youth, he had never encountered any. Today, his luck seemed extraordinarily favorable. Lacking the proper tools, he knew he must be cautious. Any damage to the ginseng roots would be a grave error. After marking the spot, he descended the mountain, carrying the rabbit and the wild chicken. In the evening, he was to visit the steel factory, where Li Xuejuan was his uncle, so it was of no concern. However, he felt compelled to bring a small token of appreciation for those who worked there. Along the way, he encountered several villagers who, upon seeing him with a chicken in one hand and a rabbit in the other, couldn't help but feel envious. Tianming, you've had quite the harvest. That rabbit must weigh at least 4 pounds. Tianming, do take me with you next time you ascend the mountain. Each visit yields a few wild fruits. Previously, it was wild boar. Now, it's wild chickens and hares. In these times, to find meat to eat, regardless of the means, is quite remarkable. Nowadays, Li Tianming has undoubtedly become the capable one of the Li family. In response, Li Tianming arrived at the village branch, where a large wooden basin was already loaded onto the cart. He found a tattered bag to neatly stow the wild chickens and hares before heading home with the horse cart. I want to be back tonight. Keep an eye on the house until dawn, he instructed. Brother, where are you going? Up the mountain again. His younger brother, Li Tianliang, glanced over his shoulder, clearly having heard that Li Tianming had caught wild chickens and hares. Are those for gifting? Haven't you had enough meat these days? Li Tianliang chuckled innocently. Brother, one can never have enough meat. One day, when you see enough meat, you might even feel nauseated. Li Tianming teased, ruffling his brother's hair. Remember, Keep watch over the house. I will. At that moment, Xiao Wu came running over, hugging Li Tianming's leg tightly, her cheeks stuffed with fruit candies. Brother, I don't want meat. Could you buy me a hairpin like the one Erji has? Li Rong approached, attempting to pry Xiao Wu away. But the little girl was surprisingly strong, refusing to let go of Li Tianming's leg. Stop fooling around. I'll get you some peach crisps instead, all right? Ultimately, between the hairpin and the peach crisps, Xiao Wu chose her heart's desire and obediently released Li Tianming's leg. In a few days, I'll buy it for you. With that, Li Tianming exited the house. By the main house, Xiao Fengyun was still making sarcastic remarks, receiving good things, yet forgetting to show some filial respect to the elders, always rushing to pander to outsiders. Li Tianming glanced back. With Li Xueqing absent, Xiao Fengyun stood in the hall, instinctively closing her mouth upon meeting his gaze and turning back into the house. Useless wretches, wanting meat without even considering your own growth. All you do is cry. The sound of Xiao Fengyun's daughter's wailing echoed from within. Li Tianming pretended not to hear as he left home, driving the cart to the large willow tree in the northern part of the village, where Li Xueqing was already waiting with his group. Li Xueqing had only mentioned going fishing, without revealing what they would do with the catch. Those he had called over, except for Li Xuegong, all wore furrowed brows. Get up quickly. What's with that gloomy look? What is wrong with doing a bit of work? It's not as if we want to credit you for your efforts, he urged. The group, prompted by his words, slowly rose and headed toward the reed marsh. Several small boats bobbed along the riverbank. Nearly everyone from the Li family was adept at fishing. In times of disaster, when crops failed, the villagers relied on this reed marsh to sustain them. As they boarded the boats, darkness was already approaching. After they cast their nets, Li Xueqing glanced at the time. Tianming, is it about time? Li Tianming nodded. Being his first trip, he was uncertain how much the steel factory would accept. If it was too much, it would pose difficulties for Li Xuejuan, and the cart's carrying capacity was also limited. Let us begin. Li Xuegong and his team carefully placed the fish into large wooden basins filled with water, securing them with grass ropes. They faced a journey of over 100 miles, and should the basins come apart along the way, all their efforts would be in vain. By the time they finished their preparations, Li Xueqing glanced at the clock and noted that it was already past 9 in the evening. Chapter 25. Departure. I'll have your third uncle accompany you, along with Tianli, for some added support on the journey. At this hour, rural households were fast asleep. If they departed now, they would reach Haiqing before dawn. All right, Tianli, Li Xueqing's nephew, was of the same age as Li Tianming. Having lost his parents at a young age, he was raised by Li Xueqing and his wife. The others had already been sent home by Li Xueqing. Tianming, if things go awry, we can forego the fish. As long as we return safely, that is what matters. Uncle, rest assured, I will ensure Tianli returns to you safe and sound. Li Tianming munched on a flatbread accompanied by pickled vegetables, filling his stomach for the journey. Tianming, are we ready to go? Li Xuegong conducted a final inspection, confirming that everything was securely tied. The 20 basins stacked together required careful handling. The initial consignment wasn't too substantial, with each basin holding approximately 100 pounds, totaling 2,000 pounds. This was the limit for the large horse. Fortunately, the cart was steel-framed. Had it been wooden, the weight would have caused it to collapse midway. Li Tianming finished the last bite of his bread. Let us depart, he exclaimed as he leaped onto the cart, with Li Xuegong seated on the opposite side, and Li Tianli following behind on his bicycle. If this journey proved successful, Li Xueqing planned to discuss with Li Xuejuan the possibility of having a truck dispatched from the factory for future transport, as relying on the horse cart was quite laborious. Tianming, tell me again how you negotiated with your uncle yesterday, Li Xuegong inquired, still uneasy. In these times, one had to be cautious about potential missteps. With countless uncertainties looming overhead, one could never predict which misfortune might strike. In Li Xuegong's view, it was utterly unthinkable for farmers, instead of toiling in the fields, to engage in trade. Li Tianming recognized that unless he clarified the matter, Li Xuegong would fret throughout the journey, so he recounted the events once more. Third uncle, consider this. If there had been a chance of error, would my uncle have agreed? That is true, Li Xuegong replied, crossing his arms and leaning against the stacked basins. He listened to the rhythmic splash of water inside, and though his heart remained unsettled, he felt a burgeoning hope. Tianming, how much can we sell this fish for per pound? Approximately 40 cents. Li Tianming had indeed inquired about this at Li Xuejuan's home yesterday. How much? Li Shuigong was taken aback. 40 cents? Goodness. The county's supply bureau only offers us 20 cents per pound. Each year, the village committee would announce the purchase prices for fish and shrimp. Last year, the price was set at 20 cents per pound, which was already an increase of 2 cents compared to previous years. With 5,000 pounds of fish, the Li family would only net 1,000 yuan, resulting in a mere 3 yuan for each of the 324 households by year's end. This explains why the villagers have become disheartened about fishing. After toiling for over half a month, receiving only a meager share would dissuade anyone. Tianli, keep a close watch behind. We cannot afford to scatter. Riding his bicycle, Li Tianli hurriedly assured, Uncle, don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on things. Thus, they chatted and walked, their pace cautious, not only to avoid rough roads that might jostle the grass ropes, but also to spare the blue horse from undue exhaustion. Upon reaching Ninggu town, they found a spot to let the blue horse graze, allowing it to consume some fodder and drink water, resting for nearly an hour before resuming their journey. They ambled along, and just as they arrived in the city, they were halted. The sight of the approaching police sent Li Shuigong's face paling with fright. Tianming, what should we do? Li Tianming found his uncle's reaction both amusing and concerning. Stay calm. We're not doing anything wrong. I'll speak to the officer. Just look at your expression. Anyone would think you have something to hide. Calling out, he maneuvered the horse cart to the roadside and approached the officer himself. Comrade. The policeman returned the greeting. What are you doing here? Driving a horse cart into the city at this hour raises questions, especially for patrolling officers. Good evening, officer. We are delivering fish to the Haicheng steel plant. Here's our letter of introduction. Li Tianming suddenly recalled that he had asked Li Shuicheng to prepare a letter under the name of the Li family Taizi village branch just the day before. In these times, venturing outside without an introduction letter was imprudent. Without it, one would struggle to find accommodation, let alone conduct business. The officer shone his flashlight over the letter, reading that Li Tianming was indeed the one mentioned, followed by Li Shuigong, and the cyclist behind was Li Tianli. Nodding, the officer circled the cart, reaching into the large wooden basin. Why such a small amount of fish for the city? It's not the right time to come. They should have been caught fresh. If you come during the day, they would spoil under the sun. Though it was already October, the midday temperatures remained quite high. We set out at night to arrive at the steel plant before dawn. Once we deliver the fish, we can head back without delaying our afternoon tasks. In his previous life, Li Tianming, unwilling to remain confined to rural life, had ventured into the city and experienced various jobs and people. Thus, when faced with the officer's inquiries, he remained composed and adept. Are you certain everything you've said is true? I will call the Li family Taizi village branch tomorrow for verification. If you are lying, you know the consequences. Feel free to verify, Li Tianming replied, unfazed. Are you trying to intimidate me? Even if it's a public line, does the organization not incur costs? The officer observed Li Tianming closely, noting his demeanor did not suggest deceit, and waved them on their way. However, as Li Tianming and the others continued, the officer followed on his bicycle until he confirmed they were indeed heading toward the steel plant, before finally departing. Oh dear, that nearly scared the life out of me. Li Shuigong is a valiant man in the village, whether it be working the fields or fighting with neighboring villages during those disaster-stricken years, he has never shied away. However, the situation just now was different. The common folk tremble at the sight of authority, and in Li Shuigong's mind, the police are figures of great significance. Tianming, you truly are something else, unafraid even when facing the police. Li Tianming chuckled, the people's police are here for the people, uncle. We are just ordinary citizens. As long as we have done nothing wrong, what is there to fear? He paused, waiting for a response, but after a considerable time, he turned around. Where is he? Uncle, where did Tianli go? Before setting out, Li Tianming had assured Li Shuicheng that he would certainly bring his nephew back safe and sound. Yet now, where had he vanished? Li Shuigong was equally taken aback. Just as he contemplated turning back to search for him, he saw Li Tianli wobbling towards them on his bicycle. Where have you been? Li Tianli grimaced. Uncle, my legs simply refused to cooperate. Li Shuigong was left speechless, and Li Tianming wore a look of disbelief. Who would have thought that such a young man would possess such timidity? They resumed their journey. Before dawn, the three finally arrived at the entrance of the steel mill. Even from a distance, they could see thick plumes of smoke rising. In a few decades, such blast furnaces will be decommissioned as the nation begins to prioritize environmental protection. If this scene were to be captured and reported, it could yield a substantial reward. Brother, I heard that the steel mill operates at night as well. Li Tianli gazed at the mill with eyes full of yearning. This was hardly surprising. In these times, workers are in high demand. And who wouldn't wish to secure a stable job at the factory? Indeed, that furnace cannot afford to stop. Li Tianming replied vaguely. The three abruptly appeared at the gate, quickly drawing the attention of the security personnel. As a key enterprise in the city, the security measures at Haiqing Steel Mill were no laughing matter. In no time, two guards armed with rifles approached them. What are you doing here? Li Tianming quickly stepped forward and offered a cigarette. Comrades, we are from Lijiatai. I have arranged with Director Li Xuejuan from the logistics department to deliver fish to the factory. Fish. The guards glanced towards the nearby horse cart. Who are you to Director Li? I am his nephew, his very own nephew. The guards whispered among themselves. Please wait a moment. I will call the duty room. One of the guards said before returning to the kiosk. After nearly half an hour of waiting, Li Tianming spotted Li Xuejuan jogging towards them from a distance. Uncle. He waved his hand and called out, clearly sensing the guard's vigilance easing. Having worked the night shift, Li Xuejuan had expected little from the logistics department at night. Unless there was a major operation, it was merely a matter of overseeing the workers' evening meal, and he had long since retired for the night. Suddenly awakened by the ringing phone, he quickly pieced together the situation upon hearing that his nephew had come to deliver fish. You rascal, you actually came. Chapter 26. Food is the heaven of the people. You truly are something else. Li Xuejuan gazed at his nephew, who was voraciously devouring his meal, feeling both amused and exasperated. After discussing the matter with his grandfather at home, Li Xuejuan sought out the director of the logistics department, Sun Fumin, the very next day. Sun Fumin was already troubled by the workers' dining conditions, and upon learning that someone could supply fish and shrimp to the factory, he hardly cared about the details. Although it wasn't meat, it was still a source of protein, and the workers were on the verge of expressing their dissatisfaction due to the inadequate provisions at the canteen. Times had changed. Unlike in the future, when a mere remark from a leader could intimidate workers into submission, the true working class now held the reins of authority. Not even a small logistics director like Sun could afford to be dismissive. Even the factory director and party secretary had to treat the workers with the respect due to public servants. It wasn't just the county material bureau, no. Even the city material bureau had to seize resources aggressively. Thus, he immediately made a decision, finalizing the arrangement. Li Xuejuan originally intended to return to Lijiu during his day off to deliberate on how to proceed with this matter. However, he hadn't anticipated his nephew, Li Tianming, would be so impatient, arriving at dawn. Tian, eat more. With the leaders yet to arrive for work, Li Xuejuan escorted a few individuals to the factory's canteen, where they were generously served pancakes, pickles, and millet porridge. Uncle, I'm eating. Li Xueqing's household had many children. And although Li Tianming was treated like family, he had developed a cautious nature from a young age, refraining from indulging in meals. Brother, is this really going to happen? Li Xuegong, still preoccupied with thoughts of the fish on the truck, cautiously inquired, unable to shake off his unease until the matter was settled. They've already been delivered. We can't take them back now. When Director Sun arrives, we'll weigh them in front of him. And then we'll get a receipt to collect the payment from the finance office. Is it really that simple? Li Xuegong found it hard to believe. The waters were abundant with fish, but aside from the County Material Bureau's occasional collection, it was rare for villagers to catch enough for their own consumption. He had never envisioned that he could leverage his brother's connections to sell fish to the steel mill for profit. This kid, Li Xuegong thought, looking at Li Tianming, recognizing his nephew's cleverness. Uncle, the pickles at the factory are really good. What? Pickles? I'm worried about the fish, and you're talking about pickles. Li Xuejuan chuckled. Our canteen's chef, he was once a master at a Shandong restaurant. Huh, Chef He? This is Haiqing, not Beijing. Are we in a time travel story? Uncle, you mean Chef He, right? Is he Yuzhu? What nonsense. Chef He's name is He Changgue. Who is this He Yuzhu you're talking about? Thankfully, there was no one else to concern himself with. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from afar. Xuejuan. Spotting the newcomer, Li Xuejuan set aside his curiosity about He Yuzhu and quickly stood up. Director Sun, you've arrived. Sun Fumin greeted him with a wide smile, his eyes crinkling with delight as he glanced at Li Tianming and the others. Xuejuan, are these the locals who delivered fish to our factory? Director Sun, indeed they are. We hail from the same village. Li Xuejuan refrained from elaborating on their relationship, for in these times, caution is always prudent. To clarify connections would undoubtedly invite accusations of nepotism. Excellent. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our fellow villagers for their unwavering support of our factory. As Sun Fumin spoke, he reached out to shake hands with Li Shuigong, who, being the eldest among the three, was naturally regarded as the leader. Upon hearing Li Shuijuan address the other as director, even Li Shuigong, despite his lack of experience, would recognize that the person before him held a position of authority. Observing his attire, a uniform with 4 pockets, a pin tucked in, blue trousers, and shiny leather shoes, Li Shuigong found himself momentarily at a loss when the director extended his hand. Tianming quickly stepped forward, grasping Sun Fumin's hand. Director Sun, it is our duty. Perhaps we should first inspect the fish. It has traveled over 100 miles overnight, and we must ensure they are not suffocated, as it would affect our hard-working brothers. Sun Fumin regarded Li Tianming with mild surprise. He appeared merely in his 20s, yet spoke with such eloquence. He understood the importance of humility and highlighted the effort involved. No rush, no rush. First, let's have a meal. A man is like iron, and food is steel. Missing a meal can make one quite famished. He gently pressed down on Li Tianming's shoulder, encouraging him to sit. Shuijuan, please have the team unload the vehicle. Li Shuijuan acknowledged and called upon the kitchen staff for assistance. As he departed, he discreetly exchanged a glance with Li Tianming. Since they were invited to eat, they should indeed partake, as they did not owe anything in return. Li Tianming enjoyed his meal heartily, while Li Shuigong and Li Tianli were more circumspect, mindful of the presence of such high-ranking officials. Young people must eat well. Only then can they work effectively. If it's not enough, we have more. That's sufficient, Director Sun. We rural folk are quite straightforward and will not shortchange ourselves. Sun Fumin laughed heartily at this. Indeed, I appreciate sincerity. You are a fine lad. Master He, why are you serving our farmer brothers pickled vegetables? HCH and Go. Upon hearing his name, promptly emerged from the kitchen. He was certainly not HYZH. Director Sun, the kitchen's dishes are no trouble. This is quite adequate. Li Tianming quickly interjected, recognizing that if this relationship were to flourish, it would not always be appropriate for Sun Fumin to intervene. The kitchen staff would inevitably need to engage as well. Master He, your pickled vegetables are truly delightful. If you have extra, might you sell me some? HCH and Gu was momentarily at a loss. Every item in the factory, down to the last thread or drop of oil, could not be casually taken, much less sold. Oh, what are you saying, Master He? Please prepare some for our 3 farmer brothers to take home, and I shall replenish the stock later. HCH and Gu agreed, and returned to the kitchen to prepare. In an hour, the next shift of workers would arrive, and there was still much to attend to in the kitchen. Director, I've checked, and the fish are still alive, Li Shuijuan announced as he entered, prompting Sun Fumin to exhale in relief. Yesterday, after conversing with Li Shuijuan, he proceeded to report to the deputy factory director in charge of logistics. At that moment, he confidently assured that he would resolve the workers' nutritional concerns. Shuijuan, arrange for someone to weigh the fish. We must not shortchange our fellow villagers. Let the purchase price be set at 45 cents. With a mere utterance from the leadership, the price increased by an additional 5 cents per pound. 42,000 pounds. That equates to an extra 100 yuan. Yet, it is evident that acquiring this 100 yuan is no simple task. Young man, just call me Tianming. This name is indeed splendid, Tianming. Sun Fumin remarked, casting a glance at Li Shuijuan. If memory serves him right, Li Shuijuan's eldest sibling is named Tianman. Tianming, how many trips can we make with this fish in a month? The factory is indeed facing difficulties, with various materials in short supply, particularly in logistics. The workers are lacking in nutrition, which hampers their efficiency. If the production targets of the factory are not met, it could lead to serious repercussions. Remarkably, a single fish holds significance for national matters. As the saying goes, food is the heaven for the people. Matters concerning the rice bowl are not trivial. On his way, Li Tianming had already contemplated the situation. Director Sun, please, just call me uncle. If we were to consider the future in a large state-owned enterprise, an influential director would hardly deign to acknowledge a humble farmer like Li Tianming, even if he approached with a smile. For the sake of a fish, Sun Fumin was willing to lower his stance. Truly, the saying regarding food is not misplaced. Uncle Sun, in a past life, Li Tianming had roamed far and wide, well-versed in the art of adaptation. As you know, the autumn harvest is approaching, and we cannot afford to delay the work in the fields. On days like today, We can manage only 6 or 7 trips a month. How much will we deliver this time? Merely 2,000 pounds. If we manage 6 or 7 trips, that's just over 10,000 pounds. With over 10,000 workers in the factory, each would receive just a pound of fish. Clearly, this is woefully insufficient. Sun Fumin was also planning to distribute a fish to each worker during the new year. Can we devise a way to deliver a larger quantity at once? Li Tianming's expression turned troubled. Uncle Sun, it's not that I don't wish to deliver more. The cart is parked at the canteen door, and you've seen for yourself. There simply isn't room for the fish. Upon hearing this, Sun Fumin immediately recalled what Li Shuejuan had mentioned yesterday about potentially using some scrap iron plates to offset the cost of the fish. The factory will provide a large water tank for free. Is that truly complimentary? You are supporting our steel factory. Would we dare to be stingy? If you have any other requests, please don't hesitate to mention them. Sun Fumin realized that this young man was quite astute. In fact, the simplest solution would be for the factory to dispatch a vehicle to the village to collect the fish. However, before he could finish his thought, Sun Fumin shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. No, that won't do. Every vehicle in the factory has an exceedingly heavy workload, and they often encounter issues when left idle. It is simply unfeasible to assign a vehicle solely for fish transport. If a truck isn't feasible, does your village have anyone who can operate a tractor? Chapter 27. Where there is a will, there is a way. Upon hearing Sun Fumin mention the tractor, Li Tianming's eyes immediately sparkled. Uncle Sun, I can drive one. Beside him, Li Shuejuan was taken aback. He had no inkling that Li Tianming could operate a tractor. In the past, when the county selected individuals from each village for concentrated training on tractor operation, several villagers attended, yet none succeeded in even starting the engine. One individual even suffered a broken arm from the tractor's rear. You, young man, are quite remarkable. Sun Fumin expressed, equally astonished. After we weigh the fish, if you can start that tractor, it will be yours to use for delivering fish to the factory. However, delivering was out of the question, as it was state property. Should any loss occur, not just he, as a section chief, but even the factory director would bear the consequences. To put it another way, the tractor could be allocated for use by the Li family while still being the factory's property. This way, if anyone inquired, it would be easily explained. All right, Uncle Sun. It's settled then. With the tractor at their disposal, future endeavors would undoubtedly become more convenient. After weighing, the fish totaled 235 pounds, priced at 45 cents per pound, amounting to a total of 1,057.75 yuan. Sun Fumin promptly issued a slip, and Li Shuejuan, accompanied by Li Shuejuan and Li Tianli, headed to the finance office to collect the money. Meanwhile, Li Tianming followed closely behind Sun Fumin to inspect the tractor. This is the one. Sun Fumin pointed to a factory number 7 tractor, its paint already peeling. Initially used for internal transport, workers found its capacity lacking and ceased using it. If you can operate it, it will be yours. Li Tianming approached, conducted a cursory inspection, noted that the fuel tank was full, lifted the lever, opened the throttle halfway, pressed the decompression lever, and inserted the lever into the ignition. Let us go. The diesel engine roared to life, and judging by the sound, it seemed to be in good condition. Well, you truly have a knack for this, Sun Fumin remarked, watching Li Tianming's adept handling with complete assurance. Tianming, this tractor is now at your service. Uncle Sun, having this vehicle is indeed a great convenience. Li Tianming feigned difficulty in response. However, the fuel. The county's material bureau does have diesel, but only during the autumn harvest can each village receive a couple of barrels. The tractor belonged to the factory, and naturally, the fuel would be provided by them. For the sake of the fish, Sun Fumin was willing to go the extra mile. However, Tianming, the factory's fuel is also allocated from above. We must conserve wherever possible. Sun Fumin understood that once the tractor was in Li Tianming's hands, oversight would be impossible. With the autumn harvest approaching, it was certain to be utilized. He merely intended to offer Li Tianming a gentle reminder. Rest assured, I shall not trouble you. A wise man indeed. Uncle Sun, you have truly rendered great assistance to our village, Li Tianming said, handing over a bag he had been carrying. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please do not refuse it. Seeing this, Sun Fumin quickly declined. What is this? It's all public business. We do not engage in such exchanges. Oh, where are your thoughts wandering? It's just a wild hare and a pheasant I hunted in the mountains. Surely, a person of your stature can withstand such a minor test? He then insisted, unceremoniously placing the bag into Sun Fumin's hands. A hare and a pheasant. These are indeed fine gifts. In contemporary markets, the supply of pork is severely inadequate, with only a meager quantity available each time, failing to meet the demands of the populace. As a gesture of filial piety from my nephew, must you insist that I carry it back myself? Sun Fumin felt a surge of internal conflict, yet ultimately decided that this would be an exception. Being a shrewd individual, he recalled that Li Tianming had mentioned this was something he had hunted in the mountains, which could hardly be deemed a communal offering. It was clear that Li Tianming had a request of him. Within the bounds of propriety, offering assistance was reasonable. However, should the task prove too arduous, he could always send the rabbit and wild chicken to Li Shuejuan instead. Since you have addressed me as uncle, feel free to voice your concerns. In this dilapidated factory, we are alone. Uncle Sun, you mentioned that the supply of materials in the factory is insufficient? Indeed, the bulk of supplies is allocated by the state. Yet the current situation is dire. Everywhere is in need of funds and resources, and the allocation to our factory is significantly lacking. Uncle Sun, while I cannot assist with other matters, do you have any provisions from your village? Sun Fumin's interest was piqued. We have none, but I. Li Tianming gestured towards the bag. Sun Fumin immediately comprehended. You can procure good items? But what of the collective property? Li Tianming hastily reassured him. Rest assured, I do not possess such audacity. I merely wish to inquire if you could transport wild game along with the fish during your deliveries. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. A rural lad possessing such ingenuity. The key lies in your boldness and initiative. Is there an abundance? That depends on luck. Sun Fumin mused to himself. All right. You should speak with Li Shuejuan about this matter, but you cannot sell directly to the factory. Private dealings with public entities are inconvenient. If you manage to acquire wild game, sell it to Sun Li of the materials department and convey that it is my suggestion. Understood, Uncle Sun. I am grateful. Sun Fumin regarded Li Tianming with a knowing glance, then merely patted his shoulder before departing with the bag. Upon returning to the cafeteria with his tractor, Li Shuegong and Li Tianli had already received their payment, their anxious demeanor resembling that of individuals cradling a gold ingot. Tianming, it has indeed succeeded. Third uncle, could you refrain from shouting? Moreover, could you please stop pressing your hand against your chest, as if trying to conceal the treasures within? Li Shuegong felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet did not dare to lower his hand. Inside was over 1,000 yuan, along with a receipt bearing the steel mill's official seal, clearly detailing the quantity of fish delivered and the corresponding payment received. This matter would eventually need to be clarified with the entire village, as both fish and funds had passed through their hands, and the records must remain immaculate. Li Tianming wished to avoid future gossip. Look at your lack of ambition. You are outshined by a mere child, Li Shuejuan interjected, approaching as he noticed the absence of the bag in Li Tianming's possession, thus grasping the situation. Third, you and Tianli stay here to monitor the cart. Tianming, come with me. With that, Li Shuejuan climbed onto the tractor. Let's take a round. I wish to assess your skills. Li Tianming understood that his uncle had something to discuss with him. He started the tractor and made a couple of loops before arriving at a secluded spot. What did Director Sun say? It's settled. From now on, the items I bring will be sold to a man named Sun Li under your command. Li Shuejuan nodded. Recognizing Sun Li as the nephew of Sun Fumin, a procurement officer in the logistics department, Sun Li was quite clever, yet he lacked diligence in his work, being the least productive among the procurement staff. Sun Fumin's arrangement served two purposes: to assist his nephew and to signal to Li Shuejuan that he was now under Sun Fumin's influence. Li Shuejuan had not anticipated that this incident would provide him with a supporter in the factory. As someone without connections, many had been eyeing his position as the head of the materials department, waiting for him to make a mistake to bring him down. With the backing of Sun Fumin, who had the vice factory director overseeing logistics, Li Shuejuan's position in the factory was now secure. Since that's decided, you shall proceed accordingly. Observing his uncle's hesitation, Li Tianming guessed what he wanted to say. Uncle, here's my thought. Moving forward, not just I, but also third uncle, fourth uncle, Uncle Shueqing, and Uncle Jinli. If we come across good things, I'll bring them over together. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Shuejuan looked at his nephew in surprise, and after a moment, he nodded with satisfaction. Good, you've grown up. Life in the countryside was challenging, and Li Tianming's consideration for his two uncles brought Li Shuejuan immense joy. Including the village head and the production team leader, Li Tianming would be able to handle any village matters without needing his uncle's intervention. Tianming, from now on, household matters will depend on you. In the city, Li Xuejuan found Li Xueqing to be somewhat confused, Li Xuegong too reckless, and Li Xuenong merely a bookish type. Now that Li Tianming had established himself, Li Xuejuan felt reassured. Let us find a place to rest for a while. After a night of travel, you must be tired. We will leave once the water tank is ready. Li Tianming acknowledged, but did not move, instead gazing into the distance. Uncle, what is planned for that area? Chapter 28. The Path to Profit. They are constructing dormitories for experts. Earlier this year, a few university students and technical personnel from other factories were assigned here. They are valuable assets. The factory decided to utilize this land to build houses for the experts. Why do you ask about this? Li Tianming observed the site for a while. The foundation was nearly complete, the main frame was half erected, and construction materials were scattered across the site. Yet there was not a soul in sight. Uncle, why aren't there any workers? Li Xuejuan's face showed a hint of helplessness. Where would the factory find workers? It was initially intended to subcontract to the city's second construction unit, but now all local construction teams have gone to support the third line of defense. So the factory must handle it itself. However, with heavy production tasks, we must prioritize completing the planned output, so this project must be paused for now. In the past, Li Xuejuan would have dismissed Li Tianming with a curt, "Don't pry into this." But the circumstances were different now. In his heart, Li Xuejuan unconsciously regarded Li Tianming as an adult with whom he could engage in equal dialogue. What are you up to this time? Li Tianming certainly would not broach such topics without reason. Uncle, what do you think about our village taking on this project? What? Li Xuejuan was momentarily taken aback, staring at Li Tianming. His nephew's ambitions were indeed soaring. He dared to entertain such thoughts. Li Xuejuan did not doubt their capability. Whenever a house was built in the village, relatives and friends always came together to lend a hand. After all, the expert dormitory was not a grand villa. They were constructing simple bungalows, and the villagers could handle it with ease. However, this dormitory was designated for experts, and according to the factory's requirements. It needed to be not only sturdy but also aesthetically pleasing. Tianming, this task is not akin to constructing mud brick houses. It's not that simple. I know. Li Tianming responded, already formulating plans in his mind. In his previous life, he initially made his fortune as a contractor. He had experience not only with bungalows, but also with larger buildings. As long as there were blueprints, he could manage. Nevertheless, this matter was not urgent. He needed to discuss it with Li Xueqing first. Since he had discovered a lucrative opportunity, it must be seized. Uncle, I will first confer with Uncle Xueqing when I return. The next time I come, you truly intend to pursue this? Li Xuejuan understood that due to the halt in construction of the expert dormitory, Sun Fumin, the logistics director, had faced considerable criticism during the meeting. If they could resolve this issue, Sun Fumin would owe him a significant favor. But could it truly succeed? What if the dormitory was completed and the experts were dissatisfied? Everyone involved would face the repercussions. Tianming, you must think this through. Rest assured, have I ever engaged in reckless ventures? Li Tianming replied. You should also help gauge the leader's sentiments. Li Xuejuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. His nephew was brave and ambitious. As an uncle, he could not always be overly cautious. All right, I will inquire on your behalf. When do you plan to return? The day after tomorrow. Li Tianming and his companions were taken to the factory's guest house. With Sun Fumin's endorsement, they did not need to spend any money. Once they collapsed onto the beds, it wasn't long before the sound of snoring filled the room. After a night without sleep, the exhilaration of making money faded quickly, and weariness enveloped them. They slept soundly until well past noon, and Li Tianming was the first to awaken. He nudged Li Xuegong. Who? Li Xuegong jolted awake, instinctively clutching his chest pocket. Once he felt the money was still there, he relaxed. What is up? Li Tianming pointed to the large clock on the table. It's past 1. We need to hurry back, or we want to make it home before dark. Upon hearing this, Li Xuegong quickly got up. Li Tianli, who had also awoken, joined them. The three washed their faces and made their way downstairs. City dwellers certainly know how to enjoy life. The water is piped directly into their homes, eliminating the need to step outside for basic necessities. The beds are soft, unlike the hard wooden boards at your uncle's house. Li Xuegong's words were laden with a longing for urban life. Although Li Tianli did not speak, the emotions reflected in his eyes conveyed everything. In this era, Who does not yearn for the city? Upon returning to the cafeteria entrance, Li Xuejuan was already waiting, a parcel in hand. Tianming, this contains food. So I shan't keep you any longer. I must hurry back to the village, he said, lowering his voice. Remember to settle the accounts upon your return. Rest assured, it will be handed over to the village. Over 1,000 yuan is no trivial sum. Should it be lost, the consequences would be dire. The pickled vegetables you requested are loaded, 1 jar for each of you. You, my boy, certainly have an appetite. Yichanggue's pickled vegetables are not limited to mustard greens. They also include cucumbers, peppers, and ginger, rivaling the pickles sold in markets. Sun Fumin immediately gave away 3 jars upon receiving them, and the look of regret on Yichanggue's face was palpable. All right, I want to elaborate further. Lao San, in the future, for family matters, consult Tianming more. This lad has ideas. Li Xuegong chuckled. Brother, did you need to tell me that? From now on, let Tianming take the lead in family affairs. And about Tianming's marriage. Speak to your younger siblings and be mindful. The boy is of age, and we must be proactive. Understood, understood. Li Xuegong replied, already climbing onto the vehicle. Li Tianli waved a greeting and joined him, placing the bicycle on the cart, making the return journey somewhat easier. The ride over had been laborious for a young man. An older individual would have likely succumbed to fatigue. Uncle, we're leaving. Please discuss that matter with the leadership. Li Xuejuan nodded in acknowledgement. Noted. With a wave of farewell, the 3 embarked on their homeward journey. Just outside the city, Li Xuegong handed the whip to Li Tianli, disembarking to board the tractor. What was the matter you discussed with your uncle? There's no need to hide it from third uncle. If it succeeds, we must prioritize our own family. The factory is constructing quarters for experts, yet no one is available, so I thought if I could take on that task, we could earn something. What? Just as the fish-selling venture is taking off, you're already contemplating helping the steel plant with construction? This boy's ambitions are quite audacious. Do they truly expect us farmers to handle such work? Why not? Whenever someone in the village builds a house, third uncle, you've helped out plenty. It's not difficult work, so why shouldn't we? Can our rural adobe houses compare to those in the city? If the work is poorly executed, your uncle will bear the consequences. Li Xuegong's courage was still too timid, yet this was not surprising. In this era, the vast majority of people were similar. They had long grown accustomed to living within their comfort zones, enduring hardships with gritted teeth. If someone truly managed to carve out a new path, it would be remarkable. Are you truly serious about this? The opportunity to earn is right there. Why not seize it? Hearing this, Li Xuegong refrained from further persuasion, knowing that his nephew had his own ideas, which surpassed his own understanding. What do you plan to do? We must prioritize our own family. If it works out, I will bring Tian Sheng and Tian Hui along. The agricultural tasks should certainly be undertaken during the off-season. Staying at home is merely idleness. So why not venture out to earn some money? The practice of farmers seeking employment during the agricultural lull has always existed. Even in extraordinary times when no one paid heed to such activities. This has even given rise to a new term, engaging in side businesses. However, knowledge of this is sparse, and coupled with uncertainty on how to secure work, many in the village have heard of it, but none have dared to pursue it. As long as you have it figured out in your mind, I am at your service in this matter, for I am equally unversed. Before dusk, we finally returned to the village. After dinner, the villagers, gathered in small groups to engage in idle chatter, were immediately drawn to Li Tianming upon seeing him return with a tractor. Tianming, where did this tractor come from? This is quite a treasure. When did you learn to operate such machinery? As more and more people gathered, Li Tianming hurriedly replied, Uncle, Auntie, and everyone else, we shall discuss this later. Let us first drive the vehicle to the village committee. Li Xuegong assisted in dispersing the crowd, and with great difficulty, they managed to drive the tractor into the committee's courtyard. Finally back, Tianming. This tractor. Li Xueqing had been waiting at the village committee and was equally astonished to see Li Tianming return with it. Uncle Xueqing, let us speak inside. In the courtyard of the village committee, a throng of onlookers had gathered, drawn by curiosity. Li Xueqing nodded, ushering Li Tianming and Li Xuegong indoors, while leaving Li Tianli at the entrance to tend to the villagers. Now that we are all here, Li Xuegong exclaimed, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket and slapping it onto the table, feeling a thrill he had never experienced before. Is this all from selling fish? Li Xueqing reached out to touch it, but hesitated. As the village head, he had seen larger sums pass through his hands over the years, yet this money was different. It represented an additional income for the village. Tianming, On behalf of the entire village, I thank you. Chapter 29. The busy hands of the off-season 4 Mao 5 per gene. Goodness, we have incurred significant losses over the years. The county's material bureau only offered 2 Mao per gene last year. If we consider the previous years, we have indeed suffered greatly, Li Xueqing remarked, quickly summoning the accountant, Ma Changshan. Xueqing, what do you need me for? Before he could finish, Ma Changshan's eyes fell upon the money on the table, nearly causing him to swallow his own tongue. This money, before the year's end, the county's finances had yet to be allocated, and the village's remaining funds barely amounted to a few hundred yuan. Having spent his days calculating with abacus beads, he recognized at a glance that there were at least 1,000 yuan on the table. Changshan, record this money, Li Xueqing instructed, picking up the receipt stamped with the Great Seal of Haiqing Steel Works. Keep this safe. If it gets lost, I will hold you accountable. Ma Changshan promptly approached, first counting the money, then glancing at the receipt. Xueqing, not a single cent is missing. How remarkable. Tianming's dealings are impeccable. After sending Ma Changshan to record the funds, Li Xueqing inquired about the details of the trip, to which Li Tianming provided a succinct account. Though Li Xueqing supplemented the narrative with additional details, you may have overlooked the fact that when Director Sun arrived, his imposing presence was undeniable, dressed in a 4-pocket uniform and wearing polished leather shoes. When have we ever encountered such a high-ranking official? Words eluded us. Yet, our Tianming displayed an aura that was scarcely inferior to that of Director Sunday. The praises he received from Director Sun were beyond my ability to emulate. As a proud uncle, Li Xueqing felt a swell of pride for his nephew's remarkable capabilities. Listening to their exchange, Li Xueqing could not help but marvel in silence. Although he had the audacity to confront the County Revolutionary Committee director, it was only because the latter was an outsider. In the presence of city leaders, he too would find himself trembling. Tianming, I am counting on you. This operation has been executed splendidly. In the future, with the tractor at our disposal, delivering fish to the city will be much more convenient. I was just about to inquire if we truly received the tractor, not given to us outright, but rather for our use. The diesel steel mill will supply the fuel. This tractor is specifically designated for transporting fish. Did you not notice the large water tank attached at the rear? Li Xueqing nodded in understanding. So, we can continue our fish-selling venture indefinitely? Indeed. Moreover, Director Sun stated that the more fish we can provide, the better. Does the steel mill lack funds? What they lack is product. Even with ample money, they cannot exhaust their spending. If our village possesses the capability to deliver 10,000 pounds of fish at once, the steel mill will readily accept it. Excellent, excellent. Li Xueqing rubbed his hands together in excitement. Initially, he had been concerned about the safe return of the 3 individuals, but upon seeing the prospect of profit, his worries transformed into a fear of it being a one-time deal. If this venture could persist, the Li family could enjoy a prosperous year every year henceforth. Uncle, we must also be mindful of the fish we catch. We cannot deplete the resources of our precious reed marsh. Understood. Tianming is concerned about overfishing for profit. Tianming, from now on, I entrust you with the task of delivering fish to the city, and I will record the contributions of 2 individuals for you. Sending others on this journey would be futile. Li Xueqing, though a capable man in the village, would also falter before the leaders of the steel mill. It is more prudent to have Tianming travel alone, ensuring steadiness rather than an abundance of people. I have no objections. Managing matters alone will indeed be more convenient. There's one more thing, Uncle Xueqing, Uncle San. I have completed my explanation, but you must not disclose this to others. Upon hearing Tianming's words, the expressions of Li Xueqing and Li Xueqing turned serious. Here's the situation. I have reached an understanding with Director Sunday. In the future, when delivering fish, we will discreetly include some mountain goods and wild products, which will be considered personal transactions sold to the mill's procurement staff. As Tianming spoke, he carefully gauged their reactions. My intention is to keep this matter from becoming widely known. Should it leak, it could implicate my uncle and Director Sunday. Only 5 families should be privy to this. My own family, Uncle San's, Uncle C's, Uncle Xueqing's, and Uncle Jinli's. Li Xueqing listened, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It took him a moment to grasp that Tianming was securing benefits for the Li family. However, there are no wild creatures left on this mountain. In previous years, they nearly resorted to hunting rats for sustenance. The wild boar you hunted last time must have wandered in from somewhere. Li Tianming chuckled. There's none on the mountain. But what about the grass mat? Hearing this, Li Xueqing and Li Xuegong widened their eyes in astonishment. Tianming, is that grass mat a place one can casually visit? Haven't you heard? Li Xuegong exclaimed anxiously, but before he could finish, Li Tianming interrupted him. The tales of phantom soldiers are indeed eerie, but has anyone truly witnessed them? Both men paused, realizing that no one had ever seen them firsthand, yet the stories were vivid and compelling. Furthermore, matters concerning the supernatural are often best taken at face value. It is wiser to believe in their existence than to dismiss them outright. Not only are there fish in that area, but also wild ducks and geese. With just a simple net, one could catch quite a number. In these times, there are no wildlife protection laws, and the area around the grass mat is seldom frequented by people. Each year, migratory wild ducks and geese breed there, becoming so accustomed to humans that they have lost their fear. I've secured the arrangements. Whether to proceed or not is up to you, Uncle Xueqing and third uncle. The two exchanged glances, and it was evident that even if they were reluctant, Li Tianming intended to go ahead alone. I'm in, third uncle, I will join you, Li Xuegong said, though he harbored concerns. Yet, with his nephew paving the way to profit, how could he, as an uncle, shrink back? With a decisive clap on the table, Li Xueqing declared, let's do it. Very well, it's too late today. Tomorrow evening, Uncle Xueqing, you gather people to continue fishing. Let Tianli accompany me. Third uncle, you inform Tianxing and Tianhui, and I'll notify Uncle Jinli. This matter should not be discussed with family. The more people know, the more trouble it invites. Once word spreads, it may attract envy. If others wish to join, should we agree or not? The fish, wild ducks, and geese in the grass mat, no matter how abundant, cannot withstand too many nets. If we fail to reap the rewards, ill intentions will surely arise. We must keep this secret among the five of us. Our wives and children must not know. I will speak to Jinli about it, Li Xueqing stated. Tianming, I truly rely on your support as an uncle. If there is anything you need in the future, don't hesitate to ask, Li Tianming smiled and replied. Since you've said that, I actually have a matter I wish to discuss with you. He then proceeded to explain the project concerning the construction of expert dormitories for the steel mill. Upon hearing this, Li Xueqing wished to delve into Li Tianming's mind to comprehend how he could continuously uncover avenues for profit. For us, mere farmers, building a mud house is no challenge, and we can manage brick and tile houses as well. But as you mentioned, this is an expert dormitory. If the work is poorly executed, it could reflect badly on your uncle. Besides, can the steel mill truly trust us? This is undoubtedly a beneficial endeavor. Yet the fear lies in not being able to secure it. There is nothing to doubt. As the weather turns cooler, the experts in the steel mill still reside in collective dormitories. Over time, wouldn't they have grievances? They come to support the steel mill's development, often bringing their families. If we cannot resolve their housing issues, how can they work? If we take on this project, they would be eager for it. The reasoning is sound, yet how shall we construct the experts' dormitory? No one has ever undertaken such a task. As for how to convince the steel mill's leadership of our capabilities, that matter shall be entrusted to me. Li Tianming has managed numerous projects in his past life. If he cannot secure this task, it would indeed be a wasted opportunity. Uncle, once the autumn harvest concludes and the reeds are delivered, there will be little left for the village to engage in. Rather than idly eating, sleeping, and playing cards at home, it is far more prudent to seek work and earn some money. A better life cannot be attained through laziness, as the saying goes, during the slack season. One should not be idle. Good fortune is earned through hard work. Very well, Tianming, I shall heed your counsel. After speaking, he gazed at Li Tianming, contemplating the eligible young women from relatives' families. There are indeed a few of suitable age, yet none seem worthy. Li Xueqing could discern that this nephew of his was destined for greater things. It is puzzling how Du Lide's daughter could disregard such a fine young man, opting instead for a second-rate scoundrel with no family but a sharp tongue. Crash! A green porcelain bowl shattered on the floor, splintering into pieces as Du Lide glared furiously at Du Wan. Had he known she would be such a source of worry, he would have never sent her to school, where she learned a plethora of nonsense, bringing him nothing but embarrassment. In the 30th chapter, The Great Cargo. Just moments ago, Du Lide had witnessed Li Tianming returning to the village driving a tractor, prompting many to recall past events and mock him mercilessly. He had already come to terms with it. Pang Bingxin had signed an agreement to provide for the couple in their old age, thus securing a semblance of support for the future. However, the villagers' taunts rekindled the fire of resentment within Du Lide. Such a promising son-in-law had been squandered due to his own daughter. The more he thought about it upon returning home, the angrier he became. Just as the vegetable soup was served, he swept it to the floor in frustration. "What are you doing, father? Wasn't it already agreed upon? Our daughter and Li Tianming simply lack compatibility. I believe that Bingxin, with his eloquence, will surely prove to be a wise choice." Though Duwan's mother shared her frustrations, she ultimately sympathized with her daughter. Despite her disdain for Pang Bingxin, she felt compelled to offer praise. "You know nothing. What does Pang Bingxin have to compare with Tianming? Can a silver tongue fill one's belly?" Hearing her beloved being belittled filled Du Wan with discontent. "Father, what is so special about Li Tianming? His father neglects him. If I were to marry him, would I be sharing a bed with his 3 younger siblings? At least Bingxin has his own home. Together, we can strive for a better future." Li Tianming, meanwhile, drove his tractor back to the village, and Duwan noticed him, despite her aversion towards him. Witnessing her former choice thrive filled her with unease, a symptom of her own discontent. Furthermore, it was she who had rejected Li Tianming. Only if he faltered in life could she justify her initial decision. Yet, contrary to her wishes, his circumstances remained unaffected by her refusal. The wild boar incident had even elevated him to a prominent figure within the Li family. Meanwhile, she was the subject of ridicule throughout the village, leaving Duwan feeling unjustly treated. What was it about that tractor that stirred such envy in her father? Du lied too. Understood that the matter was settled and nearly impossible to alter. Sigh. "I shall not concern myself any longer, should you come to regret this later. It is your own head that must collide with the wall." With that, a palm struck the table, and she descended from the bed, departing without even a morsel of food. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Tianming had clarified all matters and returned home, cradling a jar of pickled vegetables. Li Xueqing was in the yard chopping firewood. Upon seeing Li Tianming, he dropped the axe and retreated indoors. They were not so much father and son as they were adversaries. "Brother, you're back." Li Rong, hearing the commotion in the yard, peeked her head out, and upon spotting Li Tianming, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "What's wrong?" Li Rong hurriedly inquired. "Nothing at all." Li Tianming could easily surmise that it was the woman Xiao Fengyun who had been shouting again. A single day without her raising her voice, and she would be utterly dissatisfied. It appeared the pace of earning must quicken. A new house had to be built as soon as possible to escape this locale of discord. "Where is your second brother?" "He went up the mountain after finishing his work." "Up the mountain?" Just then, Li Tianliang returned with Xiao Wu, a large sack slung over his shoulder. "You took Xiao Wu up the mountain?" "It's already dark. The 2 wild boars that Li Tianming encountered last time are still unaccounted for." Upon perceiving his elder brother's cold demeanor, Li Tianliang shuddered in fright. "It wasn't my intention to take her. Xiao Wu insisted on accompanying me. I promise I won't do it again." Xiao Wu, sensing the tension, quickly clung to Li Tianming's leg. "Brother, please don't be angry. I won't do it again." Faced with Xiao Wu, Li Tianming could muster no anger. "Come inside." Dinner had already been prepared: flatbreads, steamed pickled vegetables, and a pot of cabbage soup. "Brother, this pickled vegetable is truly delicious," Xiao Wu remarked, munching away with audible crunches. "How fresh it is. The craftsmanship of a master in Shandong cuisine." "Xiao Rong, when I'm not home, boil 2 eggs in the evening. You and Xiao Wu are at the age of growth. Each should have one." During the division of family assets, the village's share of pigs naturally did not include them, but the 2 laying hens were theirs. Although Xiao Fengyun initially hesitated to part with them, Li Tianming simply seized them and departed. To prevent further coveting, Li Rong kept the chickens in the outer room. Even when allowed to roam, she kept a watchful eye on them. Following the incident when Xiao Fengyun stealthily entered to steal money, Li Tianming had purchased a lock from the supply and marketing cooperative, effectively severing that woman's aspirations. "No way." Li Rong promptly refused without a moment's thought. "We can save the eggs. They can be exchanged for goods at the cooperative." Xiao Wu's once joyful expression immediately wilted, though she dared not voice her discontent. Though young, she was quite astute. Well aware that only her second sister did not indulge her, a mistake would warrant real punishment. "If anything is needed at home, we shall purchase it. The eggs are to be saved for consumption." As Li Tianming spoke, he withdrew money from his pocket and placed it upon the table. "Here. There are over 400 yuan. In the Li household, this amounts to a substantial sum." Li Rong merely cast a fleeting glance. "Brother, you still need to marry and eventually build a house. Money must be spent sparingly." Li Tianming, having been reborn, found himself admonished by his 12-year-old sister. Money is not saved, it is earned through labor. You may not comprehend this, but heed my words. Each day, you and Xiao Wu shall share an egg. For I have observed Xiao Wu's waning figure. Upon hearing this, Li Rong experienced an internal struggle for quite some time. Very well, then. I shall prepare one egg for Xiao Wu. The mere thought of it felt akin to carving a piece of her flesh. This younger sibling has lived a life of frugality, yet what has it yielded in the end? I specifically stated that you and Xiao Wu would each have one. Do my words fall on deaf ears? Li Rong's countenance shifted in alarm, for their small household relied heavily on the eldest brother. I understand. She stammered. Brother, I too am here. Li Tianliang interjected with a boldness unbecoming of his age. Get lost, how dare you? Li Tianliang felt disheartened. At just 15, he too was in need of nourishment for growth. Why should he be deprived of eggs? That night, once his siblings had succumbed to slumber, Li Tianming tidied himself and ventured out once more, wielding a flashlight borrowed from the village committee. After securing the door, he thought to himself, I knew that rascal was still awake. Climbing over the wall, Li Tianming intended to ascend the mountain to unearth the ginseng. Tomorrow, he would head into town and take the opportunity to sell the ginseng as well. Living in close quarters, with constant interactions, no matter how despicable Li Xueqing may be, he was still his biological father. Should a conflict arise with Qiao Fengyun, could Li Xueqing truly stand by and allow his son to strike him? Upon reaching the mountain, he first inspected the traps and snares, only to find them empty. He then checked the hiding place for treasures, discovering no signs of disturbance. In the future, he would need to wait for the new house to be constructed before burying anything valuable, for he could not trust leaving treasures beneath the watchful gaze of Qiao Fengyun. Ultimately, he located the ginseng, suspending the flashlight overhead and crouching down to scrutinize it closely. 16 vibrant ginseng roots adorned with 5 compound leaves indicated it had grown for no less than 6 years. Li Tianming gently brushed away the soil to reveal the ginseng's base, and upon seeing it, he involuntarily gasped in astonishment. The base was cloaked in layers of scales, suggesting it was at least 50 or 60 years old. People often speak of ginseng that lives for 1,000 years, but such claims are mere fabrications. Ginseng typically lives for a few hundred years at most. A century-old ginseng is already a rarity, while those that have lived for several centuries exist only in folklore. This particular ginseng, aged 50 to 60 years, may not be extraordinarily rare, yet its medicinal value is considerable. Carefully, he continued to excavate the soil, taking great care not to harm the plant. A single scratch could diminish its worth. Li Tianming, uncertain of the current market price for a ginseng root, surmised it would not be inexpensive. Time slipped away, and soon he felt a tingling in his chest. As he dug deeper, his astonishment grew. This ginseng was undoubtedly older than 50 or 60 years. The roots had spread over a considerable area. Initially, he thought he could extract it within 3 or 4 hours. Yet dawn was fast approaching. There was no option to bury it once more. He hastened his efforts, but some root hairs were inevitably damaged in the process. Once he had successfully unearthed it, he weighed it in his hands. As the saying goes, 7 taels for ginseng, 8 taels for treasure. This ginseng must weigh no less than 7 taels. Had it not been for this era, Li Tianming would undoubtedly have preserved this ginseng as a treasured heirloom. However, in the present circumstance, he hoped merely to fetch a good price for it. He carefully wrapped it in cloth and kept it close to his body. Just as he attempted to rise, he realized that both his legs had nearly lost all sensation. After a prolonged moment of recuperation, he managed to support himself against a tree. At that moment, should 2 wild boars appear, he would surely be resigned to his fate. Another sleepless night had passed. Yet with the precious item nestled in his embrace, Li Tianming felt exhilarated, utterly devoid of any inclination to rest. Descending the mountain, he pulled 2 red carrots from his small plot. The vegetable supply had significantly dwindled, and it was evident who was responsible. In a good mood, he decided not to engage in a petty dispute this time. Upon returning home, Li Rong was already preparing a meal. Brother, why didn't you come back last night? She casually inquired, not expecting an answer from him. Li Shuzhen came asking for pickles earlier, but I didn't give her any. She was quite irate about it. Indeed, she behaves like a rabid dog, her nose surprisingly keen to sniff out any opportunity. Let us ignore her. Once I save enough money, we'll build a house and move far away from her, Li Tianming said, pressing the cloth bundle against his chest. He pondered how much this item might sell for. Chapter 31. The True Colors Revealed. Team 1, West Slope. Team 2, Eastern 3 Fields. Team 3. Typically, each production team would independently allocate labor tasks. However, today was the moment to commence harvesting, with Li Xueqing personally overseeing the arrangements. The Li family terrace was divided into 5 production teams, each responsible for a designated area. On the first day of harvesting, the labor requirement was not overly strenuous. The educated youth group will follow Team 1, Li Xueqing stated in a neutral tone, provoking a wave of laughter among the members. Xie Jianxia and others lowered their heads in shame, while the newly arrived, particularly Zhang Qingsen, curiously sought the source of the laughter. When the first batch of educated youth arrived in the village, the villagers were filled with goodwill, genuinely believing they had come to assist in agricultural production. Yet, within half an hour of their first workday, their true nature was revealed. Far from aiding in production, they acted like pampered aristocrats. Each one was delicate and unaccustomed to labor, unable to carry or lift anything, yet still consuming the village's grain. What was most infuriating was that despite their minimal contributions, they were entitled to full work credits simply for being present in the fields for a day. In rural areas, a robust laborer could earn 10 work credits in a day, while the elderly and children earned between 6 and 8, depending on their capacity. These city youths, even the youngest village child, surpassed them in capability, yet due to policy, they received full credits. Why was that fair? This injustice was precisely why Li Xueqing had banged his fist on the table with the county's Revolutionary Committee director. The influx of educated youth would only exacerbate the village's food shortage. Enough laughing. Get to work quickly. If you fail to complete your tasks, you will be made to stay in the fields. After delivering his reprimand, Li Xueqing walked away, his anger simmering at the sight of the educated youth. Originally, it had been agreed that, as in previous years, no educated youth would be assigned to the Li family terrace, yet 6 had arrived nonetheless. This meant sacrificing 6 portions of grain. He could not simply watch these city youths starve. How frustrating. As tasks were assigned, everyone hastily made their way to the fields they were responsible for. At dawn, how about you harvest 2 furrows? Jean Li had already heard from Li Xueqing that significant endeavors awaited them that evening, and Li Tianming would need to drive the tractor to the city overnight. For others, 2 furrows represented a day's labor for a robust worker. However, for Li Tianming, it was hardly a challenge. In his previous life, he had managed to harvest 4 furrows in a single day. All right, Li Tianming replied, seizing his sickle and heading into the fields. Just as he bent down to commence his work, a loud voice rang out, calling for attention. Comrades, this is our new educated youth's first time participating in the harvest. We must embody the spirit of resilience and fearlessness and triumph in this autumn harvest campaign. Do we have confidence, comrades? It was Zhang Qingsen again. Could he not remain quiet? Resilience is commendable. What does fearlessness even imply? Harvesting rice is not a life or death endeavor, is it? Zhang Qingsen spoke with fervor. Yet his words were met with only a few responses, laced with embarrassment. All right, let us get to work, urged Xie Jianxi, the team leader. He regretted listening to Zhang Qingsen's preposterous call to arms. It had merely become a source of ridicule for the village. Comrade Xie Jianxi, our committee teaches us that we must possess a tenacious revolutionary spirit in our work. Without the right mindset, how can we excel in labor? Yes, you are correct. But can we work? Xie Jianxi concluded, signaling for everyone to hasten. If Zhang Qingsan continued his rhetoric, these educated youths would truly become the laughingstock of Li Jiatai. In these times, there are always overzealous individuals like Zhang Qingsen. The tranquility of Li Jiatai is largely due to the substantial presence of the Li family in the village. Those seeking to ride the waves of the movement must first confront the formidable Li clan, along with their intricate web of relations. Cause a ruckus? No thank you. Why disrupt a peaceful life? Zhang Qingsan, seeking to make a name for himself through labor, seemed oblivious to the fact that while he might be a master of rhetoric, in the realm of work, he was merely an amateur. Within an hour, the new educated youths were already lamenting their plight, yet surprisingly, Song Xiaoyu persevered. Even as beads of sweat cascaded down her face, she refused to straighten her back for a moment's respite. In Li Tianming's recollection, Song Xiaoyu had always been this way, silently laboring from dawn till dusk without a moment's rest. In contrast, her husband, a distant cousin, flitted about like a lord, visiting one household after another, without a care in the world. Strangely, since his rebirth, Li Tianming had not seen that cousin. He wondered where he had vanished to in his carefree pursuits. Team leader, Xie Jianxi and Jin Li both stood upright simultaneously. The seasoned, educated youth had been working for several years. Although they were still far from the villagers' level, they could at least be of assistance. Is there something? Xie Jianxi inquired. As for Jin Li, upon seeing the person he most despised, Zhang Qingsun, he bent down to continue his labor. This seasoned farmer, already lagging behind Li Tianming by several meters, surely valued his pride, did he not? I have a question, Xie Jianxi said with a resigned expression. If you have a question, just speak. Zhang Qingsun raised his hand, his palm covered in blisters. Why aren't gloves provided? Upon hearing this, a large group of individuals in the rice field abruptly stood up, casting curious glances at Zhang Qingsun, as if to say, is this young man truly afflicted by some grave ailment? What purpose do gloves serve? How can one work while wearing gloves? A few blisters, and he is already causing a commotion. Does anyone in the countryside not have layer upon layer of calluses? If one were to work in gloves, one would be the subject of ridicule. If you have gloves, wear them. No one is going to provide you with any. Xie Jianxi had once harbored the same question upon his arrival, but after being ridiculed, he never dared to mention it again. What were they here to do? To receive re-education from the impoverished and lower middle-class peasants, not to act like lords enjoying privileges. The very peasants who toil without gloves were now the ones questioning why gloves were not distributed to protect those delicate hands. Was there even a hint of self-awareness regarding their re-education? At that moment, Zhang Qingsun sensed the peculiar gazes directed at him. I was merely speaking. After uttering this, he could no longer withstand the stares that made him feel like a spectacle and bent down once more. Yet his waist felt as though it would snap, and the once light sickle felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Finally, a cry of alarm escaped him. Xie Jianxi, exasperated, felt as if he might throw the sickle away in frustration. What now? Turning around, he saw Zhang Qingsun clutching his wrist, blood seeping through his fingers. I am utterly astonished. Xie Jianxi panicked for a fleeting moment before realizing what had transpired. Zhang Qingsun had injured his wrist. But how could one sustain such an injury while cutting rice? What further explanation could there be? Why not just slice your neck? If you cannot manage, then just go back. With that, he resumed his own work, determined to finish harvesting a field today. Otherwise, village head Li Shueqing would truly make him stay in the field until the task was complete. Zhang Qingsun stood frozen, bewildered. This reaction was unexpected. Shouldn't his fellow educated youth come to inquire about his injury? Shouldn't the villagers admire his dedication to labor despite being wounded? Why such indifference? Someone, take this spineless fellow to the educated youth point. It's truly absurd that you could conceive of this. You shout slogans loudly, claiming to fear neither hardship nor death. Yet you turn out to be a coward. Jin Li threw out this remark and then paid him no further mind. Such a person, if born in the countryside, would surely starve to death eventually. Meanwhile, Li Tianming, his nephew, remarked, you should take a break. You're going to exhaust me. Even Zhang Qingsun, despite his naivety, recognized that his act had been exposed. Feeling embarrassed, he clutched his wrist and left in a dejected manner. If this incident could provoke some change within him, it would not have been in vain to endure that blow from the sickle. However, such a person, even until death, would never experience any significant transformation. Li Tianming never glanced at Zhang Qingsun from beginning to end. In his memory, Zhang had done nothing of substance since his return from the countryside, aside from causing disturbances. When it came to laboring, he was a master of shirking responsibility, ultimately becoming a source of widespread resentment. Before noon, Li Tianming completed the task of tilling 2 ridges of land. After exchanging a brief greeting with Jin Li, he decided to leave. The others looked on with envy, yet felt powerless, as they lacked Li Tianming's capabilities. Tilling 2 ridges required turning around. He didn't even straighten his back once. Du lied, who was in the same team, watched with burning eyes, wishing he could turn around and strike Duan with a sickle. If not for the broken engagement, would Li Tianming have helped his father-in-law? Upon returning home, Li Tianming prepared lunch and ate with his 2 younger sisters. He then asked them to deliver a meal to Li Tianliang and laid down on the kong, immediately drifting into sleep. After several sleepless nights, he was nearly at his limit. He slept until evening when work concluded. When Li Tianming emerged from the inner room, Li Rong hesitated, unsure whether to boil 2 eggs. Upon seeing Li Tianming, her hand trembled, causing the eggs to roll off the edge of the pot. Ah, she exclaimed, and her expression suggested she wanted to retrieve the eggs. Li Tianming could only smile wryly at the situation. Well, let us just start fresh. Chapter 32. The Facade of Humanity. Brother, take me along. Let Xiaorong open the door. Nothing could possibly happen. That evening, as his elder brother prepared to leave, Li Tianliang could no longer contain himself. He was not one to remain still, and his brother's nightly excursions filled him with restless curiosity, making him eager to discover the truth. Stay home quietly. If I find out you followed me secretly, you'll regret it. Facing his brother's fierce gaze, Li Tianliang immediately fell silent, for his elder brother had always been the one to strike him the hardest. Be good, and tomorrow night I'll boil you an egg. A slap followed by a sweet promise. During dinner, watching his two sisters enjoy boiled eggs made Li Tianliang's longing even worse. But there will only be eggs tomorrow, right? If you keep talking, there won't be any left. Li Tianliang was nearly despondent. He had never encountered such blatant favoritism from his brother. Climbing over the wall, Li Tianming first went to the village committee, where he started up the hand tractor and made his way to the reed marsh, where Li Xueqing was leading a group in fishing. The villagers, having spent an exhausting day harvesting rice, were too weary to rest, their complaints filling the air. Tianming, look at their miserable state. Li Tianming had tilled 2 ridges that day, yet no one had complained of fatigue. They still needed to deliver the fish to the city that night. Uncle Xueqing, let everyone know about selling the fish. By the end of the year, when the dividends are substantial, who would still have complaints? Li Xueqing hesitated, but then realized this matter would eventually need to be addressed with the whole village. All right, I'll follow your advice. He called everyone over, lowered his voice, and explained the plan to sell fish in the city. Brother Xueqing, will we really earn more money by year-end? Of course. Otherwise, would I be hoarding it for myself? Li Xueqing replied, not in the best of moods. That's impossible. Brother Xueqing isn't that kind of person. Are you still complaining now? If one is unwilling to participate, then they may as well leave now. Come year-end. When the distribution is meager, do not complain to me. Those summoned by Li Xueqing to partake in the fishing endeavor are all closely connected. Those with distant ties need not apply. Participation guarantees not only 10 work points each night, but also an additional 10% on the fish sales at year-end. With such an enticing opportunity, who would willingly depart? Can a farmer afford to conserve their strength? No longer requiring Li Xueqing's prompting, everyone eagerly set off to man the boats. Uncle, you keep watch here. I'll check the marshes. Li Xueqing nodded silently, preferring to keep this affair as discreet as possible. The marshes were a mere 6 or 7 miles away, and on a bicycle, it did not take long to arrive. Li Xuegong, Li Xuenong, and Jin Li were busy setting up nets with Tian Sheng, Tian Hui, and Tian Li. After exchanging greetings, Li Tianming joined in the flurry of activity. The local wild ducks and geese had become a veritable plague, their nests scattered everywhere, and they often did not flee as people approached. Once the nets were set, a clump of earth was tossed to startle the birds, and soon enough, several dozen were caught. Tianming, do you think this place really has? Li Xuenong still harbored doubts, but the prospect of profit overshadowed his fears. Fourth uncle, you are a learned man. How can you believe such things? Li Tianhui chimed in with a laugh. Brother, you should have seen how my father muttered all the way here, with his son teasing him. Li Xuenong felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly moved off to assist with untangling the nets. Brother, why are we catching these? The meat of wild ducks is not palatable, and cooking them is quite an oil-consuming affair. The intricate details of their endeavor were not shared with him. Do not inquire. Remember, this matter must remain confidential, especially from fourth aunt. Fang Yanmei is quite the busybody. If she learns of this, it won't be long before the entire village knows, and it may even reach her family. Earlier, Li Tianming had specifically advised his fourth uncle that should Fang Yanmei inquire, they should simply say they went fishing and perhaps drop a hint about the steel factory. After all, the earnings would benefit the village. If she were to share the profits with her brother from her family, that was beyond Li Tianming's concern. After casting a few more nets, they had nearly caught over 100 birds, tied them by their necks, and they would not perish before too long. Third uncle, you all wait here. I will fetch the tractor. With that, Li Tianming rode off, returning towards the reed marshes, leaving Li Xueqing alone, puffing away on his cigarette. Is everything packed? Li Tianming inquired, glancing at the tractor's trailer, which was filled to the brim with fish. They had sorted through, discarding the smaller ones. Li Xueqing estimated they had about 5,000 pounds this time, at a rate of 0.45 per pound. This catch could yield over 2,000. A far better deal than selling to the county supply bureau. Shall we depart? Li Tianming affirmed. They aimed to reach the steel factory before dawn, lest half the fish perish. The tank was overfilled, and the fish could easily suffocate from lack of oxygen. Perhaps we should load less next time? There is no need for haste. While the ice is yet to form, let us make several trips, allowing everyone a larger share. Once the reeds are frozen, fishing will become a daunting task, and at that point, managing even 1,000 or 2,000 pounds will be considered fortunate. It is indeed a laborious endeavor. Having traveled through the night, Li Xueqing, as an uncle, also feels a pang of sympathy. There is no profit without toil. With the tractor now running, Li Tianming greeted his companions and set off. Upon reaching the meadow, he loaded wild ducks and geese and continued on his journey. Just as he entered the city, he was stopped by the police. "Ah, it's you again. Why are you alone today?" Upon recognizing the officer, Li Tianming couldn't help but chuckle. "Comrade, it's you. The factory assigned me a tractor, so there's no need for a larger crew." The police had already verified the situation at the steelworks the day before. After a brief inspection, they allowed him to proceed. Arriving at the gates of the steel factory, the guard had already been informed and, upon seeing Li Tianming, granted him immediate access. He parked the tractor behind the cafeteria, wrapped himself snugly in his cotton coat, and fell asleep atop the vehicle. The shift change had not yet arrived. Just as he was in the depths of slumber, Li Tianming was stirred awake, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld Li Xueqing standing before him, accompanied by a young man who was playfully poking at the geese on the truck. "When you come down next time, sleep in the kitchen. Your things will be safe here." Observing his nephew's weary countenance, Li Xueqing felt a twinge of sorrow. If only Li Xueqing were more discerning, perhaps his nephew could attend a vocational school and upon graduation, secure stable employment without such relentless toil. "I shall find someone to unload the truck. This is Sun Li. The rest is for you two to discuss. Greetings." The young man extended his hand to Li Tianming, devoid of any urban arrogance. Li Tianming shook his hand, then lifted the tarp covering the truck. It was the same tarp provided by the factory during his last trip. "Wow, so many," Sun Li exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sight of the bundled wild ducks and geese. He had never managed to fulfill the procurement quotas assigned to him each month, despite his uncle Sun Fumin's presence, with so many eyes upon him. He could not afford to continue idling away his time. "My friend, how shall we price this?" Sun Li inquired, offering Li Tianming a cigarette, complete with a filter. "Brother Sun, you decide. Just ensure my efforts are not in vain. If the price is too high, it would be inappropriate, too low, and the journey would not be worthwhile." Sun Li rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Shall we price it by the piece or by the pound? Either is acceptable." After pondering for a moment, he suggested, "Let us do this. Currently, chicken is priced around $1 per pound in the market. Yours are wild ducks and geese. Ducks have less meat while geese have more. Let us not be overly meticulous. How about $8 each? This price is not exorbitant." Sun Li would surely quote a higher figure, but the specifics were of no concern to Li Tianming. After all, one must leave a margin for benefit. "Very well. I shall defer to your judgment." Sun Li's smile widened. "Splendid," he said, even assisting Li Tianming in lighting the cigarette. "Oh, a lighter. Consider it a gift. A token of friendship." Sun Li directly placed the lighter in Li Tianming's hand. "Are you certain?" This was identical to one Li Tianming had encountered at an old friend's home in a past life. The collector's value was beyond his comprehension. Yet this object was crafted from pure silver. Surely, Sun Li must have been aware of its worth. "Brother Sun, this is far too precious. It's merely a lighter." "I said it was a token of friendship," he replied, ever the man of the occasion. Given the circumstances, Li Tianming felt compelled to accept it graciously. After a thorough count, there were a total of 121 birds, including both wild ducks and geese. Li Tianming set aside 2, intending to gift them to Li Xueqing, and planned to visit Li Chui's home on his way back. "Brother Sun, there are 115 in total, not 117. Before Sun Li could finish his sentence, Li Tianming winked at him, and he immediately grasped the implication. "Brother, you are quite generous. Having enjoyed my ducks and geese, even if you realize the true value of this lighter, would you still dare to ask for it back?" Chapter 33. The quintessential household. The total came to 920 yuan. Sun Li prepared the invoice and sought Li Xueqing's signature. Upon seeing the figure, Li Xueqing was taken aback. He then approached Sun Fumin for a seal, emerging with a cloth bag in hand. When he received the money from the finance office, He handed it over to Li Tianming along with the bag. "This is from my uncle. Don't refuse it." Li Tianming chuckled upon hearing this. Although son Li had his greedy tendencies, he was also a man of principles, taking what was due and firmly rejecting what was not, allowing for a cordial friendship. Throughout the exchange, Li Tianming never once scrutinized the true figures on the invoice, much to son Li's satisfaction. A pleasant collaboration. May we continue to strive for excellence. Upon returning to the cafeteria, the fish had already been weighed, with several assistants busily cleaning the water tanks. A total of 136 gene. At 5 per gene, that amounts to 311. 2. The invoice is ready. Accompany me to the finance office to collect the funds. Uncle, this is from director's son, Li Tianming said as he produced the cloth bag. Here, take it. It contains cigarettes, with filters. Sun Fumin was quite generous, offering 2 packs of filtered cigarettes. Uncle, is it safe to associate with such a person? Li Xuejuan chuckled. Rest assured, it's merely a professional relationship. I don't engage in such activities, and no one can find fault with me. Li Tianming, hearing this, chose not to press further. One often gets wet when walking near a river. He could only hope his uncle would maintain his integrity and achieve a smooth landing in life. As for the future, when Li Tianming soared to greater heights, he would undoubtedly bring his kin along. After collecting the money from the finance office, he carefully separated the amounts. With cash in hand, he resolved not to squander it recklessly but to save for a home, thereby securing a potential spouse. In the eyes of elders, no matter how accomplished a younger generation may be, marriage and the continuation of the family line remain paramount. Understood. Li Xuejuan had other commitments. And regarding the matter of contracting the expert dormitories, he did not mention it, nor did Li Tianming inquire. There was no rush. They could address it after the autumn harvest. Having procured the meticulously cleaned wild geese and ducks, Li Tianming departed from the steel factory aboard his tractor, subsequently veering towards the workers' residential area. Ascending the stairs, he knocked on the door, and to his fortune, Yan Xiaozhen was at home resting. Tianming, come in, inviting him inside. Li Tianming produced 2 wild ducks and 2 geese from his pocket. Did you catch these? Without spending a dime. Even if I didn't spend anything. You should keep them for Xiao Rong and Xiao Wu, she insisted, attempting to return the birds. Auntie, it's going to take a few hours to get home. And in this sweltering heat, they might spoil. These 2 are for you, and I would appreciate it if you could cook the other 2 for my sister. With Li Tianming's words, Yan Xiaozhen reluctantly relented. Next time, you mustn't bring anything. My house lacks for nothing. All right, I will heed your advice. Next time I come, I shall bring only my words. Yan Xiaozhen chuckled. You look weary. Go lie down for a bit. When the meal is ready, I shall call you. Li Tianming acquiesced, pushing open the door to his cousin's room, lying down on any available bed without concern. Time passed, and upon awakening, he found himself gazing into the eyes of his younger cousin, Li Xiang. Elder brother, my mother calls for you to eat. In their childhood, the bonds among the cousins were strong, but as fate would have it, they dispersed across the vast expanse of the country, making reunions increasingly rare and their relationships gradually waning. Exiting, he saw the whole family gathered around the dining table. We've been waiting for you. Come and sit. Yan Xiaozhen beckoned. Don't wait for me. Please begin without me. He took a seat. Today, the Li family was enjoying meat, reportedly gifted by a nephew from the countryside, which inevitably sparked envy among the neighbors. In these times, who didn't have rural relatives? Yet, when they visited, they often came empty-handed, taking more than they brought. And it was considered fortunate if they returned with a sack of sweet potatoes. Seeing that Li Xuejuan's nephew had brought meat was indeed a source of irritation. As the family feasted heartily, the neighbors undoubtedly vented their frustrations about their rural kin at home. Before departing, Li Tianming took along 2 large food containers. Tell your sister not to endure the humiliation from that family. She has her maternal relatives to rely on. If Lu Minghai's mother dares to bully her again, she should come to my mother. I'm not afraid of that old hag. The situation concerning Li Tsuepa's family was well known among the relatives. However, due to Li Xuejuan's intervention, Yan Xiaozhen refrained from confronting them directly. All right then, we siblings are counting on Auntie to take charge. Yan Xiaozhen playfully slapped Li Tianming on the shoulder. You cheeky boy, now get in the car and leave. Li Tianming then made his way to the state-run traditional Chinese medicine shop he had visited previously. The same old man was there, dozing at the counter. Upon hearing the door open, he lifted his head. Ah, it's you again, young man. What treasures have you brought this time? Li Tianming placed his bag on the counter, and the old man began to rummage through it. These are the Siberian ginseng that Li Tianliang and Xiao Wu dug up in the mountains yesterday. Your area is truly a treasure trove. These tiger ginseng are larger than those found elsewhere. Same price as before. If there are no issues, I'll weigh them. No problem. Please weigh them. The old man then called over another person, who selected and inspected the goods. After weighing, the total came to 32 pounds. Upon invoicing, a payment of 17.6 yuan was made to Li Tianming. You may keep it, and should there be any other remarkable items in the future, please do send them my way. The old gentleman's courteous demeanor was largely due to the fact that Li Tianming was the grandson of Master Tan Lu. Sir, I have another item that I would like to ask for your esteemed appraisal. At this, the old man's interest was piqued immediately. Ah, by your words. It must be something valuable. I am eager to behold it. No sooner had he spoken than Li Tianming produced a red cloth pouch from within his garment. Just by observing the design of the pouch, the old man had already surmised its contents. He hastily retrieved a tray from beneath the counter, upon which he laid another piece of red cloth. Please place it here. Let us not handle it just yet. This is a custom from the past. Should it happen to touch, the loss of a ginseng root would be a matter of concern. Li Tianming, possessing some understanding of these customs, opened the red pouch halfway and placed it upon the tray, gently revealing its contents. A sharp intake of breath escaped the old man as his eyes widened. What splendid ginseng! He leaned in closer to inhale its aroma and then looked at Li Tianming. Is it freshly unearthed? Li Tianming nodded. You truly are an expert. It has been years since I have encountered such vitality. As he spoke, he produced a magnifying glass to scrutinize the ginseng meticulously for a considerable time, ensuring there were no artificial enhancements. Young man, you possess a remarkable treasure. He then took out an exquisite balance scale, cautiously placing the ginseng upon it. 7 taels and 3 chien. Though it falls short of 8 taels, it is still quite exceptional. Young man, you are indeed fortunate. Observing Li Tianming's demeanor, it was evident he was not a professional ginseng trader. Acquiring such a fine specimen was a stroke of extraordinary luck. So, do you intend to sell it? If not to sell, then what purpose do I serve here? The old man nodded in agreement. For a transaction of this magnitude, I cannot make decisions alone. Please wait a moment while I fetch Manager Yi. Once again, the middle-aged man appeared, smiling as he acknowledged Li Tianming, and began to examine the ginseng. What a pity. A few roots are broken, otherwise the price would surely be higher. Manager Ye's discernment was equal to that of the old man, immediately identifying the flaws. However, the blemishes did not overshadow the quality of the item. He turned to Li Tianming, his expression tinged with hesitation. Young man, to be frank, this ginseng, had it been in the past, would not have fetched less than several thousand taels of silver. However, the current circumstances are different. In our state-run pharmacy, prices are predetermined. Once the ginseng is in our possession, it is solely for medicinal use and will not be resold. Do you understand what I mean? Li Tianming nodded in comprehension. He had never anticipated becoming wealthy from a single ginseng root. What price can you offer here? Manager Yi raised one finger, then pinched his thumb, index, and middle fingers together. 700. This is the highest price I can provide, and I dare say, even if you were to take it to Tong Rin Tang in the capital, they would not offer more than this. Li Tianming was aware that should he retain the ginseng for several decades, he could effortlessly sell it for millions. However, by that time, he would be in his twilight years, and no matter how precious the item, it would ultimately belong to his descendants. Yet, without constructing a new home, where would his future generations reside? Deal. Manager Yi sighed in relief upon hearing the news. He hurriedly filled out the order and made the payment, seemingly anxious that Li Tianming might have second thoughts. As Li Tianming emerged from the pharmacy, he had already become a fifth of a 10,000 yuan household, taking a significant stride closer to building his new house. Chapter 34. A villain requires a villain's reckoning upon leaving Haiqing. Li Tianming arrived at the salt factory in Ninggu town just as the workday concluded. After parking the tractor, he spotted his sister, Li Chui, and Lu Minghai exiting the main gate from a distance. Sister. Li Chui turned her head at the sound of Li Tianming's voice. Lu Minghai's reaction was comical. He stumbled in surprise and attempted to flee. He was still swollen from the last beating he received, courtesy of Li Tianming, who had aimed for his head deliberately to ensure everyone knew he had been thoroughly thrashed. If you dare to run today, I will bring people to block you at the salt factory tomorrow, Li Tianming threatened. Lu Minghai had barely taken 2 or 3 steps when he froze in place. As if under a spell, He understood that his brother-in-law was not one to make idle threats. If cornered, the punishment would be even more severe. Chuier. Look, Li Chui shot Lu Minghai a glance, dismissing him as she jogged towards Li Tianming. Lu Minghai stood rooted, hesitant to approach or retreat, while the passing workers cast amused glances in his direction. The news of his recent beating had spread throughout the factory, spawning several versions of why he had incurred Li Tianming's wrath. Some whispered that he had wronged someone outside, prompting his brother-in-law to defend his sister's honor. Others suggested he had bullied his wife, while a few claimed it was his mother who mistreated her daughter-in-law, leading to Li Tianming's intervention. In any case, Li Chui's younger brother was notorious for delivering a thorough thrashing to Lu Minghai whenever they crossed paths. What brings you here? This tractor, Li Chui began, but then turned back to Lu Minghai. Your brother-in-law, ignore him. Li Tianming interjected, assisting Li Chui onto the tractor. He started the engine, and it roared to life, belching black smoke as they departed. Lu Minghai, that's your brother-in-law, isn't it? How come he didn't give you a ride? A worker teased. Lu Minghai retorted defiantly. I don't care about that. Grumbling, he added that it was better to have avoided another beating altogether. Indeed. Didn't you just hear your brother-in-law say that if you take another step, you'll get hit? Laughter erupted among the workers, leaving Lu Minghai embarrassed and chasing after the tractor in a dejected manner. The salt factory was not far from Lu's home, and it wasn't long before they arrived. Lu Minghai's mother was cradling her eldest grandson and gossiping with a group of parents when the sound of the tractor caught their attention. Upon seeing Li Tianming, her expression shifted dramatically. As her son had been beaten, she instinctively felt the urge to confront Li Tianming. However, recalling her younger son's pitiful state, she suppressed her anger. This young man was ruthless in his retribution, and her two sons could hardly withstand his onslaught. Even involving the authorities would be futile, as this was deemed a family matter. Moreover, this old woman was notoriously harsh on her daughter-in-law. The local women's federation has admonished her on several occasions. Oh, you're here. The elderly woman forced a smile, though her heart felt heavy with the urge to weep. Reflecting on her own illustrious life, she recalled how, as a young woman in her family home, she bullied her sister-in-law, and after marriage, she tormented her mother-in-law. Once she became a mother-in-law herself, she continued the cycle by belittling her daughter-in-law. Having weathered countless storms in her life, she had never before felt such humiliation. Yet, every person has a vulnerable spot, and for her, it was her two sons. Now, however, both sons were under the thumb of that little rascal from the Li family. If she dared to make a fuss, one of her sons would inevitably face the consequences. Initially, she thought Li Tianming was merely boasting, but now she understood the gravity of the situation. When Lu Minghai returned home that day, she could hardly recognize him. Li Tianming parked the tractor and flashed a smile at the old woman, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Oh, you're doing well, aren't you? Hee hee. If you never darken my doorstep again, I'll be even better. Very well indeed. The in-laws are doing well too. Was there really a need to inquire about their well-being when it wasn't even a New Year's visit? The elderly woman felt as if her once commanding presence had evaporated. Where's that little Chui? And Minghai? She noticed Li Chui disembarking from the vehicle, but did not see her son. My brother-in-law is right behind. With that, she hurried forward to scoop up Dong Dong. The little one had just surpassed his first month. Li Chui returned to work almost immediately, whereas, in the past, she would have taken at least 5 months off. Lu Dong Dong, who had been peacefully sleeping, was stirred awake and opened his mouth to cry. A sharp smack on his bottom silenced him. No crying. But what could a child understand? His wails grew even louder. What are you doing? Li Chui quickly snatched her son back. Do you suddenly care? Li Tianming, the uncle, chuckled with mischievous glee. In his previous life, the child had received the brunt of his uncle's playful kicks. For any trivial reason, he would deliver a couple of kicks. The boy was troublesome, causing havoc repeatedly. While Li Chui was alive, she would fret over him, and after her passing, it fell to his sister, Wan, to worry whenever Lu Dong Dong got into trouble. Regardless of where Li Tianming was, he would rush back to deliver a beating. If he couldn't return, he would enlist someone else to do it. In front of others, Lu Dong Dong was a little rascal, but in Li Tianming's presence, he was as meek as a kitten. Even as Li Tianming aged and Lu Dong Dong approached his 60s, the latter still dared not speak loudly in front of him, as if the fear had been etched into his very bones. Li Chui comforted the child while the elderly woman watched, her heart seething with resentment. Yet she dared not utter a word. Have I wronged the men of the Lu family? The neighbors nearby stifled their laughter at her pitiful demeanor. Indeed, It seems that wickedness requires a worthy opponent. Li Chui took the child inside to nurse him, and Li Tianming entered the courtyard, where he found Wenwen playing alone. Wenwen, uncle. Upon seeing Li Tianming, Wenwen sprang up and rushed towards him. Meat. The little girl's nose was quite keen, and as she approached, she caught the scent of meat. Do you want to eat? The little girl nodded vigorously. Li Tianming drew a small square table against the wall and opened 2 lunchboxes. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, and in an instant, the old woman appeared in the courtyard. Such dexterity in her movements was a veritable waste while being retired at home. She ought to venture to the most arduous places to hone her skills. The food was all for Wenwen. Li Tianming picked up a large duck leg and handed it to Wenwen. Oh dear, what a pity. What use is it for a girl to eat so well? At that moment, 2 little heads peeked from the neighboring room. The old woman, not having vented her frustration, bellowed, "Get back inside. What are you doing out here? There's nothing for you." The 2 little girls shivered in fear and were about to retreat when Li Tianming called out to them. Is that Zhao Di and Yin Di? Come over quickly. Uncle has something delicious for you. These 2 children were from Lu Minghai's family, and by their names, it was evident that the Lu family held a preference for sons over daughters. There was another daughter at home named Lan Di, who was 2 months older than Dong Dong. Initially, after Wenwen's birth, she was to be named Ling Di, but Li Chui would not hear of it. Although Lu Minghai generally obeyed his mother, he treated his children quite well, at least in comparison to his brother. In a previous life, Lu Chonghai had to bear 4 children before finally having a son, and since then, the 3 daughters had been neglected. Li Tianming had little interaction with the Lu family. After Li Chui's passing, ties were almost severed. Aside from the occasional visits from his nephew and niece, he only knew that Lu Chonghai's 3 daughters had gone out to work early and each had married. Zhao Di and Yin Di hesitated a bit, but Wenwen jumped down from her small stool and took hold of her 2 sisters' hands. Come, each of you take one. Li Tianming broke off 2 duck legs and handed them to the girls. Here, eat these. He shot a glance at the old woman. If you eat these, it won't be a waste, will it? It'll just turn into excrement in your belly. Laughter erupted at the entrance. Zhao Di, already 10 years old, held the duck leg in her hands. Although she longed to take a bite, she restrained herself and cautiously looked at Li Tianming. Uncle, can I give this to my mother? Li Tianming was taken aback by her words and couldn't help but sigh. Good girl, go ahead, watch your mother eat it. Uncle has more for you. Hearing this, Zhao Di raised the duck leg and turned to go inside. Through the door, Li Tianming could faintly hear sobbing. Why are you crying? Who has wronged you? It's your own belly that's the trouble. The crying gradually subsided, but the old woman's yelling continued unabated. The eldest family's belly is a burden, suffering your tyranny, while the second family's belly isn't any better. Wenwen and Yin Di were so frightened they hardly dared to breathe. Just then, a shadow flitted past the door, only to retract immediately. Li Tianming rose and swiftly approached the entrance, grabbing one of the intruders and pulling them inside. Initially, he had considered reprimanding just one, but since both brothers were present, he decided to deal with them together. Chapter 35. Where the road is uneven, someone treads. Where matters are unjust, someone intervenes. Lu Chonghai and Lu Minghai arrived at their doorstep in quick succession. Upon seeing his brother dawdling at the entrance without entering, Lu Chonghai inquired and soon discovered that his ferocious brother-in-law, Lu Minghai, had come to their home. What is there to fear? Can he truly devour you? Though he spoke confidently, he was reluctant to return home. Who could predict what wrath this reckless individual had summoned, and should he encounter him, it would be unjust to unleash his frustrations upon him. He had already heard from his co-workers that Li Tianming had declared that if his sister faced any grievances at the Lu household, he would not hesitate to retaliate against anyone, be they large or small. Why should he, as the elder brother, be embroiled in his younger brother's domestic disputes? Yet, lingering outside the gate was hardly a solution. While lost in thought, he overheard his mother berating his wife. Just peeking in, he was immediately spotted by Li Tianming. Before he could react, a punch had already landed squarely on his face. Bang! With another thud, Lu Minghai also crumpled to the ground. Tianming, I did not provoke your sister. Lu Minghai protested, feeling quite aggrieved. Ever since the last beating, he had not dared to exhale in front of Li Chui. His mother scolded him for being a coward and incessantly urged him to confront Li Chui, but he dismissed her words as mere nonsense. Confront what? What reckoning could he possibly seek? He wished to live a few more years, and he couldn't withstand several beatings from his brother-in-law. Last time, it It was just Li Tianming who came. The entire Li family could easily descend upon him. If they all came, it was uncertain whether he could survive the ordeal. Oh dear. They've killed someone. They've killed someone. The old woman, witnessing her two sons lying on the ground after being beaten by Li Tianming, could only clutch her head and plead for mercy. In her distress, she misjudged her own combat prowess and, with a flurry of movement, attempted to join the fray. However, as she reached out, Li Tianming seized Lu Changhai and shielded himself with him. The old woman, unable to retract her advance in time, landed a slap across her eldest son's face, leaving 5 distinct marks of blood. Lu Changhai, stung by the pain, disregarded who stood before him and kicked out. Ouch! The old woman cried out, rolling away as if struck by a rolling gourd. Only then did Lu Changhai realize it was his mother who had been struck. Mother! Calling for his father proved futile. Li Tianming grasped Lu Changhai by the shoulder and hurled him aside. He then turned and delivered a kick to Lu Minghai, who was struggling to rise. Tianming. The ruckus in the yard drew Li Chui out, and Lu Changhai's wife emerged from another room. Seeing her husband sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, her gaze towards Li Tianming was laden with complexity. This was akin to bandits laying siege. The old neighbors of the street would surely rally together. Get back, you old hag. The neighbors found the spectacle amusing, yet none were inclined to intervene. Furthermore, the old woman habitually bullied her 2 daughters-in-law, provoking the ire of the neighborhood. Make way, make way. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward, surveying the 2 lamenting on the ground and the old woman theatrically lamenting, before his gaze settled upon Li Tianming. Who are you? Why do you come here to commit acts of violence? Huh, such an amusing inquiry. Without seeking the truth, he had already decided the verdict. The old man's posture was so crooked that it seemed he might tumble right onto the face of an elderly woman. Who do you think you are? Who let you out with such a loose pair of trousers? It had probably been ages since anyone had dared to scold the old fellow like this, and his weathered face flushed a deep crimson. You little rascal, can't you speak properly? At my age, you wretched old cur, having lived a life akin to a dog, you ought to be mindful of your status as an elder. I could easily kick you back into your mother's womb. Today, Li Tianming was determined to stir up chaos. When the road is uneven, there are those who tread upon it. When matters are unjust, there are those who intervene. The thought of his sister having departed this world far too early ignited a fury within him. He resolved to turn the Lu household upside down today. I am the local peacekeeper, and you think you have the right to strike someone? Oh, aren't you the one in charge? At best, you're merely a weaker version of Yi Zhonghai. Mind yourself. Don't let your anger consume you. Hurry home to take your medicine, then return to receive your reprimand. The neighbors erupted in laughter, revealing that this peacekeeper was not held in high regard. You come here to assault someone, and I cannot inquire? Well, go ahead and ask. But don't jump to conclusions. The old man was so incensed that his white hair seemed to shimmer with rage, as if ready to ignite. First, tell me who you are. With such meager combat prowess, it's clear you have not inherited Yi Zhonghai's true legacy. Pulling up a chair, he sat down with an air of authority. I am the uncle of the Lu family. I have come to confront them today. My sister has suffered grievances at their hands. What do you intend to do about it? Do you think all the men of the Li family have perished? With a resounding slap, he struck the table, startling the old man. Upon learning that Li Tianming was the brother of Li Chui, he regretted getting involved. After all these years as neighbors, he should have known the disgraceful character of that street performer. Yet, having entangled himself in this affair, he needed a way out. But you cannot strike anyone. We are all relatives. Why can't we speak civilly? Moreover, a single hand cannot make a sound. Are you without any fault? The old man's words were barely out of his mouth when a sharp slap echoed through the air, causing him to startle, reflexively touching his face. It dawned on him that he was not the one being struck. Can one hand truly make a sound? Lu Minghai was on the verge of tears, questioning why he was being hit. Was it loud enough? The old man lamented his decision to meddle, wishing he had simply stayed at home. Now he had lost face and could not reclaim it. He ought to be grateful he and T uttered the infamous phrase, "Let us set aside the facts." Otherwise, that slap would undoubtedly have landed upon his own cheek. Defeated, the old man slinked away. Now, the Lu family had lost their arbiter. Come here. Li Tianming beckoned the 3 children. Continue eating. The brothers Lu Changhai and Lu Minghai had nearly recovered, unsure if they should rise. Get up. It's quite comfortable lying on the ground. Li Chui spoke up, and Lu Minghai cast a furtive glance at Li Tianming. reassured by his lack of reaction before daring to stand. He stood to the side, resembling a child who had misbehaved, awaiting a reprimand. Lu Chonghai, feeling neglected, stealthily rose to his feet, intending to return indoors. However, upon hearing a cough from Li Tianming, he quickly stood at attention. With a swift motion, Li Tianming flicked open the newly acquired lighter and ignited a cigarette gifted by director Sunday Lu Chonghai. Lu Minghai, I had no intention of meddling in your family affairs, as long as you refrain from troubling my sister. Yet, this old woman truly takes advantage of others, doesn't she? Having played the fool long enough, Li Tianming resolved to impart some wisdom. Especially you, Lu Chonghai. You consider yourself a man, don't you? Wasn't your wife lawfully married to you? Did you not hear that old woman cursing in the streets just now while you stood at the door? At this moment, the entrance to the Lu family's small courtyard was crowded with onlookers, all eager to witness their misfortune. Lu Chonghai's face flushed with embarrassment. You're less mature than a child. Just earlier, I handed Zhaodi a duck leg, and she still remembers her mother. What do you think you are? After chastising Lu Chonghai, Li Tianming turned his gaze towards Lu Minghai. I didn't mention you, did I? How do you fare any better? Like your brother. Do you think marrying my sister, a rural girl, is a great sacrifice? Not a sacrifice at all. Did I invite your opinion? Li Tianming shot a sideways glance, rendering Lu Minghai silent with fear. With your caliber, if you were to divorce, you would likely remain a bachelor for life. Who among the neighbors would dare to step foot into your household with such a piece of work around? The neighbors erupted in laughter. The old woman attempted to retort, but lacked the courage, caught between feigned humility and indignation. And mother, could you please refrain from speaking? Lu Minghai, not being a fool, recognized the truth in Li Tianming's words. Why, at 20-something, had he not found a wife? Was it truly due to his height? After all, he was a formal worker, which should attract good women. Yet, why had no one sought his hand? The blame lay squarely on his mother's tarnished reputation. Had it not been for Li Chui's advancing age, it was doubtful anyone would consider him. Having realized this, Lu Minghai looked at his mother with newfound annoyance. From now on, please refrain from interfering in my affairs. If the child wishes to help, let her. If not, I won't force her. Having been under her thumb for a lifetime, he never anticipated that after enduring a couple of beatings, he could finally speak with some authority. Had he known this would happen, he might have given her a sound thrashing on their wedding day. Seeing his brother stand up to their mother, Lu Chonghai's courage swelled. Mother, from now on, you need not concern yourself with my household matters. If you dislike Zhaodi's mother, we shall move out. With that, he retreated indoors. The old woman could hardly fathom that she would end up all alone. I raised my hand, ready to slap my thigh and continue my performance. But the gazes of those around me turned into mocking stares, as if watching a farcical spectacle. In that moment, her long-held authority dissipated, leaving her devoid of spirit as she dejectedly retreated to her small room. Suddenly, from somewhere among the neighbors, a voice called out, "Bravo!" This was soon followed by a round of applause. It was evident that the neighbors had long been weary of her antics. Chapter 36. This time, it's truly profitable I heed not your assurances. Rather, I observe your actions. Henceforth, should I hear that my sister has suffered any indignity in your household, I shall hold you accountable. Li Tianming had little faith in the notion that a person could swiftly alter habits cultivated over many years. Lu Minghai was merely cowed by the recent altercation. In his eyes, the simplest resolution was divorce. If a couple cannot coexist harmoniously, what merit is there in enduring such a charade? In a previous life, Li Tianming had suffered greatly from this very plight. He had contemplated severing ties multiple times. Yet each time the mere thought would evoke a fierce resistance from either one's parents or their daughter. Ultimately, it was always Li Tianming who conceded, resigning himself to the situation. So be it, he thought. And what was the result? A lifetime lived in suffocating discontent. Li Tianming wished not for his elder sister to endure such a fate. Alas, this was merely his own sentiment. In this era, divorce bore an immense stigma, particularly for women. Once divorced, it was as though one had lost their virtue, inviting ridicule from all corners, including their own family. Society often unjustly presumed that a woman's divorce stemmed from her family's failure to instill proper values. Such reasoning was absurd. Yet, Li Chui herself held a similar belief. Having borne 2 children, why should she consider divorce? Her words rendered Li Tianming momentarily speechless. Li Chui had intended to invite him for dinner, but he found no appetite. After warning Lu Minghai, he climbed into his vehicle and departed. Tianming, Li Chui called out as she hurried after him, their eyes locking in a moment of silent understanding. After a lengthy pause, she finally managed to utter, "Am I not quite lacking in ambition?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianming felt a pang of sorrow. "No. If you were lacking, we would have been at the mercy of Qiao Fengyun back in the day. Sister, do not suffer in silence at his home. If it becomes unbearable, return home. I will provide for you and the children." Li Chui felt tears welling up but stifled them. She had endured grievances at her in-laws to avoid burdening her family, but such forbearance would no longer be her path. She, Li Chui, was no feeble woman. "Sister, remember this. Be cautious on your journey." "Understood." Li Tianming waved his hand and pressed the accelerator, swiftly turning down a street until he vanished from sight. Upon returning to the village, night had fallen. A room at the village committee still radiated light, as Li Shuigong and others awaited Li Tianming's return. Upon hearing the sound of the tractor, they emerged to greet him, though despite their pent-up words, they remained silent in his presence. "Let us go inside." The group instinctively parted, allowing Li Tianming passage. "My uncles, there is no need for such formality." Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among them. Inside, Li Tianming first produced the money from selling fish along with the receipt from the steel mill. Without needing Li Shuiqing to prompt him, Jean Li rose to summon the accountant. Ma Changshan had also been waiting at the village committee. As he counted the money, excitement surged within him. In just a few days, they had accrued over 2,000 yuan. If this trend continued, what bountiful dividends awaited them by year's end? "Quickly, make the entries." Ma Changshan responded affirmatively and exited. Now came the main event. Li Tianming retrieved a small paper package from his pocket. "Wild ducks and geese totaled 121. And I sent 2 to my uncle's house." Indeed. "Please give 2 to my elder sister." "What about Dechuyer?" "Tianming, I hope Dechuyer is no longer being bullied at Lao Lu's house. If they dare to mistreat our dear aunt again, simply rally 100 or 80 men to block the entrance of their salt factory." Several individuals chimed in with their opinions. "It's fine, everything is well. Lu Minghai had me give him a good talking to a while back, and now he is remarkably well behaved. In my opinion, Lu Minghai is passable, but his mother is quite another matter. It's also your aunt's fault for finding such a family for Dechuyer. Tianming, speak candidly. We are all genuine relatives, and it is unreasonable to stand by while Dechuyer suffers." Li Tianming hurriedly replied, "Everything is quite good." He refrained from mentioning today's events, as it was indeed unnecessary. "Furthermore, I took the liberty of giving 2 to the purchasing agent at the steel mill. That is even more justifiable. Tianming, you have the authority to handle these matters." Li Tianming unfurled the paper package, revealing the money within. For wild ducks and geese, the price was set at 8 yuan each. Li Shuigong gasped in astonishment. "How much?" 8 yuan. It was no surprise that Li Shuigong was so taken aback. Last year during the year-end distribution at Li's family, a laborer earned mere pennies, toiling all day long for just a few dimes. And this was not even the net income, as they still had to share grain and vegetables, which were deducted from their labor points. Those with more able-bodied workers might end up with 100 or 80 yuan, while those with fewer laborers could find themselves in debt to the village after the grain was distributed. The notion that a single wild duck could fetch 8 yuan seemed nothing short of a dream to these seasoned farmers. "So how much does that amount to?" 920 yuan. Li Xuanong provided the answer. 920 yuan. If shared among 5 families, each would receive 184 yuan. Everyone except Li Tianming collectively gasped. To toil through the night and earn what would typically take a year was astonishing. This money seemed far too easy to acquire. "Tianming, will there be any trouble with this money?" Li Shuigong still expressed concern. If it were a mere 10 or 8 yuan, it could be overlooked. However, now it amounted to over 100 yuan, which was quite alarming. What could possibly happen? In times of disaster, did we not venture into the mountains to catch wild game? The meadow was unclaimed and not communal property. Who could object to our catch? Yet we are not consuming it ourselves. It has been sold. Li Xuanong felt uneasy as well. We are merely supporting the nation's steel production. The workers are lacking in nutrition. How can they work effectively and contribute to national construction? Li Tianming felt weary just articulating this, as he bore the responsibility of ensuring everyone earned a living and led a good life, while also allowing them to feel justified in their earnings. Tianming is right. We have not committed any wrongdoing, and there is no reason to fear accepting this money. Indeed, that is correct. Wait a moment. Li Shuiqing, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. This money was earned through Tianming's efforts. We have all witnessed his relentless dedication. It is well understood by all that if Li Tianming were to venture alone to the meadow to set up a net, he would undoubtedly earn his share of wealth. One must not lack conscience. In my opinion, the lion's share of the profits rightfully belongs to Tianming. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Tianming, you should take half. Yes, take half. Li Tianming waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Xueqing, how we distribute the earnings was agreed upon beforehand. We must adhere to our word. If I were to take even a single extra coin today, what would that make me? With that, he promptly divided the money into 5 equal portions, keeping one for himself and pushing the remainder towards each individual present. His reluctance to hoard wealth stemmed not from avarice, but from the understanding that nurturing these relationships held greater significance. In his previous life, he was obstinately self-reliant, refusing assistance even from relatives during times of hardship. It was only through his later experiences in society that he came to grasp an essential truth. Humans are social beings, and a good life is inseparable from interpersonal connections. What Li Tianming needed to do now was to become the most agile fish in the waters of the Li family clan. Gentlemen, we have many days ahead of us. The group fell into a thoughtful silence until it was Li Xueqing who finally spoke. Tianming is right. We have a long road ahead. This time, we will heed Tianming's advice. With that, he was the first to take his share, and the others soon followed suit, their faces beaming with uncontainable joy. They had truly made a profit. Tianming, when will you deliver fish again? I have arranged with Uncle that fish will be delivered every 2 days, while wild ducks and geese will come every week. We must not be too frequent in our deliveries. Running back and forth to Haicheng will eventually draw attention. After finishing a cigarette, they each returned home. Upon entering his house, Li Tianming found his 3 younger siblings still waiting for dinner. Brother, did you buy my hairpin? Little Five exclaimed as she rushed towards him. Li Tianming quickly caught her and, from his pocket, produced a red hairpin, placing it in her braided hair. Little Five, unable to contain her excitement, fumbled with it for a while before holding it in her hands, her joy evident. Yet, as he watched her smile, a pang of sorrow washed over Li Tianming. He recalled the difficult times when they had just divided the family, struggling to make ends meet. Back then, Little Five, much like now, found joy in the simplest of things. A hearty meal could brighten her day for hours. Resolutely, he vowed to ensure that his siblings would lead ever-improving lives. This was merely the beginning. Having just escaped the grips of abject poverty, the time for him to truly flourish was yet to come. To those who wished for his downfall, let me show you what it means to thrive. Chapter 37. What can you do? Execute me? The autumn harvest at the Li family estate was in full swing, with villagers of all ages joining the effort. Even young children, guided by their elders, ventured into the fields to gather stray wheat ears. After all, this harvest would determine the family's sustenance for the coming year. Every additional handful of grain meant another mouthful to eat. As October approached its end, the county issued a notice predicting an impending autumn rain, prompting all members of the community to hasten their efforts. Once the rice is battered by the autumn rains and subsequently touched by frost, the roots will decay, leading to utter ruin. After deliberation with several committee members in the village, Li Xueqing resolved to divide the 5 production teams into 3 shifts. While rice was still being harvested on one side, the other side had already dried, bundled, and transported the yield back to the village courtyard. The courtyard was aglow with lights throughout the night, as the threshing machines operated tirelessly. During this period, Li Tianming made several trips to Haicheng. The money from fish sales had already exceeded 10,000. Wild ducks and geese were delivered twice, along with a supply of wild duck eggs, fetching 4 mao per pound, constituting a considerable income. Li Tianming himself remained industrious, either foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains or setting traps for wild chickens. Through this time of accumulation, he had saved enough for building a new house, merely awaiting the arrival of spring to commence construction. However, the matter concerning the contract for the steel factory's expert dormitory had yet to receive a definitive response from Li Xueqing, leaving Li Tianming anxious. Each visit to the steel factory compelled him to glance at the construction site, where no work was being done. The autumn harvest persisted until early November, concluding with grain dried, bagged, and transported to the county, while the village's granary was already brimming with reserves. The Chinese are acutely aware of the pangs of hunger. Both the elderly and children comprehend the significance of having grain in hand, which brings peace of mind. Thus, stockpiling grain has become an ingrained priority for every Chinese individual. After completing the autumn harvest, households took only a day of respite before the able-bodied men returned to the reed marshes. Reeds, being a strategic material for the nation, were of utmost importance, especially since the annual government purchase provided tangible financial support to the villagers of Lijiazhi. Yet, after merely half a day's work, officials from the county arrived to halt the endeavor. The person was Ding Mani, the director of the county's supply bureau. "Director Li, I am here for a reason. You should be well aware of the issues at hand," he stated. In the village committee meeting room, Li Xueqing sat across from Ding Mani and a group of officials from the supply bureau. Li Xueqing was perplexed. In the vast expanse of Lijiazhi, there was not even a deputy director, and he alone managed everything, with only a few production team leaders assisting. How could the county's supply bureau dispatch so many leaders? What do you mean by understanding? I understand nothing. I only know that the reeds in the marsh are strategic materials for the nation, which must be delivered promptly each year. If you prevent us from working, do you comprehend the implications? Ding Mani was momentarily silenced, instinctively raising his hand to strike the table, inadvertently stirring a hornet's nest. "Who do you think you are to slap the table?" Before Ding Mani could respond, Li Xueqing erupted. "You insolent wretch, if your father were to see me, he would still address me as uncle. Who do you think you are to act so brazenly? Do you wish to test my patience?" Ding Mani, taken aback and thoroughly chastened, had no retort. His mother hailed from Lijiazhi, and they shared the surname Li, by lineage. Ding Mani's maternal grandfather and Li Xueqing were of the same generation, and indeed, closely related. Ding Mani was filled with regret, realizing that if his parents were to find out, he would surely face their wrath. The section chief under me is an outsider. How could he possibly understand the intricacies of these relationships? How dare you insult others? Do you comprehend the nature of this situation? You are defying the organization. Silence. Ding Mani hastily intervened, looking awkwardly at Li Xueqing. "That venerable elder, I am not directing my words towards you." The subordinate, who had boldly spoken out, was now at a loss. What is happening? Why is the venerable elder being mentioned? However, I currently represent the County Material Bureau. I could even bow to you later without issue. At this moment, Li Xueqing felt at ease, seizing a cigarette from Ding Mani's table, lighting it, and casually tucking another into his pocket. "If you have questions, ask swiftly. There is a multitude of work waiting, and none have the time to engage in idle chatter." Ding Mani's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he could not neglect the directives from the County Revolutionary Committee. "Director Li, I ask you, did your village not unlawfully fish in the reed marsh and sell the catch to Haiqing?" "Yes, that incident did occur. What of it? What of it? Do you not realize that the fish in the reed marsh constitute collective property? Your actions constitute a grave error." Li Xueqing remained unfazed. Upon his arrival, Li Tianming had already instructed him on how to respond. "I know nothing of right or wrong. All I understand is this. There are some despicable individuals who consume our food without contributing anything in return, deceiving the elderly farmers of our Li family platform." Ding Mani was taken aback, hastily jotting down notes. "Do tell, were they misled, leading to this mistake? Who is it? Bring that person forth, and you shall earn redemption." "What nonsense!" Li Xueqing's spittle landed directly on Ding Mani's face. "Why the insults again? I told you I couldn't come. The entire village is filled with my elders. I would have to refer to even a 3-year-old as uncle. Coming here would only invite trouble. Who deceived me? It was your Material Bureau's group of scoundrels." With that, he unleashed a tirade against the leaders of the Material Bureau seated across from him. "What is this? When did we ever deceive you? You still deny it." Li Xueqing rose, nearly poking Ding Mani's nose with his finger. "Tell me, last year when the Material Bureau came to collect fish, how much did you offer per pound?" Ding Mani was aware that the price set by the Material Bureau was somewhat low, but the county's finances were strained, and many villages relied on county subsidies, thus necessitating some cost-cutting measures. 2 dimes. Bang. Li Xueqing slammed his palm on the table, startling Ding Mani. "Fish delivered to Haiqing fetched 4 dimes and 5 cents. What do you have to say about that?" What could Ding Mani say? He was already well informed about the situation and had reported it to the city's Material Bureau, coordinating with the metallurgical system. However, the leaders there had completely ignored him, stating that the villagers of Li family platform supporting the Haiqing steel plant was commendable and deserving of praise. Unfortunately, the metallurgical system's authority far surpassed that of the Material Bureau, so the issue was simply pushed back. Thus, the County Revolutionary Committee dispatched Ding Mani to investigate the matter in the village. Moreover, you collect only 5, £5,000 annually. The fish in the reed marsh are nearly on the brink of extinction. Is this not a waste of collective property? Ding Mani. The name bestowed upon you by your parents, whom have you truly satisfied? Are you not ashamed? Your parents possessed foresight, naming you in a manner that insults you as a wretched child. It would be prudent to change your name to Ding Dogsheng, leaving our Weihai's fish stock depleted. As Ding Mani reclined in his chair, evading Li Xueqing's pointed criticism and relentless psychological assault, he still found the audacity to retort. The annual fish catch is determined by the county, and my opinion holds no weight. Were this a different village, Li Xueqing could easily dazzle them with his grandiloquent rhetoric. But at Li Jiatai, he faced his great-granduncle. Should he attempt to intimidate with lofty principles, a resounding slap would swiftly follow. The fish from your material bureau amounts to £5,000, not a single ounce less, priced at last year's rate of 20 cents. We want to allow your great-grandson to be put in a difficult position. What more is there to discuss? Ding Mani nearly shrank beneath the table at the mention of great-grandson, his authority thoroughly undermined. This is not how it works. Who authorized your private sale of fish? Nonsense. Weihai belongs to Li Jiatai. Years ago, the work team verified the situation, and your great-grandfather left behind a land deed. Did your mother not inform you? Do you understand what we signifies? Every blade of grass in Weihai is collective property of Li Jiatai. We, as a collective, have decided to sell the fish your material bureau refuses to accept to the steel mill, generating revenue for our village. Your material bureau's involvement is inconsequential. A female leader across the table had already covered her ears. The old man's tirade was excessively vulgar. You have your reasoning, and I have mine. Ding Mani realized today was a futile endeavor. I shall not speak further. I now announce the County Revolutionary Committee's decision. Li Jiatai will forfeit all proceeds from the unauthorized sale of collective property to the county treasury. Failure to comply will result in penalties. Li Xueqing chuckled heartily. What will you do? Execute me? Ding Mani was momentarily taken aback, forgetting his next words. Suddenly recalling that Li Xueqing had the audacity to bang the table in the County Revolutionary Committee director's office. Meeting Li Xueqing's fierce yet disdainful gaze, Ding Mani felt the palpable intent to strike. Chapter 38. Lay it all bare, great-granduncle. This is no trifling matter. Ding Mani swiftly conceded. Opposite him sat his great-granduncle, and he felt no shame. In truth, he also believed the County Revolutionary Committee's arrangement lacked justification. Weihai is collective property of Li Jiatai. All yields should belong to the villagers collectively. Now, demanding such a substantial sum, who could possibly acquiesce? Dogsheng, you scoundrel, daring to flaunt your authority at Li Jiatai. Have you lost your mind? Hearing this voice sent a shiver down Ding Mani's spine. In the next moment, the conference room door swung open, and a young man accompanied an elderly lady inside. Mother, what brings you here? What brings me? Of course, it was your uncle who came to fetch me. Li Tianming winked at Li Xueqing, who discreetly gave a thumbs up. Dear nephew, splendid work. Great uncle, big sister has arrived. Despite being over 60, the elderly lady showed no offense at being addressed by a name typically reserved for those in their 40s. Li Xueqing was, after all, her genuine great-uncle, a comrade of her father's from the same generation. Great-uncle, Dogsheng didn't he intimidate you, did he? The elderly lady glared fiercely at Ding Mani. How dare he? Li Xueqing lifted his chin, perfectly managing the elder's authority. This is good. If he dares to defy, I will kneel before Uncle Wu alongside him to apologize. The elderly lady then approached Ding Mani and swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Crack! My goodness, this lady, despite her age, possesses remarkable strength. The sound of the slap alone was enough to evoke pain. Indeed, there was not a single soft persimmon among the elderly family's women. What on earth are you doing, mother? We are discussing work, Ding Mani exclaimed, feeling utterly humiliated. Discussing work? Do you know where you are? How could I not know? Of course I know. Then why did you dare to come here? Do you wish to disturb your grandfather's peace? You ungrateful wretch. If I had known you would turn out to be such a disobedient child, I should have put an end to your life long ago. The elderly lady's fury, including that slap to Ding Mani, was directed at Li Xueqing. Her father had no sons, having given birth to 6 daughters, and every Tianming festival, she relied on the village's younger generation to bring soil to the grave and burn a few joss papers at the tombstone. If Ding Mani angered the villagers today, tomorrow her grandfather's grave would be desecrated. It's not as if I wanted to come. It was a decision made by the County Revolutionary Committee. The elderly lady was about to continue her reprimand when Li Shueqing interrupted her. Dog Shenzi, Uncle Wu will not make things difficult for you. Since you have mentioned that it was that muddle-headed director from the County Revolutionary Committee who made the decision, let him come himself. If he wants to collect money from the village, let him clarify it directly with me. After saying this, Li Shueqing stood up to leave. Li Tianming quickly followed. Tianming, I want to clarify this matter with the villagers today. What do you think? I think it's a good idea. Li Tianming was well aware of Li Shueqing's intentions. Since the County Revolutionary Committee had already made a decision, it was futile for him to bear the burden alone. By laying everything bare before the villagers, they could bind the entire community together as a collective interest group. Even if the authorities attempted to impose their will, they would have to weigh their options. After all, even if the dispute escalated to the capital, they would still be in the right. The newly issued land certificates from the state could not simply be dismissed. Soon, the loudspeaker crackled to life. Attention, all comrades. Every household is requested to send a representative to the village committee for a meeting. Please hurry. Every household must send a representative. Just then, Ding Mani rushed in. Uncle Wu, what are you doing? This is inciting the masses. Get lost. What do you mean by inciting the masses? If there is something to discuss, it should be addressed at the villagers' meeting. This is a matter of policy. Why does everything you say twist the truth? I can't explain it to you. If you can't explain, then don't. Who cares to listen to your nonsense? Don't say I didn't warn you. Hurry and take your people away. When the representatives arrive, if you've explained everything, can you still leave? In a fit of desperation, Ding Mani felt compelled to commend Li Shueqing. Considering the scene that was about to unfold, he dared not linger any longer and quickly urged everyone to withdraw. Initially, I had intended to take my mother along, but I was met with a sharp slap. If I were to leave, who would tend to your wretched affairs? Shortly after Ding Man Yi and the others departed, representatives from every household arrived, quickly filling the conference room. Those unable to enter opened the windows to listen from outside. Silence. No one shall speak. Listen to me, Li Shueqing commanded. And an immediate hush enveloped the room. Many were already aware of the purpose of the gathering. Moments ago, personnel from the County Material Bureau had arrived to convey directives from the County Revolutionary Committee. However, let us set aside that for the moment. I have something to address with all of you. Li Shueqing lit a cigarette and continued, in recent days, I have periodically taken a group to fish in the reed marshes. Initially, many were unaware, but later, it became known how the fish were handled. I must clarify that all the fish were sold to the steel plant in Haiqing. The conference room buzzed with murmurs. Do not speak. Allow me to finish before you respond. Gradually, silence returned to the room. Every penny earned from these sales has been deposited into the village account. Now, Changshan, please update the villagers. Ma Changshan rose, holding a small notebook with great seriousness. I shall not detail each transaction, but will report the total. We have sold fish 11 times, with a cumulative revenue of 26,848. 5 yuan. Despite Li Shueqing's attempts to regain order, it took a considerable time for the discussions to subside. This sum is clear and transparent. It is public money, and no one can misappropriate it. This matter must be made explicit. As for the disposition of these funds, my initial thought was to distribute it during the year-end dividends, allowing everyone to enjoy a prosperous new year, providing new clothes for the children, and a more lavish New Year's feast. Is this merely about clothing and additional dishes? Over 20,000 yuan, if evenly distributed among households, would yield a significant amount for each family. In previous years, the Material Bureau's fish purchasing funds were shared among us, but it amounted to mere pennies, hardly sufficient for anything. Who does not wish to lead a better life? Some people incessantly proclaim that poverty is honorable. This is a misinterpretation of the original intent, which was to encourage the populace to strive diligently and be self-reliant. Instead, it has been distorted to mean that poverty is the true honor, and those who aspire to wealth are deemed reactionary. At this juncture, we must extend our gratitude to a particular individual. Li Shueqing refrained from naming him, yet all eyes turned toward Li Tianming. No one was dim-witted enough to miss the implication. The tractor that Li Tianming had driven back was often absent for a day or more. Where could it possibly be going? The answer was evident. It was delivering fish to the city. This route was forged by Tianming, and the funds we are to receive are the fruits of his tireless efforts commuting to and from the city. As soon as the words left his mouth, the villagers began to chatter excitedly. I have always said that Tianming is the most promising of the lot. No need for your endorsement. Tianming's skills are such that he would not perish even if tied to a tree. It must be Tianming. Who else could conceive such a plan? After a brief interval, Li Xueqing raised his hand, signaling for quiet, as the matter had not yet reached its conclusion. Just moments ago, the leaders of the County Material Bureau arrived, conveying directives from the County Revolutionary Committee, demanding that this sum of money be collected. Upon hearing this declaration, a wave of unrest ensued. The villagers had been contemplating how to spend this unexpected windfall, and now, before the money even reached their hands, it was about to vanish. Who could acquiesce? To obstruct someone's means of livelihood is akin to taking a parent's life. It is not merely a matter of the populace's political awareness. Their sentiments and needs remain fundamentally simple. Before the commotion escalated, Li Xueqing forcefully struck the table, silencing the crowd. It was imperative to avoid uttering any taboo phrases that might attract unwanted attention. This matter was one I could not concede, and even if I were to be apprehended, they would not be able to siphon off a single cent from our village's accounts. All right, Xueqing, count me in. If we must face the consequences, I will stand with you. Me too. There is no law left. They cannot just act on a whim. Indeed, Li Xueqing continued. There is one thing I fail to comprehend. How did the news of our village's fish sales reach the county? In this era of underdeveloped transportation and communication, Li Jiataizi is situated over 40 miles from Yonghe County town, necessitating a mountain crossing. Without a whistleblower, it would be feasible to conceal matters for 3 to 5 years. Yet, in just over a month, this information had reached the county leader's ears, clearly indicating that someone had leaked it. The villagers exchanged glances, all familiar faces within the community, and since the benefits would be shared collectively, who would be foolish enough to report? Xueqing, I have a thought, Li Xueqing suddenly interjected. Could it be that the informant is not from our village? If they are not from our village, how would they know about this? Li Xueqing continued. If they are not from our village, yet reside here, who else could it be but the educated youth? Chapter 39. Winter approaches. The tractor, belching black smoke, rumbled into the city of Haiqing. In a few decades, such emissions would not only be barred from entering the city, but would be escorted out even before reaching the outer ring road. The autumn harvest had come to a complete end, and the reeds had been dispatched to the procurement point established by the Municipal Material Bureau. Shortly after mid-November, the weather turned abruptly cold. In the years following the advent of the new century, it seemed that winters had become increasingly mild, with barely a snowflake in sight by the end of December, leaving down jackets merely as decorative items. Yet, in this era, the cold was truly biting. Donning cotton gloves, Li Tianming felt as though his hands were on the verge of freezing. The cold wind whipped against his face, cutting like tiny blades. It was once again time to deliver fish to the Haiqing steel plant, as the reed marshes were nearing freeze-up, making future fishing endeavors considerably more challenging. During his last visit, Li Tianming had encountered Sun Fumin, who had already made a request. It was essential to deliver 20,000 pounds of fish to the plant before the year's end as a benefit for the steelworkers. Traditionally, during the new year, the plant would distribute a modest amount of rice and flour, and occasionally a few apples would be considered a luxury. Meat, a scarce commodity in recent years, was out of the question. This year, if every employee could receive a fish, it would be an extraordinary achievement, benefiting everyone from Li Xueqing to Sun Fumin, and even the deputy factory director in charge of logistics. On the vehicle, there were still over 100 wild ducks and geese, the last batch before the new year. Any further deliveries would have to wait until spring arrives next year. Brother Niu, you're on the day shift today? Li Tianming greeted the security guard, with whom he had developed a familiar rapport, as well as with the kitchen staff. Oh, Tianming, delivering fish to the factory again? Make sure to bring more next time. Sometimes, if I arrive late at the cafeteria, I miss out on even the fish soup. No problem. I'll ensure you get your share. Li Tianming responded, swiftly tossing a fish weighing over 5 pounds into the security booth as the tractor passed by. Brother Niu understood the unspoken rules and waved back at Li Tianming. It was essential to maintain good relationships on all fronts. Upon reaching the cafeteria's back entrance, the logistics staff and kitchen personnel were already waiting. As the cold set in, Li Tianming no longer had to travel late into the night. He would leave in the morning, arriving at the steel mill by noon, ensuring that by dinner time, these fish would be in the workers' bellies. 264 pounds in total, amounting to 368. 80. Is that acceptable? Sun Li handed the list to Li Tianming. No need to check. I trust it, Li Tianming replied, pushing the list back while casually accepting a cigarette from Sun Li. Sun Li dispatched someone to fetch Li Xuejuan and Sun Fumin for their signatures. Brother, how many did you deliver today? 105. With the cold weather, many have migrated south, and the remaining ones are harder to catch. This is the last batch before the new year. The cold makes the area difficult to access and poses risks. Sun Li nodded, having garnered much recognition recently. Each time leaders visited for inspections, the appearance of wild ducks and geese on the table reminded them of him. Recently, he had successfully received a 2-level salary increase and was now a preparatory cadre in the materials section of the Haicheng Steel Plant's logistics department. Grateful for his good fortune, Sun Li remembered that it was Li Tianming who had made it possible. It's still the old price. Let us eat first and settle the bill later. Sun Li led Li Tianming into the kitchen, finding a quiet corner to set up a table. Shortly thereafter, a helper brought over 2 bowls filled with hearty dishes, braised pork and tender crucian carp. Care for a drink? No drinking and driving, right? Let us not adhere to that now. There aren't many vehicles on the road, and besides, can a tractor even be considered a vehicle? Let us have a little. Sun Li requested a bottle of strong liquor, pouring a bowl for each of them. Brother, I owe you a great deal, otherwise, my uncle would still be nagging me as he used to. Sun Li clinked his bowl with Li Tianming's. One sip confirmed that it was far more enjoyable than ordinary white liquor. Merely expressing thanks feels inadequate. I'm quite embarrassed. If there's anything you need, just let me know. I will certainly be of assistance. Li Tianming had been anticipating this conversation. During his recent visits to the steel mill, he had gathered ample information. Sun Li's father held a leadership position within the Municipal Construction Committee. While not the top authority, he wielded considerable power, influencing the allocation of construction materials and project developments throughout Haicheng City. Brother Sun, since you've mentioned it, I shall not hold back. Having known each other for some time, Li Tianming had a clear understanding of Sun Li's character. Sun was not one to appreciate superficial niceties. If Li Tianming were to feign politeness, it would only diminish his standing. Do not hold back at all. If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. Li Tianming offered a cigarette, lighting it for Sunday. Here's the situation. I am not getting any younger, and my family has been urging me to marry. However, I have yet to secure a new home. I have no shortage of funds for building, and I can obtain bricks with a simple approval from the village. Yet, I am somewhat ostentatious, aspiring to construct a house of distinction. Are you looking for some hard-to-get construction materials? Sun Li, being astute, immediately grasped Li Tianming's intentions. You've come to the right person. My father is at the Municipal Construction Committee, and all the construction materials are under his control. What do you need? Cement? Or something else? Bricks are easy to procure. Just get a letter of approval from Li Xuejuan and head directly to the brick kiln in Daliasan. The beams are already arranged, and sand, gravel, and lime can be sourced from Totting. Though the previous matter ended inconclusively, that young man had incurred public wrath. Had it not been for his mother apologizing in front of the entire village, the locals would not have forgiven him. Securing some sand and lime from him is hardly a significant issue. I have inquired, and there are no major infrastructure projects in the county. Everyone is preoccupied with revolution, neglecting serious undertakings. The county's material bureau must have ample stockpiles sitting in warehouses, and it would be more beneficial to sell them to you. The most challenging materials to procure would be cement and glass. Li Tianming had made up his mind. If he were to build, he would construct the finest house in the village, ensuring that those who wished for his downfall would witness who truly possessed the capabilities in Yonghe County. Those 2 items you mentioned are indeed difficult to obtain. Brother Sun, if it poses a challenge, we can forget it. What are you saying? If others find it difficult, do you think I cannot manage? Sun Li, who could not tolerate being challenged, pondered for a moment before responding. Let us do this. Return to your village and procure a letter of introduction. This transaction needs to be conducted through official channels. When you have the letter, bring it to me, and I will accompany you to collect the goods. However, the quantity cannot be excessive. I want to elaborate further on that. You're a clever man and should grasp the nuances involved. Understood. A limited quantity of materials will facilitate proper accounting. Brother Sun, I appreciate it. Li Tianming raised his wine bowl, clinking it with Sun's, before downing the contents in one go. After lunch, Sun Li took Li Tianming to the finance office to collect the money, which he tucked away securely. Brother Sun, I shall take my leave now. Be cautious on your way back, and do not forget that item when you return. I won't forget. Li Tianming waved goodbye and drove away, with plans to visit the state-run herbal medicine shop, bringing with him a substantial amount of Siberian ginseng and astragalus, which Li Tianliang had dug up from the mountains. After the autumn harvest, the village settled into a tranquil rhythm. Some families, seizing the opportunity before the snowfall, arranged joyous occasions, such as the wedding at the Du family. Early this morning, Pang Bingxin arrived with a group to escort the bride. This young man, possessing an upright demeanor, appeared even more spirited after a bit of grooming. However, the marriage between the two families lacked the expected grandeur. Instead of a lively celebration, it felt rather subdued. Aside from Du Lide's relatives, not a single neighbor came to join in the festivities, merely observing from a distance and whispering as if they were witnessing a farce. Du Wan's mother, Song Yinji, seeing the desolate scene, retreated indoors, tears streaming down her face. Du Lide sighed heavily, having delivered invitations to close neighbors the previous day, yet none had arrived today. He understood the underlying reasons. Li Tianming, a prominent figure in the village known for assisting others in earning a living, rendered it unwise for anyone to offend the Du family. When Pang Bingxin arrived to collect the groom, he found the bridegroom's presence thoroughly unsatisfactory. Yet, given the circumstances, creating a scene would only further diminish Du Lide's standing on Li's platform. Despite the hasty arrangements, everything proceeded without major incident, though as they exited the village, they were met by a line of Li Tianming's kin, each silent, yet casting furious glares at Pang Bingxin and Du Wan. Had it not been for Li Tianming's prior warning, these hotheads would have insisted that Pang Bingxin leave on all fours. Upon reaching Xingjiachuo, Du Lide and Song Yinji exchanged glances at the banquet, nearly incensed by the meager offerings. The table held 8 dishes, with only one containing meat, a meager portion of pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli. The wine served was cheap, unbranded liquor. In these times, although the authorities had strictly prohibited extravagance for a wedding, such a significant event, families were expected to maintain appearances, even if it meant putting on a faade. After all, life is often about face. What family would host a wedding without serving proper bottled wine? Serving cheap liquor would lead to ridicule for months to come. Du Lide restrained his frustration, enduring the banquet, and left with his relatives before the newlyweds could even prepare their bed. Naturally, Li Tianming was unaware of these happenings. He had chosen this day to go to Haiqing to avoid the awkwardness. Regardless of his feelings for Du Wan, having spent decades together in a previous life, the thought of her marrying another brought a twinge of discomfort. As dusk approached, Li Tianming returned to the village in his tractor. Just as he was about to turn, he spotted someone squatting at the road's edge. After clearing his throat a couple of times, the person stood and approached. As the figure drew near, Li Tianming recognized him. Du Lide. Uncle, I went to the city today and missed the chance to congratulate you, Li Tianming said without any ulterior motive. However, to Du Lide's ears, those words felt like a harsh slap across his face. Tianming, I know you harbor resentment towards the Du family, he exclaimed, bewildered by the implications. To express the discomfort in one's heart, it is undoubtedly present. After all, Du Wan spent decades with him in a past life, only to become another bride in this life. Though outsiders may be oblivious, he silently bears this metaphorical green hat. However, to harbor resentment is entirely unfounded. Gratitude is the sentiment that prevails. Du Wan's heart no longer belongs to him. Even if they were to sustain a marriage by force, they would inevitably become a couple steeped in bitterness. There is no need to endure a lifetime of mutual torment as they did in the past. The current situation is quite satisfactory. Du Wan is wed to a man who genuinely cherishes her, and in due course, Li Tianming will surely find a suitable partner for himself. Uncle, your words are rather unremarkable. The affairs of our families have reached a conclusion, as previously agreed upon. Marriage is a matter of individuals. We are now unrelated. Today, as you give away your daughter, please refrain from such comments that might lead your son-in-law to misunderstand. Du Lide opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. This incident had brought shame upon their family and had fostered animosity with the Li family. Standing among them, he felt unable to hold his head high. The wedding banquet today only deepened Du Lide's regret. Pang Bingxin is merely a faade. Their life is far from superior. Aside from not having siblings to burden them, in what aspect can they rival Li Tianming? Just look at Li Tianming now. His standing in the village is formidable. He is on par with the village head, Li Xueqing. Among the younger generation, Li Tianming has undeniably become the foremost figure. The mere thought that such an admirable son-in-law is no longer available leaves Du Lide unable to eat or sleep. His elder daughter, Du Wan, is no longer an option, but he still has another daughter. Du Qiao is 16 this year, and in 2 years' time before Du Lide could utter a word, Li Tianming pressed the accelerator, and the tractor sped past him, quickly disappearing from view. At the village committee, Li Xueqing and a few others were awaiting their customary distribution of earnings from the sale of fish, which occurred the same day. Uncle, this is the money from the fish sale. Jean Li summoned Ma Changshan to count the proceeds in person, ensuring to keep the receipt from the steel mill for the year-end dividend distribution, which would be publicly announced in front of the entire village. Once Ma Changshan departed, Li Tianming produced another sum and divided it into 5 shares, 1 for each person. In total, they had sold fish 6 times. The amounts varied, but collectively, each individual had long surpassed 1,000. Even the most industrious families in the village, who toiled tirelessly for years, could not amass such wealth. Xueqing, this is the last time before the new year. To engage in this trade again, we must wait until spring next year. Li Xueqing nodded in agreement. It is indeed prudent to take a break. I believe next year is not urgent. Let us wait for the wild ducks to grow before proceeding. As he secured the money close to him, he continued, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Perhaps even Li Xueqing was unaware of when it began. But whenever an issue arose, he found himself wanting to consult Li Tianming. Yesterday, your third uncle went up the mountain and reported seeing signs of wild boar rooting and their droppings in the ravine. This matter should not be taken lightly, otherwise, when the snow falls and the wild boars cannot find food in the mountains, they will inevitably venture into the village and wreak havoc. Li Tianming recalled an incident from his childhood when wild boars invaded the village. A young boy from a neighboring household had his abdomen gored open, his intestines spilling onto the ground. He perished on the spot. What Sanyi observed was likely the 2 wild boars I encountered on the mountain last time. I just spoke with your third uncle, and he mentioned that tomorrow he would take some people up the mountain to dig several traps. Before the snow falls, we must capture these wild boars. This is a serious matter. Should the wild boars invade the village again, every household has children. Very well. I shall go tomorrow as well. After lingering for a while, Li Xueqing and the others took their leave. Are you still busy? Li Tianming offered a cigarette. I need you to approve a note. I plan to build a house come spring. Li Xueqing, upon hearing this, was not surprised. During this time, while selling goods in the city, everyone shared the profits equally, and Li Tianming even had the added benefit of mountain herbs. In the past, he had sold fish discreetly, but in recent instances, to avoid complications, he openly dried them in the courtyard. When others inquired, he spoke the truth. Whatever one can gather from the mountain belongs to those capable of doing so. Although some were envious, none dared to speak against it. If they had the skill, they too would venture into the mountains to gather and sell in the city. Are you planning to build a brick house? Aren't you afraid of idle gossip? The profits from selling fish would yield year-end dividends, yet the earnings from wild game cannot be openly acknowledged. If Li Tianming were to build a brick house, it would inevitably provoke chatter. I am not afraid. My herb sales are well known in the village, Li Tianming replied confidently. Li Xueqing nodded, having anticipated this. The lad is prudent in his dealings, leaving no room for gossip. Selling mountain herbs openly serves as a legitimate source for funding his construction. After all, aside from Li Xueqing, no one else in the village understands herbal matters. You can start construction before the spring plowing. There is no rush for the note. After some time, I will visit the town to consult with old son and have him fire a batch of charcoal bricks for you. Most people prefer standard bricks for building, but only those truly skilled know that burnt bricks are superior, mixed with sand and gravel, ensuring the walls remain intact for decades. Uncle, I am not referring to bricks. Li Tianming then recounted the matter he had arranged with Sun Litten. This sum can go through the village accounts. Is that acceptable? Why not? It's a small amount. We can find an excuse to write it off later, Li Tianming continued. There is also the matter of sourcing sand, gravel, and lime. I'll approach Ding Mani, as I will be attending a meeting in the county soon. With Li Xueqing's involvement, Ding Mani would surely oblige. However, uncle, regarding the previous matter, it remains unresolved. Will your trip to the county for the meeting? Li Xueqing chuckled. What is there to fear? Am I to worry that they might detain me? Even if that director who feels discontent, what can he do to me? Better to be cautious. Li Xueqing dismissed the concern. Do not worry. Nothing significant will happen. Once the serious matters were concluded, Li Tianming also prepared to depart, as his sister-in-law awaited him at home for dinner. Upon returning, he encountered Li Xueqing just as he was about to leave. Father. Li Xueqing mumbled a response and turned to leave. Li Tianming watched, shaking his head in resignation. It would be wise to hasten the construction of the house and move out, for residing in the same courtyard, always seeing each other, creates an atmosphere of awkwardness akin to that between strangers. "Brother, you're back." Li Tianliang greeted him, taking the bag from Li Tianming's hand. Each time Li Tianming ventured into the city, he would procure various provisions, and for this, Li Rong had already muttered her complaints countless times in secret. "Brother, is this for me?" Li Tianliang rummaged through the bag and produced a pair of shoes, trying them on his feet to find they fit perfectly. "Not for you. They wouldn't fit me either." Li Tianming washed his face, for he had already purchased shoes for his 2 younger sisters. With the Spring Festival just 2 months away, he was determined that his siblings would not have to endure another new year in tattered attire. However, obtaining shoe vouchers was no easy task. The vouchers for Li Rong and Xiao Wu's shoes had been exchanged with the help of his colleague, Li Xuejuan. The vouchers for Li Tianliang's shoes were gifted by Sun Li today. "Wash your feet and try them on." As Li Tianliang eagerly prepared to don the new shoes, Li Rong quickly intervened. Yes, I know you talk too much." Despite her complaints, she obediently washed her feet and slipped into the new shoes, lifting her feet high, careful not to let them touch the ground. "Brother, how do they look?" "Good," Li Tianming replied absent-mindedly. "Why didn't you buy a pair for yourself? Do you think shoe vouchers are easy to come by?" Li Tianming naturally would not deprive himself, but he simply had no vouchers left. Dinner is ready. The meal had been prepared and simmering in the pot. It consisted of rice mixed with cornmeal, a bowl of cabbage stewed with wild goose meat, and radish soup. In this era, such a meal was considered quite sumptuous. Li Rong and Xiao Wu each received a chicken egg, while Li Tianliang could only envy them. "Let us not head to the mountains for the next couple of days." Upon entering the room, Li Tianming noticed a considerable amount of freshly dug Siberian ginseng roots in the outer room. Earlier at the village committee, Uncle Xueqing had mentioned that third uncle had spotted wild boar droppings in the mountains. "I heard someone say so, brother, is it true? Whether true or false, exercise caution. If you encounter one, with those spindly arms and legs of yours, it would be unwise to provoke it." Li Tianliang buried his face in his bowl, muttering softly. "You look down on people. What did you say?" "I said I understand." Li Rong and Xiao Wu, witnessing the exchange, could not help but chuckle. After dinner, Li Tianming stepped outside, having pulled up the vegetables a few days prior, and today he planned to carry them back. Along with the harvest from the production team's vegetable garden, they would have enough to last through the winter. On his way to the private plot, he had to pass by the sent-down youth station, and before reaching the entrance, he heard loud shouting from within. "You accuse me of theft without evidence? I wasn't the only one in the dormitory. Song Xiaoyu was there too. Why can't it be her?" It was the voice of Zhang Qing's son. Upon hearing him mention Song Xiaoyu, Li Tianming halted and then turned towards the entrance of the sent-down youth station. Chapter 41. I deceive. Your grain has gone missing, and you claim I stole it? I could just as easily say my money has vanished. Zhang Qing's son was surrounded, with a sack of grain cast at his feet, upon which his name was inscribed in brushstrokes. A short-statured youth, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, was so incensed that he could hardly contain himself, nearly lunging at Zhang Qing's son had he not been restrained by a companion. "Enough of your meaningless chatter. We all know the truth. Your grain sack was nearly empty the day before yesterday, yet now it has miraculously increased by half a bag. Where did this grain come from?" The crowd's gaze towards Zhang Qing's son was rife with disdain. Whether in the countryside or the city, petty theft is the most contemptible of acts, especially when it involves food. In these times, nothing is more precious than grain. For the youth who had come to the countryside, the annual grain distribution was scarcely sufficient to sustain them. Those with better family circumstances might offer some support, while others struggled merely to find enough to eat, relying solely on their own ingenuity. With only 2 months remaining until the year-end grain distribution, everyone was meticulously counting their rations. Today, during meal preparation, Zhang Chaoying, a youth from Hangzhou, discovered that half of her grain was missing and immediately sought out the youth leader, Xie Jianxi. Such an incident could not be ignored. He promptly gathered all the youth together. Initially, Xie Jianxi hoped to downplay the situation, believing that if the culprit returned the stolen grain, the matter could be laid to rest, promising that no one would speak of it. However, after a prolonged wait with no one stepping forward to confess, Zhang Chaoying raised a commotion again, and others, fearing for their own supplies, suggested a thorough search. Given the limited space of the youth station, concealing items was not an easy task. Soon enough, grain was discovered in Zhang Qing's suitcase. with both the perpetrator and the stolen goods at hand. One would think it wise to admit guilt. After all, they all lived together, and everyone was well aware of each other's supplies. Zhang Qingxin's grain had long been depleted. Just yesterday, he had been seen loitering in the village's private plots, fortunate to have been spotted before he could make off with anything. Subsequently, Li Xueqing took it upon himself to speak with Xie Jianxi, subtly implying that he should keep a closer watch on the youths to prevent further incidents of thievery. This left Xie Jianxi embarrassed, his face flushed. It was no wonder the villagers held their suspicions. The youth had left little but a negative impression over the past few years, with petty thefts becoming a frequent occurrence. Now, instead of pilfering from the villagers, they had turned against their own, a far more reprehensible act. Had Zhang Qingsun owned up to his misdeeds, Xie Jianxi might have intervened to mitigate the situation. Yet, Zhang Qingsun stubbornly refused to concede. Zhang Qingsun, I ask you once more, did you take Zhang Qiaoying's grain? Xie Jianxi pressed, using the term take rather than steal. It must be him. Today we all went to burn the fields, and he claimed to have caught a cold and stayed behind. Now, grain has mysteriously appeared. Who else could it possibly be? He presents himself well, yet beneath it lies a thief. How disgraceful for us as youths. Zhang Qingsun's face turned crimson. I told you, I was not alone at the youth station today. Song Xiaoyu was also present. Why do you all insist it was me? The male-educated youth cooked separately, while the female-educated youth always dined together. Today, it happened to be Song Xiaoyu's turn to prepare the meal, and she returned early, only to unexpectedly fall victim to an unwarranted disaster. I did not. In this day and age, who would wish to bear the stigma of being labeled a thief? Especially a young lady? Song Xiaoyu was nearly in tears, overwhelmed by Zhang Qingsun's incessant accusations. Neither you nor I have done anything wrong, I dare say. You should not cast doubt upon your comrades. Zhang Qingsun maintained his stance with brazen confidence. When we work, there is no one to guard the educated youth station. Perhaps it was a villager who stole it. Bang! Before Zhang Qingsun could finish his sentence, Li Tianming had already kicked open the courtyard door and strode in with a stern expression. Xie Jianxi recognized that trouble was brewing. Before Li Tianming could utter a word, he had approached Zhang Qingsun and sent him sprawling to the ground with a kick, leaving him dazed. You've got guts. Repeat what you just said. Zhang Qingsun lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, his eyes filled with both fear and resentment. I didn't say anything. Huh? Still trying to defend yourself? Li Tianming turned to the others, his gaze briefly resting on Song Xiaoyu. You all heard what he said, didn't you? The crowd averted their eyes, neither nodding nor denying. Li Tianming then shifted his attention back to the still prostrate Zhang Qingsun. It's fine if you refuse to admit it. You are here to be re-educated by the poor and lower-middle peasants, yet you dare to slander them? Tomorrow, I will go to the county and inform the educated youth office. Let us see what they have to say. Zhang Qingsun began to panic. Getting beaten was one thing. But if the educated youth office got involved, it would spell disaster for him. Such a mark on his record would hinder any future prospects for employment or education. I was just speaking carelessly. If I say your mother raises men and your father is a worthless creature, would you accept that as mere words? The female educated youth flushed at his words. What is going on? Li Tianming kicked at the grain sack. He stole from me. Zhang Qiaoying immediately chimed in, recounting the entire situation. He realized that Xie Jianxi, the educated youth team leader, was ineffective and that Li Tianming, a prominent figure in the village, would be a better arbiter. Since everyone can testify, let us just take it back. Why stand around in this cold? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiaoying agreed and hurried back to the dormitory to retrieve his grain sack, returning to pour a significant portion of Zhang Qingsun's grain back into his own. Don't say I'm being unreasonable. I've left you more than enough. He tossed Zhang Qingsun's grain sack onto the ground. Zhang Qingsun attempted to protest, but a mere glance from Li Tianming silenced him. Stealing? How audacious of you. And you still call yourself an educated youth? Your education seems to have gone to the dogs. How dare you slander the villagers? Zhang Qingsun hung his head, unable to voice his grievances. He had never intended to steal. However, the rations distributed by the village were barely enough to last until the end of the year's distribution. And with his grain sack nearly empty, he had written 2 letters home, yet received no response. He couldn't simply starve, could he? Thus, he entertained such misguided thoughts. When I made my move, I had already resolved that, should I be discovered, I would staunchly deny any involvement and shift the blame onto Song Xiaoyu or the villagers. Little did I know, I had inadvertently summoned Li Tianming. I will accept my punishment, but I must confess that my actions stemmed from sheer desperation. The rations provided were woefully inadequate, making it impossible to last until the year's end, even if I were to endure until then. With your sporadic efforts akin to fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, how much could one possibly share? Since the day we began harvesting. After my self-harm was exposed, Zhang Qingsun had resigned himself to a careless existence. Aside from political study, he sought to avoid work whenever possible. However, regardless of how lazy one may be, sustenance is still a necessity. Tianming, the 3 newly arrived male educated youths, truly had very little grain left. Would they not seek to borrow from the village? When the year-end dividends arrive, they could simply deduct it. Could they truly watch you starve? Not only the educated youths, but even some families in the village, burdened with many children and insufficient food, would also reach out to the village committee. Observing the reactions of the crowd, it was evident that their reluctance was not due to ignorance of the possibility of borrowing, but rather a desire for free handouts. How utterly foolish. The village's grain reserves are finite. Once a portion is dispensed, one must consider replenishing it later. To borrow without returning? They are quite mistaken. I will remember your accusations against our villagers for stealing. From this day forth, you would do well to remain cautious. Should you dare entertain ulterior motives again, beware, for I shall come to settle the score with you. As for the earlier incident, the mostly Tianming would do was give Zhang Qingsun a good beating. But seeing his cowardly demeanor, Li Tianming promptly lost interest in resorting to violence. However, do not presume yourself the cleverest. Those misdeeds you have committed. Do you truly think I am unaware? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingsun's face paled instantly, revealing his guilt. Witnessing his reaction, Li Tianming was assured that his suspicions were correct. The previous report to the Supply Bureau regarding the village's unauthorized sale of fish to the city was undoubtedly orchestrated by this scoundrel. When Li Xuanong suggested that the educated youths might be behind it, the villagers were incensed and sought to confront them, but Li Tianming intervened. Lacking concrete evidence, pursuing the matter would lead to futile legal disputes. The County Revolutionary Committee ceased troubling the village, and the matter ultimately faded away. Yet, the identity of the informant lingered in Li Tianming's thoughts. Li Xuanong's reasoning was sound. The educated youths bore the greatest suspicion, and among them, Zhang Qingsun was the most likely culprit. A mere casual probe inadvertently revealed the truth. At this moment, observing Zhang Qingsun's reaction, who else could it possibly be? That despicable wretch is truly no good. Chapter 42. Anxiously restless, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. His stammering and panicked expression clearly indicated that something was amiss. Whether or not he understood was irrelevant. Once I had determined he was the one, that verdict was final. Zhang Qingsun stood dumbfounded, staring at Li Tianming in shock. Are you even being reasonable? I have already denied it. So on what grounds do you accuse me without any evidence? This foolish child seemed to forget that he was on Li's territory. It is not a court case, so why demand evidence? You better watch yourself, from this moment on. I will keep a close eye on you. Should you entertain any improper thoughts again, the vastness of the reed marshes will surely swallow you whole. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qingsun felt a chill run down his spine. An urgent need to relieve himself surged forth, and he was fortunate to be holding it in. Otherwise, he would have already soiled himself. And you all, the village has treated you fairly well. Why not inquire with the neighboring villages about how their educated youth receive their grain at the year's end? Don't create unnecessary trouble that might annoy the villagers, or you will find yourselves in a precarious position. The educated youth fell silent at these remarks, not daring to utter a word. None of them were foolish. Besides, the educated youth from the surrounding villages included their classmates and fellow townsmen. Can they avoid interacting with one another? Compared to those in other villages, the educated youth stationed at Lijiado faced significantly more favorable circumstances. In terms of grain distribution at the year's end, Li Xueqing was quite generous. Although they received a 10% reduction compared to the village's members, it was still considerably better than elsewhere. At the very least, everyone could eat their fill. In these times, is there anything more vital than having enough to eat? Moreover, the villagers never harassed the educated youth, treating them as if they were invisible. In other villages, there were tales of female educated youth exchanging their bodies for food, and some ruffians would incessantly hover around the female educated youth. Such occurrences had never transpired at Lijiado. Thus, one must learn to appreciate what they have. At dawn, we all recognized the kindness of the villagers. Xie Jinjie had already begun to suspect what Li Tianming was alluding to. He never expected it would be Zhang Qingxin. Knowing is sufficient. There is no need for further discussion. Just one thing. Live earnestly. In a few years, when the movement subsides, these educated youth will gradually return to the city. In the past, Li Xueqing never made things difficult for them. Those who returned through job placements or college entrance examinations were all allowed to leave without hindrance. However, in this lifetime, if these educated youth fail to comprehend their situation and insist on causing a ruckus, Li Tianming would not hesitate to let them experience despair. Without the village committee's official seal, their application to return would remain unapproved, leaving them to call out in vain to heaven and earth, with no one to listen. Alternatively, if they were allowed to leave, a note might be added to their personal files stating that the educated youth had consistently underperformed and exhibited a lack of self-discipline during their time in the countryside, advising future employers to consider this. By then, even if they returned to the city, they might not secure even a job sweeping the streets, spending their days idly at home, testing their endurance. In short, Li Tianming must make these educated youth understand that their fates are firmly in the village's grasp. If they remain honest and compliant, all shall be well. But if they act foolishly, they will see whose strength prevails. Li Tianming had grand ambitions ahead and did not wish to be disturbed by these individuals. After speaking, he ignored Xie Jinjie and turned to leave. What a brazen individual. The speaker was a female educated youth who had come with Song Xiaoyu, named Song Changjing. Do not speak recklessly. The young female intellectual beside him hastily nudged Song Changjing. Li Tianming was not to be trifled with. The one named Wu Yujun was among the first batch of young intellectuals sent to the Li family courtyard for farming. The others exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention back to Zhang Qingxin, who was still sprawled on the ground, their expressions laden with disdain. It was a source of shame for everyone that a young intellectual had identified a thief, and that the villagers of Li family courtyard were aware of it. Let us return to our tasks. Those who need to cook should cook, and those with other duties should attend to them. Xie Jianxi felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he waved the crowd away. Old Xie, are we just going to let this slide? Although Zhang Qiaoying's belongings had been recovered, discontent lingered. What more do you want? The items are back. Let us denounce him so he remembers this lesson. Others chimed in agreement. Yes, let us bring him down and trample him 1,000 times, ensuring he can never rise again. I too believe this matter cannot simply be dismissed. If we do not teach him a lesson, how can we feel secure living alongside a thief? Captain, you must not shield Zhang Qingxin. Listening to the clamor, Xie Jianxi felt his scalp prickle. He simply wished to lead a peaceful life, hoping for a chance to return to the city through recruitment or other means. Regardless of the internal conflicts among the young intellectuals or between them and the villagers, he always preferred to downplay issues, smoothing over tensions when possible. However, he realized that this situation demanded accountability. Theft was an egregious act. Zhang Qingxin's face turned ashen, understanding that no amount of clever argumentation could alter the consensus that had formed against him. You must first conduct a self-critique. If the group does not forgive you, I will have no choice but to report this to the village director and the young intellectual office. Please, no? I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistake. Zhang Qingxin knew that a report to the young intellectual office would stain his record, branding him a thief for life. He then broke down in tears, fulfilling Xie Jinxi's request for a self-critique, one that resonated deeply, ultimately kneeling before Zhang Qiaoying in desperate supplication for forgiveness. Sigh. While everyone else dined inside, Zhang Qingxin squatted alone at the entrance, inwardly cursing his own folly for contemplating theft. He shared a room with Zhang Qiaoying, and today, he was the only one who had not participated in the fire-scorching activity. Naturally, upon discovering her food supply diminished, Zhang Qiaoying would suspect him first. And how had Li Tianming learned of the incident? Indeed, it was Zhang Qingxin himself who had reported the illegal fish sales at Li family courtyard to the County Revolutionary Committee, hoping to gain merit and catch the committee's attention, only to find himself facing an investigation by the county's Material Bureau, which had even questioned village director Li Xueqing. Despite the seemingly irrefutable evidence, the matter ended without resolution. The County Revolutionary Committee did not acknowledge his report, offering no commendation or promotion, as if nothing had transpired at all. I have a question for you. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, startling Zhang Qingxin. He turned to see Xie Jinxi, relief washing over him. What do you want to ask? Xie Jinxi approached Zhang Qingxin, lowering his head to scrutinize him. I ask you, regarding the matter of selling fish to the steel factory in the village. Was it you who reported it to the county? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingsen felt a surge of panic and attempted to leave, exclaiming, I don't understand what you're saying. It has nothing to do with me. Xie Jianxi made no effort to stop him. Whether Li Tianming believes it or not is inconsequential to you. Zhang Qingsen's body immediately stiffened, and he found himself unable to move. It seemed that Li Tianming's earlier kick had indeed been rather gentle. Xie Jianxi regarded Zhang Qingsen with a cold smirk. Your denial matters not. Li Tianming has declared that he is convinced it was you. Can you imagine how many people on Lijiao platform can deduce that it was you? At that moment, Zhang Qingsen felt his legs tremble, his stability faltering. He had spoken harshly today, yet he had not dragged Zhang Qingsen to the village committee, allowing him a temporary reprieve. He should take heed. Zhang Qingsen, having been reprimanded by Li Tianming before his peers, now faced Xie Jianxi's lecture, feeling both humiliated and enraged. Did they think that he could not report their wrongdoing while they brazenly misappropriated collective property? Huh. Xie Jianxi let out a derisive laugh. No one is a fool. Do you think your thoughts are hidden from everyone? Do not elevate yourself to such lofty ideals. I am discussing this not for your sake, but for the collective good. All the educated youth are united. The villagers view them as one, and if one falters, they all falter. Xie Jianxi had no intention of allowing Zhang Qingsen's actions to jeopardize the entire group's standing in the village. I advise you, do not seek trouble unnecessarily. Here on Lijiao platform, 80% of the members are from the Li family, and the remainder are mostly their relatives. If Li Tianming wishes to deal with you, do you truly believe he is merely trying to intimidate you? With that, Xie Jianxi returned to the courtyard, leaving Zhang Qingsen alone. A cold breeze swept through, sending a chill down his spine. Just as he was feeling anxious, he noticed Li Tianming approaching with 2 bags, his face contorted with anger. As Li Tianming drew near, Zhang Qingsen's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. I only uttered a single word, yet Li Tianming did not even glance at him. Simply passing by. In that fleeting moment of their brush, Zhang Qingsen felt warmth between his legs. It took several steps before Li Tianming realized what had transpired and turned back to look. Is this person unwell? He thought. But he had more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 43. Repeat what you just said. The division of property had been explicitly documented among the family's reserved land. The Li Tianming siblings occupied 3 plots. Since they had already been planted, the land had not been redivided. Typically, Xiao Fengyun would stealthily pull a couple of radishes or 3 cabbages, and in consideration of her father, Li Xueqing, Li Tianming had never raised an issue. However, this time it seemed excessive. 2 days prior, Li Tianming had brought his siblings to harvest all the vegetables from their reserved land, leaving them to dry in the field. Intending to bring them home today, as the weather turned colder, it was necessary to pickle the vegetables for winter. However, upon arriving at the field, he was taken aback. Goodness, at least half of the vegetables were gone. It is inconceivable for the villagers to engage in theft. In these times, one would be scorned if branded a thief. Furthermore, being locals and relatives, who would be so short-sighted as to jeopardize their reputation for a few vegetables? Who could be responsible for such an act? Upon returning home in a fury, Zhao Fengyun was busy stacking cabbage with her 2 daughters by the wall. Li Tianming cast his 2 bags at the entrance of the east wing and forcefully pushed Zhao Fengyun aside. Get out of the way. Caught off guard. Zhao Fengyun stumbled, but managed to steady herself against the wall. Otherwise, she would have certainly fallen, her pregnancy now evident. What do you want? What do I want? Are you not afraid of choking on the vegetables from my field? Zhao Fengyun, guilty, momentarily displayed alarm but quickly regained her composure. For someone so inherently brazen, she seemed unfamiliar with the concept of shame. Brother, what is happening? Li Tianliang, hearing the commotion outside, ran out. None of your concern. Take those 2 bags of vegetables inside. Li Tianming glared at Zhao Fengyun as he spoke. I won't waste my breath on you. You've pilfered a significant amount from my field. Now, move them inside. Who stole your vegetables? You have no evidence. Do not slander me. If some of your vegetables are missing, do not come to my home to cause a scene. Remember, I am with your father, so you must address me as mother. Zhao Fengyun's voice was sharp and piercing. As she raised her voice, the neighbors all overheard. Tianming, what is going on now? Zhao Fengyun, can you not settle down for a moment? Li Tianming had assisted the village in finding ways to earn money, ensuring that everyone would benefit during the year-end profit sharing. Moreover, given the villagers' awareness of Zhao Fengyun's past mistreatment of her stepchildren, they naturally leaned towards supporting him. Uncle, aunties, when we divided the land, everyone witnessed it. It was agreed that 3 plots would be allocated to us siblings. Normally, when Zhao Fengyun would take a couple of vegetables from my field, I never complained out of respect for my father. But this time, she has truly gone too far. Just the other day, we siblings harvested some vegetables and left them in the field to dry. Today, half of them are gone. Upon hearing Li Tianming's account, the neighbors grasped the situation. For villagers in the countryside, winter survival depended on the harvest from their plots and the vegetables distributed at the end of the year from the village garden. With Zhao Fengyun having stolen half of their yield, what would the 4 siblings eat throughout the winter? It was no wonder Li Tianming was so enraged. If another family had suffered such theft, even blood relatives would come to blows. You claim I took them. What proof do you have? Did you see me? Li Tianming pointed to the cabbages stacked by the wall. Do not forget who cultivated the vegetables in the plot. I know very well how many vegetables you have in your 4 plots, not to mention the ones you've consumed these days. And look at how many are left here. If you did not steal from me, from whom did you steal? At this, Zhao Fengyun found herself speechless. The cabbages were right there by the wall, and counting them would reveal the truth. However, persuading her to concede was an endeavor more challenging than ascending to the heavens. With a cry, she attempted to sit on the ground, but as the thought of her unborn child crossed her mind, she abruptly halted. I find myself utterly despondent, as it seems that everyone has come to torment me. What motivation do I have to endure this? Ignoring my plight, Zhao Fengyun has truly become a master of this chaos. At this moment, Li Xueqing, having received news, returned to find Zhao Fengyun weeping inconsolably. He approached her, casting a gaze towards Li Tianming that was imbued with a mixture of emotions. Although he remained oblivious to the circumstances, having been swayed by his new wife and disregarding their children, he could not forget that Li Tianming was his own flesh and blood. In recent days, as Li Tianming's reputation in the village soared, Li Xueqing found himself harboring a tinge of regret. What is this commotion about? At this juncture, Li Tianming was seething with frustration and had little patience. Ask your wife, he retorted. Li Xueqing turned to Zhao Fengyun, inquiring, what is the matter? What could Zhao Fengyun possibly say? With her indiscretions laid bare, she could only act the part of a wronged party. Your son has come to bully me. And you dare ask what happened? How did I end up with such a spineless man? Let us not forget, I am carrying your child. As more and more onlookers gathered, Li Xueqing felt a growing headache. At that moment, a neighbor recounted the incident of Zhao Fengyun allegedly stealing vegetables. How could you do such a thing? He exclaimed. What have I done? Do you believe everything the outsiders say? Who has stolen his vegetables? They are accusing me unjustly. And so are you. Whether she had stolen or not, the number of cabbages in Li Xueqing's sight told him everything he needed to know. Take them away. How dare you? Zhao Fengyun shrieked, attempting to lunge forward, only to be intercepted by Li Xueqing. Her 2 daughters remained silent, particularly Li Shuzhen, who avoided Li Tianming altogether after having been struck by him previously. Li Tianming called for Li Tianhu and Li Rong, taking only a modest amount, 50 cabbages and 50 radishes, certainly fewer than what Zhao Fengyun had pilfered. Brother, we have suffered a loss. Upon returning home, Li Tianliang expressed his indignation. Enough of that. Faced with a shameless harpy like Zhao Fengyun, there is little recourse. It would be unseemly for both father and son to engage in a physical confrontation. It would be best to move away and not have to see her again. Once we build a new house, we shall keep our distance. Li Tianming longed to distance himself from Zhao Fengyun, yet she seemed determined to thwart his wishes. The following day, while accompanying Li Xuegong and others to the mountains to dig traps, he returned home for lunch only to find that Zhao Fengyun had the audacity to visit. What brings you here? After the recent uproar over the stolen vegetables, there could be no good news in her arrival. Tianming, she exclaimed. Hearing her voice, which sounded as though it were bursting with joy, Li Tianming almost doubted his senses. I wish to discuss a matter with you, she continued. Who are you to claim such a right? Spare me your false familiarity. Before Li Tianming could respond, Li Tianliang interjected, I am speaking with your brother. What business do you have here, child? Li Tianliang promptly rose to expel her. Sit down and eat, Li Tianming commanded, his gaze fixed firmly downward. If you have something to say it, and then leave. Zhao Fengyun forced a smile, her eyes darting towards the few wooden beams resting against the eastern wall. These beams had been painstakingly selected by Du Lide, smooth and straight, perfectly suited for use as rafters in their new home. Well then, I shall speak. Your uncle is building a new house, but he still needs a few more beams made of wood. I noticed these pieces of timber lying around, seemingly useless. If it snows, they will rot. I thought to myself, Li Tianming chuckled, realizing that this woman was indeed clever, even considering his wood. What a thought! Could these pieces of timber be lent to your uncle for the time being? When you and your brother are ready to construct your new home, he could return even better ones. Return? For the Chow family, borrowed items acquired through one's own efforts need not be returned. Why haven't I seen anyone from Bowen County? The grandmother of Li Tianming and his siblings hails from Bowen County, but after their mother passed away, and due to Li Xueqing's influence, they gradually lost contact. In his previous life, it was only after Li Tianming got married and separated that he re-established a connection with his grandmother's family. Of course, the uncle Xiao Fengyun referred to was not Li Tianming's maternal uncle, but rather her own brother. Xiao Fengyun's family also resides in Yonghe County, just over 30 miles from Li's home in Xinan village. She has two brothers, Xiao Dashan and Xiao De, neither of whom are particularly admirable. Just as I was about to finish my sentence, someone emerged from the main house. It was a man in his 30s, somewhat resembling Xiao Fengyun. It was her brother, Xiao Dashan. Tianming, what's going on? Your uncle speaks to you, and you don't respond? Using your belongings is a favor to you. Upon seeing this man, Li Tianming's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Repeat that. Xiao Dashan was momentarily taken aback, clearly oblivious to the coldness in Li Tianming's tone. Repeat it? Am I offering you a favor? As soon as he uttered those words, Li Tianming kicked him out of the doorway and into the yard. Bastard! I'll make you pay! Li Tianming roared, rushing out to deliver a brutal beating to Xiao Dashan. Chapter 44. Not seeking your assistance. Merely requesting no disturbance. Who did Li Tianming despise the most in his past life? It was not Xiao Fengyun, nor Du Wan, and certainly not the irresponsible father, Li Xueqing. Rather, it was Xiao Dashan, the very man he was now pummeling into the ground. This beast nearly ruined Xiao Wu's life in his previous existence, pushing her to the brink of despair multiple times, and ultimately, she never married. The mere recollection of this incident filled Li Tianming with seething hatred. At that time, Xiao Wu was only 18, working in a factory in Panja town with several friends when Xiao Dashan, a man in his 50s, took notice of her. Despite the distant relationship between their families, Xiao Wu had once affectionately called him uncle. Yet, this scoundrel lured Xiao Wu to his home, drugging her with sleeping pills in her soup. If it weren't for her friends, who sensed something amiss and intervened, the situation could have ended tragically. Later, Xiao Fengyun desperately pleaded with Li Tianming and his siblings to spare Xiao Dashan. But how could Li Tianming bear it? He went to Xinan village with the intent to capture Xiao Dashan, only to find that he had evaded him. Upon learning that Xiao Dashan intended to call the authorities, the latter, in fear, ingested pesticide. Although Xiao Dashan's life was lost, Xiao Wu's was irrevocably shattered. Had it not been for Li Tianming's constant vigilance, she would have long since vanished, and ever since, her mental state had been in disarray. Upon encountering Xiao Dashan once more, Li Tianming managed to suppress his fury. Xiao Dashan, bewildered and disoriented from the blows he had received, struggled to resist, but stood no chance against the robust Li Tianming. What are you doing? Let go. Hurry and let go, Li Xueqing, he pleaded. Xiao Fengyun stepped forward to intervene, yet her strength was insufficient to deter the enraged Li Tianming. She could only call out to Li Xueqing, who soon emerged to witness Xiao Dashan bloodied and battered. Boss, are you insane? Li Xueqing rushed to intervene, and soon neighbors, alerted by the commotion, joined forces to restrain Li Tianming. Tianming, what has transpired? You cannot strike like this. You risk facing legal repercussions. Xiao Fengyun, now paralyzed by fear, trembled in a corner, apprehensive that Li Tianming might unleash his fists again. Having expelled his pent-up rage, Li Tianming gradually regained his composure. In his previous life, he had failed to apprehend Xiao Dashan, but in this incarnation, he finally avenged himself. Supported by others, Xiao Dashan felt pain throughout his entire body, spitting out blood, one of his teeth mingling with it. What have I done to deserve this? What have I done? The beating was inexplicable to him. He had no inkling of the reckless deeds he would commit in the future. Is it merely for a few pieces of lumber for the roof? Do I merit such violence? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Dashan ceased to speak rashly. Upon hearing Xiao Dashan mention borrowing lumber, the neighbors began to piece together the unfolding drama. Xiao Fengyun's brother comes seeking favors. Has he returned anything over the years? Moreover, they hail from the same county, with ties to the village of Nanha. What is the state of the Qiao family? They are so impoverished they might as well sell themselves. Yet they wish to construct a house. Since Qiao Fingyun's marriage, there had not been a single year without her family requesting grain. If Qiao Dashan were to receive the lumber without reselling it to Li Tianming, he might be deemed a decent man. Nevertheless, this punishment seemed excessively harsh. Was it truly for this? Li Xueqing glared at Li Tianming. Do you consider this trivial? Qiao Fengyun, emboldened by the gathering crowd, interjected. I sought to discuss matters with you. There was no need for violence. I have never witnessed such brazen conduct. Huh? Li Tianming scoffed. What did Qiao Dashan say just now? Dare you repeat it? Caught off guard, Qiao Fengyun hesitated, aware that Qiao Dashan's words had indeed been rather unsavory. He was intoxicated. She stammered. After a few swigs of liquor, he dares to act defiantly at my doorstep, and using my lumber is an affront. He deserved every bit of that beating. That was also agreed upon by your father. Li Tianming shot back, fixing his gaze upon Li Xueqing. You agreed? Li Xueqing, taken aback by Li Tianming's fierce glare, felt his breath shorten. Yet, in front of the gathered crowd, he was reluctant to lose face. I did agree, so what? I am your father. And it's merely a few pieces of worthless wood. I still have the authority to decide. Hearing this, Li Tianming felt as if a weight had lodged itself in his chest. He had already seen through his father in his previous life. In this one, he sought nothing from Li Xueqing beyond the hope that he would refrain from causing further chaos. Yet, even such a modest request proved insurmountable for Li Xueqing. As a father, I have set aside my pride today. Will you allow me to take charge of these few worthless pieces of timber? Upon hearing Li Xueqing's words, Qiao Fengyun wore a smug expression, believing she had finally managed to assert her dominance over Li Tianming. Unfortunately, we have already separated our households, father. What right do you have to speak on my behalf? Li Tianming's tone was icy, showing no inclination to accept Li Xueqing's offer of concession. How dare you? My own son disregard me? This infuriated Li Xueqing. Just because I am your father, and you are my flesh and blood. As long as you continue to call me dad, I shall indeed take the reins on this matter. He turned to Qiao Dashan. Dashan, take the timber away. I am the one who calls the shots in this household. What are you stirring up now, second brother? As he spoke, Li Xueqing entered the room. Having just received news while dining that Li Tianming had engaged in a fight, he rushed over. Following closely behind him was Li Xueqing. What are you planning to do for Tianming this time? Li Xueqing was thoroughly exasperated with his second brother. He could not fathom why this man could not appreciate how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful son like Tianming, instead listening to Qiao Fengyun's words, which had caused a rift between father and son that would only lead to regret in the future. The neighbors chattered among themselves, and upon learning that the conflict was over a few pieces of timber, Li Xueqing's temper flared. Second brother, are you not aware that these pieces of timber are intended as beams for Tianming's future house? Li Xueqing's pride was wounded, and his anger surged. He is going to build a house? When exactly will that happen? These worthless pieces of wood have been lying in the yard, and if one were not aware they were to be used as beams, one might think they were meant for a coffin. It is disheartening to see. His uncle is building a house and wants to borrow them. What's the issue? Am I not allowed to make decisions on such trivial matters? Li Xueqing nearly laughed out of frustration at this. Is this truly the kind of thing a father should say? Are you not afraid of ridicule? I know of people who borrow money and grain, but I have never heard of anyone borrowing beams. You decide today to let Qiao Dashan borrow them. What will happen when Tianming needs them to build his house? Will he simply take them apart? Deep down, Li Xueqing recognized the absurdity of his stance. Yet he could not swallow his pride, particularly when his own son contradicted him in front of so many onlookers, challenging his authority as the patriarch. Who knows when he will even build a house? Li Xueqing could no longer remain silent. Second brother, Tianming is your son. Without a house, he cannot marry. As a father, should you not be anxious about your son's future instead of saying such things? Li Xueqing found himself momentarily speechless, instinctively glancing at Qiao Fengyun. This action did not go unnoticed by the neighbors, who erupted into laughter. For the sake of his new wife, he disregards his own flesh and blood. Brother-in-law, you have agreed to my terms. How you choose to address your son is your matter. Tomorrow, I shall return with people to take these pieces of timber away. With so many witnesses present, Li Tianming could not possibly resort to violence again. Just as Qiao Dashan began to regain his composure, his bloodied face and swollen cheekbones evoked both sympathy and amusement. You dare to lay a finger on me? Li Shuigong could tolerate his second brother to a degree. But what was Qiao Dashan to him? He had never acknowledged Qiao Fengyun as his sister-in-law. As soon as Li Shuigong spoke, the members of the Li family immediately advanced, encircling Qiao Dashan in the midst. Upon witnessing this, Qiao Dashan felt his legs weaken with fear. So I shall be beaten for nothing. Those few pieces of timber are his compensation to me, he thought. If you're unhappy about it, bring your Qiao family to the Li family's platform, and we shall have a confrontation. Li Shuigong was not one to tolerate Qiao Dashan's insolence. If you have the courage, come any time. We, the Li family, await you. If you lack such courage, best to leave and refrain from returning to our Li family's platform. At this juncture, Qiao Dashan had no retort. Though a rogue, he was not foolish. The Qiao family comprised only a few households in Xianan village, while the Li family boasted countless members throughout Yonghe County. How could they possibly confront each other? Noticing Qiao Dashan had fallen silent, Li Shuigong turned his gaze to Li Shuiqing. Brother, let me impart one final piece of advice. You will grow old one day. If you let Tianming's heart turn cold now, who will you rely on in your old age? Can those two girls brought by Qiao Fengyun truly take care of you? Li Shuiqing seemed to waver at this remark. Yet, at that moment, Qiao Fengyun burst forth. Do not instigate. Even if my daughters are not his by birth, they have been raised by him. In the future, how could they not care for him? And do not forget, I am still expecting another, who is also of your Li family's blood. Li Shuiqing cast a glance at Qiao Fengyun's belly and appeared to regain his composure. My family's matters are none of your concern. Li Shuigong was genuinely amused by this. Very well, I shall not meddle in your affairs, but I must oversee my nephew's matters. Fourth brother, come here. Call for help. Have these pieces of timber carried to my home. I'll keep an eye on them to prevent any ill intentions from resurfacing. Li Shuiqing complied, and there was no need for further summons. Neighbors brought ropes and carrying poles, and in no time, the timber was removed. Since the arrival of his third and fourth uncles, Li Tianming had remained silent. Once the timber was cleared away, he signaled for his siblings to return inside for a meal. At that moment, only Li Shuiqing, Qiao Fengyun, and the battered Qiao Dashan remained in the courtyard. You coward! Qiao Fengyun's pent-up rage was redirected at Li Shuiqing. Chapter 45, Second Brother, where do you think you're going? After lunch, as Li Tianming stepped outside, he could still hear Qiao Fengyun causing a ruckus within the house. He chose to ignore it, focusing instead on the new year, planning to select a day to complete the construction of his new home, so he could move out with his three siblings. A fresh start was his goal, one where they could lead a good life, free from the incessant squabbling of a woman he held in disdain. Did your father say anything further? Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Li Shuigong was already waiting, clearly agitated by the earlier events. He shared the same sentiment as Li Tianming regarding their second brother. He did not expect his assistance, merely that he would not cause additional trouble. His biological son had yet to build a house and marry, and instead of offering support, the father was coveting his son's possessions. He had never encountered such a muddled individual. Did he truly believe that the two girls brought by Qiao Fengyun could care for him in his old age, or that the child in Qiao Fengyun's womb would suffice? Mimicking the behavior of others, following the lead of this shameless woman. Given Qiao Fengyun's caliber, what kind of children could she possibly raise? Without uttering a word, he resolved to act as if he had heard nothing. What can one do about their own father? Such thoughts are indeed valid. If your father continues with his reckless behavior, simply let dawn come and seek my assistance. After a brief exchange, the uncle and nephew were joined by others gradually arriving. They ascended the mountain to search for traces of wild boars. Until the wild boars were dealt with, no one could feel at ease. Every household had children, and if the situation extended until snowfall, the consequences of a wild boar entering the village would be dire. Li Shuigong was an experienced hunter. During the challenging times of the past, he led expeditions in search of game, and it was from him that Li Tianming learned the art of hunting. Soon, in the very valley where Li Tianming had last encountered the wild boars, they discovered further signs of their activities. It appeared that the wild boars had chosen this watering hole, visiting daily for a drink. Li Shuigong turned to Li Tianming and inquired, "What do you think?" "Quite similar. The grass over there is nearly uprooted. If you ask me, the boar's resting place should not be far from here." Li Shuigong observed the surroundings, noting the absence of caves. After searching in circles for some time without success, he decided to send the others down the mountain, opting to stay behind with Li Tianming to keep watch. Before nightfall, the uncle and nephew had just finished their dinner and were contemplating finding a sheltered spot when they suddenly heard a noise. Young and sharp-eyed, Li Tianming quickly noticed movement in the nearby bushes and nudged Li Xuegong, gesturing towards it. "Climb the tree," he urged, securing his rifle on his back before swiftly ascending a tree. Li Tianming followed suit, climbing another tree. Before long, 2 wild boars emerged from the thicket. Judging by their size, they were likely the same ones Li Tianming had encountered previously. Li Xuegong had already raised his gun, signaling to Li Tianming. Understanding the cue, Li Tianming aimed at one of the boars. Even with the powerful .38 rifle, one must aim for the forehead or the eyes to effectively take down a wild boar. Shots to the body would not penetrate their defenses. Having rubbed against trees throughout their lives, the boars had developed a tough hide, akin to armor, impervious even to a tiger's claws. Sensing the presence of humans, the 2 boars suddenly halted, shaking their heads and surveying their surroundings. It seemed as though the second boar had become somewhat sentient. Regardless, they needed to be dealt with today. Li Tianming kept an eye on his uncle and, noticing a beckoning gesture, quickly raised his rifle to aim. Bang! The gunshot echoed, startling the mountain's wildlife. A second shot followed. The 2 wild boars, caught off guard, bellowed and began to flee erratically. Li Tianming clearly saw that his shot had struck the neck of one boar, while Li Xuegong's hit the hind leg of the other. Hastily reloading, he aimed once more, now free to act with abandon. Bang! 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 The gunfire continued as Li Xuegong, determined to capture the wild boars, had opened the village supply warehouse, issuing a full 50 rounds of ammunition. If it were a domestic pig, it could easily be perforated. But when it comes to a wild boar, even 50 bullets might not suffice to bring one down. This creature possesses remarkably tough fur and thick skin. Fortunately, both Li Tianming and his nephew are quite adept marksmen. Despite the injured wild boar's frantic attempts to flee, they managed to hit it with every shot. Ultimately, one boar was struck in the forehead by Li Tianming, who fell silently to the ground, unable to emit a mournful cry. The other boar, though badly wounded, was not yet dead and was on the verge of escaping into the underbrush. Li Tianming swiftly leapt down from the tree. Slinging his firearm across his back and drawing a machete from his waist, he charged towards the wild boar. Observing this, Li Xuegong hurried down as well, brandishing his own machete, and they both lunged at the creature. "You want to escape, you brute." At this moment, the wild boar, knowing its life was drawing to a close, attempted one last attack against the pair. Unfortunately, having been shot in the leg and bleeding profusely, it was too weak to mount a strong defense. It staggered a few steps before Li Tianming brought his machete down upon its forehead with a mighty blow. Exerting all his strength, the machete became lodged in the boar's skull, refusing to budge. Following closely, Li Xuegong delivered another strike, slicing open the creature's neck. It barely managed a faint grunt before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Li Xuegong, still not entirely reassured, inspected both boars to confirm their demise before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. "Could you please refrain from such recklessness? Wild boars are quite cunning. They can feign death to deceive hunters into approaching, only to attack again." Li Tianming acknowledged his impulsive descent from the tree. "I was merely afraid it would escape. Let it run if it must. After sustaining so many gunshots, how could it possibly survive?" "It would bleed to death," replied Li Xuegong, who was already attending to the other boar, ensuring it bled out. The previous boar Li Tianming had hunted had developed a foul odor due to a lack of timely bleeding. Letting it escape would be a waste. Li Xuegong shot Li Tianming a disapproving glare. "Is food truly worth risking your life for?" Li Tianming wisely chose silence, aware that his uncle's concerns were rooted in care. Before long, the villagers, alerted by the gunfire, ascended the mountain. Upon discovering the 2 boars on the ground, they too breathed a sigh of relief. Reassured of the safety of their children back home, a group of them joined forces to transport the boars down the mountain, while men, women, and children from the village emerged to witness the spectacle. For some children, it was their first encounter with a wild boar, and the sight of its long tusks was enough to startle them. Once the boars were brought to the village committee, Li Xueqing soon arrived. "Did you two have your fill of excitement?" He first checked the ammunition, noting that less than half remained. The village committee's ammunition is routinely inspected by personnel from the county's armed department each quarter. Any usage, even a single bullet, requires a detailed report. Most rigidly, every bullet's purpose must be clearly documented. Since the 2 had fired over 20 rounds, Li Xueqing would need to compose a report of more than 20 entries. Even the mere act of writing the phrase hunting wild boars must be repeated 20 times. It is utterly exasperating. Li Xueqing would rather venture into the mountains to hunt wild boars than engage in this tedious task. What can be done? Have you not seen such a massive creature? A few shots must be fired. Otherwise, how could it possibly be killed? Li Xueqing remarked as he handed the gun over to the village committee. 2 wild boars were encircled by a group of villagers, all chattering excitedly. Just one of those beasts must weigh over 300 pounds. It is fortunate that they were slain. Otherwise, with the impending snow, we would not dare let the children venture outside. It was indeed at dawn that the first shot struck its forehead, and it was Tianming who delivered the fatal blow. Li Xueqing felt a pang of frustration. It seems I have done nothing but spectate from the mountain. Li Xueqing parted the crowd, gazing at the 2 wild boars on the ground and then upwards at the darkening sky. We should first take them to the warehouse and sort it out tomorrow. Hearing that the meat would not be distributed until the next day, the villagers felt a tinge of disappointment and began to disperse in small groups. Director, there ought to be a method to the distribution, one village committee member remarked as the crowd thinned. Those who ascended the mountain shall each receive 10 pounds, while Xueqing and Tianming, who contributed the most, shall each receive 20 pounds. The remainder will be divided equally among the households. Li Xueqing had already formulated this plan. Those who exert more effort shall reap greater rewards. This has always been his principle. Although he may not comprehend the grander philosophies, he understands that a communal pot is unwise. Recently, when delivering public grain to the county grain station, he noted that some villages possessed more arable land than Lijiatai. Yet their grain contributions were nearly 30% less. If effort yields the same result, who would be motivated to toil? They would merely drift through life in the fields. And it is indeed miraculous if good crops emerge. Hard work begets fertile land. This is the essence of the matter. Tomorrow, he must also go to the city to deliver fish, and after notifying Li Tianming, he returned home. Chapter 46. This lad is talented. 5,018 pounds, totaling 2258. 1 yuan. Sun Li pushed the invoice before Li Tianming, only to have it returned once again. In the initial visits to the steel factory to deliver fish, Li Xueqing oversaw the operations personally, but as time progressed, it became increasingly inconvenient for him to appear. Recently, he had entrusted the entire process to Sun Li, adopting a mentorship approach, particularly to showcase his nephew's importance to Sun Fumin. It was meant to convey that your nephew is highly valued under my guidance. So do not trouble him when he has matters to attend to. Take it to Section Chief Li and Director Sun for their signatures. Sun Li handed the invoice to his subordinate. Now a candidate for section chief, he had acquired the authority to command others. Come, brother, let us dine first. In the small kitchen, they enjoyed 2 bowls of meat dishes, toasting, and consuming a bottle of white liquor. Have you prepared the introduction letter? Li Tianming quickly retrieved the letter bearing the official seal of the Li Jiatai village committee from his pocket. Sun Li glanced at it. There isn't much to it. Wait here for a moment, and I will prepare it for you. Thank you, brother Sun. Sun Li waved his hand dismissively. No need for that among us. I am counting on making a splash in next year's procurement tasks. Brother, do you have soft-shelled turtles there? Yes, but they are difficult to obtain now. The river is frozen, and we must wait until spring. No rush. When the time comes, bring 2 over. If the leaders like them, we can even send them to the factory. Li Tianming has considered this, yet anything from the reed marshes belongs to collective property. There are some in the meadows, but procuring them is quite troublesome. All right, I will make a note of this. After Sun Li left, Li Tianming packed the remaining braised pork into a lunchbox. As the year drew to a close, the steel plant's supplies were noticeably more abundant than usual. Today's portion of braised pork weighed at least 2 jin, and the 2 of them hadn't consumed much, so he planned to take it home to improve the meals for his younger siblings. After all, it was crafted by a master of Shandong cuisine. Finding a warm spot, he wrapped himself in his cotton-padded coat and took a nap. When Sun Li returned and roused him, it was already past 3 o'clock. The items have arrived. When you go out later, head to the south gate. The car is waiting there, Sun Li said, handing him a receipt. The total for the cement and glass was 225 yuan. Not expensive. It must be the internal price. Thank you, brother Sun, Li Tianming said as he took out a small cloth bag and counted out 225 yuan in front of Sun Li. Sun Li accepted the money without counting it, simply pocketing it. No need for pleasantries. Come on, I'll take you to the finance office to collect the money. As the 2 stepped outside, they ran into Li Xueqing. Uncle, what brings you here? Sun Li, you go to the finance office to collect the money. Tianming, come with me. Understanding that the two had matters to discuss, Sun Li did not inquire further and left with the receipt. Uncle, what's the matter? It's about that issue you mentioned last time. Li Tianming's eyes brightened at this. After such a long time, he had thought the matter was no longer viable since his uncle hadn't mentioned it. Did Director Sun agree? The construction of the expert dormitory falls under the logistics department, so naturally, it requires the nod from Sun Fumin. He hasn't formally agreed, but there is a possibility. Tianming, do you have any assurance in your heart? Don't let it all fall apart at the last moment. Rest assured, if I lack the capability, I will not take on such a task. In his previous life, as a contractor for over a decade, handling skyscrapers was well within his expertise, let alone a simple bungalow. Hearing Li Tianming's confidence, Li Xuejuan ceased to persuade him further. If he could find a profitable path for the villagers, it would be a commendable endeavor. Sun Fumin also has a second-level construction engineer. He designed the dormitory, so you must secure his approval to take on this project. The construction team must first pass through the Design Institute, something Li Tianming was already accustomed to from his past experiences. Knocking on the door of Sun Fumin's office, Li Tianming followed Li Xuejuan inside. Apart from Sun Fumin, there was also a middle-aged man who appeared scholarly. Director Sun. Sun Fumin nodded at Li Tianming. Welcome. Take a seat. Recently, Sun Fumin had been quite troubled. The expert dormitory had been stalled from resuming work. Each time the factory held a meeting, this issue was brought up, and the vice factory director in charge of logistics was the first to face criticism, followed by Sun Fumin. Sun Fumin was eager to resolve the situation, yet it is said that a clever woman cannot cook without rice. Without resources, all discussions are futile. As the year drew to a close, the factory was under pressure to meet production targets. The construction teams from the Municipal Construction Committee were either dispatched to support the development of the third front or engaged in key infrastructure projects within the city. Although there were construction teams in each district, they merely idled away their time, managing minor repairs such as fixing roofs and unclogging drains. Entrusting them with building houses would be akin to inviting disaster at the slightest gust of wind. The urgency of the matter had begun to consume the capital that had just been amassed from addressing the workers' nutritional needs. It was during this critical juncture that Li Xuejuan approached Sun Fumin. A shrewd individual, he understood that had he broached the subject earlier, Sun Fumin would have summarily dismissed him. The notion of employing a group of elderly farmers to construct the expert dormitories for key municipal units would have invited ridicule. Hence, it was only when Sun Fumin found himself utterly at a loss, desperate for a solution, that hope for this venture emerged. Indeed, when Li Xuejuan visited Sun Fumin's home yesterday to discuss the matter, Sun Fumin initially reacted as if Li Xuejuan were deranged. However, he soon inquired whether the proposal was viable. With no better alternatives at hand, Sun Fumin ultimately resolved to give it a try. After all, Li Xuejuan had a valid point. Were not the self-built houses in rural areas also constructed by elderly farmers? The expert dormitories would merely require additional plumbing. Nevertheless, Sun Fumin did not dare to underestimate the task and deliberately summoned the engineer who had originally designed the expert dormitories to conduct an interview with Li Tianming. Spreading out the blueprints revealed nothing particularly novel. The overall layout was a broad plan, with simple internal structures, side views, sectional cuts, and plumbing diagrams, alongside some additional embellishments meant to impress. The design drawings of this era were still somewhat rudimentary, unlike later times when even a restroom could necessitate dozens of detailed plans. However, it was the first time Li Tianming encountered such hand-drawn blueprints. After all, during this period, computers in Europe and America likely lacked the capability to create such illustrations, and professional drawing software was nowhere to be found. Engineer Zhang, is the load-bearing ratio marked incorrectly here? Originally disinterested, Engineer Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the position Li Tianming was pointing to, his expression shifting to one of surprise. How had he discerned that? The oversight was intentionally left by Zhang to test the capabilities of this rural lad, to see if he dared to take on the job. As Li Tianming's inquiries became increasingly numerous, though some terminology was not entirely professional, his understanding was evident. Engineer Zhang began to shed his initial condescension and patiently addressed Li Tianming's questions one by one. Young man, who taught you to read blueprints? Who else could it be? I taught myself. In his previous life, Li Tianming had contracted projects for over a decade. If he could not comprehend blueprints, he would surely have been taken advantage of. With only a junior high school education, He had no choice but to compel himself to study the material, supplemented by the accumulation of experience, leading him to become self-taught. Previously, he had often assisted villagers in building houses, learning to draw lines under the guidance of seasoned craftsmen. What? Are you joking with me? Having learned to draw benchmark lines, can one truly comprehend blueprints? If that were the case, what purpose would an architectural major serve in universities? They might as well send everyone to rural areas to work as bricklayers for a few years. Yet, if this were not the case, how else could one explain it? Engineer Zhang does not believe in innate knowledge, but perhaps geniuses do exist in specific fields. Director Sun, I have no further concerns. At least in terms of design philosophy and professional knowledge, this young man has passed the test. Sun Fumin had been attentively listening to the conversation between the two individuals. It began with a question and answer format, evolved into a mutual discussion, and ultimately escalated into a debate. While he did not grasp the technical details, he sensed that Li Tianming, this rural lad, possessed genuine talent. Engineer Zhang, are you certain there are no issues? I am referring to theoretical knowledge. As for the level of construction, that is beyond my judgment. With that, Engineer Zhang rose. Director Sun, my task here is complete, and there is much work awaiting me at the office. I must take my leave. Sun Fumin hastily escorted him out. Tianming, who did you learn all this from? I didn't need to learn. I could grasp it at a glance. Li Tianming boasted. It was simply difficult to clarify the matter. Li Shuejuan, though he found it absurd, had no other explanations. Alas, if only Li Shueqing had been more discerning and nurtured his nephew properly. Perhaps then. The office door swung open, and Sun Fumin returned. Tianming, I just wonder how well you can execute the tasks at hand. Li Tianming is indeed talented. Yet no matter how much knowledge he possesses, the work still requires hands to carry it out. Uncle Sun, rest assured, if the work is not executed beautifully, you may hold me accountable. Sun Fumin remained indecisive, as the outcome directly impacted the steel plant's operations for the coming year. Let us proceed to the construction site. Chapter 47. Secured. The expert dormitory for the steel plant is scheduled to comprise 48 units in this area. All units feature identical layouts, a design reminiscent of the letter 7, which is indeed a rarity in contemporary times. The structure consists of 3.5 main rooms, complemented by 3 adjoining western annexes, all encircled by a small courtyard. Currently, the foundation has been laid, and a quarter of the main framework has been erected. However, due to the heavy production demands at the plant, the remaining tasks have been temporarily set aside. Tianming, if this work were entrusted to you, how long would it take to complete? With only 2 months remaining before the new year, the plant has issued a strict order to ensure that all experts are accommodated before the Spring Festival. Should the deadline be missed, the leadership will reallocate the housing for the experts, forcing families, including Sun Fumin, to squeeze into the workers' dormitories. Initially, Sun Fumin intended to draw a group of workers from various sections of the plant, but there were 2 hurdles. First, no one understood how to construct buildings, and second, no one was willing to undertake the task. Although the work in the workshop is somewhat arduous, at least it does not expose one to the biting cold. Most importantly, there is a lack of an expert like Li Tianming to serve as the chief commander. Constructing a building is a technical endeavor. There is a significant amount of knowledge involved in the methodology. It is not merely a matter of stacking blocks according to blueprints. The resulting structure must be habitable. During this period, every time Li Tianming visited the factory, he made it a point to inspect the construction site, having already formulated his plans in his mind. Uncle Sun, when does the factory require the project to be completed? Sun Fumin hesitated to respond, his expression betraying his concern. The factory demands that all experts move in before the Spring Festival. With only 2 months remaining, once the houses are completed, they will need to be aired for at least half a month. Of course, if we were to consider future standards, a drying period of 3 months would be necessary. However, given the current circumstances, half a month should suffice. This meant he had merely a month and a half to complete the task. With 48 houses to construct, the timeline indeed seemed tight. No problem, Li Tianming assured, which finally eased Sun Fumin's anxious heart. Through their interactions, Sun Fumin recognized that Li Tianming was not one to make vague promises. Moreover, given the magnitude of this undertaking, Li Tianming would not recklessly commit himself. However, Uncle Sun, if you entrust the work to me, I will solely focus on constructing the houses. The responsibility for road repairs will be yours. You need not concern yourself with road work. Just mark the lines clearly, and I will arrange for the laborers to handle it. The factory has numerous young workers idling about, and there are also plenty from the tertiary sector who are available. If they can construct houses, surely they can also repair roads? Yet, Li Tianming knew that the issue of payment was paramount. He had brought his fellow villagers out to earn a profit, not merely to contribute to the steel plant. He had been cheated by clients in his previous life, often ending up with less than half of the project funds after completion, forcing him to pay the workers out of his own pocket. Though it was now the 1970s, being cautious would not lead to grave mistakes. Thus, he insisted on clarifying the payment terms. Rest assured, you shall not incur any losses. This is a favor for Uncle, and I would not dare to take advantage of you. The initial contract with the second construction team was set at 14,000, and for this work, I propose 8,000. All right, it's settled. However, Uncle's son, I will need a modest advance of 2,000. Once the main framework is completed, another 4,000 will be due, and the remaining 2,000 will be settled upon the factory's successful inspection of the completed work. What do you think? Seeing Li Tianming's systematic approach, Sun Fumin felt increasingly confident. Let us proceed as you suggest. As long as the work is completed on time, the factory will provide additional rewards. With the agreement in place, it was an era devoid of formal contracts. A verbal agreement would suffice. Regarding meals and accommodation for the workers, the factory would handle those arrangements according to the standard for 85 individuals. Sun Fumin, being a straightforward man, promptly handed over the 2,000 yuan deposit. After leaving the steel plant, Li Tianming headed to the south gate to collect cement and glass. Sun Li, being a discerning individual, provided him with high-quality materials. He then proceeded to visit Li Xuejuan's residence. His younger siblings had just returned from school, and today, Li Tianman was also home. Elder brother. Upon seeing Li Tianman was filled with immense joy. During his childhood, due to their parents' busy work schedules, he had spent several years in the countryside, and among his uncles and cousins, he had always been closest to Li Tianming. I heard from Aunt that you are about to graduate from vocational school. After the new year, I will attend for another semester, and by the second half of the year, I will be able to start working. In his previous life, after graduating, Li Tianman entered a steel factory, initially working in the technical department before being rotated to the maintenance workshop. Through perseverance, he eventually rose to the position of workshop director. In his 40s, he was transferred to the Handan iron plant as deputy manager, where he remained until nearly retirement, later reassigned to the metallurgical bureau. His life had been relatively smooth and uneventful. Brother, how have you been? My father mentioned that you have become quite a prominent figure in our hometown. What prominent figure? My fate in this life is merely to till the land. At that moment, Yin Xiaozhen approached with freshly cut apples. You mustn't say that. Life is something we forge ourselves. Tianming, I can see you have a bright future ahead. Thank you for your kind words. After a while, Li Xuejuan returned home from work. He called Li Tianming downstairs, and the two shared a smoke while discussing the matter of building a house. Tianming, are you truly confident? He was concerned that his nephew's good intentions to bring the villagers together for work might end in blame. Rest assured, this task is not difficult. Laying the sewer pipes requires attention to detail, but every man in our village can manage the rest. Li Xuejuan nodded, feeling an inexplicable confidence in his nephew. Spurred by the earlier conversation between Li Tianming and Engineer Zhang in Sun Fumin's office, the old Li family is about to produce a prodigy. This is wonderful news, indeed. 8,000 yuan is no small fortune. If misallocated, it could easily become a point of contention. I have it under control. I assure you that everyone will be satisfied. While it may not yield the substantial profits akin to being a contractor in his past life, Li Tianming was determined not to toil in vain. He had many plans requiring financial backing. Recently, he had delivered wild ducks and geese to the factory, accumulating over 2,000 yuan from sales of ginseng and mountain herbs. In total, he had over 4,500 yuan in hand. However, it was still insufficient, especially since the villagers had little money to spare, which hindered many of his plans. Are you planning to build a new house? As Li Xuejuan ascended the stairs, he noticed the cement on the tractor and the glass bundled with straw rope. Yes, I intend to start construction come spring. Listening to this, Li Xuejuan felt a deep sense of reassurance. Uncle, regarding the two side rooms, when Su Qing wanted them transferred to my name, I did not agree. Li Xuejuan was taken aback. Why not? Those rooms were part of the inheritance assigned to him, which he had given to Li Tianming during the family division. They are your ancestral property. I cannot accept them. The crux was that Li Tianming had long decided to build a new house and move out. If those rooms were to belong to him, would he then give them to Li Xuejuan after moving out? No, I wouldn't, he thought, considering their familial bond. But if I did give them, it wouldn't sit well with me either. Thus, he resolved to let Li Xuejuan decide the fate of the property. Little did Li Xuejuan know the depth of Li Tianming's thoughts. We'll discuss it later. With that, he took Li Tianming upstairs for dinner. That morning, Li Xuejuan had mentioned wanting to keep Li Tianming at home for a meal. Yin Xiaozhen deliberately purchased meat, while Li Tianming brought along 2 white fish, which were also cooked. After dinner, Li Tianming took his leave, returning to the village as night fell. "Uncle, here is the money from selling fish," he said, producing the cash along with a receipt from the steel factory. Only Li Xueqing was waiting at the village committee. "Why are you back so late?" he inquired. "Sending the accountant Ma Changshan to settle the accounts. I just returned from my uncle's house," Li Tianming replied, catching the cigarette thrown his way and lighting it. "Uncle, do you remember the matter I mentioned last time?" After a moment's thought, Li Xueqing couldn't recall. "What matter?" "The contract for the expert dormitory at the steel factory." Li Xueqing was taken aback. Having not heard Li Tianming mention it for so long, he thought the matter had fallen through. "This matter has been secured," he exclaimed, genuinely surprised. Now that all the work in the fields was completed, the only remaining task was to fish in the reeds. Every household was preparing for winter, with the capable ones busy weaving straw mats at home. These mats could be sold to the local brick kiln, but after costs. One could only earn a mere 20 cents per mat. It would be more profitable to deliver fish to the steel factory. Unexpectedly, the matter Li Tianming had mentioned before had truly come to fruition. "When do we set off?" "The sooner, the better." "How many people do we need?" "Including myself, 85. Wages will be calculated monthly, totaling 1.5 months of work. If completed in advance, it will still be counted as 1.5 months. A skilled worker earns 36 a month, while an unskilled worker earns 25. Thus, for a skilled worker, 1.5 months amounts to 54. And for an unskilled worker, 37.50. Going to the county grain station for short-term work yields only 2 to 3 dimes a day, and that's not even guaranteed every day. With such high wages for construction, surely the villagers would be eager to join. "Uncle, I need 40 skilled workers and 44 unskilled workers. You can decide who to use." Li Xueqing understood Li Tianming's intentions. The lad was keen to avoid offending anyone and wanted him, as the village head, to make the arrangements, providing an opportunity to build goodwill. The benefits and drawbacks were all his to manage, and it would be interesting to see how he would handle it. Chapter 48. Treating you as a thief. Li Tianming did not return home, but drove to the doorstep of his third uncle, Li Xuegong. "Tianming, why are you back so late?" Li Xuegong had just finished dinner and was busy with Shuling washing radishes in preparation for pickling. Seeing Li Tianming carry in 2 bags of cement left him momentarily speechless. Cement, a construction material, was a rarity in the countryside. It had only been distributed during the recent digging of military tunnels. "Tianming, there's more on the truck. Bring it all in." Li Tianming nodded, enlisting Li Tianhong to help. Before long, the cement and glass were moved into the courtyard, and Li Tianming covered them with straw mats. "Where did this come from?" "I acquired it through connections." Li Xuegong knew that Li Tianming frequently visited the city and had met many people during this time. The special seasoning for pickling vegetables that his family was preparing had been brought back by Li Tianming. They had previously pickled a batch, and it tasted remarkably better than their usual large pickled radishes, making it perfect as a side dish for drinks. "We're preparing to build a house come spring. It's wise to gather the materials in advance." Goodness gracious, cement is being used for construction, and all the windows are made of glass. Such a sight is unprecedented in the Li family courtyard. Nowadays, rural households predominantly use paper for windows, and those with means might only have glass in the main room. In recent years, obtaining glass has become a challenge. One must acquire industrial coupons to purchase it. The commotion soon attracted the attention of neighboring villagers. Upon learning that Li Tianming had connections to procure cement and glass, they were filled with envy. Who wouldn't he wish to enhance their home? Yet, cement is not something easily acquired by the average person. This revelation further deepened the villagers' respect for Li Tianming's capabilities. "Third uncle, let us store these materials at your home. If I keep them here, that woman might get any ill intentions," Li Tianming remarked. They had already had a quarrel over lumber yesterday, and Xiao Fengyun was not one to shy away from taking advantage of good fortune. She would consider it a loss if she didn't seize any opportunity. "All right, you can leave them here. I'll keep a close watch. Li Shuigong understood Li Tianming's intent and shared his disdain for Qiao Fengyun. Tianming, have you eaten yet? There is still meat at home. Why not stay and eat with us? Shi Shuling suggested, ready to fetch some firewood. No need, third aunt. I've already dined at uncle's place. You don't have to fuss over me. I still need to deliver the tractor to the village committee. Li Tianming replied as he stepped out, starting the tractor, which spewed black smoke as it rolled away. Tianming is truly remarkable, Shi Shuling remarked. Glancing at the glass concealed by a straw curtain, she too wished to replace her home's windows with glass to brighten the interior. But there were no means to do so. Don't overthink it. Tianming must have had to exert considerable effort to acquire these. She mused, though her heart held no trace of jealousy. Life at home was pleasant now, and although she never inquired about the money Li Shuigong brought back, she was aware that it was all earned through her nephew's efforts. Otherwise, why would Li Shuigong always return with money after Li Tianming brought fish home, often amounting to over 100 or 200 yuan? Initially, Shi Shuling had expressed concern and asked once, but Li Shuigong had cut her off, instructing her not to speak of it, not even to the children. Thus, her heart brimmed with gratitude for her nephew, Li Tianming. Upon returning home, as soon as he entered the courtyard, Li Tianming heard Qiao Fengyun berating Li Shuiqing, a scene he had long since grown accustomed to. Brother, little Wu dashed out. Wrapping his arms around Li Tianming's leg, his little face lit up with joy, revealing traces of grease at the corners of his mouth. What did you eat for dinner? Meat. It was delicious, he exclaimed, his little nose twitching. Brother, you smell like meat too. His nose was quite discerning. Upon entering the house, Li Shuiqing produced a lunchbox filled to the brim with braised pork. However, due to the cool weather, the meat had congealed into a layer of white fat. Brother, little Wu insisted on having some, so I cut a small piece. Li Rong explained, pulling out the remaining meat. Yesterday, it was decided that Li Tianming and Li Shuigong, who had exerted the most effort, would each receive 20 jin of wild boar meat. As the weather turned cool, the meat could be stored. But they had to be wary of Qiao Fengyun and her two daughters attempting to steal it. Brother, have you eaten? There is still some in the pot. Did you all share it? I've already eaten at Uncle S' place, Li Tianming remarked, pulling out other items from his pocket, all gifts from Sun Fumin. As the year drew to a close, various families and organizations began to exchange goods. The steel factory naturally sent various steel materials in return for an assortment of oranges, apples, and white sugar, a veritable cornucopia. With all this, brother, how much would it cost? Li Rong began to ponder the value of each item. It's not purchased, it's given to us. Just as she finished speaking, a roar erupted from the main house, the voice of Qiao Fengyun. If you have the capability, go find your son. Why unleash your wrath on us women? What now? Can't we enjoy a moment of peace? You all stay inside, Li Tianming declared before stepping outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, he encountered Li Shuiqing, whose eyes were red and the smell of alcohol wafted from him from afar. Dad, what now? Qiao Fengyun emerged, leaning against the doorframe. I'm not criticizing you, but you are truly a disgrace as a father. Your own son treats you like a thief. Ah, that is quite an interesting remark, Li Tianming retorted. Qiao Fengyun, what nonsense are you spewing again? You can't seem to go a day without creating some chaos. Qiao Fengyun, stung by his words, nearly choked on her indignation. Listen, this is your beloved son, Li Shuiqing. If you can't control him today, you may end up calling him father in the future. This woman truly had a knack for stirring the pot, and as Li Shuiqing's face reddened in fury, he glared at Li Tianming. Tell me, did you take the cement and glass back to your uncle's house? In a village where nothing remained a secret, news of events at the East End would reach the West End in no time. Cement and glass were rare commodities in those days, and their arrival had already stirred the village into a frenzy. Upon hearing this gossip, Qiao Fengyun rushed home to inform Li Shuiqing, insinuating that Li Tianming was hiding things from his father. Li Shuiqing, prideful as he was, could not tolerate such provocation. The moment Li Tianming returned home, he confronted him. What is going on? Why aren't you keeping the goods at home? Are you wary of your father? Li Tianming chuckled. Dad, what are you saying? You are my father. Why would I need to be wary of you? I'm just guarding against a vixen who might sneak off with my belongings. At this, the onlookers erupted in laughter. Who might this vixen be, they wondered. Who are you referring to? Qiao Fengyun's face flushed crimson from the laughter of the crowd. If someone covets my possessions, I'll name names. What's wrong? Is someone feeling guilty? While he could afford to be polite with Li Shuiqing, he had no intention of indulging Qiao Fengyun. If he could provoke her to the point of exasperation, Li Tianming would not hesitate to escalate his verbal assault. No one desires your belongings. If you were my son, you'd keep them at home. Li Xueqing, feeling embarrassed, sought to regain his dignity. Dad, do you truly believe what you're saying? My timber was nearly given away by you. If I were to place the cement and glass in the house, would I still see them tomorrow? That is your uncle. Even if I lend him something, what is the harm? My uncle resides in Bowen County. Should he ask, I would naturally comply without hesitation. What is Xiao Dashan to me, that he dares to covet my possessions? The matter of Xiao Wu from the previous life. Even if Xiao Dashan were to sacrifice his life, it would not suffice as repayment. In this lifetime, he must never fall into Li Tianming's hands. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly find himself in a predicament, unable to live or die. Li Tianming has never been an indulgent person. Those who treat him well receive 100-fold in return, while those who wrong him will find their debts repaid, leaving them restless at night. From now on, do not call me father, Li Xueqing exclaimed angrily, retreating into the house. He was oblivious to when he began to feel uneasy around his eldest son. In the past, he would have resorted to violence by now. Yet, at this moment, Li Xueqing had a premonition that should he strike, Li Tianming would retaliate and beat him. His own father, Xiao Fengyun, rushed in, hands on her hips, ready to scold. But upon meeting the fiery gaze of Li Xueqing, the words stuck in her throat. Why take out your frustrations on me when it is your son who has caused you distress? She muttered softly, turning and slipping into the west room. Xiao Fengyun was not foolish. She understood that Li Xueqing was harboring pent-up anger. To provoke him further, even in her condition, would surely earn her a beating. Chapter 49. Not suffering from scarcity, but from inequity. How is it that Tiger is only deemed a small worker? In the past, whenever a house was built in the village, Tiger always lent a helping hand, and his work is no less than that of his father. If he were to go, he should be counted as a skilled laborer. Li Xueqing was growing weary of the incessant chatter. Li Tianming had requested him to select individuals as a favor to the villagers. However, the decision of who would go and who would not had to be carefully balanced. The Li family has over 300 households. Yet Li Tianming only required 84 workers. It was essential to consider not just the relatives, but also the outsiders, lest they invite gossip. After much deliberation, Li Xueqing finally settled on the candidates. Some families were easy to deal with, grateful for a small worker. In these times, it is not easy for old farmers to earn a little extra. A small worker earns 25 yuan a month, which is not insignificant. Yet, some families are insatiable. Being assigned as a small worker leaves them dissatisfied. Li Xueqing did not intend to claim a spot for himself, only including Li Tianli, and then proceeded to his elder brother's home. Listen, I'm not criticizing you, but why don't you consider your own family more? Tiger's father has been a mason for many years. Why not let him go? The two of them are skilled laborers, which could amount to over 100 yuan. Li Xueqing's expression darkened. His elder brother had injured his back 2 years prior and could no longer work the fields. Nor could he engage in a side job in the city. If you agree, I will note Tiger's name. If not, then he shan't go. How can you say that? Tiger is your own nephew. Li Xueqing stood to leave, but was stopped by Li Shuyong, who was leaning against the calm. Don't listen to your sister-in-law. Tiger is merely a small worker. The woman continued to argue, only to be silenced by a single glare from her man. Thus, the decision was made regarding the second candidate. Li Xueqing, ultimately feeling sympathy for his elder brother, nodded and inscribed Li Tianhu's name. He then ventured out to another establishment. Out of the 84 slots available, the Li family occupied 70, with nearly 50 assigned to close relatives, ensuring that nearly every household was represented. The remaining positions were primarily reserved for those with exceptional skills, followed by families facing difficulties within the village. While he busied himself, the villagers discreetly exchanged whispers about who had secured a spot, who had not, and the distinctions between major and minor laborers. They were not concerned about the scarcity of opportunities, but rather the inequality of distribution. Naturally, it was impossible to satisfy everyone. Upon Li Xueqing's return home, he found the entrance crowded with people, most of whom had not been selected. Xueqing, why was our family not included? You go out to earn a living, yet you favor certain kin over others. It's so unfair that only 5 from our branch were chosen. The eldest of the Shues from the family complained. Why is Xuesen a major worker while my Tianhuan is relegated to a minor role? Your arrangements lack logic. My Xuegong is also a minor worker. This feels like bullying. Li Xueqing had anticipated this scene. What? Those not chosen come to complain, And those who were selected also come to protest? As he spoke, a hush fell over the crowd, for he was the village chief and held considerable authority within the Li family. If you are all dissatisfied, fine. I shall withdraw the work. In the future, should any lucrative opportunities arise, I will also refuse them. And the entire village will have to scrape by subsisting from the earth. Li Xueqing's ire grew as he spoke. Look at you all, so indignant. If you truly possess the capability, go out and find your own means of making a living. If you can succeed, I would respect you. Currently, it is Tianming who, through connections and by seeking help, has managed to secure work for our village, allowing us to earn some money, yet you remain ungrateful. Frankly, I would suggest halting even the fish sales. This proclamation quelled any further dissent. If the fish were no longer sold, there would be even less money to distribute. You all are simply overindulged. If anyone is unwilling, I will strike their names from the list right now. Tianhuan's mother, Shuigong's family, are you going or not? Give me a clear answer. No one dared to respond. Even as minor workers, they earned 25 yuan a month, which was still more than farming. What are you all so anxious about? If you missed out this time, there will be another opportunity. Do you truly believe you deserve to claim all the benefits? My family has not been selected either. Why are you causing a ruckus? Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Although some remained disgruntled, they no longer dared to cause a scene. I thought I could do a favor, yet it has turned into a burdensome task. The next day, all those selected gathered at the village committee. Just as Li Tianming was about to leave, he was intercepted by Li Xueqing in the house. The father and son had quarreled the previous day, and their encounter now was tinged with awkwardness. Dad, is something the matter? I ask you, was it you who secured the job in the city? This was something Li Xueqing had learned the night before. After holding it in all night, he finally approached Li Tianming. Yes. Why didn't you consult me before letting Xueqing make the decision? Li Tianming felt a headache brewing. Xueqing Shu serves as the village head, and to allow him to make decisions might provoke animosity. The village was in an uproar yesterday, and Li Tianming was certainly aware of it. The matter stirred commotion throughout the night, with some even knocking on his door. Yet, Li Tianming feigned ignorance. Even if he were to make a decision, a few should be reserved for our own kin. Reserved for whom? My third uncle's family, or my fourth uncle's? Li Tianming has already secured positions for Tiansheng and Tianhui from both my uncle's families, and they are skilled laborers. As for the other two uncles, they must remain in the village to oversee fishing. I am referring to your maternal uncle's family, who lack any profitable avenues. They are merely genuine relatives. Li Tianming's expression turned cold, realizing this was yet another scheme of Qiao Fengyun. If you were still my father, it would be best if you ceased speaking. What purpose do those two pieces of raw material serve? If Qiao Dashan and Qiao Dai truly went, they would probably steal the bricks from the site to sell them. Furthermore, they are not my uncles, so do not attempt to claim kinship. As Li Tianming turned to leave, Li Xueqing quickly called out to him, blushing as he asked, "What about me? You are included." Despite Li Tianming's disdain for Li Xueqing, he was ultimately his biological father. Before his mother passed away, this father had treated them relatively well. You are included? If you do not wish to go, then I shall send my third uncle. Who said I do not want to go? Your third uncle's skills cannot compare to mine. Li Xueqing's statement was not mere boastfulness, although he lacked clarity. He was adept at both masonry and carpentry, and performed quite well. During the off-season, he frequently assisted others in building houses. Then gather your things and accompany me to the village committee. All right. Li Xueqing hurriedly agreed, disregarding any sense of pride. Nothing is more important than earning money. As Li Xueqing followed Li Tianming, Qiao Fengyun grew anxious. However, by the time she chased after them, the two had already vanished from sight. Consumed by anger, she vented her frustration in the courtyard for a considerable time. Is everyone here? Li Xueqing observed that both Li Tianming and his son had arrived. Casting a resigned glance at Li Tianming, yesterday, he too had faced his wife's complaints at home. Let me say a few words. This time, in returning to the city, the work is under Tianming's charge. Regardless of whether you are Tianming's uncles or peers, you must heed his instructions once in the city. Anyone who disobeys and gets sent back will only have themselves to blame for the embarrassment. You must also adhere to the steel mill's regulations. If I discover anyone engaging in dishonest practices and getting caught, if the mill does not take action, I will ensure you face consequences upon your return. Furthermore, all tasks must be executed flawlessly. No one is permitted to cut corners, as it would tarnish the reputation of the Li family. And any future opportunities will be out of reach. Do you all understand? The crowd responded affirmatively. Let us go. Earn money diligently. With the village's carts and a tractor in motion, Li Xueqing's judgment in selecting individuals proved commendable. The 80 or more men were all renowned in the village for their hard work and reliability. Just as they were about to leave the village, Li Tianming spotted Du Lide. Naturally, the work he had taken on excluded the Du family. On the day of the wedding, the bride eloped with another, and the two families had long been sworn enemies. Li Tianming was not so magnanimous. He had no intention of playing the game of repaying virtue with resentment. Brother, look. It's Du Lide, Li Tianxing whispered. I saw him long ago. Steady yourself, he replied, pressing the accelerator firmly. The tractor roared to life, rumbling out of the village and heading towards Haiqing. Chapter 50. Human potential is unleashed. It is better to be a worker. After all, nothing has been done yet. And we have already received our attire. These shoes are sturdy, just as they appear. Do you think Uncle Xuejuan distributes clothing every month? What are you imagining? Clothes cannot be distributed monthly. Besides, Uncle Xuejuan provides uniforms for the officials. Upon arriving at the steel mill, Sun Fumin arranged for everyone to receive a work uniform, blue polyester cotton, embroidered with the words Haiqing Steel Plant across the chest. In addition, they were given safety shoes, towels, gloves, hard hats, and hygiene soap. Everything that formal workers enjoy, they lacked for nothing. Sun Fumin's generosity was also for his own benefit. The factory leaders were aware that the expert dormitory was reopening and would surely come to inspect. If they encountered a group of construction workers dressed in a hodgepodge of attire, they would think it a makeshift troupe. Even if it were a makeshift ensemble, it needed to be presentable. What is the point of keeping them stored? Wear them. Li Tianming had already changed into the uniform. Sun Fumin had specially brought him a set of official attire. Brother Tianming, I want to save this for the new year. So do I. Such fine clothing. It would be a shame to wear it while working. Save it for the new year? When we visit relatives to pay our respects, everyone will be wearing the steel mill's work uniforms. What a sight that would be. They gave us these to wear. If you don't, when the leaders come to inspect and see us in tattered clothes, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Change into them. Hearing Li Tianming's words, despite their reluctance, everyone complied. Indeed, once dressed, they appeared more spirited. Subsequently, Li Tianming led them to the construction site. First, let us line up properly. Before we commence work, I'll say a few words. The important matters have already been addressed by Uncle Xueqing at home, so I want to repeat them all. Having been a contractor in a previous life and later co-founding a factory, he had gradually developed an air of authority. Among the group were both his elders and peers. Yet on the construction site, everyone was to heed his instructions on what tasks to undertake and how to execute them. He gestured towards the site behind them. You can all see that the workers ahead have left a half-finished task. Our time is limited, just a month and a half. It is imperative that we maintain quality and complete the work on time. Anyone who refuses to follow orders must leave, regardless of their status, whether elder or brother, even if it's my own father. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Li Xueqing in the ranks. Furthermore, if the work is completed ahead of schedule, wages will be paid in full, and for each day earlier, every worker, regardless of their rank, will receive a bonus, 2 yuan for 1 day, 4 for 2 days, 6 for 3 days. A buzz of excitement rippled through the crowd as everyone began calculating the potential earnings. In summary, completing the work a day in advance would yield a reward of $2. However, it must be stated up front that while we strive to meet deadlines, the quality of the project cannot be compromised. Should the final inspection reveal any deficiencies and wages are deducted, I must not be held accountable. Li Tianming subsequently produced the prearranged allocation list. To expedite the schedule, it is essential to avoid a haphazard approach to every task. By delineating the various trades and ensuring a seamless connection between each step, while also leveraging the strengths of each individual, we can minimize wasted time to the greatest extent possible. As the tasks were assigned, Li Tianming reiterated his instructions. All were seasoned workers, and even the younger ones had often assisted in construction. Thus, even if they did not fully understand the rationale, they grasped the method of execution. The 84 individuals were divided into 4 groups, with each group responsible for constructing a single house. Additionally, 4 individuals from each group were selected to assist Li Tianming in digging the trench. Just as they commenced their work, Sun Fumin arrived shortly thereafter. Uncle Sun. Sun Fumin observed for a while and nodded in satisfaction. Everyone was clad in uniform work attire, and their efficiency indeed conveyed a semblance of professionalism. Tianming. The factory leadership will be inspecting tomorrow, You must ensure everything runs smoothly. Rest assured, I will ensure their satisfaction. How long until a house is completed? Sun Fumin was eager to demonstrate progress. Though we are just beginning and the pace may be slow initially, I estimate 5 days. Currently, we are working on 4 houses simultaneously, and by then, the structural framework for all 4 will be completed. 5 days should suffice, and I guarantee the quality will be impeccable. In truth, Li Tianming's 5-day estimate was somewhat conservative. The most time-consuming foundation work had already been completed. Now it was simply a matter of erecting walls and ceilings, tasks that were relatively straightforward, with the subsequent interior finishing requiring more effort. Sun Fumin then led Li Tianming aside. I am aware of your commitments to the villagers. Given this, it seems you may be at a disadvantage. The total project cost was 8,000 yuan, known only to Li Tianming, Li Xuejuan, and Sun Fumin, calculating based on 40 skilled workers and 44 unskilled workers. The wages for the skilled workers over a month amounted to 54 yuan, while the unskilled received 37.5 yuan. This totals 3,810 yuan, leaving 4,190 yuan as Li Tianming's share. How much profit Sun Fumin would derive from this was known only to him. Now, with Li Tianming proposing a bonus for early completion, the reward stood at 168 yuan per day. What about 2 days? 3 days? 4 days? Li Tianming anticipated completing the project 10 days ahead of schedule, which would amount to nearly 2,000 yuan. While I may not be extensively versed in rural incomes, I possess some knowledge. The wages you are offering are already commendable. Currently, a formal worker at the steel plant earns merely 36 yuan a month, which is sufficient to support a family of 5. The workers even have a slogan, "Long live 36 yuan." Uncle Sun, we must clarify. It is not I who is paying the villagers, but the factory. While I have taken on the work, that 8,000 yuan cannot be regarded as contract money. Otherwise, Li Tianming would be firmly established as a contractor. What does he intend to do? Exploit the laboring masses? A man appropriated half of the project funds. Should this be disclosed, Li Tianming would face dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to distribute a portion of the money, retaining only a fraction for his salary, while the remainder would be issued to him under the guise of bonuses. Subsequently, Sun Fumin would smooth over the accounts, leaving only the salary item on the ledger. Indeed, my memory fails me. It is the factory's payroll. Sun Fumin appreciated Li Tianming's cleverness and his caution. Those who aspire to greatness must not place themselves in jeopardy. Utilizing bonuses as a motivational tool invigorates the workforce. After all, the factory also offers production bonuses. Human potential is unleashed through encouragement. Mere rhetoric is ineffective. The workers must observe tangible benefits. Completing tasks ahead of schedule would certainly reflect well upon you. Sunday. Upon hearing this, Sun Fumin burst into laughter. You have a knack for this, young man. Now I can rest easy. Work diligently, and I shall not shortchange you. Sun Fumin departed, and although the villagers did not overhear their conversation, they noted the jovial exchange, elevating their opinion of Li Tianming. Such a prominent leader, and yet they found it difficult to even utter a word in his presence. Yet Li Tianming handled the situation with remarkable ease. The Li family was indeed destined for greatness. As noon approached, Li Tianming called everyone to the canteen for a meal. But despite repeated calls, none stirred. They were all deeply engrossed in their work, eager to finish early and claim their bonuses. With no alternative, Li Tianming enlisted the help of Tian Sheng and Tian Hui, taking the group's lunchboxes to the canteen. He entered the kitchen and requested 85 portions of food. They consumed their meal without pausing, each displaying seemingly boundless energy, laboring fervently. A $2 bonus awaited them for finishing a day early. Tired? What does that matter? Aren't farmers accustomed to toil? Generations have persevered through such labor. As darkness enveloped the sky, the workers showed no signs of resting. Li Tianming sought out Sun Fumin to relay the situation. We need to run electricity and set up lights. The expedited timeline is a testament to our efforts. If we failed to support our logistics, it would be counterproductive. After dinner, the lights were set up, and the workers wiped their mouths, ready to continue. Do not mention fatigue to me. As long as the factory does not mind wasting electricity, I can work through the night. Well said, Tianming. The farmers truly embody resilience. Sun Fumin exclaimed, his joy evident. This task is entrusted to you by me, and we must uphold our honor in front of the villagers. Would you not agree? Sun Fumin's smile widened. If there are any requests, Feel free to voice them. I shall do my utmost to accommodate. Now is the time to secure additional benefits for the villagers. Since you mention it, could we provide everyone with a set of clean clothes? That is a trivial matter. Tomorrow, go to the logistics department to collect uniforms and shoes for everyone. In a factory of over 10,000 people, we can certainly spare a few dozen work outfits. Are there any other requests? Speak freely, and we shall address them. Li Tianming pretended to be perplexed. Moreover, as the chilling weather sets in, the issue of warmth for the villagers arises. Each person should receive an additional cotton jacket, which should suffice. Any more would be seen as excessive. Well then, allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the villagers. Chapter 51. A long-term perspective. I heard that you all worked until midnight yesterday? As Li Tianming was enjoying his breakfast, Sun Li approached him. Upon seeing him, Tian Sheng, Tian Hui, and Tian Li quickly lowered their heads. Brother Sun, how did you find out? Yesterday, Li Tianming had also worked alongside everyone until the wee hours. Fortunately, his youthful body seemed to possess boundless energy. In another 20 years, he might have already collapsed from exhaustion. Ask anyone in the factory. There is hardly anyone who doesn't know. Everyone is talking about that young lad who delivers fish, bringing along a bunch of hard-working fellows. That assessment is quite accurate. Are we receiving fish today as well? Sun Li, now in charge of the handover, noted that the workers had grown accustomed to enjoying braised fish every couple of days. If it were to cease, the pampered workers would undoubtedly raise a ruckus. Once I finish organizing today's tasks, I'll head back to fetch the fish. Having been away for a day, I must check on my younger siblings. That's good. If anyone inquires, I'll have a proper response. Saying this, he handed Li Tianming a box of cigarettes. Wow, Zhonghua. This lad truly knows nothing of humility. It's evident that he has profited handsomely from the business of wild ducks and geese. After finishing breakfast, various segments of the steel plant were still convening for their pre-shift meetings, while the construction site at the expert dormitory was already bustling with activity. After outlining the tasks for the day, Li Tianming called Tian Sheng over. I'm going back to the village to fetch the fish. You stay here and keep an eye on things. If anyone disobeys orders, make a note of it. Tian Sheng's expression darkened. But what if uncle? Everyone must be treated equally. With that, Li Tianming climbed onto his tractor and departed. Upon returning to the village, it was just around noon. He first visited his younger siblings. Li Xueqing was not home, and Xiao Fengyun, heavily pregnant, was unable to cause any disturbance. While Li Tianming might have had some reservations, Li Tianli, however, was rather blunt and wouldn't care whether she was carrying a child from the Li family. Brother, take me with you. It's boring staying at home. If you go, only Xiao Rong and Xiao will be left at home. What if they get bullied? Li Tianli immediately lost his temper. If you're feeling idle, you can help Xiao Rong with chores at home, or go up the mountain to gather herbs. Save some money for building a new house come spring. Upon hearing Li Tianming mention the new house, his younger siblings brimmed with anticipation. They were eager to avoid living in the same courtyard as that troublemaker. Brother, will I have my own room then? Li Tianming tossed the last piece of flatbread into his mouth. Of course. After lunch, Li Tianming tidied up and prepared to head out. He needed to return to the city before nightfall and reminded his siblings not to engage with Xiao Fengyun. For any matters, they should seek out third uncle or fourth uncle. As he stepped outside, Li Tianming noticed Xiao Fengyun peering through the window, her gaze akin to that of a viper ready to strike. Yet, irrespective of her deep-seated resentment, it avails her nothing. The fledgling has matured into an eagle, no longer swayed by her or Li Xueqing. He drove the tractor to the village committee, learning that Li Xueqing was at the reed marshes, and hurried northward. Upon arriving at the village head, he encountered the last individuals he wished to see, Du Juan and Pang Bingxin. The pair carried a basket, seemingly on their way to visit family. Yet Du Juan's countenance bore no trace of the joy typically associated with newlywed bliss. Instead, she frowned, evidently burdened by numerous worries. This expression was all too familiar to Li Tianming, having witnessed it for decades in his previous life. Shouldn't marrying the one you love instill happiness? Why then, this familiar visage? Du Juan spotted Li Tianming, momentarily stunned before hastily averting her gaze and departing in a flurry. Pang Bingxin shot Li Tianming a glare before hastening after Du Juan. Insanity. Li Tianming dismissed the irrelevant individuals, continuing his journey to the reed marshes. From a distance, he spotted Li Xueqing directing the others in hauling nets ashore. Tianming, you're back. The fish trade cannot cease. How are you two brothers faring? If they're disobedient, feel free to discipline them. Li Xueqing leaped from the boat, his hands red and frozen from the cold. All is well. They worked diligently, and the leaders at the steel factory commend them. That's splendid. That is splendid. Li Xueqing accepted the cigarette offered by Li Tianming, lighting it, and taking a deep inhale. Given the weather, I suspect the reed marshes will freeze over in a few days, necessitating a temporary halt to fishing. Once the surface freezes, it becomes perilous to walk upon until the ice is solid enough to support one's weight. We will wait until it is thoroughly frozen before cutting holes for the nets. Once I return, I'll have a word with the folks at the steel factory. After a brief respite, the group resumed loading the vehicle, first filling the water tank to 1/3 before placing the fish inside. In this cold weather, even if the fish were to perish en route, they would not spoil. By the time they completed their tasks, it was already past 3 o'clock. Li Tianming needed to rush to the city. He sold the mountain herbs he had gathered over the past few days along the way. Before dark, he finally arrived at the steel factory. I have never seen such industrious individuals from your village. It seems you labor tirelessly for profit. The construction site was abuzz with activity, with Li Tianming making numerous round trips to deliver fish. If only the populace across the nation were as diligent, perhaps socialism could indeed be realized within 2 years. Li Tianming lit a cigarette, his hands trembling uncontrollably. It's freezing. It's not even December yet. How bitterly cold will it become year's end? Without effort, how can one attain a better life? A good life is forged through labor. It cannot simply be awaited. As he spoke, a staff member from the logistics department approached. Xiao Li, you've finally returned. Director Sun has been looking for you. Go ahead, I'll bring you the money and receipt shortly, said Sun Li, patting Li Tianming's arm. It's good news. Good news? Li Tianming inquired, puzzled, as he accompanied the individual to the construction site. From a distance, he noticed Sun Fumin accompanying a group of leaders on an inspection, with Li Xuejuan present as well. Director Sun, Li Tianming jogged forward to greet him. Upon seeing Li Tianming, Director Sun exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, the leadership had requested him to present the construction plan in progress, areas in which he had little understanding. While he fumbled through the conversation, he discreetly instructed someone to find Li Tianming. Secretary, Factory Director, this is Li Tianming. He is in charge of this construction site. Among those present were high-ranking officials, with the foremost being the Secretary of Haicheng Steel Plant, who also served as the Director of the Revolutionary Committee. Young comrade, despite your tender age, do you possess the confidence to oversee such a significant project? Indeed, Li Tianming responded, allowing a hint of youthful exuberance to surface. After all, it was crucial that he appeared engaged while the leaders imparted their earnest guidance. A young individual must possess the audacity to innovate and act, yet remain humble and seek counsel from seasoned veterans to achieve progress. What followed was a series of conventional platitudes, curiously reminiscent of what he had heard during his previous encounters with higher-ups. It was evident that the culture of bureaucracy had a long-standing continuity. Li Tianming's subsequent performance left Sun Fumin in awe, as he flawlessly embodied the image of a young man deeply moved and inspired by the encouragement of his superiors. Thank you for your leadership's concern. Next came the declaration of his resolve. I wish to assure all leaders that I will prioritize quality, safety, and efficiency in our work, striving to complete the tasks assigned by the leadership ahead of schedule, ensuring that experts can move into their new residences before the Spring Festival. Oh, this young comrade exhibits commendable competence and high ideological awareness. The other leaders offered further words of encouragement. After hearing Li Tianming's presentation on the construction plan in progress, they departed, satisfied. Li Tianming, I'm quite surprised, Sun Fumin remarked, casting a glance at him. The young man had not forgotten to add a line about working under Director Sun's leadership, which particularly pleased him. How about considering a position at the steel plant? Given your performance today, your future prospects are boundless. Huh, if I were to join, would you truly be at ease? Li Tianming replied with a chuckle. Uncle Sun, please don't belittle me. I know my own worth. What would I do at the steel plant? I wouldn't even qualify to stand at the entrance. I'd rather remain a humble farmer. Sun Fumin was even more pleased by this response. Don't rush your decision. Think it over. The steel plant offers a platform well suited for you. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out. With that, Sun Fumin took his leave. Tianming, why didn't you accept the offer? Li Xuejuan inquired once Sun Fumin had distanced himself. The steel plant does not readily recruit from society. If you miss this opportunity, it may not come again. Uncle, what would I do at the steel plant? Under Director Sun, our village's business dealings would surely cease to avoid conflict. And do you genuinely believe he would promote me? Li Xuejuan, being astute, quickly grasped the implication of Li Tianming's words. Those in leadership positions are unlikely to favor overly capable individuals beneath them. Indeed, one must maintain a long-term perspective. The Li family's foundation is more suitable for Li Tianming. With his restless spirit, without the protection of kin, he would inevitably encounter trouble. Chapter 52. The peasant construction team. As the chill of winter deepened, the work at the construction site showed no signs of delay. By early December, half of the main structure had already been completed. Li Tianming divided the 4 teams into 2 groups. One continued to erect the main framework, while the other began the finishing touches. For these seasoned farmers, the task of decoration was not daunting. In the past, they had built houses by applying mud to walls, but now they transitioned to painting with whitewash. The installation of windows and doors was entrusted to Li Xueqing, who led a few skilled carpenters from their village. Everyone was preoccupied with the desire to finish ahead of schedule and earn extra income. No one complained of fatigue. They commenced work at dawn and toiled until midnight. Occasionally, workers from the steel plant would come to observe, and while they used to sing about the strength of workers, witnessing this peasant construction team made them realize the true strength of farmers. Among the visitors was a familiar face to Li Tianming, Song Xiaojun, the brother of Song Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Li Tianming, Song Xiaojun was momentarily taken aback, staring for a while before confirming that this was indeed the person who had previously assisted his sister in delivering messages. Wasn't he a farmer? How had he transformed into a construction worker? Moreover, observing Li Tianming holding blueprints and directing with authority made him appear akin to the engineers at the plant. Could it be that this young man truly was someone of significance? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. No matter how capable he was, he remained just a farmer. However, it was precisely because this group of individuals, tasked with constructing the expert dormitories for the steel plant, were farmers that they soon caught the attention of a local newspaper in Haiqing. In these times, although many policies were quite rigid, there remained a supportive stance towards farmers increasing their income through labor during the off-season. For instance, Li Tianming's previous work on river projects was one such government initiative aimed at enhancing farmers' earnings. Now, this peasant construction team building dormitories for the Haiqing steel plant was remarkably representative. It not only exemplified the superiority of national policies, but also showcased the close unity between the farmer and worker classes. This warranted extensive coverage. When the reporter was introduced to Li Tianming and learned of his identity, he instinctively thought that this bespectacled, lanky individual was there to cause trouble. However, his companion, a round-faced young woman, was quite charming. "Hello, Comrade Li Tianming. I am Lu Siming, a reporter from the Haiqing Daily, and this is my colleague, Jiang Hongying." Li Tianming glanced at the accompanying individual, who was Yin Gang, an official from the steel plant's publicity department. It was worth mentioning that Yin Gang was distantly related to Li Tianming, as his aunt was Yin Xiaojun. "Why have you brought reporters here?" "Tianming, these 2 reporters are specifically here to interview you, the captain of this peasant construction team." "Captain? When did that title come about?" Seeing Yin Gang signaling insistently, it was clear he wanted him to cooperate. Yet, how could Li Tianming comply when he was oblivious to their intentions? "Comrade Li Tianming, do not be anxious. We merely wish to pose a few straightforward questions to you," Lu Siming remarked, while Jiang Hongying, seated beside him, had already taken out a small notebook, preparing to record the responses. "Please proceed with your inquiries." Having brought the individual here, it would be imprudent to dismiss him now. Although the profession of a scribe may not enjoy much prestige these days, journalists are an exception, as they serve as the voice of the people. "Dear colleagues, it is rather chaotic here, and the wind is quite strong. Perhaps we should seek a more tranquil setting to commence our discussion." Yin Gang, with good intentions, had barely finished his suggestion when Jiang Hongying rebutted him. "Comrade Yin Gang, your assertion is flawed. Our fellow farmers can persist in their work under such conditions. So why should we seek special treatment? Our instructors have taught us that one must utilize their voice to express their thoughts clearly," rendering Yin Gang momentarily speechless. After reciting the slogans, Jiang Hongying struck a pose that was quite popular at the time. "Ah, this young girl is far from charming." Li Tianming silently retracted his earlier appraisal of her. "Let us begin, Teacher Lu." Lu Siming wore an expression tinged with resignation. He too felt the chill. Yet with the conversation having reached this point, he could only swiftly recalibrate his emotions. "The first question is, Comrade Li Tianming, What prompted you to seek work in the city during the agricultural off-season? Haven't you already answered that? During the off-season, there are no tasks to attend to in the fields. Should we merely languish at home by the warm Kong? After internally venting his frustrations, Li Tianming responded earnestly. Our instructors have taught us that labor is the most honorable pursuit. It is only through work that one can truly realize their value. Much like the two esteemed journalists, braving the cold to conduct grassroots interviews is indeed commendable and worthy of emulation. Hey, do not laugh. Did you not perceive that I was subtly mocking you? Or was my insinuation too obscure? Never mind. All the work in the fields has been completed, yet as farmers, we must not limit our focus to the fields. We should utilize every available moment to contribute to national development, thereby answering the government's call. This young man possesses considerable insight. Lu Siming immediately retracted his earlier disdain and continued with his inquiries. The second question is, regarding your farming construction team. While building the expert dormitory for the Haiqing steel plant, is this work voluntary, or will you receive some form of compensation? If the newspaper does not pay you, can you truly work for free? Dear journalist, you are a person of great intellect, and I trust that your grasp of theoretical knowledge surpasses mine. Is it not the very essence of socialism that one's rewards are commensurate with one's labor, and that those who do not work shall not eat? Lu Siming sensed a growing unease. The manner in which he had posed his question was indeed flawed, and now Li Tianming was poised to retaliate. Should a debate ensue from this, it would spell disaster for him. We are constructing the expert dormitory for the Haiqing steel plant, investing our labor in exchange for remuneration. Is this not entirely reasonable? Just as Lu Siming was about to clarify, Li Tianming continued to speak. I have just mentioned that farmers should not confine their focus solely to the fields. They must broaden their horizons. Educators, too, devote their lives to liberating the largest segment of the population, farmers, from the shackles of land, enabling them to utilize their hands more flexibly to create wealth. This fellow is hardly a farmer. He is evidently a theorist. The prepared questions can no longer be pursued. Lu Siming, deep in contemplation regarding strategies, suddenly heard Jiang Hongying interject. However, agricultural development is of paramount importance. If farmers choose to work in the city, how can agriculture possibly thrive? This question remains unresolved even until the day Li Tianming is reborn. Are you asking me? We venture out to work during the agricultural off-season. The agricultural production in our village has not been neglected. Yet Jiang Hongying was relentless, continuing to inquire. However, if the accomplishments of your farmer construction team are widely reported, and some farmers, inspired by your example, choose to work in the city during non-off-season periods, would that not impact agricultural development? Young girl, are you trying to lead me into a trap? If, as Jiang Hongying suggests, farmers abandon the land for urban employment in pursuit of higher incomes, there is a possibility that they could be manipulated by those with ulterior motives, and Li Tianming and his peers might become negative exemplars. In this era, even national leaders tread cautiously on policy matters. Yet Jiang Hongying seeks answers from Li Tianming. Are you suffering from some grave malady? However, now that I am put on the spot, I cannot remain silent. At the very least, I must extricate myself and my fellow villagers. I do not possess extensive knowledge regarding policies, but I believe that the 2 points you raised are not inherently contradictory. Lu Siming initially intended to reprimand Jiang Hongying, but upon hearing Li Tianming's response, he became intrigued. For instance, in a village with 100 acres of land and 100 laborers, if cultivating those 100 acres requires only 50 individuals, what should the remaining 50 do? Should they toil alongside the other 50, doubling the effort for a single task? Or should these 50 individuals be liberated from the land to pursue alternative endeavors that generate greater value? The answer to this question is evidently clear. Even an elementary school student would know what to do. Yet, in reality, this question and its answer are not applicable in the current context. The initiative of sending educated youth to the countryside was originally intended to alleviate the surplus of urban employment. How could there possibly be enough job opportunities in the city for the farmers venturing into urban labor? Subsequently, the wave of farmers seeking work in cities emerged due to the government's vigorous development of infrastructure, necessitating a substantial labor force. And some jobs were precisely those that urban residents were reluctant to undertake, thus giving rise to the phenomenon of migrant workers. We do not delve into policy matters, as I am not particularly knowledgeable in that regard. Concerning the question raised by Comrade Jiang, I can only say that our agricultural tasks in the village have been completed. Now, We have an opportunity that allows us not only to earn some income to ensure our families enjoy a prosperous year, but also to contribute to the construction of the steel plant. Thus, we have seized this moment of agricultural downtime to come out and work. Emphasizing the term agricultural downtime, Li Tianming is confident that Lu Ximing would understand. As for Jiang Hongying, this girl will need some proper guidance upon her return. Chapter 53, Glorious Ancestry. In the days following that interview, Li Tianming was filled with trepidation, fearing that a group might suddenly arrive to apprehend them. In this era, a single misplaced word could prove fatal. Now, with the matter involving policy at hand, who can accurately predict where the storm clouds may gather? The project must continue, and the livelihood of delivering fish to the factory cannot cease. Li Tianming could only summon his resolve to cope with it all. He had just delivered the fish and was weighing them alongside Sun Li and others when suddenly, Tianming, Li Xuejuan dashed over, clutching a newspaper. Upon seeing the paper, Li Tianming's heart skipped a beat. However, Li Xuejuan's exuberant demeanor suggested it was not bad news. Look, you made it into the newspaper. This was not surprising. Having participated in an interview, it was only a matter of time before it was published, provided there were no significant upheavals. Hurry, take a look. Li Xuejuan thrust the newspaper into Li Tianming's hands, his face nearly beaming with joy. Section Chief, what's the matter? Why so happy? Sun Li inquired, also leaning in. Li Tianming quickly located the article about himself, which was quite extensive. Farmers Construction Team. The focus of the article was not reflected in the title at all. It lacked any captivating highlights to engage the readers. Poorly done. At the very least, there should have been something akin to 1970. The contractor navigates the urban landscape. Well, Li Tianming was not particularly adept at naming things himself. The article began by affirming the members of Li Jiado village for making full use of their agricultural downtime to seek urban employment, utilizing their own hands to create wealth and realize their life's value. They were portrayed as representatives who actively exercised their initiative in response to the nation's call. Subsequently, a significant portion of the article praised the unity and collaboration between the working class and the peasantry in contributing to the construction of the steel plant. Ultimately, it was merely a panegyric, extolling the actions of the farmers' construction team from various perspectives. Surprisingly, it did not touch upon the policy content at all. Perhaps the editorial leadership was wary of inadvertently stepping on landmines. What delighted Li Xuejuan was that Li Tianming's name was mentioned 3 times within the article. It also noted how he diligently studied construction knowledge in his spare time and had now achieved the level of a junior engineer. Wasn't that nonsense? Li Tianming, more than anyone, knew his own capabilities. Junior engineer? Such an exaggeration. After several days of anxiety, it turned out to be a mere false alarm. However, this may be for the best. In these times, those who dare to stand out often meet with swift demise. It is wiser to remain humble and focus on nurturing one's own life before concerning oneself with broader matters. What a fanciful notion, Tianming. This is indeed a matter of familial honor. Can the genealogy be inscribed on a single page? The Li family possesses a lineage record, once accompanied by an ancestral hall, which has unfortunately succumbed to the ravages of time and human intervention. During those tumultuous years, a group of red armbands stormed in. And despite the Li family's considerable influence within the village, they could not shield themselves from the chaos. Fortunately, the ancestral tablets were salvaged, and the venerable stone tablet commemorating over 5 centuries of ancestral merit has been securely hidden away. The destruction of the ancestral hall is regrettable, yet in a previous life, it was Li Tianming who financed its reconstruction in the year 2000. I digress. Li Xuejuan's talk of familial glory is amusing. Let us indulge our elder uncle's delight. I have long believed in your potential, young lad. Upon my next visit to the village, we shall burn this newspaper at the ancestral grave, allowing our forebears to share in our joy. Should we not cherish it instead? Why burn it? This evening, bring Tiansheng, Tianhui, and your father over for dinner. Such a momentous occasion deserves a proper celebration. After Li Xuejuan spoke, he departed in high spirits. Indeed, my brother, we have made the newspaper. Sun Li chuckled as he playfully punched Li Tianming. Just wait. I shall head to the finance office to collect the funds. Today, Director Li is treating us, and tomorrow, I shall treat you. It is a source of pride to see acquaintances featured in the newspaper. Though he did not fully comprehend, Li Tianming expressed his respect. After days of anxiety, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It is indeed fortunate that no major calamity has occurred. Yet, deep within, in a barely perceptible corner of his heart, there lingered a hint of disappointment. If only everything he had expressed could be published, perhaps it might influence the nation in some small way. What if it could lead to positive developments? But such thoughts are futile. I am merely an ordinary citizen, and matters of national significance are best left to our leaders. It is wise for the common folk to refrain from meddling in affairs beyond their reach. After all, the nation has thrived and asserted its stature on the world stage, even commanding respect at the United Nations. Having received the funds, Li Tianming returned to the construction site. Seeking out Tianxing and Tianhui, Auntie has invited us over for dinner. The nights are growing colder, and the end of the workday has been moved earlier. No amount of money is worth sacrificing one's health. Catching a cold is not something that can be cured with a mere few coins. Subsequently, Li Tianming sought out Li Xueqing. Father, Annie wants us to come over for dinner. Li Xueqing, engrossed in cutting wood, shook his head repeatedly. I cannot go. There is too much work to be done. It is not the workload that deters you, but rather the fear of encountering Auntie. Ever since they began working at the factory, Yan Xiaozhen has been a frequent visitor, coming to scold Li Xueqing and attend to the dirty laundry of her nephews, while also admonishing him to take better care of Qiao Fengyuan and to treat his own children with kindness. At the outset, Li Xueqing responded with vague remarks. But now he avoids Yan Xiaozhen at all costs, rather than willingly endure her incessant chatter. He would prefer to gnaw on the coarse buns made from mixed flour at the construction site. If you don't go, my aunt will undoubtedly come looking for you tomorrow. After working side by side for a while, the relationship between father and son has indeed softened. Nonetheless, Li Tianming is acutely aware that once they return home, the familiar whispers from Qiao Fengyuan will restore things to their previous state. Having lived 2 lives, he has long ceased to harbor any expectations regarding Li Xueqing. Li Xueqing remains silent, wholly focused on his work. Forget it. Li Tianming, disinterested in further discussion, glances at the time. It's nearly 7 o'clock. This watch, a gift from Sun Fumin, is a Shanghai brand, and wearing such a piece on one's wrist could easily attract the attention of young ladies. Sun Fumin's decision to bestow such a precious gift stems from Li Tianming's commendable maturity. Once the workday concluded, he called out a few times, but upon seeing no movement, he decided against further urging. He summoned Tianxing and Tianhui, and together they headed to the employees' quarters of the steel plant. Where's your father? Why hasn't he come? Yan Xiaozhen inquired, surprised by Li Xueqing's absence. My dad is avoiding you, afraid of your nagging, came the reply. What a spineless fellow. Li Xueqing overheard this comment and felt a profound disappointment in his brother. Fortunately, there remains Li Tianming, his capable nephew, who can uphold the family name. Have you mentioned your newspaper feature to your father? No. What is there to discuss? In Uncle's eyes, it's a matter of pride, but to Li Xueqing, even such achievements wouldn't be regarded as bragging rights. With a sigh, Li Xueqing lamented the estrangement between his younger brother and his nephew, a situation he found disheartening yet unavoidable. Dinner is ready. Uncle, you mentioned that brother made it into the newspaper. What is the story? Li Tianxing asked curiously. The newspaper is right there. See for yourself. Upon mentioning this, a smile returned to Li Xueqing's face. Indeed, it exists. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Li Tianxing and Li Tianhui squeezed together to read the article, and upon seeing the name Li Tianming, their reaction mirrored that of Li Xueqing. Perhaps this truly is a moment of familial glory. When they return home next time, should they not visit their ancestors' graves together to pay their respects? Come, let us raise a toast to Tianming's feature in the newspaper. This is a momentous occasion, Li Xueqing declared, his expression serious, imbued with a sense of ceremony. Cheers. After finishing their meal and leaving Uncle's home, it was already past 10 o'clock. As soon as Li Tianming stepped out of the building, he felt a chill across his face. Looking up, he noticed the soft glow of lights from above, revealing snowflakes gently descending. Brother, it's snowing. Chapter 54. The first snow of 1971. This sudden snowfall heralded the impending arrival of winter. In the following days, temperatures plummeted sharply, with daytime highs hovering around freezing. In this inclement weather, even the workers at the steel mill are reluctant to leave their workshops. Yet, the agricultural construction team from Li Jiatai persists in their labor, diligently working from dawn until dusk at the construction site. In a few days, another batch of work awaits, but as the ice thickens, it will become increasingly impossible to break through. Accepting the money handed to him by Sun Li without counting it, Li Tianming simply tucked it into his pocket. With less than a month until the new year, the amount saved is nearly sufficient. An additional 5,000 gene should suffice for the holiday, allowing each person to receive their share. In these times, no one assesses happiness indices. Instead, people focus entirely on the benefits distributed by their employers before the new year. Rice and flour are standard provisions, while fruit is a rarity. If any meat finds its way into the benefits, it is a source of immense joy. 5,000 gene. Are you trying to take my life? Do you know how laborious it is to fish now? Just making a hole in the ice takes half a day's effort. Sunli chuckled. For others, it's a challenge. But for you, at least you've graced the pages of a newspaper. What does being in the newspaper matter? Does it confer some golden status? When breaking the ice, a mere lift of the hand can create a gaping hole. Nonsense. After that report in the Haiqing Daily, it was expected that things would quiet down. However, tranquility lasted only a couple of days before the Jingxing Youth Daily reprinted it, followed by several other newspapers sending reporters for interviews. Some of these outlets were so prestigious that Li Tianming trembled while answering their questions. Having experienced this once, Li Tianming had learned his lesson. During interviews, he acted as obediently as a young bride, complying with every request for cooperation without uttering a single superfluous word. He emphasized the camaraderie with the workers and repeatedly highlighted the term during the agricultural off-season. We are taking advantage of the agricultural off-season to earn some extra money, without neglecting our work in the fields. Fortunately, after a few days of commotion, the fervor gradually subsided. Contrary to Li Tianming's concerns, there was no surge in calls for other teams to emulate the Li Jiatai construction crew. Although anxiety lingered, there were benefits as well. During this time, Li Tianming and his fellow villagers received the same benefits as the steel mill workers. Moreover, having become a model example, they were naturally afforded special protection. Each received a new cotton coat, and even cotton trousers, previously reserved for senior officials, were now worn by them. In summary, from the director of the steel mill down to the lowest ranks, everyone feared that their precious group might face any injustice. It was a matter of principle. The hardworking farmers had toiled throughout the year to alleviate the burdens of their fellow workers, sacrificing their off-season rest and braving the elements to labor at the construction site. If they were to be wronged, what would happen to the sense of solidarity? What would become of their class stance? Would it not dishearten their farming brethren? Thus, they received what was due and even exceeded expectations. The gains from these efforts nearly equaled the wages of their counterparts. Tiansheng, what's the matter? Is everything all right? Nothing. Just, Li Tiansheng said, glancing toward a group of people not far away. Li Tianming glanced back, immediately feigning to discuss issues while pointing at the blueprints. There was no need to worry. They were merely a documentary crew from the Haiqing City television station who had been filming for several days. According to Yin Gang, it seemed they intended to create a documentary. They constantly aimed their camera at people, which made everyone feel rather awkward. The thing he referred to was, of course, the camera. Nowadays, even city dwellers rarely encounter such equipment. After the crew's arrival, the leaders of the steel plant would occasionally visit the construction site to appear on camera. Noticing the time, and given that it was the Lunar New Year, Yan Xiaojin had asked Yin Gang to relay an invitation for everyone to come to their home for dinner. Li Xueqing, as usual, shied away, for he least desired to meet Yin Xiaojin. He called for everyone to wrap up for the day, and due to the New Year festivities, the steel plant's canteen had prepared a special meal for them. Those who could drink were in for a few rounds. Li Tianming advised everyone to partake in moderation, especially not to press Li Xueqing into drinking. Li Xueqing had a penchant for drunken antics, and should he cause a scene, it would be embarrassing for everyone. After tidying up in the dormitory and bringing along gifts for his uncle and aunt, Li Tianming called upon Tiansheng and Tianhui, and they set out together. Auntie, Happy New Year. The two trailing behind mimicked Li Tianming's greetings. Come in quickly, it's cold outside. With the stove burning and the company of many. The moment they stepped inside, their heavy winter clothes felt stifling. In later years, no one was allowed to bring anything when visiting. Earning a living was not easy. And with age, they preferred to save money for future matchmaking. Yin Xiaojin busily prepared the meal while chattering away. Yet, such chatter was never bothersome. Rather, it warmed their hearts. Tianman was also home today, and the four eldest sons from different families had played together since childhood, their bond naturally strong. They reminisced about their youth and shared their future aspirations. This outing had broadened Tiansheng and Tianhui's horizons. They no longer fixated solely on the trivialities of farm life. Brother, I want to learn something too. This experience had profoundly impacted Tian Sheng's mindset, particularly witnessing Li Tianming expertly managing such a large project and effortlessly entertaining the leaders. If you wish to learn, follow me in studying the blueprints. If there are future projects, you can bring the villagers to work. At this, Tian Sheng repeatedly shook his head. I can't do it. Li Tianming had tried teaching him before, but he simply could not grasp it. The lines on the blueprint left him bewildered. In his past life, after marrying, Tian Sheng had worked as an accountant at a brick factory in Daliu town. He had graduated from junior high, capable of writing and calculating. Later, he self-studied accounting principles. Although he never obtained a certification, he spent his entire life in that profession. Then think carefully about what you truly wish to learn. And you, Tian Hui. This cousin had also distinguished himself among his peers in his previous life. Later, he secured a position at a fertilizer plant in the county after passing an exam. Had no unforeseen events occurred, his life would likely have been smooth and uneventful. However, fate did not align with human desires. Just 2 years into his job, while on night duty during winter, a poorly managed coal stove led to carbon monoxide poisoning. Although he was rescued, it caused significant brain damage. By the age of 50, he suffered a stroke, resulting in partial paralysis. If given a second chance, Li Tianming could only wish that his cousin would evade such a calamity. As for me, I aspire to work in the factory, to secure a steady job. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with hope. You young lads, stop your chatter and come to dinner. The final dish served was the wild rabbit that Li Tianming had brought last time. Li Xuejuan produced some of his reserves. Today marks the solar new year, so let us all indulge a bit. He gestured for Tianman to pour drinks for everyone. I propose a toast. Today is the first day of 1971. May each of you thrive in the coming year. These simple 4 words encapsulated the elders' best wishes for the younger generation. Dad, Mom, it's snowing again. Li Xiang suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned to gaze out the window. Outside, snowflakes danced gracefully in the air. The first snowfall of 1971 graced the night of the year's beginning. Snow is wonderful. It heralds a bountiful year ahead, one hoped. Though nearly a decade had passed since the famine, that memory remained etched in the bones of every Chinese person. The taste of hunger was one that no one wished to experience again. In the canteen of the steel mill, Li Xueqing and others were also toasting and drinking merrily. It had been a month since they had been away, and thoughts of home lingered in everyone's minds. With the project nearing completion, they all anticipated receiving their wages to return home for a prosperous new year. Come on. It's getting late. Let us finish this drink and head back to rest. Someone suggested, and everyone readily agreed, knowing that they needed to continue working the next day. Only Li Xueqing remained silent, as Li Tianming had previously advised that no one should encourage him to drink that night. Without the pleasure of drinking, his mood understandably soured. Uncle, let us go? Tianli said, moving to help Li Xueqing. Get up. Li Xueqing felt uneasy and pushed Tianli away. If you want to leave, go ahead. It's the new year, and I won't be denied my drink. His shout instantly hushed the canteen, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Xueqing, what's the matter? Why are you throwing a tantrum like a child? A younger brother of the same generation approached. You've had enough to drink. We still have work tomorrow. Why don't we call it a night? As peers attempted to persuade him, Li Xueqing initially contemplated acquiescing. Yet, at that moment, someone uttered, Uncle. Tianming said not to let you drink too much. This remark ignited an explosive reaction within Li Xueqing. He said, Who is he to dictate my actions? He bellowed, his hands gripping the edge of the table as he forcefully pushed it up. Just then, the leaders of the steel mill entered, witnessing the entire scene unfold before their eyes. Chapter 55. The end of a relationship. The leadership of the steel mill had also arranged a gathering to celebrate the new year. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, I contemplated visiting the hard-working farmers, hoping to encourage them, while simultaneously prompting the factory's publication to feature a report for promotional purposes. However, upon entering the cafeteria, I was met with a shocking spectacle. The factory's revolutionary committee director, suppressing his indignation, was preparing to utter a few diplomatic remarks when Li Xueqing bellowed loudly. Who does he think he is? Does he truly believe that he can disregard his father just because he has gained some confidence? For the next 100 years, I will remain his father. If I command him to kneel, he will not dare to stand. It was only then that the onlookers grasped the gravity of the situation, and several individuals quickly stepped forward to restrain Li Xueqing, while others forcefully covered his mouth to stifle his reckless words. The leaders present frequently visited the construction site, always accompanied by Li Tianming. The individual in the middle appeared to be the director of the Steel Plant's Revolutionary Committee, the highest authority. Li Xueqing's outburst in front of them was a grave blunder. Unacceptable. The Revolutionary Committee director, his face a mask of fury, turned on his heel to leave, while Sun Fumin lingered behind, surveying the chaos and the struggling Li Xueqing. He was aware that this man was Li Tianming's biological father. Enough of this, go notify Tianming. As he spoke, a relaxed smile graced his face. Just moments ago, the Revolutionary Committee director had mentioned Li Tianming at the banquet, clearly indicating intentions to promote him. This was not what Sun Fumin wished to see, for the article in the newspaper had cast Li Tianming in a prominent light, overshadowing his own presence. Should the leadership choose to promote Li Tianming, given his capabilities and intelligence, it would not be long before he surpassed Sun Fumin. Now, with such a father, Li Tianming's prospects for advancement in the political arena were effectively extinguished. He could only be utilized by his father. After a few drinks, Li Xueqing became a verbal liability, a ticking time bomb. No matter how exceptional Li Tianming was, he would not be favored by the leadership. Who could predict if Li Xueqing, in a drunken stupor, might inadvertently reveal sensitive information? Oh, you, AI Tianli, do you know where your uncle Xuejuan lives? Quickly, go fetch Tianming. When Li Tianli arrived at Li Xuejuan's residence, a lively discussion was underway. However, upon hearing Li Tianli's message, Li Xuejuan was nearly driven to overturn his own table in fury. Though merely a junior section chief, he was still privy to certain rumors within the factory. Previously, the Revolutionary Committee director had expressed intentions to promote Li Tianming. Recently, as Li Tianming basked in the spotlight, the director had once again considered bringing him into his fold. But now it was all ruined. Let us go. Grab your winter coats. Li Xuejuan stormed out, with Li Tianming and the others hastily following. Brother, has our second uncle caused a commotion? Li Tianxing frowned, recalling the remarks made at the banquet. While he did not comprehend everything, he could sense the implications. His brother was being favored by the leadership and was on the brink of success, yet all that had now been jeopardized by their second uncle. In the dormitory, Li Xueqing continued to shout loudly, fortunate that the factory had assigned them to an old dormitory building with no one else around. Bang! The door was kicked open by Li Xuejuan. Upon witnessing the arrival of the individual, those who had previously sought to persuade Li Xueqing all stepped aside. Slap! 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 A series of blows silenced Li Xueqing instantly. He slumped to the ground, his head bowed, rendered speechless. Bang! Li Xuejuan raised his leg and struck once more. Why couldn't you just die for the good? His frustration reached a boiling point. In the past, no matter how angry he had been with Li Xueqing, he had never resorted to such harsh words. But this time, the future that his nephew had painstakingly forged was recklessly squandered by this scoundrel. Years ago, when his nephew excelled academically, he was more than capable of gaining admission to a technical school, securing a position in a state-owned enterprise, and enjoying the stability of a government job. Yet, Li Xueqing had thwarted his educational pursuits, forcing Li Tianming to return to farming. Now, having once again earned an opportunity through his own merit, it was Li Xueqing who had once more obliterated his prospects. How could Li Xuejuan not harbor resentment? Get lost. I never want to see you again, leave. He shouted, attempting to strike again, but was restrained by those nearby. Brother Xuejuan, stop. Second brother is just drunk. Was Li Xueqing truly inebriated? Clearly not. To put it plainly, this ruckus was merely an excuse to unleash pent-up frustrations. Ever since moving to the city, Li Xueqing had known no peace. Instead of being the patriarch, he found himself at the mercy of his son. What sort of absurdity was this? To make matters worse, his brothers and nephews regarded it as entirely reasonable. Everyone fawned over Li Tianming, while they treated him, the father, with disdain. Even his own elder brother and sister-in-law repeatedly enumerated his faults, as if he had committed some grievous sin. He had brought this child into the world. Everything that belonged to Li Tianming should rightfully be his. Yet, Li Tianming had repeatedly embarrassed him. This simmering anger had been building for some time, and fueled by alcohol. It erupted. When he overturned the table, he knew he had crossed a line, but he thought that by merely waiting until morning, the incident would be forgotten. Little did he know, this calamity was far greater than he had anticipated, provoking Li Xuejuan's wrath. Through the snow at such an hour, he was met with a barrage of slaps. Now, Li Xueqing felt genuine fear. Yet, he dared not speak, opting instead to continue feigning drunkenness. Remember this, from now on, I am no longer your brother. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. And should I hear of you troubling my nephew again, I will flay you alive." With that, he turned to leave and spotted Li Tianming. The man, now in his 40s, was visibly pained, tears brimming in his eyes. What misfortune had befallen this nephew to be plagued by such a father? "Ah, uncle, it's all right. I am at peace," Li Tianming replied with a smile. This was not meant to comfort anyone, nor was it intended for his own solace. He had never truly considered working in the steel mill. Even if a leader were to promote him, surpassing Sun Fumin, he had never entertained such thoughts. For someone like him, devoid of connections or foundation, even if he gained the favor of a leader, he would inevitably become a target of resentment. At that point, Li Tianming would have to rely on the leader for survival, becoming merely a pawn. Should any issues arise, he would undoubtedly be the first to be sacrificed, rather than inevitably becoming a pawn in the grand machinations of powerful figures, merely surviving amidst their open and covert hostilities. It is far preferable to embrace the role of a humble farmer, tending to one's own modest existence. Are you angry? Indeed, there is a semblance of anger. But what truly vexes Li Tianming is that Li Xueqing has made him the subject of ridicule. He arranged for the heavens to return his uncle home, only to subsequently instruct the relatives to keep their distance. The dormitory now housed only Li Tianming and his father, Li Xueqing. "Stop pretending. I know you're not drunk." Li Tianming spoke leisurely as he lit a cigarette. He had witnessed Li Xueqing inebriated before. A memory marred by a scar on his forehead, a remnant from when he was 14, a consequence of refusing to address Qiao Fengyun's mother, and being struck on the head with a bench by a drunken Li Xueqing. Had it not been for the Dawn's warning to his third uncle, he might not have survived that year. "Rest assured, I won't expel you." Li Xueqing stirred slightly, but remained silent. "My reluctance to cast you aside has nothing to do with your being my father. I simply do not wish to share in your disgrace." Li Tianming continued, indifferent to whether Li Xueqing was listening. "You have derailed my future twice, once during my education and again today. I consider that my debt to you repaid. However, mark my words, from this moment forth, we shall only maintain the facade of familial affection in public. Do not meddle in my affairs any longer, nor presume to exert influence over me simply because you are my father. Otherwise, I shall strip away even that semblance of respect." Li Xueqing abruptly lifted his head, seemingly in disbelief at what he had just heard. "What? You don't believe me?" Li Tianming chuckled. He had never claimed to be a virtuous person, extending kindness only to those he deemed family, a definition he reserved the right to determine. As for Li Xueqing, the moment he wed Qiao Fengyun, their father-son relationship had been reduced merely to a title. "I am not afraid of outsiders accusing me of being unfilial. As long as I can provide for them and ensure their well-being, none would dare voice such sentiments before me." Li Tianming stood up. "And tell your wife to cease her frivolous antics in my presence. Previously, out of respect for you being my father, I chose to ignore her. But that indulgence may not last." The implication was unmistakable. Henceforth, he would no longer recognize this father figure. "How dare you?" Li Xueqing, a mix of anger, urgency, and fear, felt utterly humiliated by such reprimand from his own son. "Try me. I assure you, I will not hesitate." Having long since lost all hope, Li Tianming felt no emotion in delivering these words, perceiving Li Xueqing as a mere stranger. "Enough. You should rest." With that, Li Tianming pushed open the door and exited the dormitory. This tumult was far from over. Someone else awaited him. Chapter 56. Deceit and Subterfuge. Living in squalor, standing at the threshold of Sun Fumin's office, Li Tianming took a moment to steady his composure. He lightly knocked on the door and, upon hearing an invitation to enter, he pushed it open. Inside, Sun Fumin sat behind his desk, a newspaper in hand, and upon noticing Li Tianming, exhibited a look of surprise. Such acting prowess explains how he ascended to the position of director in a major state-owned enterprise at merely over 40. "Tianming, how is your father faring?" Joy should be experienced in moderation. Excessive drinking is detrimental to one's health and can adversely affect work performance. The concern shown by the leader was met with profound gratitude from Li Tianming. "Ah, I must admit, it is partly my fault. I displeased our elder a few days ago, and today I imbibed a bit too much, leaving you in an awkward position before the leader. Uncle Sun, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my father. Life resembles a play, relying entirely on one's acting skills." Li Tianming understood well the thoughts of Sun Fumin. There are still many matters to rely on him for, and my uncle is still seeking employment under his auspices. Demonstrating humility at the right moment is not disgraceful. I have already clarified the situation to the leader, and he did not express any concerns, so you need not worry about that. Oh, how grateful I am to you. Uncle Son, my father has caused such a ruckus, and yet you still speak kindly on his behalf. What can I say in return? Li Tianming adopted an exceedingly humble demeanor, which particularly pleased Sun Fumin. Although he recognized that Li Tianming was merely putting on an act, it mattered little. Even if this young man were indeed exceptional, as long as he refrained from creating turmoil in his own territory, it would suffice. Furthermore, if he possessed talent and knew how to navigate the situation, that would be even better. Family members should not speak as outsiders. Let this matter pass and allow it to fade away. Tianming. Sun Fumin extracted a cigarette, and Li Tianming promptly stepped forward to light it for him. You are an astute individual, perceptive in thought. I wonder how you have reflected upon the matter we discussed previously? Testing the waters again. Doesn't this person tire of such suspicions? What matter are you referring to? Li Tianming feigned ignorance. You, my child, how can you not be concerned about your future? Young people should strive for progress, especially since the leader holds you in high regard. Well, waiting for you to take the initiative may take an eternity. Fill out this form. I will handle the rest. Sun Fumin stated, retrieving a form from the drawer and pushing it towards Li Tianming. This is, Li Tianming merely glanced at it, and his expression shifted dramatically. This is a bit excessive. Uncle, I have not offended you, have I? Aren't you effectively putting me in a bind? What nonsense. How could this be detrimental to you? If you call me uncle, I have a responsibility towards you. Moreover, it is a tremendous waste to have someone of your caliber farming in the village. The leader values you greatly, and this presents an opportunity for you. Sun Fumin spoke earnestly. However, if Li Tianming were to believe even a single word, he would be a fool. They say that with age comes wisdom, having lived over 80 years in his past life. Li Tianming had encountered all types of people and experiences. Sun Fumin's level of cunning was mere child's play in his eyes. Those who rise through mere opportunism possess limited capability and vision, focusing solely on their immediate surroundings. If Li Tianming wished to intervene, he would have to confront him fiercely. Thus, presenting a job application form to test the elder, let the games begin. Uncle Son, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I truly cannot accept this iron rice bowl. I am not suited for a routine of clocking in and out, receiving a monthly salary. While others may be content, I am not. I am a person of modest aspirations, simply wishing to live freely, unencumbered by others, and manage my life to my satisfaction. I must decline your offer. Upon hearing this, Sun Fumin's mouth twitched in suppressed amusement, yet he managed to assemble a look of regret. You see, it is precisely your laid-back nature that holds you back. If only you were a bit more rigorous with yourself, your future would be boundless. Well, that's your perspective. Otherwise, how could you be a leader while I remain an ordinary citizen? He sighed. Never mind, I shall not impose my will upon you. Everyone has their own path to follow. If you do not enter this circle, I have no doubt that your talents will shine elsewhere. It is quite amusing that a staunch materialist would speak of fate. Thank you, Uncle Son, for your understanding. Do not blame me for my lack of ambition. Enough of this, he said. The probing had concluded, and Sun Fumin felt reassured about Li Tianming for the time being. Now that you are here, let us discuss work matters. Please, I am all ears. The leadership of the factory has decided that for this year's spring festival, each employee will receive a fish. After checking the stockpile, we are still short about 5,000 pounds. Brother Sun has already informed me of this. Indeed, catching fish has become quite a challenge. However, rest assured, I will find a way to make up the shortfall. Sun Fumin nodded in agreement, then continued, I understand the situation you described. The fishermen are truly working hard during this icy season. Therefore, within my capacity, I will increase the price by 15 cents per pound. This is a benefit I can offer. An additional 15 cents per pound may not seem like much for 5,000 pounds, Li Tianming replied. On behalf of the villagers, I thank you, Uncle Sunday. Thank you for what? It is no easy task. Moreover, with less than a month until the new year, do not worry about the project's progress. At the current pace, we should finish at least a week ahead of schedule, ensuring you will not face any embarrassment before the leadership. Sun Fumin nodded repeatedly. That is good to hear. Should any difficulties arise, feel free to come to me. I will find a solution. As he spoke, he retrieved the application form once more. This opportunity to enter the factory was hard won. You should not let it go to waste. given that you have many brothers at home. See if any are willing to take on this iron rice bowl in your stead. Such a tremendous favor. You must understand how rare a position in a large state-owned enterprise is. All roles are saturated, with no recruitment for years. Only one can replace another. Sun Fumin's generosity, although modest in scope, was indeed grand in gesture. Isn't this inappropriate? Please, take it. I shall heed your advice. There is a saying, when an elder bestows a gift, one cannot refuse. I am grateful for your kindness. Finding Li Tianming's words amusing, Sun Fumin could not help but chuckle. Seize the moment to finalize the decision. Before the new year, one can still enjoy an additional benefit. This is not an attempt to take advantage of the state. It is all within the realm of regulations. Li Tianming neatly folded the job application form and tucked it into his inner pocket. In 2 days, he would return to the village to fish, conveniently discussing matters with his third and fourth uncles. They would deliberate whether it should be Tian Sheng or Tian Hui who assumes this stable position. Among the cousins, Tian Man is of no use. The only suitable candidates are Tian Sheng and Tian Hui, while the others are still too young. As for leaving a few years for Tian Liang, Li Tianming had not contemplated that. The lad has a wild temperament and is certainly not cut out for a 9-to-5 job. Additionally, there is another matter. Tomorrow, Director Yang from the Logistics and Infrastructure Department of the cotton mill will visit, as the mill also wishes to construct employee dormitories. Do you grasp my meaning? It represents yet another opportunity. Li Tianming suddenly felt that supporting Sun Fumin was not without merit, as long as it did not threaten his position. He could assist him in his duties, and he is quite generous with others. Rest assured, we will certainly take on this task, he assured. As he departed from the office building, it was already well past midnight. Engaging in mental sparring, playing Tai Chi, feigning ignorance, and forcing smiles was indeed more exhausting than a brawl. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply. The snow outside had yet to cease, blanketing the steel plant in a thick layer. The blast furnace in the workshop continued its roar, with ladle after ladle of molten iron being transported to the steel-making converters, ultimately transforming into billets. After forging and rolling, they would become angle steel, strip steel, I-beams, and so forth, destined for various regions of the motherland. In contrast to those laborers, enduring the bitter cold while toiling profusely, Li Tianming suddenly felt somewhat ignoble. His mind was filled with petty concerns. Exhaling a breath, it instantly turned into a white mist. He trudged through the snow, which had already reached his ankles, and ran back to the dormitory. The next day, as promised, Sun Fumin arrived with Director Yang from the Logistics and Infrastructure Department of the cotton mill. After inspecting the expert dormitories constructed by Li Tianming and his team, he expressed great satisfaction. We plan to commence construction after the new year, and it must be completed before summer. I wonder if you can manage that. Li Tianming had already reviewed the project's scope and the corresponding blueprints. The other party's request for summer completion offered ample time. It would not take long at all. If they began work after the new year, it could be finished before the spring plowing season. Their reputation as a farmer's construction team relied on utilizing their off-season to work in the city. This reputation must not falter. Otherwise, with so many eyes watching, there would be backlash. Very well, we accept this task. Chapter 57. A bountiful return. Ma Lizzie. The door swung open, revealing a sturdy, good-natured man who entered, rubbing his hands together with a look of eager anticipation. Li Tianming's impression of him was limited to having made a windfall in the county and subsequently purchasing a house, after which he had not heard news of the family. However, now that he had gotten ahead, it seemed that Ma Lizzie's life trajectory would be significantly altered. Brother Ma, this is for you. Li Tianming handed him an envelope bearing Ma Lizzie's name. Thank you, Tianming. Ma Lizzie reached out to take it, eager to open it right there. Brother Ma. Ma Lizzie paused, then promptly slapped his forehead. Forgetting. Money makes one forget everything. Today marks the day of expenses following completion. The expert dormitory at the steel mill was inspected yesterday. Li Tianming intentionally left a few flaws, resulting in a deduction of 500 yuan. Subsequently, Sun Fumin promptly settled the final payment and distributed wages to everyone, leaving Li Tianming with a remainder of 1,200 yuan. In addition to the agreed-upon wages, there was also a bonus for early completion promised before work commenced. Li Tianming generously awarded each individual an additional bonus, varying according to their performance. Acting as a benevolent benefactor was also a means to mitigate risks and gain peace of mind. Before the expenses were accounted for, Li Tianming established a rule. Each person's take-home amount was to remain confidential. No one was to inquire about others' earnings. Should anyone breach this rule, they would not be invited for future work. Tianming, you need not worry. I understand the rules, said Ma Lizzie as he stepped back. Continuing on, Tianxing, this is for you. Li Tianming handed the last envelope to Tianxing. Have you truly thought it through? Tianxing nodded affirmatively. He had discussed the job position offered by Sun Fumin with his third and fourth uncles, but ultimately, there was no resolution. Later, fourth aunt Fang Yanmei approached Li Tianming, indirectly inquiring if the job could be given to her brother. Li Tianming feigned ignorance. Such benefits were not for outsiders when his own family needed them. Since his uncles could not decide, he turned to Tianxing and Tianhui for guidance. Ultimately, Tianxing voluntarily relinquished the opportunity, stating his desire to work alongside Li Tianming. Go fetch Tianhui. Tianxing complied and soon returned with Tianhui. Fill out this form. This employment application had been in Li Tianming's possession for nearly half a month. Brother, Tianhui began, glancing at Tianxing. No dilly-dallying. If I say it's yours, it's yours. Li Tianming insisted, handing the pen to Tianhui. After a moment's hesitation, Tianhui leaned down and completed the form. Brother, I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. No need for that, should you ever find success. Just remember the brothers back home. Li Tianming replied as he gathered his belongings and took Tianhui to find Sun Li, who had extensive connections within the factory. With his guidance, they could expedite the onboarding process. I suggest having your cousin join the logistics department, placed in the materials section under Section Chief Li's care. He wouldn't need to learn any technical skills. Those in logistics only need to be articulate and mobile. When the factory downsizes, they could easily be let go. Learning a technical skill is a lifelong asset. Li Tianming had discussed this matter with his elder uncle, who was supportive of the idea. Accompanied by Sun Li, they navigated through various departments, ultimately collecting safety gear, and now, they awaited the formal onboarding in 3 days. In the blink of an eye, Li Tian experienced a remarkable transformation from a farmer to a worker, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. Enough of this foolishness. I shall bring you back in 3 days. Although his fish delivery business had ceased, Sun Fumin made no further mention of the tractor, and naturally, Li Tianming would not voluntarily surrender it either. It served as a means of transport, albeit a slow one, yet it was better than nothing. The horse-drawn cart that came to collect them had now arrived at the steel plant's entrance. As everyone organized their luggage, they realized that each had only brought a few changes of clothing, but by the time of departure, they were all burdened with large bundles. The factory had issued work uniforms, cotton-padded jackets, safety gear, and various benefits. Some had even refrained from indulging in the fruits provided by the factory, saving them instead for the journey home. Fortunately, the cold weather alleviated concerns of spoilage. The villagers who had come to fetch them were envious at the sight, eager to hasten their departure, urging them to leave. Get on the cart, it's time to go home. Along the way, those who had come to collect them inquired about their earnings. Yet even in the presence of Li Tianming, they remained tight-lipped. If they spoke of their profits, it would jeopardize their future opportunities. Who would risk their financial gain for the sake of boasting? Braving the wind and snow, they traveled over 100 miles and finally arrived home before nightfall. Li Tianming drove the tractor to the village committee. You're all back? Li Xueqing greeted them as he heard the commotion. We're back. Uncle, I can't chat now. I must go home and check on things. Having not delivered fish to the steel plant for some time, Li Tianming had not had the chance to return home, and after several days without seeing his younger siblings, he felt uneasy. Go ahead, come by the committee tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. All right, I'll remember. Li Tianming replied, gathering his belongings, which were the most abundant among them. Given his thoughtfulness, Sun Fumin certainly would not shortchange him, providing him with a share of the rare items distributed among the factories, thus alleviating the need for New Year preparations. Upon entering the courtyard, he was pleasantly surprised not to hear Qiao Fengyan cursing. Li Xueqing had been away for a month and a half, returning with nearly 200 yuan, sufficient to keep that woman pleased for a while. Brother. Just before reaching the door to the side room, Xiao Wu rushed out upon hearing the noise, diving into Li Tianming's embrace. All right. Haven't you seen your brother with so many things? Let us head inside. I've brought back many delicacies. Eager for the treats, Xiao Wu quickly reached out to grab a canvas bag, feeling its weight in his hands. His curiosity piqued to the point of wanting to open it immediately. Li Tianliang and Li Rong also came out to greet him. Brother, you've brought back so much. Li Tianliang exclaimed loudly, turning his neck towards the main house. What are you doing? Li Tianming playfully slapped him lightly. Brother, didn't you see? When Dad came in earlier, that woman's chin practically soared to the heavens upon seeing the items you brought back. He mimicked Xiao Fingyun's tone, exclaiming dramatically, "Oh dear." His father returned with an impressive array of goods. "Oh, this cotton-padded jacket is indeed substantial, and these shoes are sturdy as well. Shufan, come and see the delicacies your father has brought back. These snacks are unlike anything you have ever encountered." The boy had a remarkable talent for mimicry. "All right, let us head inside." Since the last incident, Li Tianming had not exchanged a single word with Li Xueqing, nor did he care for the affairs of the latter's family. Upon entering the house, he spotted a pile of bags in the corner, and without needing to inquire, he knew their contents. "You have certainly been busy all day." Li Tianliang approached, lifted a bag, and revealed the ginseng roots within. "Brother, while you earn money outside, if I were to remain idle at home, what would become of us?" Finally, this young lad was exhibiting signs of maturity. Subsequently, Li Tianming began to showcase his recent acquisitions: delicacies from Gishunzhai, marinated meats from Tianbula, creamy candies from Debaibo, as well as apples, oranges, and large pears. Such a bounty of treats. Xiao Wu gazed at the spread laid out before him, overwhelmed by the abundance, unable to decide where to begin. He could hardly have imagined such good fortune before. "Stop staring. Save some for the new year," Li Rong insisted, attempting to put the food away. Just moments ago, Xiao Wu had felt like a millionaire, but now he was on the verge of poverty, tears welling in his eyes. "I dare you to cry. If you do, I'll give you a beating." The only one in their little family who did not indulge Xiao Wu was Li Rong. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Wu widened his eyes, striving to suppress his tears. He genuinely feared his second sister. Even if he were to eat for an entire month, he still could not finish all this food. As for her, if allowed to feast freely, she could devour it all in one night. Li Tianming couldn't help but chuckle at this. At least leave her a bit. Hearing this, Li Rong tossed him an apple, deliberately selecting a slightly smaller one. Xiao Wu hurriedly cradled it in his arms, fearful it might be snatched away. "Here." Observing this, Li Tianming grabbed a handful of candies and stuffed them into Xiao Wu's pocket. "Brother, just indulge her. She's only allowed 2 a day. And if she dares to eat more, I'll deal with you." Who could have predicted that the fiery Li Rong, so bold in her speech and actions, would have once suffered a disability that led to deep-seated insecurities, rendering her unable to speak loudly? Ultimately, the food was taken away by Li Rong, and then Li Tianming began to display the clothing he had acquired. In addition to what the factory had issued, he had also taken the time to visit the department store in Haiqing, purchasing a new outfit for each of his 3 younger siblings. "Brother, you're just wasting money. It's for the new year." His simple statement silenced Li Rong's complaints, causing her to mumble and ultimately say nothing more. "Yes, the new year is almost upon us." Chapter 58. A warning through example. A similar scene was unfolding at many households in the Li family compound. All those who had gone to the city in search of work returned with large bundles and various goods, provoking envy among those who had not been selected. Although Li Xueqing had initially stated that the earnings from selling fish would be distributed at year-end, the promise felt distant, and the tangible items in hand seemed far more substantial. The man leaned against the windowsill, leisurely smoking a cigarette. His father had mentioned that the big job would yield 36, and after a month and a half, 54, but the return was unexpectedly high. Tianming had promised a reward of 2 yuan for finishing a day early, and they had completed the work a full week ahead of schedule, thus earning extra. Although the work was exhausting, the rewards were plentiful. He had brought back 2 cotton jackets, 3 sets of work clothes, and 2 pairs of shoes, items that were nearly impossible to procure in the countryside. However, he was puzzled. The additional 14 yuan should have brought the total to 68. Yet here it stood at 100. Tianming had also mentioned that based on each person's performance, additional compensation would be granted, and he had not anticipated such generosity. Last year, the village's year-end dividends were meager for his family, with the able-bodied members scarce. After distributing grain and vegetables, they ended up with just over 70 yuan in cash. Now, in a month and a half, he had earned so much, and he felt a deep sense of contentment. Curious about Tianming's earnings, the man was lost in thoughts of a prosperous year ahead when he suddenly sat up, admonishing, "You should refrain from prying." The woman's startled reaction was palpable. "What did I say?" She stammered. "I told you to ask less." Confused, she retorted, "I was just inquiring. Do you not understand my words?" I forbade you from asking. Tianming has made it clear that no one is to inquire about another's earnings, nor should anyone disclose their own. Anyone who breaks this rule will not be invited to work again. Do you wish to jeopardize our livelihood? The woman stood frozen for a moment before hastily securing their earnings. I want tea, ask anyone. As for what we have, I want tea, tell a soul. Is that acceptable? You are Tianming's paternal uncle. He wouldn't tea shortchange us. Besides, your skills as a mason deserve fair compensation. Rules are established to be upheld. Yet they are also susceptible to transgression. Some heeded Tianming's words, while others dismissed them entirely. Lin, how much did you earn? Lin furrowed his brow at the neighbor, Hao Laosi, who had come to visit. Old Si, Tianming said not to inquire. Why do you still ask? Hao Laosi shrugged off the warning. He says not to ask, but does that mean we cannot? We're all outsiders. How would we know how much he pays his own kin? Their earnings are their affair. I have no interest. Yet, Hao Laosi's curiosity burned within him. You're foolish. We both work just as hard as anyone else. Why are we receiving less? They only paid me 60 yuan. How much did you get? Is it the same? Lin replied impatiently. I didn't hear what you said earlier, and don't pry into my affairs. If the word gets out and Tianming finds out, he surely won't take you again. How would he know if you don't speak? Are you afraid to let me know if you earn more than I did? We do the same work. If you earn more, I will have to confront him. Lin, growing irritated, retorted, Fine, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Hao Laosi's expression changed, and he promptly exited. At that moment, Li Tianming had just finished his meal and was busy tidying up. When Li Rong tried to help, he sent her back to the inner room. Just as he finished washing the pot, a loud banging echoed at the door. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by the sight of Hao Laosi, his head crowned with a mantle of snow. Is there something you require? I inquired. For the manner in which he had knocked was reminiscent of a funeral, a custom well understood in rural areas. At this time of year, was he here merely to bring ill fortune? Tell me, by what right do you pay me less than Erlin? We perform the same tasks. So why the disparity in wages? Li Tianming's expression immediately turned frosty at my words. Have you forgotten what I said? Enough with your pointless arguments. You owe me compensation for the difference. As he attempted to push his way inside, Li Tianming forcefully ejected Hao Laosi, following him into the courtyard and shutting the door behind him. Compensation? I ought to stitch you up as well. Li Tianming retorted. Erlin has told you he earns more? Is that so? Hao Laosi was momentarily taken aback, his confidence visibly wavering. Yes, he exclaimed, but Li Tianming countered. Nonsense. I keep a meticulous account of what each person earns. Erlin receives 58 yuan, and you, Hao Laosi, earn 2 yuan more because you assisted in the trenching for 2 days. You claim I underpaid you? Very well, let us do the math. As a laborer, you earn 25 yuan a month. Thus, for a month and a half, that amounts to 37 yuan and 50 cents, correct? Hao Laosi appeared perplexed by Li Tianming's reasoning. Right. Did I not pay you? I did. Everyone received a bonus of 2 yuan for finishing a day early, and since we completed a week ahead of schedule, I awarded you an additional 14 yuan in bonuses. Did I not give you that? Did I not provide you with more than just that? Hao Laosi's confidence dwindled further in the face of Li Tianming's assertions. Indeed, by this point, neighbors had begun to emerge, many of whom had just returned from the city. Each person had received a little more than their due wages, and the reasons varied. Everyone's contributions differ, Li Tianming explained. I keep a close account of the effort expended. Those who labor more earn additional rewards as I advocate for them with the factory. So what is the issue? I secured extra for you, and now you wish to complain? At this moment, Hao Laosi regretted his impulsiveness. Tianming, I was foolish. It was my mistake. Please, do not take it to heart. Why should I not take it to heart? Li Tianming replied. He had never expected everyone to regard him favorably, yet he could not tolerate acts of ingratitude. Hao Laosi, I have established a rule. No one is to inquire about another's earnings or disclose their own wages. You have violated this rule. With that, Li Tianming turned and entered the house, disregarding Hao Laosi's presence. As he stepped inside, he glanced back at the main house, where a figure flitted past. Li Xueqing leaned against a stack of bedding, his expression complex, having received 150 yuan, significantly more than his rightful wages. Hao Laosi, the excess you received was due to Tianming's negotiations with the factory. How can you still be ungrateful? I explicitly stated that inquiries were forbidden. Why do you not remember? Deservedly so. You have closed off your own path. The villagers began to chatter, and soon this incident spread throughout the entire village. Some felt relieved for having adhered to the rules, while others, having already transgressed, hoped to remain unnoticed by Li Tianming. Only Hao Laosi became the cautionary example for all. That night, Hao Laosi's parents sought out Li Xueqing, imploring him to intercede on their behalf regarding the matter at hand. Their pleas were in vain. Li Xueqing was acutely aware that should he advocate for them, Li Tianming would undoubtedly feel obliged to reciprocate. However, once he opened his mouth, the dynamic of their relationship would irrevocably change. Why should he jeopardize the bond between them for the sake of an unrelated Hao Laosi? Initially, when they allowed their son to accompany them, it was with the hope that, being over 30 and unmarried, he might earn some money. They were informed clearly that upon reaching the city, he must abide by Tianming's directives, as everyone else did. Why should their Hao Laosi be treated differently? The elderly couple listened in silence, not daring to utter a word. They were both simple and honest folk, just like their first 3 sons. It was only this troublesome 4th son that caused them distress. Since Tianming had established the rules, he intended to prevent discord among their fellow villagers over financial matters. Hao Laosi had breached these rules. Thus, no argument would suffice to change the outcome. He suggested that next time they needed labor, he would speak to Tianming about bringing along the 3rd son, whose family had more children. If they could negotiate such terms and were still dissatisfied, it would simply indicate a lack of gratitude. The elderly couple expressed their profound thanks and returned home. Upon recounting the events to Hao Laosi, he was naturally displeased and ended up fighting with his brother, Hao Laosan, who had barely begun to celebrate his good fortune. This spectacle became a source of amusement for the entire village. His father remarked on Tianming's ruthlessness. At Li Xuenong's home, Fang Yanmei wrapped herself tightly in a quilt, exposing only her head as she lay on the kong, gazing at the smoking Li Xuenong. What nonsense! Tianming is not ruthless at all, she retorted. Hao Laosi? If he is not allowed to go now, what then? Without rules, chaos ensues. Hao Laosi has disrupted Tianming's order. If a lesson is not imparted, others will follow suit. How then can one maintain authority? As she spoke, she reached out to touch the cotton coat draped over the quilt. The belongings of city dwellers are indeed superior. This coat was both thick and soft. Father, I wish to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this, Li Xuenong's expression shifted to one of impatience. Fang Yanmei's silence was telling. He could easily guess that the matter pertained once again to her troublesome younger brother. Chapter 59. A just official cannot resolve family affairs. Fang Yanmei was the 4th of 6 sisters in her family. Her parents, having reached their 40s, finally welcomed a son. Although their circumstances were modest, they lavished affection on this sole male offspring, treating him as though he were precious beyond measure. Every family member revolved around this boy. Fang Yanmei and her sisters were instilled from a young age with the importance of supporting this elder brother, safeguarding the only lineage of the Fang family. The other sisters married far away, leaving Fang Yanmei in the closest proximity to her natal home, the Li family. On any occasion when something good came into the household, she promptly ensured it was sent back to her family. Even the sweet potatoes from the fields had to be the finest she could find for her parents. This behavior led to numerous arguments between her and Li Xuenong. Though the conditions of their household were somewhat better than those of others due to Li Xuenong's role as a barefoot doctor, they were not spared from the relentless demands of Fang Yanmei throughout the year. While her younger brother was indulged to the point of resembling a fat pig, her 5 sons appeared gaunt and malnourished. Particularly concerning was the eldest, Tianhui, who, having turned 18 after the new year, was of an age where suitors would typically be considered. However, with 7 family members cramped into a mere 3.5 earthen rooms, how could one even contemplate such matters? Fortunately, there was a promising nephew. Now, her eldest son had secured a formal position in a state-owned enterprise, thus grasping the coveted iron rice bowl. If he could, like his elder brother, acquire housing, their future worries would dissipate. Yet, this troublesome woman had been fixated on this prospect since Li Tianming first mentioned the job opportunity. What could Fang Yanmei be thinking? After 20 years of marriage, Li Xuenong should certainly comprehend her motivations. What more do you wish to say? Li Xuenong's tone revealed his displeasure, and Fang Yanmei was well aware that her desires might be deemed excessive. Yet, Tianhui's uncle was nearing 30, unable to contribute to the labor of the fields, and she pondered whether it might be possible to speak to Tianming about securing a position for Tianhui. You mustn't entertain such thoughts. You know Tianhui's uncle is nearly 30. He is not suited to remain in the fields. What does he aspire to do? Do you truly believe he is fit for factory work? Fang Yanmei could not abide anyone disparaging her younger brother. He was the sole descendant of the Fong lineage. What has my brother done to offend you, that you hold him in such low regard? Why should I regard him highly? An approaching 30-year-old man unable to support a wife and child, yet shamelessly reaching out to his married sister for help. Typically, such discussions would spark a quarrel between the couple. However, today Fong Yinmei held her tongue, seeking a long-term solution for her brother. She was not naive. Her husband had already confronted her numerous times regarding her support for her family, and if this continued, an explosion of emotions was inevitable. As her 5 sons grew older, she felt an urgent need to plan for the future, for they could not indefinitely deplete their own resources. If her brother could secure employment at the steel mill, their worries would be alleviated. I'm merely proposing a discussion. Tianming is quite capable. He might even assist Tianhui in the future. Are you suggesting that you possess the audacity of iron? Li Xuanong sat up, gazing incredulously at Fong Yinmei, torn between exasperation and amusement. Tianming is my nephew, yet he owes us nothing. If he helps Tianhui once, will he be expected to do so repeatedly? Should we all depend on our cousin from now on? You acknowledge that Tianming is our nephew, and he is also Tianhui's cousin. Isn't it only right for him to assist his brothers? Li Xuanong, upon hearing this, nearly lost his composure. You must never speak of this outside our home. It is embarrassing. You are unaware of Tianming's circumstances, aren't you? The second sister-in-law passed away early, and the second brother is quite the irresponsible type, neglecting his own children. It all falls upon Tianming, a mere lad, who must also support 3 younger siblings. As their uncle, instead of assisting my nephew, I find myself relying on him to support me. Fong Yinmei, should you dare entertain such thoughts again, it would be best for us to part ways. Over these years, had it not been for Fong Yinmei consistently bearing him sons, Li Xuanong would have long wished to sever ties with such a muddled woman. Though she appears astute, her mind seems to slow down significantly when it comes to matters concerning her family. With 5 sons in the household, each growing up in the coming years, building houses and marrying, which of these does not require financial resources? The family savings are scant. Had Li Xuanong not been discreetly hoarding his share of the money, it would have long been sent to her maternal home by Fong Yinmei. You dare? What is there to fear? The world has grown vast. And now that I work in the factory, Tianhui will soon be 16. Do you truly believe I cannot live without you? Fong Yinmei, I state this clearly today. Should you dare to covet Tianhui's job, our relationship will reach its end. With that, Li Xuanong grabbed a blanket and retreated to the west room. Fong Yinmei was left dumbfounded. Though the couple often quarreled, Li Xuanong had never broached the subject of divorce. This time, it was evident he was deeply angered. Fong Yinmei sat on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, crying throughout the night. Yet Li Xuanong did not return to offer her an olive branch. The following day, Fong Yinmei, with dark circles under her eyes, rose to prepare breakfast. In this era, divorce was an utter disgrace for women, especially for Fong Yinmei, who had just turned 39 and was a mother of 5 sons. If she pressed Li Xuanong too hard, and he truly sought a divorce, it would leave her with no escape. During breakfast, the atmosphere was notably oppressive, devoid of the festive spirit that had accompanied Li Tianhui's return home the previous day. Even the youngest, Tianqing, sensed something amiss and dared not make a sound while drinking his porridge. What is going on? Li Tianming entered, observing the silence that enveloped the family. The usually lively fourth aunt lacked her usual spirit. Tianming has arrived, Li Xuanong remarked, casting a glare at Fong Yinmei. Li Tianhui quickly stood to offer Li Tianming his seat. Here, I brought this for you in advance, fearing I might forget when you leave in a couple of days. Li Tianming said, handing over a pen and a notepad, both provided by the steel mill. During his time at the factory, his treatment was on par with that of an engineer. You're going to learn a trade. You'll certainly need these for your writing and drawing. Without waiting for Li Tianhui to decline, Li Tianming pressed the items into his hands. Is everything well at home? Li Tianming still sensed that something was off. Fong Yinmei opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. Mother wants to give my brother's job to my uncle, suddenly declared the 4th son, Tianxi. Li Tianming was not surprised by this revelation. Fong Yinmei had previously hinted at such intentions, which he had chosen to overlook. Job positions are a rare commodity, and the family barely has enough for itself. How could it possibly extend to outsiders? Fong Yinmei's thoughts seemed utterly fantastical. Had she not been his 4th aunt, Li Tianming would have undoubtedly retorted. I merely spoke in passing. I did not insist on anything, Li Tianming remarked as he lit a cigarette. Auntie, as a junior, I ought to refrain from certain comments. Yet this matter pertains to my brother's future, and I must voice my concerns. If my words offend you, I have no recourse. Such thoughts should not even cross your mind. Li Tianming had previously encountered Fang Dalong, the younger brother of Fang Yanmei, who was nothing but a feckless individual, incapable of achieving anything substantial and perpetually in need. Had he been born into a wealthy family, it might have been excusable. Instead, he emerged from a humble farming household as a wastrel. If memory served him correctly, Fang Dalong was now the father of several children, yet he remained ineffectual. In Li Tianming's recollections, even at the age of over 80, Fang Yanmei still found her younger brother frequently extending his hand for financial assistance. The Li brothers held little regard for this uncle. Let us not forget, there are 5 brothers in our family, all of whom will need to build houses and marry off. Who among us can afford to spare you and our 4th uncle? You seem to still be preoccupied with your younger brother. I truly do not understand your reasoning. If our family were affluent, it would be reasonable for an elder sister to assist her brother, but given your current circumstances, I need to build a house in the spring, and I require a loan of 300 to 500. Fang Yanmei found herself at a loss for words in response to Li Tianming's assertions. The family could scarcely muster even 200 yuan, let alone 300 to 500. Although they had 3 able-bodied men and Li Xuanong earned some income through his medical practice, they were considered among the better-off families in the Li community. Yet, could she truly produce 200 yuan? Every last resource had been siphoned off to her maternal family. Li Xuanong, upon reflection, grew increasingly irate. Enough, 4th uncle. There is no need for further discussion. Each person has voiced their opinion, and soon we shall descend into arguments. Auntie, while it is commendable that you care for your younger brother, assistance must be given within reason. Furthermore, if this continues, when will it ever cease? What will happen when our 4th uncle grows old and can no longer earn? Will you then extend your hand to Tianhui? Such occurrences were not unprecedented in their family history. In the future, if matters arise with your family, it is best to keep them reasonable. Your brother is already in his 20s. He must learn to stand on his own. Moreover, all decisions should involve discussion with 4th uncle. Having made his points, Li Tianming realized that further discourse would be excessive. Excess in all things is detrimental. Fang Yanmei was no fool. She could discern the gravity of the situation. No matter how important her younger brother might be, could he truly outweigh her own family? If she could accept this perspective, all the better. If not, it mattered little. Even the wisest of judges find family matters challenging, let alone Li Tianming, a mere nephew. Very well, Xueqing has requested my presence at the village committee. I shall take my leave. Li Xuanong escorted him to the door. What does Xueqing want with you? Li Tianming pondered briefly. It is likely regarding the profit distribution. Chapter 60. Who can remain unenvious? The 21st day of the 12th month marks the day of profit distribution in the village. On this day, there are inevitably families filled with joy and others engulfed in sorrow. Households blessed with a greater number of able-bodied workers often receive not only their allotment of grain and vegetables, but also a surplus. While those with fewer laborers and many children, who must also care for the elderly, find little to celebrate. After distributing the grain for the upcoming year, there remains a debt owed to the village, a burden that accumulates year after year, leaving one to wonder when it will ever be repaid. Li Tianming trudged through the wind and snow into the village committee's meeting room, where Li Xueqing was engaged in a discussion with accountant Ma Changshan and the leaders of 5 production teams, meticulously reviewing the accounts. Each household's basic grain allocation and total work points had to be verified repeatedly. The team accountant held a ledger, while each villager kept their own mental tally of what they were entitled to. On the day of profit distribution, any discrepancies could lead to heated disputes. This year's harvest had been fruitful. After fulfilling the grain quota and ensuring sufficient collective reserves, there were enough surplus funds to cover expenses. Tianming's here, please take a seat. Li Xueqing was preoccupied with the team leaders and did not have the opportunity to converse with him. Every family had relatives, and when recording work points, it was inevitable that personal favors would come into play. Old San, how did you record this? The Niu family's new baby owes 23 days of work, yet you credited them with a full month's points? Cui Yuqing, this is even more outrageous. Your brother's eldest son has a broken leg. How could he possibly have worked a full month? Xuebua, even if Guzi is your nephew, you can't be this reckless. What are you recording? Since August, has he even set foot in the village? What work has he contributed? Has his spirit returned? As Li Xueqing spoke, he pounded on the table. Every family has its own accounts, and I am well aware of your intentions, but do not mistake me for a fool. Collective resources are not to be misappropriated. You each have your accounts, and the village committee keeps its own. No one should think they can deceive their way through this. Get back to me once you have sorted this out. If it is not resolved, come New Year's Eve, there will be no grain, and the villagers will hold you accountable. As the production team leaders departed, they laughed and joked, accustomed to this annual charade. If they could get away with it, they would, and if not, their relatives and friends would not be able to find them in trouble. The village head, with keen insight, was not unwilling to assist. Comrades from the educated youth group, Xie Jianxi, who had been sitting in a corner, quickly rose and approached Li Xueqing. Director, please sit down. I have reviewed your accounts, and they are acceptable. It is not that I wish to criticize, but you, the seasoned educated youth who have been in the village for some time, should be performing better in agricultural work. Even 12 or 13-year-olds surpass you in this regard. In every village and town, the educated youth are often regarded with disdain. Their slogans ring loud, yet when it comes to work, they falter. They occasionally engage in petty theft. With a chicken disappearing from the Li household one day and a dog from the Sun family the next, it is no mystery that the educated youth's appetites are to blame. Rural folk know well the value of chickens and dogs. Roosters crow and hens lay eggs. And some families rely on gathering eggs to trade at the cooperative for essential goods. Who would squander dog food? It is truly a challenge for you city youths, accustomed to wielding pens, to learn the ways of the sickle. Next year, please commit to working diligently. This year, your educated youth group owes grain to the village, but the county's educated youth office has already compensated for it. Thank you, Director. Xie Jianxi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. Aware that everyone at the educated youth point owed grain to the village, burdened by debt as they approached the new year, leaving their hearts heavy with discontent. What do you want from me? Oh, right. Keep an eye on that educated youth named Zhang. He is not a compliant one and is likely to stir up trouble. I will hold you, the leader, accountable. Xie Jianxi, who had just relaxed, wore a look of despair upon hearing these words. Following the incident where Zhang Qingsun had stolen grain, things had quieted down for a while, and with the farming season at a lull, everyone had remained indoors, emerging only for basic necessities. However, recently, there had been signs of unrest, as if Zhang believed that everyone had forgotten the previous troubles, engaging in debates and criticizing others' thoughts. The entire educated youth point was exasperated by Zhang Qingsun, contemplating relocation. All right, you may leave for now. I will summon you if needed. Xie Jianxi agreed, braving the wind and snow as he departed. Inside, only Li Xueqing, Li Tianming, and accountant Ma Changshan remained. Uncle, what did you summon me for? Li Tianming finally saw a smile on Li Xueqing's face. Let us not rush into business just yet, Li Xueqing said as he accepted a cigarette from Li Tianming, lighting it. Though the filtered kind lacked strength, it was gentler and spared him from the mess of ash. Last night, Hao Laoxi's parents came to my house. Li Tianming also lit a cigarette. Are they seeking your intercession? Li Xueqing nodded. Indeed, but I had to decline. Hao Laoxi does not abide by the rules and cannot be tolerated any longer. However, Tianming, the Hao couple are decent folks. We shouldn't dismiss them entirely. What do you propose? Li Tianming inquired, knowing Li Xueqing had more to say. I was thinking, since Hao Laosan has many children and struggles to make ends meet, perhaps if we have future work opportunities, we could include him. That is a reasonable concession. Very well, I will defer to your judgment. With Li Tianming's swift agreement, Li Xueqing felt reassured. Now that we have settled that, can we address the pressing matter? Although the conference room was heated by a coal stove, it remained unbearably cold, causing Li Tianming to feel restless after only a short while. What else could it be but that sum of money? The funds from the fish sales had transformed into a source of vexation for Li Xueqing. Following Ding Mani's visit, the matter seemed to have faded into obscurity. However, during a recent meeting in the county, the director of the County Revolutionary Committee, whose surname was Hu, subtly alluded to this issue. He alternated between insisting on individual obedience to the collective and emphasizing the need for revolutionary actions to be guided by the broader picture, all while lamenting the county's financial difficulties. Currently, nearly everyone in Yonghe County was aware that the Li family had profited handsomely from selling fish to a steel factory in Haiqing. While others fretted over the grain rations for their members, the Li family not only secured the basic provisions for their members, but also generated a surplus of funds. Were they on the brink of achieving socialism? Historically, whenever interests were at stake, One could not escape the saying, "It is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequality." If some must endure poverty, then all must share the burden of hunger together. In the years of calamity, the residents of Lijiao, fortified by their proximity to mountains and water, united to seize the benefits for themselves. Over the years, not a single soul perished from hunger. Now, the situation has escalated. The county's finances are strained, yet Lijiata's accounts boast several tens of thousands of yuan. Who wouldn't feel envy? Everyone eagerly anticipates the county's intervention to compel Lijiao to contribute its fish sales revenue to support the impoverished villages. Some neighboring communities bordering the reed marshes have even proposed that since the marshes are a shared asset of the county, all adjacent communities should receive a share. Nonsense. If they believe they deserve a portion, let them present the land deeds. Now, they are all fixated on us, hoping we will buckle under the county's pressure and surrender the funds. Even if not shared equally, they would likely be confiscated. Li Xueqing's indignation grew. What kind of people are these? They cannot bear to see others thrive. Uncle, there's no need to be upset over this, Li Tianming remarked, offering him a cigarette and assisting in lighting it. Anyone who gets angry over this is a fool. The money belongs to our village collective. What can the County Revolutionary Committee do? Reason must prevail. He believed that they could not intimidate him by invoking the collective versus personal ownership. He knew one fundamental truth. Accounts should be settled individually, and one bears the risks and rewards. I truly did not expect you to grasp this, Li Tianming mused. As long as you hold firm to this principle, the county has no leverage over us. Indeed, since it was established that accounts were to be settled independently, what chaos could the county possibly introduce? What does self-sufficiency mean? In a year of famine, if the village incurs a loss in grain, a portion is drawn from the collective reserves, and it must be repaid the following year. If repayment falters, the county would incessantly press for it. Yet, when have we heard the county leaders say that repayment isn't necessary? Having vented enough frustration, Li Xueqing reached for the ledger before Ma Changshan, tapping it with his fingers and wearing a bitter smile. But there is just too much. Chapter 61. Finding a purpose for the funds in these times. Who could possibly complain of excess wealth? Ironically, it is precisely because of such times that some may indeed lament having too much. The phrase "the poorer, the more glorious" has been so distorted in its promotion that it has become a frequently recited slogan. The tens of thousands of yuan resting in Lijiata's accounts, upon reflection, could indeed become a source of misfortune. Look here. Whether or not one observes, Li Tianming was aware of the approximate figures, as he was responsible for the transactions during each fish delivery. When Ding Mani visited, the account held just over 20,000. And now, 13 subsequent deliveries had followed, with the last one even raising the price. Presently, Lijiata's village accounts reflect an astonishing income of over 56,000 yuan solely from fish sales. It is no wonder that the County Revolutionary Committee head is envious. Uncle, how has the village decided? Li Xueqing sighed. The branch committee has convened several times, and a majority suggested that during profit distribution, this sum should be included and divided among the households. Lijiata currently has 324 households. If distributed per household, each would receive approximately 180 yuan. This exceeds the village's usual dividends. Some have expressed concerns that this money should not be touched for the time being, as the county might take an interest in it again at any moment. If it is distributed now, it would be irretrievable. Such apprehensions are entirely reasonable. While Li Xueqing may boldly confront the County Revolutionary Committee director, not everyone possesses such audacity. In the minds of certain villagers, the county director is akin to the former county magistrate, a dignitary of considerable rank. What are your thoughts? Of course, it should be distributed. The reed marsh is the collective property of our Li family village, and any profits should rightfully belong to all members of the village. However, it is indeed quite a substantial amount. As the discussion unfolded, they circled back. Tianming, use your wit and help us deliberate on how this money ought to be handled. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming began to ponder. If the entire sum were to be distributed, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, while others struggle for basic sustenance. The villagers of Li family village would each be holding hundreds of yuan, which is quite unacceptable. Can they still consider themselves proletarians? Distribute it, but not entirely. Li Xueqing frowned upon hearing this. If we are to distribute, we should do so in full. After all, the accounts will be disclosed following the profit sharing. When the villagers see discrepancies in the amounts they receive, unrest is bound to ensue. Then we must find a suitable use for the remaining funds in advance. Please elucidate. Li Tianming continued. Uncle, didn't we always leave a portion of funds in our village's public account for emergencies in previous years? Indeed. Retaining a portion of the funds in the public account is a common practice among villages, not exclusive to Li family village. The usage of these funds will also be disclosed to all members after the profit sharing at year's end. For instance, last year's retained funds were allocated for the repair of the village branch office, the replacement of windows and doors at the village primary school, and to support those in the village who are unable to work and rely on the village for their needs. Fortunately, none of the 5 guarantee households passed away last year. Otherwise, we would have faced a dire situation. The money from selling fish serves a similar purpose, yet we need to consider its allocation carefully. Li Xueqing, recognizing Li Tianming's sharp mind, inquired eagerly, "Do you have any good ideas?" Li Tianming indeed had one. "Uncle, have we fulfilled our village's quota for pigs?" How do we transition from discussing money to pigs? Every year, the county assigns task pigs to each village. Piglets are delivered, with some raised by the village collectively and others adopted by individual villagers. Villagers who adopt piglets must pay a certain deposit to the village committee, which is returned at year-end when the pigs are taken to the county slaughterhouse for sale. However, since these are task pigs, the purchase price is not particularly high. Currently, market pork is priced at 8.5 yuan per kilogram, while the county's purchase price this year is only 5 mao. We just submitted the quota. Why do you ask this? Uncle, what do you think about establishing a pig farm in our village? A pig farm? Haven't we always raised pigs? This is different. Those are task pigs, and moreover, the villagers have contributed nothing. Once the task pigs are delivered and the money is received, it is shared among everyone. And the quantity is limited. Who, then, would be inclined to take care of them? Li Xueqing still did not grasp the full meaning of this suggestion. Speak plainly and avoid circumlocution. Ma Changshan, standing nearby, understood and contemplated offering an explanation, but ultimately decided to remain silent. This momentum should be carried forth by Li Tianming, the illustrious figure of the Li family. What I propose is that we, in the name of our village collective, procure piglets from the county's agricultural bureau to establish a large-scale pig farm, thereby creating a collective enterprise for our village. An enterprise is essentially a partnership for livelihood, is it not? Precisely. Consider it. If the entire village invests in this collective venture, once profits are realized, dividends could be distributed based on individual contributions. Wouldn't that engage everyone? Li Xueqing pondered. If that is your perspective, then it becomes clear, it binds the villagers together. Indeed, it may sound rough, but it encapsulates the essence. Not only the pig farm, but also a poultry farm, and we could cultivate fruit trees on the expansive land in the mountains. Anything can thrive there. Li Tianming's true aspiration is to establish a collective enterprise with genuine technical expertise. Following the reform and opening up, the Li family had previously heeded the call from above to set up a machinery factory, yet it faltered after a year due to a lack of skilled personnel. Subsequently, they ventured into a mold factory producing construction molds, which initially prospered but ultimately fell into private ownership due to mismanagement. However, the timing for such an endeavor is not yet ripe. The villagers lack funds, and his own resources are insufficient. To realize this ambition, it is essential to first enrich the villagers. The more participants involved, the better, as this aligns with policy and remains discreet. Your idea is commendable, yet it is imperative to communicate with everyone. This cannot be a unilateral decision. If there is dissent among the villagers, even Li Xueqing, as village head, cannot impose it. Uncle, if you pursue this course of action, please disregard what I previously suggested. What sort of talk is that? Reflect on it. Originally, money that could be grasped firmly must now be partially relinquished. Who would willingly do that? Li Xueqing was puzzled. According to your plan, establishing the pig and poultry farms would be beneficial, enabling the villagers to earn together. Why would there be reluctance? You may be willing, but others may not share the same sentiment. Some truths are unpalatable. The villagers' perspectives tend to be short-sighted, fixated on their immediate plots of land. Everyone believes that securing money in their own pockets is the safest option. Back in the 80s and 90s, when bank interest rates were high, the public still hesitated to deposit their savings, preferring to stash them in hidden places, believing it to be more secure. What do you propose? Why do you keep asking me? Here is a suggestion. Let us distribute the funds. Each household could receive approximately 180 yuan, while the village retains 20. which would accumulate over 6,000 yuan, sufficient for a modest pig farm. If production needs to expand, we could invite villagers to invest voluntarily, determining shares based on the amount each household contributes. No need for explanation, I comprehend. While the concept of a shareholding system may not formally exist, its essence is easily grasped. Those who invest more will reap greater rewards, while those who invest less will receive less. That is the crux, correct? Indeed. Li Xueqing's mind began to churn with calculations. If he were to follow Li Tianming's suggestion, it could indeed resolve certain issues. During this tumultuous era, not everyone in the nation was preoccupied with revolutionary fervor. The authorities had consistently advocated for production development and revenue generation. During this period, a preliminary transformation from an agrarian to an industrial nation was achieved. However, on a personal level, the frequent fluctuations in policy left the common folk bewildered. Even those eager to take action feared becoming targets of scrutiny. This doesn't contravene any policies, does it? We are establishing a collective enterprise. Responding to the national call, what policy could we possibly violate? If we strive for a better future alongside our fellow villagers, it would be quite extraordinary if that were deemed wrong. So let us proceed. Li Xueqing finally resolved to act. He had found a purpose for the funds. When questioned later, he would simply state that the money had been invested in a breeding farm. Next, he would need to figure out how to explain this to the villagers. Additionally, a few individuals must be selected to support the initiative. As long as there are those willing to respond and the benefits are clearly articulated, opposition from the villagers would not be a concern. Tomorrow, he would convene a meeting with the village representatives. Tianming, you'll speak to everyone then. Why is this my responsibility? Chapter 62. The foolish roe deer. Do you think this will work? Li Xueqing listened to his nephew for quite a while, but he saw little difference from the current situation. It was all about pig farming. The tasks assigned by the authorities did not require the village to spend money on piglets. If they followed Li Tianming's proposal to establish a pig farm, they would have to purchase piglets themselves. Wouldn't that be a loss? Third brother, I understand what Tianming is saying, and I believe it is feasible. Li Xueqing chimed in. Consider it. Currently, the task pigs yield only 50 cents per pound, while pork in the county town sells for 85 cents, leaving a disparity of 35 cents. How much does a piglet cost? Moreover, only about 30 pigs are assigned each year. If we establish a pig farm, we could feasibly raise over 100 pigs. But wouldn't that be erroneous? Nowadays, people fear making mistakes. Raising more than 5 chickens is considered a violation of policy. If we were to raise over 100 pigs, it would surely attract attention. Third brother, didn't you hear Tianming say? This is a village-run collective enterprise. Li Tianming interjected timely. Precisely, a collective enterprise. Since it is collective, how could there be a mistake? Aren't we already engaging in collective labor? Li Xueqing, being well-educated, quickly grasped this new concept introduced by Li Tianming. Tianming, what did Uncle Xueqing say? Uncle Xueqing said it can be done. Li Xueqing remained unconvinced. Perhaps we should do this. You can visit Haiqing the day after tomorrow and consult your uncle for advice. No need, third uncle. There are already numerous collective enterprises in Haiqing. The street where Annie lives has even established a clothing factory to address the employment issues of urban residents. The state has encouraged the development of collective economies since 1969. In the cities, small workshops like ice cream factories and clothing factories have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. However, their scale of operation is small, and with the population surge, they cannot sufficiently create enough job opportunities, often leading to graduates who cannot find work being sent to rural areas. To alleviate the population pressure from rural areas onto the cities. I am not well versed in these matters, but if we are to proceed, how much money will be required? Tianming, you decide. Currently, there is some money at home. Before winter sets in, I plan to join Li Tianming in selling wild ducks and geese, which should yield over 2,000 in total. I will allocate a portion of this as a gesture to support my dear nephew. This is indeed a commendable endeavor. If it succeeds, the entire village will benefit. With the backing of 2 uncles, Li Tianming has essentially fulfilled his mission. Now it remains to see how Li Xueqing fares. After returning home for lunch, the snowfall had ceased. Cautioning my siblings to remain indoors, Li Tianming ventured out once more. Having been away for several days, he was preoccupied with thoughts of the treasures on the mountain. The snow surrounding the house was being cleared, and since the first snowfall, the mountain had been deserted, with the snow accumulating to the height of half a calf. Those unfamiliar with the path would find it nearly impossible to ascend. He navigated his way to the land temple and subsequently located the stone pillar. After clearing away the snow and observing closely, he noted there were no signs of disturbance or excavation around it, which put his mind at ease. At this hour, it was midday, the weather was relatively mild, and there were no pressing matters at home. Li Tianming then proceeded to the mountain hollow where he had previously hunted wild boars with his third uncle. Upon entering, he immediately sensed something amiss. There were subtle footprints in the snow, unmistakably those of a wild boar. Wild boars still inhabit the mountain. He had not heard anyone mention them since returning to the village. In snowy conditions, wild boars would struggle to find food on the mountain and would undoubtedly venture into the village. Surely, the villagers would not overlook the presence of wild boars. Following the tracks, he trailed them for less than a mile before they vanished. This was indeed peculiar. Feeling apprehensive, Li Tianming decided against proceeding further without any weapon. Should he encounter a group of wild boars, no matter how adept he was, he would be in peril. He turned back to inform Li Xueqing and advised the neighbors living near the mountain to remain vigilant and keep a close watch on their children. As he descended, just midway down the mountain, a figure suddenly darted past, startling Li Tianming to the point where he nearly leaped into a tree. Once he discerned what it was, he exhaled in relief. A roe deer. It had been years since he had encountered one on the mountain. He recalled his childhood days, accompanying his grandfather and third uncle, when such sightings were not uncommon. However, during the years of calamity, anything that breathed, apart from humans, had been hunted down for sustenance. Roe deer are easier to catch than rabbits and lack the aggression of wild boars. Encountering one is akin to securing a dish for the table. It seemed that the roe deer population should have been decimated years ago. Why were they reappearing now? This solitary creature, seemingly oblivious to Li Tianming's presence, stood frozen, lazily licking the withered leaves. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Tianming slowed his approach, unable to resist the temptation. He thought, although roe deer meat may not surpass venison in flavor, it is certainly superior to pork. In a previous life, he had savored a deliciously roasted roe deer loin in northeast China, a taste that was simply exquisite. This sizable creature could provide over 100 pounds of meat, adding a sumptuous dish to the New Year's feast. Stay still, little one. Amidst the heavy snowfall, when sustenance becomes elusive, one cannot help but succumb to the inevitable weight gain. It is better to draw closer. Suddenly, Li Tianming lunged forward. The roe deer, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings, had likely not encountered humans for quite some time. Even as Li Tianming approached, it remained unaware of the impending danger. It was only when it was brought down and its neck was seized that it began to thrash its limbs in a futile attempt to escape. But it was far too late. Li Tianming had already envisioned the culinary delights he would create and had no intention of allowing it to flee. With his knee pressing down on the deer's neck, he swiftly untied the cord from his padded jacket, binding its hind legs first, and then fashioning them together with a flourish, securing its forelegs as well. The deer struggled weakly a couple of times before resigning itself to the ground. Breathless, Li Tianming sat in the snow, taking a moment to recover before hoisting the deer over his shoulder and retracing his steps down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he encountered Xie Jianxi. Tianming. Upon seeing the burden on Li Tianming's shoulder, Xie Jianxi was taken aback. Children from the city had never laid eyes on such a creature before. That's a roe deer. Indeed, I spotted wild boar tracks up the mountain. Since your youth group is nearby, make sure to secure the courtyard gate tightly at night and refrain from wandering outside. If you must go out, do so in groups of 3 or more. All right, thank you. Xie Jianxi had heard tales of wild boars invading villages, resulting in grave consequences. I must head home now. You should return as well. With snow this deep, what are you doing out here? Xie Jianxi readily agreed, not wishing to linger outdoors. The youth group was far from tranquil. With no work in the fields, some individuals were prone to stirring up trouble. Organizing political study sessions was initially a commendable idea, but if such gatherings devolved into criticism sessions, the situation would undoubtedly worsen. As he watched Li Tianming depart, Xie Jianxi, despite his reluctance to return, felt compelled to seek shelter upon hearing of the wild boar sightings in the mountains. Zhang Xiaoying, you must clarify your stance today. I quote our instructor, if you claim this is nonsense, what political position do you stand upon? Speak. Upon entering the courtyard, Xie Jianxi was met with the loud voice of Zhang Qing's son, which only served to irritate him further. One would think they could refrain from such disturbances given their circumstances. Pushing open the door, a gust of cold air swept in. Zhang Qingxin stood with his hands on his hips, while Zhang Chaoying leaned against the wall, as pale as a specter, uncertain of how to respond. Comrade Xie Jianxi, we are assisting Zhang Chaoying in rectifying his thoughts. Your avoidance of participation conveys a dismissive attitude. Is that acceptable? Enough of this. Xie Jianxi, though often subdued, was not devoid of temper. If you wish to correct thoughts, you must first rectify your own. I shall not bring up past events, but this morning, when I went to the village committee to settle the account book, Zhang Qingsun, do you know how many work points you accumulated after I informed them of your arrival? Zhang Qingsun opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Based on your work points, the grain you receive at year's end will barely sustain you until the end of the month. What do you plan to do afterward? Inquire from your family or seek assistance from the village. Allow me to remind you, the county's youth office will not perpetually provide a safety net for you. The debts of last year have been settled, yet for the forthcoming year, do you still intend to rely on the youth office? Everyone turned their gaze towards Zhang Qingsun. Living closely together and toiling side by side daily, they all had a clear understanding of his character. First, address your own hunger before extending a helping hand to others. Xie Jianxi remarked, waving his hand to signal the young female intellectuals to return to their quarters. Once the young women departed, Xie Jianxi approached the Kong, reclined, and lay down. What's the matter? You seem drained since returning from the village committee this morning, inquired Lu Chong, a fellow young intellectual and neighbor of Xie Jianxi, who was also his classmate. We may not even secure next year's grain. It's quite distressing. Just as he spoke, he recalled Li Tianming's earlier warning. I ran into Li Tianming. He mentioned discovering wild boar tracks in the mountains. Be sure to remind the young women not to venture out alone. However, the concern over the insufficient grain for the upcoming year had weighed heavily on everyone's minds, overshadowing the matter of the wild boar. Returning to Li Tianming. On his way home, he encountered several villagers who, upon seeing him carry a roe deer, could not help but express their envy. Upon arriving home, he tossed the deer onto the ground, and his 3 younger siblings immediately gathered around. Brother, what is this? Little Wu, having never seen a roe deer, curiously prodded it. You don't even know? Silly deer. How did you catch it? Li Tianliang was already pondering how they would prepare the meal. Caught it in the mountains. After trudging through the snow and carrying the hefty deer, Li Tianming was utterly fatigued. He first searched for some rope to securely bind the deer's limbs, then fished out a cigarette, only to realize his lighter was missing. That was pure silver. Tianliang, go fetch Uncle San to help butcher the deer. I need to step out. With that, he dashed out. Brother, where are you going? Li Tianliang called after him, but by then, he had vanished from sight. Chapter 63. Today, I shall act with righteous indignation against my kin. Fortunately, the snow had ceased, following the previous footprints. He sought the spot where he had just captured the roe deer, suspecting it might have fallen here. After rummaging through the accumulated snow for a while, without success, and with darkness rapidly approaching, Li Tianming felt increasingly cold. He looked up at the sky, anticipating another snowfall that night. Although it was a pity to lose the deer, he had no choice but to abandon the search. Descending the mountain and preparing to head home, he spotted a figure lying in the snow from a distance. Who could that be, sprawled out there? In previous years, many had fled famine, and the village had frequently seen beggars, but such occurrences had diminished in recent times. On a frigid day like this, lying in the snow could very well lead to freezing to death. If he had not encountered the person, it would have been one thing, but since he had, he could not turn a blind eye. After all, it was a matter of human life. Just as he was about to approach, he noticed the figure moving, crouching low and crawling forward on hands and knees. What was happening? Had he stumbled upon a ghost or an ethereal being? Just as Li Tianming was about to shout, he noticed a figure squatting at the entrance of the educated youth station, seemingly clutching a piece of clothing. Who could that be? It was already dark, and yet someone was out washing clothes. In winter, washing was particularly inconvenient. One would typically toss dirty clothes, especially cotton jackets, into the snow and scrub them with snow. He had just warned Xie Jianxi to be cautious about the wild boars on the mountain and not to venture out alone. Yet here was someone disregarding that advice. And that person, damn. As Li Tianming pondered, he saw the figure he had spotted earlier sneaking up to the entrance of the educated youth station, suddenly pouncing on the individual who was washing clothes. At this sight, Li Tianming understood all too well. This was a case of encountering a rogue. He had heard of other villages where educated youths had been victimized by local ruffians. But what sort of place was Li Jiatai? As a prominent family, The Lees had a long-standing tradition of scholarly pursuits. Even if they were not of the most prestigious lineage, such disgraceful acts would never be tolerated here. Since the first batch of educated youths was sent to the countryside in 1968, the villagers had coexisted peacefully with these city youths. Who had the audacity to attempt such a thing? Stop it! Li Tianming shouted as he ran, quickly closing the distance. The individual who had been knocked down had already had her cotton jacket half torn open. Perhaps in shock, she had forgotten to call for help. How could one not fear freezing to death in the snow? He lunged forward, seizing the rogue by the collar and yanking him up before delivering a swift punch. Ouch! The man cried out, collapsing in the snow. Just as he attempted to rise, Li Tianming delivered another fierce kick to his jaw. Stop hitting me. The man, his speech slurred from the blow, saw Li Tianming advancing again and quickly begged for mercy. It's me, don't hit me. The voice was unrecognizable, but in the light reflected by the snow, it appeared somewhat familiar. Erguzi? It's me, Tianming. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming's anger flared even more as he kicked Erguzi in the chest. How could you do such a thing? This Erguzi was a distant cousin of Li Tianming, and although they had grown apart, they were still family. The fact that someone from the Li family had stooped to such disgrace was utterly shameful. I was just confused for a moment. Confused for a moment? Look at how you were lying in the snow. It was clear you had been waiting for the right moment to strike. I'll teach you to be confused, you disgraceful wretch. He delivered several more kicks. With such a scandal, the entire Li family would suffer humiliation. Erguzi curled up in the snow, clutching his head and wailing for mercy. Clearly experienced in the art of taking a beating, Li Tianming only ceased when he grew weary, turning to look at the woman. Upon recognizing her, he was momentarily stunned. Song Xiaoyu. Erguzi. Good heavens. In a previous life, Song Xiaoyu had indeed married Erguzi, and it was only until the late 1980s that they returned to the city together after their marriage. What on earth is happening? Wait a moment. The memories regarding these two individuals were somewhat hazy, as their relationship was not particularly close, yet at this moment, they gradually became clear. Song Xiaoyu married Erguzi in the spring of her second year in the countryside. At that time, it became a significant news event in the village. Anyone familiar with Erguzi knew that he was nothing more than a genuine good-for-nothing, perpetually avoiding work in the production team, evading labor whenever possible, and if that failed, he would simply run away. He would only return to the village at the end of the year, disappearing during the busy farming season. As for Song Xiaoyu, among the educated youth sent to the village, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful. Each time she went to work, many young men would cast their gaze upon her. When the news of her marriage to Erguzi spread, the village women buzzed with excitement for several days, speculating wildly. Some even claimed that Song Xiaoyu had been sullied by Erguzi, leading her to marry him out of necessity. In hindsight, such a possibility cannot be dismissed. After all, in that era, if a woman lost her virtue, regardless of the circumstances, society would invariably look down upon her. For women, there were two options, either death or marriage. As for the third option of reporting to the authorities, who among them would be willing to publicize such a disgraceful matter? At this moment, Song Xiaoyu appeared dazed, tightly wrapped in her cotton coat, sitting in the snow, her gaze vacant, her face etched with fear. You scoundrel! Li Tianming kicked Erguzi several times. He reached out to help Song Xiaoyu up, but she forcefully waved his hand away. Don't come near me. I'm not a bad person. The villain has already been captured. Do not be afraid. Li Tianming dared not let Song Xiaoyu make a scene, not out of fear of being misunderstood. After all, his reputation in the village was well known, and he would never engage in such behavior. His concern was that if others were drawn to the commotion, it might further distress Song Xiaoyu. Overwhelmed by fear, Song Xiaoyu began to awaken to Li Tianming's soothing words, eventually looking up at him, and, after a long moment, bursting into tears, biting her lip as tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Tianming was at a loss for how to comfort her in such a situation. Here he is, he exclaimed, as he forcefully lifted Erguzi and threw him down before Song Xiaoyu. A small silver object fell from Erguzi's pocket. Li Tianming picked it up and realized it was the lighter he had lost. He hadn't anticipated that this scoundrel had picked it up. He suddenly recalled that he had seen Erguzi earlier while carrying the roe deer home. Perhaps he had been envious of Li Tianming's catch and had ventured into the mountains for his own luck, picking up the lighter along the way. Upon returning, he coincidentally encountered Song Xiaoyu while she was washing clothes and, captivated by her beauty, harbored ill intentions. In a previous life, It may indeed have happened as the village women claimed, that Guzi had taken advantage of her, leaving Song Xiaoyu with no choice but to marry him. However, this time, Li Tianming had intervened in time. What should be done now? If they reported it to the authorities, this scoundrel would be sent to jail. Such matters, however, should ultimately be decided by Song Xiaoyu. Do not, Tianming. We are indeed kin. Spare me this time, and I shall never dare again. Upon hearing that the authorities would be notified, Guzi was instantly seized by terror, forgetting the pain coursing through his body as he knelt and repeatedly bowed his head. Even if he had not succeeded, such an incident would surely warrant severe punishment. Who knows, before being sent to serve time, he might first have to face harsh consequences. Kin, today, I shall uphold justice, even against my own blood. At this moment, Song Xiaoyu, shaken by the fright, lost her composure and turned to Li Tianming. Don't look at me. If Li Tianming were to make the decision, he would send him straight to the authorities, and the judgment would be as harsh as it could be. However, if that were to happen, it would almost certainly expose Song Xiaoyu's plight. The words of the people can be terrifying. The tongue can weigh heavily upon one's fate. What attempted crime? As rumors spread, it would soon morph into a tale of Song Xiaoyu falling victim to Guzi. In this era, how could she ever hold her head high in the village? Li Tianming recalled a drama he had watched in a previous life, featuring a female educated youth who was raped and subsequently became pregnant. Rather than offering her sympathy, her comrades shunned her, deeming her loss of virtue shameful. Driven to despair, she attempted to take her own life multiple times, and during her last attempt, she ingested poison. Though she was saved, her vocal cords were irreparably damaged, leaving her unable to speak for the rest of her life. It was easy to foresee that once this incident became public, Song Xiaoyu's situation would not be much better than that of the girl in the drama. Yet, to simply let Guzi go unpunished was something Li Tianming could not abide. You shall forget that this event ever transpired, rest assured. There shall be no fourth person who knows. With that, he seized Guzi and dragged him toward the village committee. Chapter 64. Shame upon our ancestors. At the village committee, Guzi lay like a heap of mud on the ground, while Li Xueqing, Li Tianming, and another individual, Li Xuebua, the captain of Team 5, and Guzi's own uncle, stood nearby. Li Tianming recounted the events, omitting Song Xiaoyu's name, which caused Li Xuebua's face to flush with embarrassment. Guzi's father had long since passed, and his mother, having remarried, no longer cared for him. As a child, he had lived with his uncle Li Xuebua. As he grew older, rather than striving to establish himself through hard work, he squandered his days aimlessly, becoming a well. Though Li Xuebua could not control him, he allowed him to be, as every family has its own children to tend to. Not long ago, Guzi had returned home, kneeling before Li Xuebua, swearing an oath to turn over a new leaf. Though such promises were made annually, he was still family and could not simply be cast out to not celebrate the new year at home. Li Xuebua even entertained the thought that if Guzi truly managed to reform, there might come a time when he could seek work in the city and request Li Xueqing and Li Tianming to include his nephew. At 25, he could not continue living in such a manner. Securing a livelihood would pave the way for future matrimonial prospects. As the elder brother, he felt a duty towards his sibling. However, who could have anticipated that in just a few days, such a significant incident would unfold? Fortunately, Li Tianming had intervened, preventing Guzi from succeeding. Otherwise, if this became known, how could the men of the Li family maintain their dignity? After delivering a series of resounding slaps to Guzi, Li Xuebua still felt unsatisfied. However, this was, after all, the only legacy left by his brother, and he could not bear to see him truly sent to face the authorities. Xueqing, Tianming, how do you propose we handle this? Li Xueqing, his face flushed with anger, clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "What a disgrace to our ancestors! The Li family has always upheld integrity. Not only have we never engaged in such disgraceful acts, but we have also never stooped to petty theft. Under normal circumstances, I would insist on sending Guzi to face the firing squad. But what about our family's reputation?" Seeing Li Xueqing's reaction, Li Tianming could already surmise his thoughts. Perhaps in a previous life, Song Xiaoyu initially did not intend to endure such humiliation, but was compelled to accept her fate due to external pressures. For instance, the village's shame must not be aired. Uncle Xueqing, if you desire peace for the family, then sending him to the authorities might allow Uncle Xuebua to preserve a reputation for strictness. Good reputation? It would be fortunate if we are not branded with infamy. Having a rapist in the family would ruin the chances of my unmarried sons and daughters finding spouses. While the law of collective punishment may no longer apply, the supremacy of bloodlines remains. A family tainted by disgrace cannot hope for any member to remain unsullied. If you fear embarrassment, then the matter must be kept completely under wraps. It must not reach the ears of outsiders. But would that young, educated woman agree to such a silence? Li Xueqing did not need to ask who it was. He understood that if such a scandal were to spread, that young woman would be driven to despair. Do not inquire further, he said. Li Xueqing, feeling awkward, recognized that it was indeed a burden to place such a decision upon the shoulders of a young man like Li Tianming. Growing increasingly frustrated, he rose and kicked Guzi. How could you do such a thing? At that moment, Guzi, terrified, realized that if he were sent to face the authorities, he would not only suffer severe punishment, but would also be stripped of his dignity. Uncle, Elder, Tianming, I swear I will never do it again. What good is your plea to us? It all depends on whether that young woman is willing to forgive you. I will marry her. How absurd. Li Xueqing seized a stool, ready to strike, but was stopped by Li Tianming. You are deluding yourself. Marry her? With your current standing, and now the added title of a criminal? She would have to be blind to even consider you. In a previous life, Guzi had indeed seen his dreams come true. Not only did he marry Song Xiaoyu, but he also lived like a lord, with her family laboring to support him. Ultimately moving to the city together. Xueqing, perhaps we could find someone to intercede on his behalf. Li Xuebwa suggested, contemplating the situation. If this incident were to become public, it would reflect poorly on the young woman as well. Perhaps transforming this misfortune into a marriage would allow the matter to fade away. Li Tianming observed Li Xueqing's reaction closely. It was clear that he was also tempted by the idea. Just as Li Xueqing was about to speak, he met Li Tianming's gaze and suddenly felt a jolt of realization. What would become of him if this idea were to materialize? Guzi would not only evade any punishment, but would also gain a well-educated wife. In the future, would those in the village who struggled to find brides not flock to the young educated women? How could you utter such words? Following Brother Bo's example, do you truly believe we should provide another dowry for that young female educated youth? Li Xuebwa immediately lowered his head, hastily extinguishing that thought. As dawn broke, reporting to the authorities seemed unwise. It wasn't merely a matter of pride, but every household had unmarried children, and this disgrace would entangle them all. Should it then quietly pass? Would Guzi escape punishment? Today he was unsuccessful, but what if he had succeeded? Li Tianming was dissatisfied with Li Xueqing's approach. He did not suggest sparing Guzi. Rather, from this day forth, you shall not return to the village. Even if it costs you your life, do so outside. The ancestral grave of the Li family shall not harbor such a disgraceful being. Upon hearing that he would be expelled from the village, Guzi was filled with dread. Although he spent half the year wandering, it was by his own choice. Now, being forcibly cast out felt entirely different. Moreover, upon his return, he had learned of many developments. The village was set to receive dividends from the fish sold to the Haiqing steel plant, with each family expected to receive over 100 yuan. He himself belonged to one of those families and had been daydreaming about how to spend the money. If he were truly expelled, that fortune would undoubtedly slip from his grasp. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, and the more his resentment festered. Li Xueqing was clearly intent on minimizing the matter, yet Li Tianming refused to comply. At this moment, he dared not utter another word, fearing the very real possibility of being sent to face the authorities. Get out today? Do not let me lay eyes on your disgraceful self again. With that, Li Xueqing rose and grasped Guzi by the collar, dragging him towards the door, ready to push him out. Wait, Li Tianming interjected. If you dare speak of today's events, do you grasp the consequences? Despite his inner fury, Guzi feigned a look of terror. I understand. Then leave. Li Xueqing released his grip and delivered a kick, sending Guzi stumbling out. Li Xuebwa wore a pained expression, sighing. Now my brother has no descendants to carry on the family name. In rural customs, burial practices emphasize the succession of father to son. A son, upon death, is laid to rest beneath his father's grave, known as top foot. An empty grave signifies the end of a lineage. The urgency expressed by Ding Mani's mother stemmed from the fact that her father had no heirs. Each Qingming festival, she could only rely on her brothers and nephews to add a handful of soil to the grave. Let us not dwell on the feudal. If Guzi had any ambition, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. Sighed Li Xuebwa, remaining silent as he trudged away. Li Tianming understood that this was the best resolution. In such circumstances, it is always the women who bear the brunt of the misfortune. Yet, a heaviness weighed upon his heart. Uncle, did you not also entertain the thought of having Guzi marry that young educated woman? Li Xueqing wished to deny it, but the words stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. So be it, Li Tianming concluded, tightening his coat before departing. Outside, the snow began to fall once more. Upon returning home, the families of both my third and fourth uncles were crammed into 2 small rooms. The roe deer had been slaughtered and meticulously prepared. Li Xuegong's butchering skills were commendable, having successfully skinned the deer. A fire crackled in the stove, and the aroma of deer meat wafted from the large pot. Even through the lid, one could detect its enticing scent. The younger siblings formed a circle, entranced by the savory fragrance emanating from the pot. Their faces adorned with expressions of bliss. Where have you been until now? It's already dawn. Oh, nothing much. I lost something in the mountains and just retrieved it. Li Tianming replied as he approached the stove. Unfortunately, we're short on seasonings. Otherwise, it could be even more delectable. The meat has been simmering for a while. The rest has been stored in the vat, remarked third Aunt Shuling. Look at you, so pitiful. He is your son. Yet he fails to honor you with the good things, only thinking of outsiders. I've endured 8 lifetimes of misfortune to be with someone like you. The scolding voice of Qiao Fengyun pierced through the wind and snow, causing everyone to exchange bewildered glances. Tianming, he is indeed your son, Li Xuegong said, his face a mask of embarrassment. After returning home, Tianming had already shared the events from the factory with him. Li Tianming, looking resigned, approached the large vat and pulled out a piece of rib, weighing approximately 10 pounds. Deliver it at dawn. Despite his reluctance, Li Tianliang had to heed his elder brother's words. He accepted the deer meat and stepped outside. Seeing this, both Li Xuegong and Li Xuenong breathed a sigh of relief. This is indeed satisfactory. Chapter 65. I have spoken. I can only agree, not oppose. Attention, all members. Attention, all members. Each family should send a responsible person to the village committee meeting. Attention, all members. Li Tianming was squatting by the stove, tending to the fire, while Li Rong busied herself nearby. Upon hearing Li Xueqing's voice echoing through the loudspeaker, he realized that the topic would concern the village's collective enterprise. At this moment, every household was all ears. Yesterday, Li Tianming and Li Xueqing had traversed the village discussing plans to raise funds for a pig farm. Although some families did not attend, the word had spread among the villagers, and nearly the entire village was informed. Father, are we really going to invest money in that pig farm? I have a nagging feeling that this endeavor is not sound. Shuling expressed anxiously while sticking corn cakes to the pot's side. The common folk may not possess extensive knowledge, yet during these tumultuous times, no one could predict the shifting tides of policy. Take last year, for instance. The village organized land reclamation, and just as the land was leveled, the county sent officials, claiming that the Li family was illegally occupying collective land and threatening to destroy the newly cultivated land. With the barren land lying unused, why could it not be utilized for growing vegetables? When the county's work group appeared ready to take action, it was the village's elderly, some in their 70s and 80s, who lay down in protest, startling the officials. Now, the proposal for a pig farm was a significant undertaking. Shouldn't we confer with the county to avoid repeating past mistakes? What is there to fear? At worst, we would waste our money. After all, this money fell from the sky, and losing it wouldn't cause us any heartache. Li Xuegong also harbored concerns, yet this was his nephew's idea. As an uncle, if he did not lend his support, who would? You do not feel my pain, yet it descends from the heavens. Do you think I am oblivious? Is it not merely Tianming's good fortune? I choose not to speak, but how much do you intend to take? Surely, you cannot take it all, can you? At this moment, Li Xuegong hesitated. Although the money came easily, it amounted to over 2,000, and he was reluctant to part with it all in one go. How about 1,000? 1,000? Shuling's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Is this how you speak? Are you truly feeling the pinch now? Indeed, I am concerned. Not only that, have you considered how the villagers will perceive this money once it is revealed? They will surely wonder how our family acquired it. If news of Tianming's situation leaks out, are you not afraid of the trouble it may bring? Shuling, being more astute than Li Xuegong, reasoned wisely. You make a valid point. So how much do you suggest? 500. After a moment's thought, Li Xuegong agreed. Very well. It was not just Li Xuegong's family. At this time, Every household was engaged in discussion. His father pondered aloud. Do you think this pig farm can be established? Whether it can or cannot. I have no intention of investing. But what if it truly becomes profitable? I heard from Xueqing that it seems plausible. Moreover, if everyone in the village contributes, and we refrain, how will we avoid offending others? Do not forget, you are still working with Tianming. If we do not contribute even a penny, what if Xueqing and Tianming hold resentment towards us? In the future, they may not include you in their endeavors. The man hesitated at this, replying, let us observe for now. If others are contributing, we shall too. After breakfast, those who could make decisions in each household stepped outside. It had snowed heavily overnight, and the cold outside was quite severe. Li Tianming bundled himself tightly in his cotton coat. As he left the steel factory, he had provided new clothes for his younger siblings, though Li Rong and Xiao Wu were too small, making their attire appear somewhat comical. Li Xueqing also stepped out, and when the two fathers and sons met, an air of awkwardness enveloped them. Father, Li Tianming called out, leading the way out of the courtyard. As long as we maintain appearances, that suffices. Upon arriving at the village committee, many had already gathered, especially those living nearby. Most were men, though some women accompanied them, for they could not rest easy when money was to be distributed, fearing their husbands might be swayed by others and lose their dignity, leaving their families impoverished. Tianming, come sit, Li Xueqing called out. Although Li Tianming was neither a village committee member nor a representative, his standing in the village had risen to a level comparable to Li Xueqing. Whoever could guide the villagers towards a prosperous future would earn their respect. He maneuvered around to sit beside Li Xueqing, and the villagers perceived nothing amiss. Each brigade surveyed who had not sent a representative. The 5 brigade leaders promptly stood and called out names, confirming attendance. There were a total of 324 households, and now 323 were present. Guzi had been expelled from the village by Li Xueqing, thus he was not counted. As for whether he had truly left, that was a question for Li Xuebua. All right, everyone quiet down, no more fussing. Speak your mind, and why does the second daughter-in-law of the Chui family have the floor? Gradually, the meeting room fell into silence. As the chill of winter enveloped the air, I shall be succinct. While I speak, I ask that none interject. Once I have concluded, those with dissenting views may address me one by one. Li Xueqing cleared his throat and began. First, let us discuss the matter of work points across the various teams. Yesterday, all 5 team leaders approached me for reconciliation. This has been addressed in previous years. Why is it that you fail to remember? The work points ledger must be submitted to the township, ultimately culminating at the county level. Each of you has been keeping your own accounts, and when issues arise, will it be you or I who bears the burden? As he spoke, he pounded the table, and those who had contemplated speaking fell silent, sensing Li Xueqing's growing agitation. By tomorrow at the latest, I expect the work points reported. You all should have a rough idea of what is at stake. I would prefer not to utter any harsh words. After finishing, he lit a cigarette, and the meeting room was soon shrouded in smoke. There is another matter that you all ought to be aware of, Li Xueqing continued, gauging the reactions of the assembly. In the first few months, when we sold fish to the steel mill, a sum of money was deposited into the village account. At this, the attentiveness of the crowd heightened. The village committee has convened several times to deliberate on how to handle this money. What other option is there but to distribute it? He exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table and pointing at Li Xuewei, who had spoken up. What did I just say? Is it your turn to speak now? If you utter another word, you may as well leave this meeting. Li Xuewei, being a close friend of Li Xueqing, could only retract his head in silence after being reprimanded. None of you need to stare at me. The money will indeed be distributed, but there must be a clear guideline for its division. Recently, a delegation from the county's material bureau visited us. I'm sure you are all aware that the county has been keeping an eye on our village's funds. During a meeting, Director Hu from the county's revolutionary committee hinted at this several times. If this money is distributed indiscriminately, when the time comes for accountability, it will be I who faces the repercussions. Therefore, I have resolved to withhold 6,000 yuan, and the remainder shall be divided by household. As soon as Li Xueqing concluded his statement, chaos erupted. How can it be divided by household? My family has 9 members, while the family has only 3. Wouldn't this be grossly unfair to us? Indeed, this division is unreasonable. It should be per capita. Yes, per capita. Zhang Xibao, what are you saying? Your wife has just given birth to a daughter. By your logic, should the newborn also be counted as a person? My daughter's arrival was fortuitous. Why shouldn't she count? If you have the ability, let your wife also give birth. Enough. Li Xueqing interjected. Do you all feel aggrieved? Perhaps we should not distribute anything at all. No money, not a single cent. I will submit the funds and receive commendation instead. Look at how capable you all are. What if my family has fewer members? Are you implying that I have intentionally set it up this way? Li Xueqing pondered long over how to fairly distribute the funds. Should it be by population? How does one account for newborns? If only the able-bodied were considered, surely there would be discontent. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided that the simplest method would be to distribute by household. This is how the distribution shall be determined. Should anyone disagree, feel free to voice your grievances to my face or behind my back. I welcome the ire. Having served as village head for several years, Li Xueqing commanded considerable respect in the community. While some may have harbored dissent, none dared to confront him openly. After all, the money was a windfall. Without this opportunity, it would not have materialized. With a deduction of 6,000, each household would still receive over 150 yuan. The reason for this deduction is likely already known to many. The village is preparing to establish a breeding farm to raise pigs and chickens, aiming to create a profitable avenue for our community. This is indeed a positive initiative. Tianming, please share the specifics with everyone. At that moment, all eyes turned to Li Tianming, who had long been prepared for this moment. The idea for this project originated from my suggestion to Uncle Xueqing. The recent sale of fish to the steel factory has attracted considerable attention, and higher authorities have been monitoring us, particularly the funds in our village's account. If we were to distribute all the money, they would undoubtedly demand an explanation. Thus, I thought it prudent to set aside a sum to undertake a venture. Firstly, to silence any potential complaints, and secondly, as Uncle Xueqing mentioned, to discover a profitable path for our village. Tianming then reiterated his conversation with Li Xueqing from the previous day, emphasizing the policy-related aspects. It was made abundantly clear that the breeding farm we intended to establish would be a collective enterprise of the village, fully compliant with regulations. By coming together to achieve something significant, we could earn profits to be shared among all. During his presentation, villagers frequently interjected with questions, and he addressed each one with care. All right, that's enough, Xueqing interjected. Tianming has articulated everything clearly. That 6,000 yuan represents an investment from each household. Indeed, the more one invests, the greater their share in the future. Anyone wishing to contribute more can register with Ma Changshan, and once the profits are distributed, the funds can be delivered to the party branch. Once Xueqing concluded, he noticed no one moved. I'll set an example with an investment of 1,000 yuan. If the breeding farm turns a profit, my family will benefit more. Don't be envious. Chapter 66. A share of the investment 1,000 yuan? Upon hearing Xueqing's declaration, the villagers were left in stunned silence. They were not surprised that Xueqing could afford such a sum. Though his household was small, it boasted 3 able-bodied men. And as the village head, he received annual subsidies from the county. What astonished them was that Xueqing was willing to deplete his savings to support Tianming. Could it be that a breeding farm could indeed be lucrative? I'll invest 500. Even before the villagers could recover from their shock, they heard Li Xueqing's voice. 500 yuan. Even if he is your uncle, there's no need to be so generous. Why are you all just standing there? This is a good thing. If it succeeds, it will become a treasure. There's no fear that the money invested now won't return, Li Sanji asserted. My brother speaks wisely. If we don't invest now, we may lose our chance later. I will invest 500 as well, Li Xueqing added. Fang Yanmei was left dumbfounded. Where would her family find 500 yuan? Even if they had some money from selling fish and wages, it wouldn't amount to that much. Where had all their money gone? Fang Yanmei knew all too well. Father, don't speak. Li Xueqing shot a glare at Fang Yanmei and stood to register his investment with Ma Changshan. Following suit, Jin Li also pledged 500 yuan. And soon others who had accompanied Tianming to the city in search of work began to line up to register as well. Contributions varied, with some daring individuals investing 100 yuan. Although the remaining villagers found the situation dubious, witnessing so many people withdrawing money stirred their collective anxiety. Soon, some began to loosen their purses. Human nature inclines toward conformity. When everyone else is taking out money, it feels incongruous not to partake. What if there truly was a profit to be made? Li Tianming had managed to thrive selling fish and could lead the villagers into the city for labor opportunities, claiming that profits were assured. Naturally, there were those who hesitated. After all, it is prudent to secure one's finances. Investing one's own money carries the risk of loss. which could be utterly disheartening. Take Du lied, for instance. He was tempted to invest, but feared that Li Tianming might hold a grudge over past grievances and ultimately deceive him. He contemplated standing up several times, but ultimately restrained himself. Li Xueqing remained motionless, his funds securely held by Qiao Fengyun. 13, for 130 yuan. Ma Changshan announced a total sum. Before he could finish, Li Tianming interjected, "I'll contribute 500. Initially intending to offer 2,000. He reconsidered due to the impending need to build a house in the spring. The villagers gasped. Everyone was aware that when Li Tianming separated from his family, he had left with nothing but grain. In just over 3 months, he could produce 500 yuan. This money, indeed, stemmed from selling medicinal herbs. The villagers knew that the brothers often ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, which they would sell alongside their fish deliveries. However, none expected the herbs to be so lucrative. Nonetheless, some villagers harbored doubts about the legitimacy of Li Tianming's funds. After all, he drove alone to sell fish, with no one to verify his accounts. Committing 500 yuan now meant that should the village's aquaculture venture come to fruition, Li Tianming would hold a significant stake. Li Xueqing observed everyone's reactions keenly. Without allowing for further speculation, Changshan turned and displayed the receipt stamped with the steel factory's seal, along with the fish sales ledger, to dispel any doubts. Upon hearing this, those who had questioned Li Tianming felt as if they had been harshly slapped in the face, the sting palpable. It is often said that one should not forget the well digger after drinking the water. Yet, some seemed to forget this even before they had tasted the benefits. Who had conceived the profitable routes to sell fish and seek work in the city? Many bowed their heads in embarrassment. Why had the Li family's village remained so stable and serene over the years while others were in disarray? Did they not see the turmoil surrounding them? One need not look far to understand the situation in the neighboring villages. In Dalu town, aside from the Li family, what was the state of affairs? Today the winds blow this way, tomorrow they shift again. One day it is this movement, the next it is that. Elder farmers abandon their fields to attend poetry contests every few days. To think that hands accustomed to tilling the soil would now pen verses is indeed laughable. The Li family's village has been spared from such chaos precisely because its people are united in purpose, undeterred by the disarray that reigns elsewhere. They are singularly focused on cultivating their land and pursuing prosperity. In the village, there were indeed some fervent activists, yet just as they were about to stir up trouble, they were swiftly quelled. Consequently, the county had reprimanded the Li family for their lack of attention to ideological education and their failure to actively engage in class struggle. Yet Li Xueqing dismissed these criticisms as mere nonsense. What significance did ideology hold when compared to the pressing need to fill one's stomach? Now, observing Tianming profiting from the sale of medicinal herbs, he could not help but scoff, questioning whether envy had taken root among them. But envy was futile. If they possessed such capabilities, they too could venture into the mountains to collect herbs and sell them in the city. Li Xueqing's words, laced with sarcasm, silenced the crowd immediately. Furthermore, no one should entertain the notion of relying on Tianming. After all, he was merely a lad under 20, contributing enough to the village already. He had 3 younger siblings to care for, after all. At this, all eyes turned to Li Xueqing. The reason those 3 children were left unattended was none other than their oblivious father. Li Xueqing's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he could muster no rebuttal. Enough said. The meeting concluded here. For those regretting their minimal investment, and for those who hadn't invested at all, it was too late now. The prospect of the aquaculture venture might indeed flourish. If anyone inquired, they should simply say that all the funds from selling fish had been allocated to establish the farm. This should be self-explanatory. Moreover, anything that ought not to be spoken should remain unspoken. Should such words escape anyone's lips, the fish business would surely fail, and any future opportunities would be out of reach. One by one, the villagers departed, leaving only Li Xueqing and Li Tianming in the meeting room. We need to visit the county seat together. It is imperative that we inform the County Revolutionary Committee about our plans. Li Tianming understood well. For the coming year, establishing the aquaculture farm would require piglets and chicks from the county's agricultural bureau. Without prior notice, they would undoubtedly face obstacles later on. After bidding farewell to his siblings, Li Tianming returned to the village, retrieved a tractor, and set off with Li Xueqing towards the county. As the year drew to a close, the County Revolutionary Committee's workload was overwhelming. There were those seeking relief grain, applying for subsidies, and others embroiled in disputes over trivial matters, all clamoring for attention. Simultaneously, they were tasked with compiling various reports and formulating production plans for the following year. Director Hu was particularly frazzled. Having been dispatched from above, he was not well acquainted with the affairs of Yonghe County. To achieve success, he had to rely on the local officials. However, some individuals proved to be quite obstinate, especially Li Xueqing. Let him wait, he thought, his temper flaring at the mere mention of that name. The county's officials were deferential to him, and the township officials dared not cross him. Yet, a village head had audaciously challenged his authority multiple times, even slamming the table in defiance. Such insolence was infuriating. Though he had contemplated finding an excuse to reprimand Li Xueqing, he was thwarted before he could act. Once his subordinates had finished briefing him, Director Hu realized that the most significant clan influence in Yonghe County was indeed the Li family. Almost 99% of those bearing the Li surname had migrated from Li Jiatai. During the War of Resistance, all the able-bodied men from Li Jiatai had fought valiantly against the Japanese invaders. In the martyr cemetery of the county town, there are over 100 ancestral tombs of the Li family. One could say that every household in the Li family village is related to a martyr. The reason Li Xueqing was elected as the village head is that his grandfather, his uncles, and his father, all 8 members of his family, perished on the battlefield. Who would dare to harm him? The city's armed forces would certainly intervene. If pushed to the limit, they would not hesitate to raise their voices at the sea gate. How many burdens can a mere county revolutionary committee director bear? While he refrained from taking action, Director Hu was unable to swallow his indignation. Waiting in the frigid cold at the entrance, his legs soon became numb. Let us go, it's dawn. Time for a meal. Uncle, what if the leaders don't see us? What is there to fear? The king of hell is hard to meet, and I'm not inclined to play the role of a little ghost. Let us go. Saying this, he pulled Li Tianming along, and the two made their way directly to the County Revolutionary Committee's cafeteria. As the village head reporting on work, he was entitled to a meal there. Steamed buns and pork with cabbage were available in abundance. After a while, feeling that enough time had passed, Director Hu instructed someone to bring Li Xueqing in. What? When to eat? His stomach growled in response. However, it would be quite awkward if he went there now while Li Xueqing was dining. What to do then? Wait a little longer. After what felt like an eternity, when Li Xueqing and Li Tianming had eaten their fill and returned, they found Director Hu waiting in his office. Director Hu, you aren't busy now, are you? Perfect timing. I would like to report on my work. Director Hu glared at Li Xueqing, feeling quite frustrated. He was indeed not busy, but he was still hungry. Chapter 67. A true dragon from the Li family. A breeding farm? Who permitted this? Who gave you the right to act so recklessly? Secretary Li, do you realize that taking such liberties will lead to grave mistakes? Director Hu, who had risen through the ranks due to the benefits of the era, was consumed by notions of class struggle. In his mind, anyone who harbored the intent to profit was unforgivable. Previously, when the Li family village sold fish to the steel mill, he had flown into a rage. Later, he learned that villagers were even going to the steel mill to work and earn money, prompting him to send multiple letters of complaint to higher authorities. In terms of direct confrontation, Director Hu lacked the courage. Even if he was unafraid of the Li family's clout in Yonghe County, he had to consider the honor associated with the martyrs in the village. However, the letters of complaint he submitted, alongside several newspaper articles that praised the villagers, left him in a state of panic. Recently, he had been poring over documents, hoping to find clauses that could support his position. Unfortunately for him, the state has consistently upheld a supportive stance regarding farmers creating wealth during their idle time, as long as they remain within the collective leadership's overarching direction. Yet now, Li Xueqing was considering establishing a breeding farm in the village. What do you intend to do? Are you attempting to restore outdated ideologies? I advise you to halt immediately. Return any profits obtained at the expense of collective property, and repent early, so you may start anew. I might still. Bang. Li Xueqing slammed his hand on the table. Ever since Director Hu had made his first blunder, he had been seething with anger. Now, to be told to repent and start over? I wash your grandmother's whistle. Hu, do not attempt to intimidate me with your grandiose words. You want me to reform myself? I shall make you a new man. If it weren't for the desk between us, Li Xueqing would have already taken action. He is not known for his temperance. Director Hu was startled, looking up towards the door as several figures swiftly passed by and vanished. Where are my confidants? What is happening? Who is inside? Why is there such a commotion? In the entire Yonghe County, Who else would dare to confront Director Who so boldly? The Lee family's platform? Precisely. Let us leave quickly, as if we have heard nothing. Wait for me a moment. We shall depart together. By seniority, I must still call you third uncle. Hey, Lee. The secretary is your third uncle and my cousin. We are indeed relatives. Why didn't you mention this sooner? We are truly related. Come, let us smoke. With those gathered at the door now dispersed, Director Who became flustered. If Li Xueqing truly laid a hand on him today, he would have no recourse to plead his case. Li, calm down. Let us discuss this amicably. You pour dirt over my head and still expect me to speak nicely? I say, you mother. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Director Who by his collar, who quickly recoiled, inadvertently tumbling from his chair, landing in a disheveled heap. Seeing this, Li Tianming recognized that the performance had gone on long enough. Any further escalation would lead to an undesirable conclusion. Uncle, do not be hasty. Director Who did not mean it that way. Let us speak calmly. He then circled around to help Hu to his feet. Yes, yes. This young comrade is correct. Let us discuss matters with composure. As he spoke, he cast a grateful glance towards Li Tianming, mentally noting this act of rescue. Director Who, what Secretary Li said may not have been entirely accurate, which led to your misunderstanding. His intention is for the village to establish a collectively owned breeding farm. This neither contravenes the policy nor constitutes the ideological regression you mentioned. At this moment, Director Hu's mind was somewhat muddled. He merely wished to swiftly send away the village bully, Li Xueqing. Yes, yes, it is also my fault for not hearing clearly. Before Hu could complete his statement, Li Tianming interjected. I knew it. Such a beneficial initiative for the nation and the populace, Director Who would surely support it. Once the breeding farm is established, although it will be collectively owned by the village, it will still operate under the leadership of the county's Revolutionary Committee. Without your support, Director Who, we cannot proceed. If it flourishes in the future, you will be the one to take credit. What? When did I say I would support this? And led? Farmers should focus on their fields instead of causing unnecessary disturbances. As the head of Yonghe County, Director Who was preoccupied with the hope that everyone would quietly tend to their lands and fulfill the assigned tasks of raising pigs. This year, when the time came to deliver the assigned pigs, over a dozen villages seemed to have conspired, either reporting outbreaks of swine fever or delivering pigs so frail that a gust of wind could topple them. During a meeting in Haicheng City, Director Who faced considerable criticism from the city leaders. Now, the Li family was proposing yet another breeding farm, as if he did not have enough on his plate. Adding to his troubles, the matter regarding the livestock farm you mentioned is of considerable magnitude, necessitating further discussion and deliberation within the county. For now, I suggest you return home and await my updates. This statement is evidently a means of evasion. Discussions and research, without a span of 3 to 5 years, are unlikely to yield significant results. Director Who, this year, our task concerning the pig quota in Yonghe County has not been satisfactorily fulfilled, has it? Just recently, while dining, Li Xueqing and Li Tianming encountered Ding Mani from the Materials Bureau, who took the opportunity to finalize the procurement of sand and gravel required for construction. The conversation then shifted to the task pigs, and Ding Mani expressed his grievances to the two of them. As the liaison for the task pigs, he is well aware of the repercussions of Yonghe County's underperformance, which reflects poorly on Director Who, while he himself remains unscathed. In Li Tianming's recollection, the lack of attention from various villages towards the task pigs led the county, in an effort to meet the imposed quotas, to establish a livestock farm. However, this occurred after 1975, long after Director Who had departed from Yonghe County. At this moment, Director Who, taken aback by the inquiry, sought to utter some platitudinous remarks but found himself at a loss for words. A leader reliant on political maneuvering, such as himself, lacks the sophistication to master the art of bureaucratic discourse. We propose to establish a collective livestock farm that could subsequently shoulder the responsibility for Yonghe County's pig quotas. What are your thoughts on this? Furthermore, selling piglets and chicks from the Agriculture Bureau to Lijiatu would provide the county treasury with a financial boost, alleviating your concerns about the task pigs being neglected or poorly cared for. This way, we could reliably fulfill our obligations each year, a truly advantageous arrangement for all parties involved. Director Who, I implore you to consider it further. As Director Who listened, he found himself in a quandary, with two conflicting voices echoing in his mind. One insisted that this endeavor should not proceed, as it would inevitably lead to mistakes. The other countered that his tenure in Yonghe County was limited, and he ought to seize the opportunity to garner political achievements to pave the way for future advancement, regardless of the trivialities. After a prolonged internal debate, he questioned whether this collective enterprise truly posed no risk of error. Such a thought, once articulated, revealed a lack of acumen. As the head of the County Revolutionary Committee, he should be well-versed in policy matters, even if not adept at practical application. To now seek guidance from a young individual like Li Tianming would indeed be a source of jest. Upon realizing the impropriety of his words, Director Hu attempted to mask his misstep with a sheepish smile. Certainly, there shall be no mistakes. If we were to err, we would either refrain from action or conduct ourselves discreetly. Why would we come to the County Revolutionary Committee to seek your counsel? That would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Indeed, Li Xueqing interjected, having previously conferred with Li Tianming to adopt the roles of the good cop and the bad cop. Now, it was his turn to take the stage. As for piglets, our village also incurs expenses to procure them, and by year-end, we deliver pigs that are at most 10% cheaper than market prices. Director Hu expressed his satisfaction with the pricing, recognizing that, while he may falter in other areas, he possesses a keen aptitude for financial calculations. Every year, the county's fiscal surplus serves as a significant indicator for the evaluation of leadership. Li Xueqing promised a 10% reduction, and with the additional funds for purchasing piglets and chicks, it amounted to a considerable income. Wait, what scale are you planning for your breeding farm? Li Tianming interjected. We are just starting, so we will explore as we go. Initially, we will raise about 1,000 pigs. What? Director Hu was taken aback. This year, the assigned pig quota for Yonghe County was only this much. Moreover, at a price of 10 yuan per piglet, 1,000 would only cost 10,000. Just moments ago, Li Xueqing mentioned that all the money from selling fish had been invested in establishing this breeding farm. What about the remaining funds? Secretary Li, you are not being truthful. What? Who is not being truthful? Such a large breeding farm needs to have pigsties built, right? Are you planning to let the pigs roam free in the mountains? Li Tianming began calculating expenses with Director Hu, itemizing the costs for bricks, labor, and feed. Stop right there. Are you planning to house the pigs in a palace? Director Hu realized that no matter how the numbers were crunched, the finances simply did not add up, so he decided to disregard the matter altogether. If the breeding farm could indeed be established, it would undoubtedly bring numerous benefits, as Li Tianming had asserted. Young man, how should I address you? Li Tianming. Director Hu's eyes widened in surprise. The Li Tianming who had recently graced the newspapers was standing right before him. The youth is formidable, he remarked, glancing at Li Xueqing. Old Li's family is about to give birth to a true dragon. Forget about it from now on. Chapter 68. Who is spreading rumors? Work diligently at the steel factory. Such opportunities are rare. You must live up to your elder brother. Remember that. Early in the morning, Li Tianming drove the tractor to his uncle's doorstep, ready to escort Tianhui to the city for his reporting. Dad, I remember. If there is anything you cannot manage, go find your uncle. Parents worry for their children, and fathers are no exception. Li Tianhui nodded repeatedly. His luggage was already loaded onto the vehicle, and they were about to set off. Unable to spend the new year at home, though he had previously accompanied Li Tianming to the city for work, this time felt different. From now on, he would be a formal employee of a state-owned enterprise, making it difficult to return home easily. Here, take this. If you need anything in the factory, buy it yourself. Don't worry about spending money, Li Xueqing said, handing an envelope to Li Tianhui. It contained the wages from his previous work in the city. Dad, didn't T-Mom already take this money? Don't mind your mother. Once the money is in Fang Yanmei's hands, it won't be long before most of it goes to feed Fang Dalong. Li Xueqing had earned this money, so why should his son also contribute to supporting his maternal uncle? It made no sense. In an effort to reclaim the money, Li Xueqing, a cultured man, almost came to blows with his wife the day before. Meanwhile, Fang Yanmei looked downcast. She had heard Li Tianming's words before, and though she had taken them to heart, years of habit are not easily changed. Tianhui, take good care of yourself in the city, Fang Yanmei said, her voice trembling with emotion as tears welled up in her eyes. The essence of parenthood often lies in a bittersweet paradox, the desire for one's children to establish their own families and careers, juxtaposed with the fear of watching them grow up and eventually depart. Enough of the tears, the dawn breaks. Drive carefully, the road is slippery. Li Tianming started the tractor. Rest assured, fourth uncle, it will be fine. Get in the vehicle. A number of villagers had gathered to witness the commotion. Realizing that the eldest son of the fourth Li family was about to venture into the city to become a worker, a job that Li Tianming had arranged for him. The fourth family was poised for a turnaround. In my opinion, Tianming is quite foolish. This is a stable job, and rather than cherishing it for himself, he is giving it away. Is that even sensible? If Tianming moves to the city, what will happen to the three younger siblings? Won't they be at the mercy of that woman, Xiao Fengyan? Tianming is benevolent, and his uncles and brothers are all mindful of him. Indeed, Tan Lujun is fortunate. How did this job come about? If it were possible to buy it, I would ask Tianming to send my eldest son to the city as well. You certainly have an imagination. Can one actually purchase such a stable job? As the villagers' discussions echoed in his ears, Li Tianming drove the tractor to the village entrance, where he spotted someone in the distance. Du lied. He was perhaps the most tormented soul in the village, regretting every significant event in Li Tianming's life. Helping the village sell fish, guiding fellow villagers into the city for work, and recently, through Li Xueqing's promotion. He had attributed the success of the village's impending collective aquaculture project to Li Tianming. Now, he was also aiding his cousin in securing a stable job in the city. Initially, he merely perceived Li Tianming as kind-hearted, diligent, and eager to work, hastily wishing to marry off his daughter to him. Now, with Li Tianming's talents, if he were to become his son-in-law, their future would surely be filled with luxury and ease, leading a life of comfort without worry. The more he pondered, the more his anger flared. Having skipped breakfast, Du Lide was waiting at the village entrance. He hoped to strike up a conversation with Li Tianming, believing that even if he could not marry off his second daughter, it was essential to ease the tension between their families. Tianming. The response to Du Lide was a cloud of black smoke. Brother, Du Lide wishes to soften his stance. Li Tianming scoffed. If he seeks to soften, then I shall not relent. He had no intention of trampling on the Du family, yet he did not plan to mend fences either. Maintaining the ordinary life of the villagers was sufficient. Let the Du family witness his flourishing life. That would be the most incisive form of retribution. Regret now? This is merely the beginning. Battling against the northwest winds, the brothers arrived at the steel factory, their bodies nearly frozen. The employment paperwork had already been processed. They first sought out Li Xuejuan, who guided them to the steelmaking workshop. Tianming's designated position was as a middle package worker. This role, while arduous and plagued by high temperatures year-round, was a crucial part of steelmaking, allowing one to acquire genuine skills. Old Miao, I entrust these men to you. You may scold or chastise them, but ensure they learn the trade well. Old Miao, a seasoned worker from northeast China, had been dispatched to the factory from An Steel and now served as the foreman of the middle package section, a technical expert within the factory. Li Xuejuan specifically chose a master for Li Tianwei. Entrust the child to me, and rest assured, he said, there is nothing else to discuss. Just remember to treat me to a drink once the apprenticeship concludes. Having settled Li Tianwei, Li Tianming was eager to return. The sky was overcast, and it threatened to snow. Being stranded midway would be a predicament. I shall not keep you any longer. Do take care on your journey, he advised. Li Tianming nodded in acknowledgement, climbed into his vehicle, and proceeded to the steel plant's office building. Business with the steel plant would continue next year, and it was imperative to maintain good relations. This is roe deer meat, freshly hunted from the mountains. Do savor it. Gift giving is often not about the value of the present, but rather the thoughtfulness behind it. A high-ranking official like Sun Fumin, accustomed to grand gestures, might find gifts of cigarettes or liquor rather lackluster. However, upon presenting the roe deer meat, Sun Fumin's initially polite smile transformed into one of genuine delight. Such delicacies are a rarity these days. The roe deer population in North China has dwindled significantly, nearly facing extinction amidst the recent calamities. I managed to procure just one. It yields little meat, so I hope you won't mind, Uncle Sunday. Not at all. Your thoughtfulness means more than anything, Sun Fumin replied. When Li Tianming exited the office building, he held a large cardboard box in his hands. It contained Sun Fumin's return gift, clearly intended for Li Tianming's younger siblings. However, should Li Tianxing dare to sneak a smoke, he would surely regret it. After leaving the steel plant, he next visited the workers' quarters, where he left 10 pounds of roe deer meat for his uncle. He then had to make his way back and stop by his elder sister Li Chui's home in Ninggu town. With the approach of the Spring Festival, the salt factory had already closed for the holiday. Following a previous commotion, the Lu family matriarch had notably quieted down. Upon seeing Li Tianming, She promptly retreated into her small room. Lu Minghai, in a display of timidity, dared not even sit before Li Tianming. He left behind 10 pounds of roe deer meat and selected a few items from Sun Fumin's New Year gift to leave with them. Outside, the snow had begun to fall gently. Sister, I won't linger any longer. When do you plan to return? Scheduled for the 2nd day of the new year. We'll see then, replied Li Chui. Li Tianming observed Li Chui's hesitation to speak and Lu Minghai's anxious demeanor, which amused him. He could have returned with them, but he was keen to avoid lingering guests. Regardless of his feelings towards Lu Minghai, he could not compel his sister to divorce. One could only hope Lu Minghai would become a better person in the future. After departing from the Lu household, he resumed his journey, thankful that the snowfall was light. By the time he returned to the village, dusk was approaching. The inconvenient transportation had delayed him considerably. After returning the tractor to the village committee, Li Tianming first visited his 4th uncle to report his safety. However, 4th uncle, what happened? Is something amiss? The expressions of Li Xuanong and Fang Yanmei were decidedly peculiar. Li Xuanong, at a loss for words, turned to Fang Yanmei for guidance. Tianming, what is the situation with that new female educated youth who arrived this year? What do you mean? The round-faced girl, the one with the surname Song. Song Xiaoyu. What of her and me? Li Xuanong and Fang Yanmei exchanged a glance. But it was Fang Yanmei who ultimately broke the silence. Some say you have taken a fancy to that Song Jiqing, and others claim to have seen you embracing him on the back mountain. Li Tianming felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. In the future, such matters would be trivial. However, the present circumstances were vastly different. Reputation held paramount importance. Although Fang Yanmei spoke lightly, one could only imagine how the villagers might distort the tale. It was entirely possible that he had already been labeled a bully, using the Li family's influence to coerce Song Xiaoyu. 4th aunt, who told you that? Seeing Li Tianming's intense reaction, Fang Yanmei hesitated slightly. It was from the Sanqing family. She replied. Li Tianming had already surmised the source of the gossip. The wife of Sansheng was the cousin of Heir Guzi, which meant this was undoubtedly connected to him. With no other means to retaliate, they aimed to tarnish his reputation through public opinion. That scoundrel shall not go unpunished. Tianming, I think that Song Jiqing is quite a catch. He possesses both intellect and charm, and he works diligently in the fields. If you truly have feelings for him, I could advocate on your behalf. What do you think? Huh? Li Tianming was pondering a moment to discuss this with Li Xuebua when he unexpectedly heard Fang Yanmei's proposition. What is this? Chapter 69. Li Tianming's views on courtship. I find that Song fellow quite appealing, but he hails from the city. Would he truly consider a relationship with someone from our countryside? Li Xuanong had been preoccupied with his nephew's matrimonial prospects. Previously, when Fang Yanmei mentioned the village gossip, they had deliberated the feasibility of such a match. What could possibly deter her? Tianming is more than suitable for her. Besides, she came to the village to serve. Didn't she express a desire to settle here for life? Surely, she wouldn't remain unwed forever. Though this was said, who genuinely yearned to reside in the countryside for eternity. Over the years, many educated youths assigned to the Li family had left. Some were offered jobs by their families. Others joined the military, and some simply could not endure the hardships and sought early retirement. There was even an educated youth from Shanghai who, desperate to return to the city, swallowed a small iron weight tied to a string, only for the string to dissolve in stomach acid, nearly costing him his life. If there existed any pathway back to the city, no one would willingly choose to remain in the rural setting. Tianming, wait here, I shall inquire right away. Heir Linzi, please summon Tianliang and the others. They will dine at our home today. Without waiting for Li Tianming's response, Fang Yanmei stood up and headed outside. Wait, what is this? I haven't agreed yet. 4th aunt. Li Tianming barely had time to call out before a cold breeze swept in, and she was already gone. While he recognized that Fang Yanmei had a penchant for matchmaking, one could not force a person to drink when they were unwilling. At his age, Li Tianming indeed ought to contemplate settling down. His expectations for a partner were not particularly lofty. As long as they were compatible, that sufficed. Not every reincarnated individual must covet a celebrity. Names like Zhu Lin, Gong Shui, Lin Fongbing, and Chun Hong, Deng Jia, Lu Shaoqing. These were not the only standards by which to measure worth. Reclining on the bed for a brief slumber, one finds oneself amidst a myriad of dreams. Where anything is conceivable, the desire to select a partner of equal standing arises, someone who can assist in caring for younger siblings, and if she possesses a touch of beauty, all the better. However, Neither Song Xiaoyu nor Li Tianming has ever entertained the notion of seeking a female-educated youth. Tianming, what are you pondering? I believe your fourth aunt's words hold merit. What is wrong with a female-educated youth? Given your capabilities, you could easily attract a university student. Huh. Li Tianming shook his head with a wry smile. His fourth uncle certainly had the audacity to dream. In this day and age, the value of a university graduate is extraordinarily high. Fourth uncle, the educated youths from the village are not without their opportunities to return to the city. After all, they hail from urban backgrounds. Li Tianming recalled a television drama from his previous life, depicting the tale of a group of educated youths from Shanghai who, after returning from their assignments in Zishuangbana, abandoned their children. To return to the city, they were willing to forsake even their offspring, let alone a man. Of course, in her past life, Song Xiaoyu did not follow suit. She not only remained married to Guzi but even took him along when an opportunity to return to the city arose. The village gossip had undoubtedly reached Li Tianming's ears, and naturally, it had also spread to the educated youth point. Xiaoyu, what is really going on? Song Changjing gently shook the bewildered Song Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, could there truly be any truth to this? Were there smoke, there fire? Xiaoyu, when you returned that day, your back and hair were covered in snow. Could it be quiet? Song Changjing interjected, exasperated. Since Song Xiaoyu arrived at Lijiatsi to serve her time, having the same surname and being older by several years, she had always regarded Song Xiaoyu as a sister. How could she tolerate others casting aspersions upon her? This was a matter of integrity, of utmost importance for a young woman. Why are you in such a hurry? What I mean is, if Xiaoyu has indeed been wronged by Li Tianming, we shall go to the county's educated youth office. Surely there must be a place in this world that upholds justice. To go to the educated youth office to lodge a complaint? Wouldn't that only solidify the matter? Even if Li Tianming were apprehended, and one could observe the mushroom cloud up close, Xiaoyu's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Xiaoyu, you must tell us. Is there any truth to this matter? There isn't. Truly, there isn't. Song Xiaoyu hastily replied. It was Li Tianming who had saved her that day. How could it be twisted into a tale of him bullying her? Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? It's me, Xie Jianxi. Someone is here to see Song Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room turned towards Song Xiaoyu. Who is seeking Xiaoyu? It can't be Li Tianming. Can it? Song Xiaoyu, too, felt a surge of panic, instinctively wanting to retreat. It's me, Aunt Yanmei. The newly arrived educated youths might not know who Aunt Yanmei was, but Song Changjing, being among the first to arrive at Lijiatsi, certainly recognized Fong Yanmei as Li Tianming's fourth aunt. Could it be this time? Song Changjing found herself questioning the authenticity of the rumors. As the door swung open, Fong Yanmei entered, braving the snow, her gaze landing squarely on Song Xiaoyu. One could not deny the girl's beauty, regardless of the veracity of the rumors. It would not be surprising if Li Tianming were to take an interest in her. The scene then shifted back to the Li Xuanong household, where Li Tianming and his companions were summoned. Accompanying her was her brother, who insisted on following her. Li Tianming, upon seeing Zhuang Weiwei standing at the door, was instantly struck with a sense of exasperation. Do you need something? Zhuang Weiwei made no move to enter, prompting Li Tianming to step outside. Are you interested in Song Jiqing? The accusatory tone of her question left Li Tianming feeling somewhat displeased. That hardly concerns you, he retorted. I merely wanted to remind you that Song Jiqing is from the city and will eventually return there. Don't waste your efforts on her. Li Tianming couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. Are you implying that I am a toad aspiring to eat swan meat? Zhuang Weiwei pursed her lips in silence. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Don't meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Given their shared village and past as classmates, Li Tianming was reluctant to speak too harshly. However, Zhuang Weiwei's arrogance was simply too much. Why should she involve herself in his matters? Zhuang Weiwei's face flushed with anger. Even after being directly rejected by Li Tianming, she remained unwilling to concede, especially now that he was increasingly capable. Having secured a stable job for his cousin in the factory, Zhuang Weiwei was determined not to let Li Tianming slip away. This was her chance to alter her fate. If Li Tianming could help his cousin move to the city, he could certainly assist her as well. Zhuang Weiwei had always harbored high ambitions, believing that her looks deserved more than a life confined to the countryside. If Li Tianming could bring her to the city, he would be her ideal match. Upon hearing the rumors, she grew anxious and stationed herself outside Li Tianming's home, resolute in her desire to disrupt whatever might unfold, regardless of the truth behind the rumors. Don't be ungrateful, she insisted. Fine. Let's assume Zhuang Weiwei means well. I have made myself quite clear before, Zhuang Weiwei. There is no future for us. You should not waste your thoughts on me. Why? Is it simply because my mother mentioned the village's reputation, making it difficult even for her own daughter to speak of it? Must you force me to voice it? In this day and age, reputation often holds more weight than life itself. Who would wish to have such a mother-in-law? Should he marry Zhuang Weiwei, Li Tianming would forever be the subject of ridicule. Gossip could morph into scandalous tales. After all, in a previous life, a relative who married Zhuang Weiwei was rumored to be enamored with his mother-in-law, suggesting that marrying her was merely a ruse. Li Tianming had no desire to become the protagonist of a scandalous narrative. Very well, Li Tianming. You have proven to be quite resolute. I admit my naivety, but let me make one thing clear. Zhuang Weiwei will not live her life in disdain. Just wait and see. With that, she turned and fled, tears glistening on her cheeks. Li Tianming watched her until she vanished from view, then sighed and returned indoors. What did Zhuang Laogong's daughter want with you? Upon entering, he found Li Xuanong wearing an expression of great concern. Clearly, if Li Tianming were genuinely contemplating marrying Zhuang Weiwei, the entire family would likely oppose it. It's nothing. I just need to clarify things with her. Tianming, do not let your thoughts stray. In front of a group of children, Li Xuanong chose to exercise restraint. To utter such words would be distasteful. That is simply not the case, fourth uncle. Where are your thoughts wandering? Tianming swiftly refuted, retrieving a bottle of liquor, a packet of candy, and a bag of pastries from the New Year's gift set provided by Sun Fumin. Let us share these. He handed the pastries and candy to Li Rong and shook the bottle of liquor in his hand. Fourth uncle, today we shall finish this together. While Li Xuanong appreciated fine spirits, at this moment, even the most exquisite of wines would fail to capture his attention. Although his nephew spoke with certainty, one must consider the youth's temperament. The sight of Zhuang Weiwei had captivated the young men of the village, their gazes fixated upon her. Should matters not unfold favorably, it would be imperative to find a suitable bride for his nephew without delay. Any match would suffice, as long as it did not involve the daughter of Zhuang Laogong. What news might be coming from that side?